Chapter 1. Am I the cannon fodder villain? In the realm of Juzhou, within the Tiannandao, before the majestic Mount Gaia, in front of a humble tavern beneath a thatched roof, a disciple clad in a blue robe found himself firmly suppressed by an overwhelming presence, yet he still yearned to resist. Xiao Yujing, you merely rely on your prestigious lineage and a handful of filthy riches. If I had wealth, I would make you kneel and lick my shoes. Under the awning of the tavern, Xiao Yujing, the young man adorned in brocade, resembling a noble scion, was momentarily taken aback. He raised his gaze and coldly replied, "What did you just say?" A middle-aged man, bearing the demeanor of a steward, displayed a fierce countenance. The other party had been spreading rumors in the Holy Land for quite some time, and now they dared to be arrogant. The steward raised his hand, intending to deal with the disciple, but Xiao Yujing halted him with a wave. What is there to fear in speaking? You, surnamed Xiao, merely boast of a few pieces of gold. What is so impressive about that? Xiao Yujing's eyes glimmered with intelligence, and he suddenly rose, laughing heartily. Indeed, wealth is impressive. What can you do about it? Yet inwardly he mused, how delightful. In my previous life, I longed for someone to utter these words to me for decades. And just a few days after my reincarnation, I have heard them. What a thrill! He glanced at himself, clad in brocade, handsome and dashing, flanked by 4 robust men and a grim-faced steward who always stood by his side. Before him stood a powerless background character, paled and trembling, still struggling in indignation. This was undoubtedly the archetype of a pampered young master. Was it not? Had he mistakenly picked up the wrong script? Xiao Yujing once again organized the information about his current identity. This was a world of high martial arts in another realm. According to his memories, the realms were divided into 9 major stages: Guling, Linghai, Daozong, Yuanling, Lishun, Chaofan, Hihua, Fa Xiang, and Tongtian, each with 9 levels within. Xiao Yujing, the son of the chief elder of the Gaia Holy Land, belonged to the Xiao family, which was among the most illustrious families not just on Gaia Mountain, but throughout the entire Tiannandao. Having traversed here for only a few days, he compared this life to his past in the mountainous southwest, where he toiled to gain admission to university, only to spend years as a programmer without a car, house, or wife. This time, he truly found himself in the right place. However, the script seemed a bit off. Had he unwittingly taken on the role of a prominent male supporting character? If he were to perish within 3 episodes, what good would it be to be born into a royal family? Young master, this is the appointed place. Elder Qin seems yet to have arrived. He has just received a family pigeon post regarding the location of that treasure, which is said to be in the back mountain of the carefree secret realm. The master mentioned that if the young master has time, you may first investigate. The middle-aged steward Xiao Qingyun spoke with utmost respect. As he spoke, a figure clad in wide sleeves ambled down the distant mountain path. It is Elder Chun. He has arrived quite swiftly. Before Xiao Qingyun could finish his sentence, Elder Chun had already approached. He appeared gaunt, with a long face and broad ears, exuding an aura brimming with vitality, clearly possessing profound cultivation. Yujing, your complexion is rosy. It seems you have made progress in this recent period. Greetings, Elder Qin. I am unworthy of such praise. Yujing still has much to learn from you. Elder Qin smiled and nodded. Yujing, there have been unusual movements in the carefree secret realm of late, causing the Holy Land to be quite concerned. Recently, the new disciples who just entered require experience, so I would like you to lead them to investigate the secret realm. His smile was warm, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Among the next generation of disciples, Xiao Yujing was regarded as the most promising. While the Gaia Holy Land had always been blessed with talent, exceptional disciples like Xiao Yujing were indeed rare gems. Oh, Xiao Yujing thought, how fortuitous his family also had him investigate the secret realm. Why not see what the situation truly is? Then, I shall obey. Excellent. Elder Qin was greatly pleased. The unusual activity in the carefree secret realm had not only been noticed by their own Holy Land. If other sects also sent people, these new disciples would inevitably face peril. With Xiao Yujing present, they could rest easy. On the day you depart, I shall present you with an item as a reward. Elder Chun said, patting Xiao Yujing on the shoulder. In the next moment, he vanished several dozen feet away on the mountain path. Master, if you were to go to the secret realm, Miss Yin Lingqiu may not be able to accompany you. She is currently at a critical juncture in her cultivation and cannot be absent. At the mention of Yin Lingqiu, Xiao Yujing's brow furrowed deeply. This was a predicament left to him by his predecessor. The predecessor had a particular trait. When women approached him, drawn by his dazzling status, he neither acted nor rejected, nor took responsibility. In truth, Yin Lingqiu had a grassroots suitor, and their relationship was quite harmonious. However, once the predecessor appeared, the vain Yin Lingqiu immediately abandoned her grassroots lover and pursued the predecessor instead. What was his name again? Lin Chen, right? Have you looked into his background? Master, this Lin Chen is merely a commoner from Tiannan Dao, who has known Miss Qiu since childhood. Before last year, he had mediocre cultivation and stood out in no way. However, since Miss Qiu began to follow you, this lad's cultivation has skyrocketed, as if inflated, and he has distinguished himself within the Lin family of Tiannan, garnering admiration from those in the Holy Land. If nothing unexpected occurs, he is bound to be the new star the Holy Land will support in the future. Indeed, something felt amiss. This was undoubtedly the archetype of a waste rising to prominence. Once an unnoticed individual, living a stable life, suddenly had his partner run off, leaving him at a disadvantage, only to then strive earnestly and embark on a dazzling journey of success. This scene felt all too familiar. Xiao Qingyun stepped closer, lowering his voice. Master, it is said that in the grand competition before entering the sect, this lad outperformed 300 experts and was deemed the first among newcomers. Though he cannot compare to you, the longer the night, the more dreams. I believe from both your long-term perspective and Miss Qiu's this person. Xiao Qingyun spoke halfway, his gaze fierce, making a downward cutting motion. Xiao Yujing shivered involuntarily. Damn, it's happening. This is indeed the trope I've grown accustomed to in my past life. Could it be that I truly picked up the wrong script? This was clearly meant to be my role, yet it has shifted onto this Lin Chen. According to the narrative tropes of my past life, the next steps would undoubtedly involve the steward's failed scheming, leading me to take action and suffer public humiliation. Then the Xiao family would intervene, yielding no results, and ultimately, the entire Holy Land would, under the pressure of the chief elder and my father, target Lin Chen. Yet it would all be in vain. What was this trope called again? Fortune. Yes, fortune. Thus, I, the golden, invincible supporting character, became the very first stepping stone for this son of destiny to soar. As for how long I would survive, that would depend on my own and my family's reactions, as well as how Lin Chen's fortune would unfold. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a group of people appeared along the path ahead. Master, these 7 individuals are this year's newly selected disciples of the Holy Land. As Xiao Qingyun finished speaking, the 7 new disciples of the Gaia Holy Land had already arrived before them. This must be the senior brother, right? Greetings, senior brother. Respectfully greeting, senior brother. Wow, senior brother possesses such a formidable aura, so handsome. Senior brother, you are truly the #1 genius of our Holy Land. The speaker was a beautiful young woman, who suddenly blushed and stumbled into the embrace of another girl beside her as she spoke. Among the 7 new disciples, 5 were young men and 2 young women, all youthful and handsome, promising individuals. However, one among them bore a fervent gaze that remained fixated on Xiao Yujing. Even as Xiao Yujing conversed with others, his back turned, he could still sense the intense, seething hostility emanating from that individual. Without a doubt, this was Lin Chen, the male protagonist archetype. A loud sound echoed in Xiao Yujing's mind. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a person of great destiny. The fortune-devouring system has been activated. Oh no, here it comes. My golden finger has finally activated. Devouring fortune. This is clearly set up for a direct confrontation with the one blessed by the male protagonist's fortune. You possess a fortune sheet, but I too have my own golden finger from my reincarnation. Having read millions of words in web novels, I am well versed in all sorts of tropes. Lin Chen, the son of fortune. Ha! Just watch as I crush you, son of fortune. Chapter 2. The son of fortune must be stepped on slowly. May I inquire, system, What does it mean to devour fortune? Host, the fortune-devouring system can reverse various miraculous situations of the Son of Fortune. By devouring the opponent's fortune, the host can receive rewards and destiny points. For specific operational details, please comprehend them on your own. Oh, so there are no starter gift packs or anything. The starter gift pack has been dispensed. Please open it at your convenience. Xiao Yujing hurriedly focused his mind to open the starter gift pack. Host has optimized the cultivation technique Gaia Divine Art, resulting in a cultivation enhancement, obtained ancient refining skills, acquired ancient alchemy skills, received 10 basic spiritual artifacts, and obtained 100 cultivation elixirs. System. My cultivation is already significantly stronger than Lin Chen's. Can I simply defeat him? Host. The Son of Fortune possesses exceptionally strong luck. If you forcefully suppress him, you will face backlash from the world. The only way to defeat the Son of Fortune is to lower others' impressions and expectations of him. Just then, another elder in wide sleeves appeared. The novice disciples immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Hu. We have come to pay our respects to Elder Hu. Have you all arrived? Excellent, Yujing, you're quite early as well. Xiao Yujing's mind was flooded with information, and he quickly realized that this elder, who was no ordinary figure, the influential person behind him was none other than the sixth elder of the Gushi sacred land, the only one whose reputation was comparable to that of his father, and who was competing for the title of the sacred land's leader this time. Thus, while he appeared humble and genial, there was likely a hidden agenda behind his unexpected arrival. Elder Hu, it has been a few days since we last met, and you seem even more vigorous. Clearly, your cultivation has advanced. Oh, Elder Hu awkwardly chuckled, although Xiao Yujing's words seemed to praise his high cultivation. The manner in which they were expressed felt more like an elder complimenting a junior, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. Yujing, this time the secret realm has been abuzz with unusual occurrences, presenting a splendid opportunity for you all to hone your skills. You must cherish it. As Elder Hu spoke, he turned to scrutinize the 7 new disciples for a moment. His gaze fell upon Lin Chun, and he suddenly expressed astonishment. Your name is Lin Chun? Quite remarkable. You have already opened your Danshan's Dao reservoir at such a young age? What? Brother Lin Chun has made such rapid progress? It seemed he had yet to establish a Dao reservoir during the last talent competition. The beautiful female disciple exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, yet his posture unconsciously straightened. Elder Hu, ever since I joined the sect, the cultivation techniques have been effective, and the elixirs have kept pace, thus my cultivation has soared. However, Elder Hu shook his head repeatedly, sighing, it is not that simple. Every year, a large number of new disciples join, yet their cultivation does not advance at such an astonishing rate. The other new disciples, catching Elder Hu's drift, exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Lin was first among 300 disciples during the entrance competition. Who would have thought he has made such swift progress right after joining? Clearly, he possesses extraordinary talent. Could it be that Brother Lin is also a prodigy of our sect, like Brother Xiao? Elder Hu gazed at Lin Chun with a smile, slowly showing approval on his face. Lin Chun, how many years have you been cultivating? Replying to the elder, I spent my earlier years tending sheep and farming, honing my physique until a fortuitous encounter at the age of 12 led me to the path of martial arts. Excellent, truly remarkable, a genius. Elder Hu's smile grew warmer as he turned to glance at Xiao Yujing. Xiao Yujing, who had been silent, suddenly felt as if a window had opened in his mind, instantly understanding Elder Hu's intentions. Indeed, Elder Hu looked at the other disciples and remarked with depth, Lin Chun, do you know how many years it took Brother Xiao Yujing to establish his Danshan's Dao reservoir? Like you, he also trained for 5 years to achieve such accomplishments. Oh! The other disciples exchanged glances, their expressions markedly different. How could Lin Chen's training environment possibly compare to the privileged Xiao Yujing, who was born into wealth and comfort? Xiao Yujing's lineage was exceptional, with renowned masters at his side, and an abundance of spiritual artifacts and elixirs at home, making the disparity between him and the ordinary Lin Chen immense. Thus, could it be that Lin Chun possesses even greater talent than Brother Xiao? One straightforward disciple began to speak, but quickly covered his mouth. The 2 beautiful female disciples, their eyes sparkling, could not help but shift their gazes from Xiao Yujing to Lin Chun. Lin Chun maintained his usual impassive demeanor, yet the fervor in his eyes had ignited. Xiao Yujing, however, continued to regard Elder, who with a smile that concealed his true thoughts. It seemed he was resolute in becoming the fortuitous sun supporter in the Gu, Shi's sacred land. Host, you have triggered a novice prompt. Would you like to view it? Xiao Yujing was taken aback and promptly nodded in his mind. Before him appeared a semi-transparent screen visible only to himself. The screen displayed a line of text, demonstration of erroneous behavior. Any of the following actions will be deemed as erroneous by this system. He watched as the original host, Xiao Yujing, witnessed Elder who excessively praising Lin Chun while covertly undermining himself, and unable to bear it, sarcastically taunted Lin Chun. As a result, Lin Chun immediately retorted, leading to a verbal conflict, prompting steward Xiao Qingyan to angrily rebuke Lin Chun for opposing the young master, only to be taught a lesson by Lin Chun in return. Furious, the original Xiao Yujing decided to take action himself, engaging in bullying behavior. However, Lin Chun, relying on the fortuitous son's golden finger, managed to contend with the original Xiao Yujing, even causing him some minor distress. When the original host was about to employ the family's secret techniques and summon high-level treasures to deal with Lin Chun, Elder who had until then refrained from intervening, timely stepped in to rescue Lin Chun. Thus, the exploration mission in the secret realm was terminated, the matter escalating to the Elder Council of the Gu, Shi's sacred land. Though Xiao's father was the chief elder, the original Xiao Yujing's actions of bullying the weaker were evident, leading to a significant loss of reputation for both father and son. Xiao Yujing was punished to reflect in solitude, while Lin Chun gained the favor of most elders in the council, receiving preferential treatment and attention in his cultivation. Xiao Yujing quickly finished reading the demonstration of erroneous behavior, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it seemed that this world he had traversed into was most likely a mirrored version of a fantasy web novel from his past life, with a plot even more clicked than the web novels themselves. However, since he was here, and with this fortune-devouring system at his disposal, the script was bound to change. Characters like Lin Chun were templates of protagonists, the fortuitous sons of destiny, who would invariably act correctly at the most opportune times, overcoming adversity and reaping the best rewards after arduous effort. Truly deserving of the title of a destined child, wielding unparalleled advantages. Elder, who had been observing Xiao Yujing discreetly and noted his far-reaching gaze and evident sharpness, even as he looked at both himself and Lin Chun with keen intensity, which he did not conceal, feeling a quiet delight in his heart. This was precisely how it should be. Did this young scion truly believe himself to be exceptional? Chapter 3. The Five-Star Array Master. Lo and behold, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Without a word of warning, they engaged in combat. Truly remarkable, utterly exhilarating. The black-armored divine general initially intended to voice his outrage at such audacity, yet upon recalling the earlier slap, he swallowed his words. "What brings you here, divine envoy?" Lu Li inquired coldly. "Foolishness." The divine envoy waved his hand dismissively, sending the black-armored general reeling, before casting a disdainful glance at Lu Li and arrogantly declaring, "Not long ago, the Sword Saint sect injured the seventh princess of the great Zhou divine kingdom and destroyed her spiritual embryo. By the emperor's decree, I have come to demand an explanation." Duan Feiyu? A fleeting memory crossed Lu Li's mind, prompting a scoff. "You brought this upon yourself? Is that so?" The divine envoy's expression shifted drastically. Was the Sword Saint sect declaring war against the divine kingdom? "What's the matter? Do you wish to fight?" Lu Li retorted with derision. Boldness. A figure on the flying chariot flickered, a silver-armored divine general charging directly toward Lu Li with unparalleled speed. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect shrieked in alarm. Realizing the dire situation, their sect leader had just endured a heavenly tribulation and was exceedingly weak. That slap would surely land. Smack! A sharp sound echoed, and a figure was sent flying with a resounding thud. What? The occupants of the flying chariot stared wide-eyed, as Lu Li floated effortlessly at the front, the one who had sent the silver-armored general, a formidable sixth heaven expert, hurtling through the air. Bravo, sect leader. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect erupted into cheers. The great Zhou divine kingdom had often flaunted its power over them. It was high time they received a taste of their own medicine. The divine envoy's face darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it. So, the Sword Saint sect intends to wage war against the divine kingdom? How absurd! Luli pointed accusingly at the divine envoy. Are you really that dim-witted? It's painfully obvious we aren't afraid of you. But now that you've come knocking, don't expect to leave the Sword Saint sect alive. With that, Luli gracefully retreated, commanding, "Release the hounds." The master of the Sword Peak felt embarrassed. What hounds? We have no dogs. Ah, not the hounds, but the formation. What wretched divine envoy, today, I shall turn you into a pile of dog feces. He swiftly made an intricate gesture, and strands of spiritual patterns emanated from his fingertips, stretching and intertwining in the wind. These spiritual patterns, guided by his fingers, danced and twisted, quickly weaving into a transparent net, propelled by Lu Li's palm strength. Soaring into the sky above the sword pavilion and enveloping it entirely. This aura is terrifying. I can scarcely breathe. What is this? A formation. The occupants of the flying chariot gasped in surprise. The divine envoy felt a chill run through his body. An ominous premonition washing over him. Run! The echoes of his voice still lingered in the air when the divine envoy vanished from the deck, abandoning the chariot. We cannot let him escape, the master of the Sword Peak shouted, pursuing him like a shadow. Yet, there was no trace of the divine envoy in the void. He got away. I was too careless. This divine envoy is at the pinnacle of the divine realm. A half-step to the emperor's heaven. He truly came prepared. Having abandoned the flying chariot and his entourage, the remaining divine generals darkened in countenance, drawing their weapons, their imposing presence looming behind a swirling black mist. In an instant, they unleashed their battle souls, preparing for a desperate struggle in the Xintian domain. Cultivators must first establish a spiritual embryo to nurture their battle souls. Battle souls can take on various forms. Categorized from 1 to 9 ranks across 3 stages: common, spiritual, and extraordinary. The members of the envoy were, at the very least, endowed with 6-rank battle souls, their strength formidable. Luli gazed at the envoy's party, dismissively instructing, disciples of the Sword Saint sect in the Xinyu realm, heed my command. Swarm them. What? Swarm them? Are we not to engage in one-on-one combat? The disciples were bewildered, casting puzzled glances at Luli. You've only just broken through. Now is the time to solidify your realms. Do you not desire living training bags? Indeed. The disciples' expressions brightened with newfound excitement. But facing the divine realm, is this not courting death? Luli recognized their hesitations and waved them off. Go all out. The sect leader will protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, all disciples at the Xinyu realm surged forward with fervor. By the heavens! The envoy's party was utterly demoralized. They were outnumbered, with at least 8,000 against them. How could they possibly fight back? Yet, instinct drove them to act. Roar! The silver-armored general pointed, commanding a lion-shaped battle soul with its maw agape, lunging toward the disciples. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the Xinyu realm would be terrified at the sight. But today, they had the indomitable sect leader by their side. Countless sword patterns swirled around him, the sword's soul erupting forth like a radiant orb. Have they lost their minds? Are they willing to sacrifice their lives? The colossal lion's phantom descended, its enormous claws thrashing violently in the next moment. Whoosh! A beam of light cleaved through the air, striking the lion's phantom squarely on the forehead. Crack! The lion's phantom was split in two. The silver-armored general coughed up blood, his form immediately sagging. Seizing the opportunity, the disciples swiftly struck with their swords. Thump! 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 In an instant, the silver-armored general was reduced to a mist of blood. I struck a blow against a divine realm expert. I landed 10 blows. I, too, struck 100. What a thrill! A divine realm expert was dispatched by a mere group of Xinyu realm disciples in seconds. It was utterly invigorating. The other disciples rubbed their hands together, eager to join in. Their admiration for Luli's sword to celestial heights, is no exaggeration to say that if Luli commanded them to slay a formidable being in the divine concealment realm, they would do so without hesitation. The remaining divine generals were left dumbfounded, who claimed that there was a period of weakness after enduring a heavenly tribulation. This was more invigorating than a blood-boosting tonic. We are divine generals. You cannot kill us. Yes, if you slay us, how will you explain it to the divine kingdom? Spare us, and we shall speak well of the Sword Saint sect within the divine kingdom. Moreover, with the divine envoy having escaped, they feared the divine kingdom's flying chariot would arrive in the blink of an eye. The masters of the peak sneered, unleashing an array of sword patterns that surrounded the flying chariot like a fortress. Save your words for the king of hell, Luli smiled, snapping his fingers. A cry of anguish echoed from afar, drawing everyone's gaze upwards. A black, swiftly approached, crashing heavily onto the deck with a resounding thud. Coughing, the figure raised his head, gasping for breath, while the envoy's party turned pale with dread. The divine envoy. What happened? Did he not escape? Everyone was perplexed, their eyes darting toward Luli, with his hands clasped behind his back. Luli tossed his head with flair. Am I not a 5-star array master? I merely allowed you to fly for a little longer. Look at how smug you are. Chapter 4. A mentor worthy of instruction. The cat enjoys the process of catching the mouse. What? The sect leader claims to be a 5-star array master. Heavens, am I hearing correctly? What kind of monster has emerged from the Sword Saint sect? The Sword Saint sect was in an uproar. Alchemists of the Azure pattern, array masters of 5 stars. Was there no end to their wonders? When the disciples looked at Luli again, their expressions had turned numb. Well then, do you still wish to speak well of the Sword Saint sect? Luli teased. The divine envoy's face was grim, as if mourning a loss. Having wasted so much breath, it is time to send you on your way. I have important matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of cold light flashed, and the members of the envoy felt a chill at their throats, instinctively clutching their necks. Sizzle. Streams of blood gushed from their fingertips. And they struggled to speak, only managing to expel frothy blood as their bodies crumpled onto the deck. In an instant, the envoy was annihilated. What is this? Beside the corpses, a number of glowing boxes lay scattered. Luli casually summoned them into his hands. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze treasure chest 11, silver treasure chest 1. Would you like to open them? Open. Luli's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the treasures inside. Ding, congratulations, host. The bronze treasure chest has been successfully opened. You have obtained Spirit Weapon, Spirit Sword, Gale Sword Technique, Meteor Fist Manual, and 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Ding, congratulations, host. The silver treasure chest has been opened. Yielding the 9 young divine art, by the heavens, Luli gasped in astonishment. With such abundant rewards from a single sword strike, was the system intent on turning him into a killing machine? Gazing at the overflowing items in his system inventory, Luli inquired, Can I dispose of these items as I please? Items belong to the host and can be freely allocated. Now that's more like it. After securing the treasures, Luli addressed the disciples of the Sword Saint sect, saying, Descend the mountain immediately and boldly stir up trouble. The sect leader will protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, showering the area with a cascade of yellow rain. A disciple hastily snatched up a piece, exclaiming in terror, A communication talisman? Luli gave a thumbs up. Well done. Faced with life and death, activating this talisman will summon the peak masters and elders for swift rescue. So go forth and flaunt your prowess. The disciples, carefully holding the talismans, swiftly tucked them away. In an instant, countless figures darted in all directions, leaving the Sword Saint sect desolate, with only a few newly initiated disciples and some miscellaneous workers remaining. As Luli stepped into the sword tomb, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. The system has refreshed the check-in location. Would the host like to check in immediately? With a slight smile, Luli chose to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the sword tomb and have received the 9 scripture. 9 scripture? Luli was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this a martial arts technique from a wuxia world? Coupled with the 9 yang divine skill, the concepts of 9 yin and 9 yang were complete. Holding both the 9 yang divine skill and the 9 yin scripture, he found it perplexing why the system granted him this technique for cultivation. After perusing it, he realized it was indeed a remarkable cultivation method. The 9 yang divine skill consists of 9 layers. With each layer cultivated, one can condense a round of blazing sun. The 9 yin scripture is also divided into 9 layers. Cultivating each layer allows one to condense a round of bright moon. Yin and Yang are the essence of the heavenly path. When practiced to its pinnacle, the manifestation of 9 yangs and the return of 9 moons could shatter the stars and boil the seas. However, the cultivation process is somewhat demanding, requiring not only the essence of the sun and moon, but also a strand of heavenly fire and a strand of earthly fire to unleash the true power of 9 yin and 9 yang. What is even more extraordinary is that upon completion, one's dantian forms a realm of its own, with spiritual power that is inexhaustible and boundless. Excellent. After reading through it, Lu Li smiled slightly. He must cultivate it. As he pondered, the space ahead distorted as if torn open by an invisible force, and the last remaining ancestor of the Sword Saint sect emerged from the rift. Lu Li, you have established the Emperor Heaven. The ancestor's gaze was fervent. Good, good, good. Lu Li bowed in respect, saying, thanks to the ancestor's blessings. You are less than 100 years old and have established the Emperor Heaven. Truly a prodigy. I am ashamed in comparison. The ancestor nodded repeatedly. The ancestor, over 200 years of age, had stagnated at the pinnacle of Emperor Heaven for decades, fearing that if he could not break through, he would ultimately face death and obliteration. On the path of cultivation, how long and arduous it is. The Great Way has 50 branches. Why leave one behind? Lu Li casually remarked. The ancestor's eyes lit up, murmuring, the Great Way has 50 branches. Why leave one behind? I understand, I understand. Lu Li smiled gently. In the path of sword cultivation, thunder serves as the edge, clouds as the blade, the heavens as the body, and the earth as the hilt. From the heights of the 9 skies to the depths of the abyss, what constitutes a breakthrough? Why break through? There is but one explanation. Because the boundary lies right there. Boom, boom, thunder roared in the heavens. Dark clouds swirling. The ancestor's expression changed drastically, his voice trembling. Words manifest the law. A natural phenomenon arises. Lu Li, I thank you. As the ancestor's voice fell, he leaped into the rift in space. In the next moment, amidst the flashing lightning and rolling thunder above, a golden dragon-like figure entwined itself around an invisible giant sword. The ancestor's body suddenly levitated, terrifying sword patterns surging around him. He is about to break through. Lu Li nodded and smiled. The ancestor is indeed teachable. At that moment, with the heavens above and clouds beneath his feet, and sword patterns dancing wildly around him, the terrifying divine aura overshadowed the entire Sword Saint sect. Countless gazes converged on the sword tomb, cheering loudly, the ancestor has achieved divinity. The ancestor has achieved divinity. The Qin prefecture now has a divine position, and the Sword Saint sect finally has a chance to regain its former glory. On the 9 peaks, each of the masters was filled with excitement. In the northern part of Qin prefecture, amidst 100,000 desolate mountains, Duan Feiyu, dragging her weakened body, struggled to move. She had witnessed the divine might of the ancestor of the Sword Saint sect and felt her heart sink. Days prior, at the sword pool competition of the Sword Saint sect, she had challenged the prodigies with ruthless tactics, only to be stripped of her spiritual embryo by the sect leader, her entire cultivation obliterated. Had she not shattered the teleportation array in time, she might have already met her end. I must take revenge. I must take revenge. A piercing scream echoed through the desolate mountains. Then take me as your master. Duan Feiyu vented her madness when suddenly a deep, hoarse voice resonated in her ears. Startled, she immediately knelt down. Disciple Duan Feiyu greets master. He, this child can be taught. As Duan Feiyu lay prostrate on the ground, she quietly inquired, disciple is ignorant. May I ask for master's name? Ha 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 ha. That hoarse voice erupted in laughter. Put away your little thoughts. I am the remnant sword. Your spiritual embryo was destroyed, making it perfect to cultivate my method. It is truly fate. Chapter 5. Blinded by dog eyes in the sword tomb, the ancestor's figure descended gracefully. Now that he had entered the divine concealment realm, he had gained 100 years of lifespan, and his appearance had become notably youthful. Lu Li was currently comprehending the 9 Yang divine skill and the 9 Yin scripture when he felt a slight disturbance in the balance of Yin and Yang beside him, prompting the ancestor to rush over. Are you worried, ancestor? Lu Li asked, perplexed. Upon approaching Lu Li, the ancestor immediately understood the cause of the disturbance and replied irritably, what am I worried about? Once in the divine concealment, both gods and demons conceal themselves. The world avoids me. Lu Li chuckled. Then I'll have to rely on your protection, Ancestor. I trust you like I trust a ghost. The Ancestor rolled his eyes. You brat are quite mischievous. As they spoke, the Ancestor flicked his finger, and a spirit ring appeared before Lu Li. You have established the Emperor. You need a suitable weapon, along with 3-star flower herbs. As a small token from your Ancestor, Lu Li accepted the spirit ring. Thank you, Ancestor. I have one more matter to consult with you. The Ancestor stroked his half-black, half-white beard. Oh, go ahead, Lu Li inquired. I wish to know where I can find the heavenly Yang divine fire and the earthly Yin ghost fire. What do you need those for? The Ancestor raised an eyebrow. We are sword cultivators, Lu Li smiled. These are of great use to me. The Ancestor nodded, not probing further, though he found Lu Li's transformation after experiencing the heavenly tribulation somewhat unfathomable. Well, aside from those with masters, there are strands of heavenly Yang divine fire and earthly Yin ghost fire about to emerge, located in Foaming Mountain and Blood Moon Forest, respectively. Foaming Mountain and Blood Moon Forest. These two places are essential. The first layer of 9 Yin and 9 Yang has already shown signs of change. Lu Li dared not attempt cultivation again without acquiring the Yin and Yang divine fire. Returning to his residence, Lu Li was lost in thought before a copper mirror when the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding! The system has issued a side mission. Eliminate Duan Feiyu, with a time limit of 3 years. Duan Feiyu? Lu Li was slightly taken aback. Wasn't she rendered a cripple by me after I destroyed her spiritual embryo? Could she have had some fortuitous encounter? Lu Li grinned, finding it unsurprising. If even crossing into another realm could happen, what else was there to be astonished about? Then let us take decisive action. I in the palace of the great Zhou divine kingdom. Emperor Duan Zhengting slammed the table in fury. What? The divine nation's envoy has vanished without a trace. Divine General Ji Zhaoqing felt a tremor in his heart and bowed. Your Majesty, this matter is suspicious. The Sword Saint Sect's sect leader has broken through to the Emperor and established himself. And that old man Zhu Tian has also achieved a divine position. The envoy's disappearance is likely related to the Sword Saint Sect. Duan Zhengting's expression darkened. Sword Saint Sect, we have finally reached this point of revealing our daggers. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he trembled slightly. Spread the word to the Xintian domain. The Chaos Lingling Tower is within the Sword Saint Sect. Zhaoqing exclaimed. Does your Majesty mean the treasured cultivation tower? The Chaos Lingling Tower? Is there a second one in this world? Duan Zhengting snorted coldly. We must first incite chaos within the Sword Saint Sect. Indeed, chaos was brewing within the Sword Saint Sect. Not because someone had come to stir trouble, but because someone was calling off an engagement. In the skies above Qin Prefecture, a luxurious flying chariot floated, adorned with banners, drawn by 8 pure white heavenly steeds, heading straight for the Sword Saint Sect. On the deck stood 2 graceful figures, their beautiful eyes gazing at the palace gradually coming into focus below the clouds. Yo, Master, are you really going to call off the engagement? Xia Shui asked. Xu Yuyu nodded, her demeanor haughty. I don't even know what that guy Lu Li looks like. If he turns out to be an ugly monster, where would I go to cry? Xia Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuyu, with your beauty, you and the Crown Prince of Dian are a match made in heaven. The strength of the Dian Divine Kingdom far surpasses that of the Sword Saint Sect. Su Yuyu pouted. I wonder what my royal grandfather was thinking back then, insisting on this engagement with the Sword Saint Sect. As the two exchanged playful banter, a fiery cloud unicorn descended onto the deck, and a young man in splendid robes leaped down. Second prince? Second cousin? Su Yuyu and Xia Shui exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. What are you doing here? Su Yuyu asked. Chu Xiaoran smiled slightly. I am training in Qin Prefecture and learned that Yuyu was heading to the Sword Saint Sect. So I thought I'd join the fun. You won't mind, will you? Welcome, very welcome. Su Yuyu's expression shifted slightly. The Sword Mountain. Ever since the disciples above the spirit martial realm were ordered down the mountain by Lu Li, there were not enough patrols on the mountain. The masters of the 9 peaks grumbled, pushing the master of the sword control peak to seek the sect leader for protective arrangements on Sword Mountain. Fortunately, Lu Li was approachable, taking the master of the sword control peak with him as they soared through the air. Watching the array patterns form from the sect leader's fingertips and fall upon the peaks of the Sword Saint, the master of the sword control peak nearly pulled out his beard in astonishment. This just works? No, achoo. Lu Li rubbed his nose, sneezing before he could finish his sentence. Who the hell is whispering behind my back? he exclaimed as he looked up to see a luxurious flying chariot being pulled by 8 magnificent white steeds. Goodness, this is simply ostentatious. Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the epitome of grandeur. Normally, such a chariot would only require spirit stones to power a conventional formation. Yet here they had chosen to flaunt wealth with 8 celestial steeds. Who could it be? Lu Li wondered. The princess of the Dayan divine nation. Perhaps? The master of Yujin Peak cast a peculiar glance at Lu Li, as if there were unspoken words lingering in the AI or Lu Li, being astute, understood the implication. As the sect leader, I command you to speak plainly. The master of Yujin Peak nearly stumbled from the clouds. The sect leader has a betrothal with the Dayan kingdom, but alas, they do not deem the sect leader worthy, he replied nervously. What? Lu Li fumed. Has she lost her senses? Am I not handsome? Am I not wealthy? What sort of eyes do they have? The master of Yujin Peak had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the sect leader and awkwardly remarked. Indeed, it is the loss of the Dayan princess. With his hands on his hips, Lu Li declared, let's return and see what they intend to do. Outside the gates of the Sword Saint sect. The celestial steeds descended with the chariot, as Xia Shui assisted Su Yuyu and Chu Xiaoran, along with several attendants, as they disembarked. Ascending the steps, they headed directly towards the sword hall. That's odd. Why is it so desolate here? No one has come to welcome the princess, Su Yuyu remarked coldly, clearly displeased. Asked the daughter of the princess of the Dayan divine nation. She was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers wherever she went. The Sword Saint sect is rather presumptuous, isn't it? As they walked, Chu Xiaoran commented, I told you this Sword Saint sect is quite ordinary. Just look at the strength of these disciples. They are all at the Qi martial realm. Compared to our Holy Emperor Academy, they fall far short. Chapter 6. The Crimson Begonia. It seems the outside world has indeed overrated the Sword Saint sect. Even if he is the sect leader, how formidable can he truly be? Yu is the woman of the crown prince of the divine nation. How could a mere third-rate sect leader dare to covet her? Before long, they arrived outside the sword hall, where an elder and several disciples came to greet them. I am Mo1. Honored to meet the young princess and the second prince. Humph. Xia Shui scoffed. Such grandeur from the Sword Saint sect. The second prince and the young princess arrive, and you send only an elder to greet us? The elder was taken aback by her words, then quickly donned a smile. The sect leader is occupied with important matters and is not at the sword hall. Chu Xiaoran coldly demanded, why don't you hurry and summon your sect leader to welcome us? Second prince, I have already informed you. The sect leader is not present. The elder's expression turned grim. Xia Shui remarked, I suspect your sect leader is aware of the princess's arrival to annul the engagement and is deliberately hiding away. I think so too, the second prince chimed in. For a third-rate sect like yours to associate with the princess of the Dayan divine nation, even the Xintian domain would have to show some respect, which is likely why your sect leader is reluctant to appear. Delaying for a moment is one thing, but the princess is certainly not someone a mere sect leader can covet. Su Yuyu added. The elder's face darkened at the slander. This is pure defamation. Our Sword Saint sect does not need the Dayan kingdom to bolster our reputation. Quite right, the sect leader is extraordinary. Unmatched in the world. Indeed, the sect leader's alchemy and talismans are both unparalleled. Each a realm you can only aspire to. It is likely that the Dayan kingdom is eager to marry off their princess to our remarkable sect leader. That makes sense. The disciples behind the elder, each a staunch supporter of Lu Li, chose to defend their leader upon hearing disparaging remarks. Enough, Xia Shui shouted, her figure a blur. With a series of sharp sounds, the faces of the disciples bore the imprint of a palm. The elder choked, drawing his sword. Young princess, your people are causing a ruckus at the Sword Saint sect. How will you explain this? Explain? Su Yu laughed disdainfully. You think you are worthy to demand an explanation from me? If you speak out of turn, I shall not hesitate to kill you. How brazen of the princess. I would sacrifice my life to defend the honor of the sect. The elder declared, raising his sword. Come, young princess, you are a guest. I shall allow you 3 strikes. Su Yu scoffed, and Xia Shui darted forward. First strike, then we shall deal with that cowardly sect leader. As her voice faded, she vanished like a wisp of purple smoke that a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, thickening the atmosphere. A pearl-sized red point floated a few feet above the ground. expanding instantaneously into a begonia flower. Vivid as blood, a fifth-grade battle spirit, the blood begonia. No wonder you are so arrogant. The elder's shoulders trembled, a clear ringing echoing as a blood-colored thin sword emerged from his shoulder, its tail vibrating rapidly. Come, I will allow you 3 strikes. Swish! The begonia bloomed, its scent intoxicating. The weaker disciples felt their heads grow heavy, their limbs weak. The blood-red mist rolled like ink, swiftly engulfing the elder. Elder! The disciples of the Sword Saint sect shouted in alarm. The attendants behind Su Yu wore triumphant expressions. Tio challenge my aunt is to seek death. Indeed, she could dispatch that old man with a single strike. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect drew their swords, preparing to rush forward and rescue their elder. Xia Shui raised an eyebrow. The hidden danger within the blood mist suddenly erupted. Crack! The blood mist crackled with lightning, lashing out ferociously. I shall not bully you. Old man, each whip counts as a strike, and after 3, you may retaliate. Within the blood mist, the elder initially found his senses clouded, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he bit his tongue. Regaining clarity, drawl, he shouted. As the blood light flashed, his sword soaring into the sky, slicing a path through the blood mist. Xia Shui's heart raced. She swiftly gathered her spirit energy, channeling it into the blood mist to mend the rift. However, the elder surged forth, his figure darting like lightning. 5th-grade battle spirit is nothing extraordinary. Allow me to show you the might of my sword spirit. As his words fell, the elder stomped his foot, unleashing a torrent of sword patterns led by the crimson light, striking down at Xia Shui. Xia Shui recoiled, a swath of red clouds trailing behind her. However, she was outpaced by the speed of the sword patterns. Countless sword patterns fell upon the red clouds. With a splatter, a blood arrow shot forth from the dissipating red clouds, sending a disheveled figure crashing to the ground. Xia Shui was momentarily stunned, barely rising when a flash of red light appeared beneath her chin, poised to pierce her throat with a slight movement. You have lost, the elder declared, sheathing his sword as he turned away. Yet, an unexpected twist occurred. Xia Shui flicked her wrist, revealing a gleaming dagger. Be careful. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect gasped in alarm. The elder's heart sank as he spun around just in time. The dagger glinted coldly and, with blinding speed, plunged into his chest. You despicable! The elder staggered back, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. I have yet to concede. How can you claim victory? Xia Shui rose defiantly. Old man, are you willing to fight again? The elder, wounded and losing his spiritual energy, was uncertain if he could survive, let alone fight again. I will kill you. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect glared. Charging forward, Xia Shui's gaze turned icy. Fools, with a flurry, the dagger whirled. The remaining disciples of the Sword Saint sect, all at the Qi martial realm, were no match for those at the Xian void realm. And they fell in droves. You shameless lot. This is an ambush. You wait. Our sect leader will avenge us. The disciples clutched their wounds, their eyes filled with anger. Su Yu inquired. Where is your sect leader? I fear he will not show. Xia Shui pointed at a disciple of the Sword Saint sect. Summon your sect leader. Pa! The disciple spat defiantly at Xia Shui. You think you are worthy? The spit landed squarely on her collar. And due to the close distance and unexpectedness, Xia Shui found herself unable to evade. You seek death? Furious, Xia Shui flicked her dagger, slicing the disciple's throat. Junior brother, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect cried out in horror. Do you believe I won't eliminate every last one of you? Xia Shui's expression twisted with rage. Come on, you old hag, the disciples shouted back. What? Xia Shui was taken aback. Someone dared to call her an old hag. I will have you all dead with that, the blood-red begonia billowed upwards, crackling with electric fury. The disciples exchanged glances, then turned in unison to face Xia Shui. Even if you kill us, we will still insult you. Shameless old hag, Chapter 7. Not even the slightest interest. Xia Shui's face turned ashen, her delicate features contorted with rage. Women from any realm are all the same. To insult her beauty is a matter unforgivable. The crimson cloud surged with fury, resembling a colossal beast from primordial times, poised to devour the gathered disciples within its gaping MW. Su Yu appeared unfazed. Mere lowly disciples, their demise was inconsequential. Chu Xiaoran's lips curled into a slight smirk, his handsome visage exuding an alluring charm. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect closed their eyes, drawing in what might be their final breath. Suddenly, a flash of red light streaked through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Xu Yuyu and Chu Xiaoran blinked in disbelief, and upon focusing their gaze again, they realized that Xia Shui had vanished. What? The crowd gasped, eyes widening in shock. A figure hung from a tree 10 paces away. It was Xia Shui. Presently, she wore an expression of terror, a long sword piercing through her shoulder, having been abruptly yanked from the scene and firmly impaled against the trunk. Who? Su Yuyu shouted, her aura surging violently, a wave of blood energy erupting from her being, a vermilion bird manifesting above her head. Master of the Abyss, save me! Xia Shui cried out, drenched in blood and trembling. Simultaneously, Chu Xiaoran's presence intensified as he unleashed his 8th-tier battle spirit to eye in an instant. The vermilion bird and the demon crawler spiraled through the air. Vermilion bird battle spirit, demon crawler battle spirit. The crowd gasped in awe. Having long known of the princess and the second prince's extraordinary battle spirits, witnessing their prowess firsthand was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, Su Yuyu and Chu Xiaoran displayed their formidable strength at the 9th level of the profound void. Particularly, Su Yuyu's vermilion bird roared behind her, surrounded by countless colorful feathers, as if preparing for a grave confrontation. Her gaze sweeping the area. In the next moment, 2 figures gracefully approached. One of them, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an effortless swagger, a smile gracing his lips. You dare to harm my disciples of the Sword Saint sect? Luli waved his sleeve, conjuring a refreshing breeze that lifted the gravely injured Elder Ji, infusing him with a surge of spiritual energy. Elder Ji grunted, his eyes fluttering open. Upon hearing Lu Li's voice, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect opened their eyes to find their master, appearing like an otherworldly being before them. Master! They cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Lu Li gracefully swept his sleeve, lifting the group of disciples and quickly staunching their wounds atop the sword peak. Upon seeing Lu Li, Su Yuyu felt her heart race. Was there truly such a transcendent man in the world? Who was he? The master? Lu Li? A sudden jolt of realization struck her. This scene did not go unnoticed by Chu Xiaoran, who snorted coldly, "Who are you to dare show such disrespect to the Dalian Divine Kingdom?" As his words fell, a figure flickered before them, revealing a breathtakingly handsome face, almost touching his nose. Lu Li, master of the Sword Saint sect. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in Su Yuyu's mind. It was truly him. My fiancé? Lu Li? Chu Xiaoran shuddered, involuntarily retreating a few steps, gazing at Lu Li in terror. Master of the Abyss, save me! Xia Shui gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Only then did Su Yuyu regain her composure, clearing her throat to alleviate her own embarrassment. You are Lu Li. Release Xia Shui at once. She commanded. Release? Lu Li scoffed. To kill my disciples? How could I let this slide lightly? With a swift motion, a cold glint flashed from his sleeve. Thud. A second sword pierced Xia Shui's other shoulder, blood dripping profusely. You audacious fool! Su Yuyu exclaimed, her voice trembling with suppressed fury. Once again pierced by a blade, the sensation of death washed over Xia Shui, yet she mustered a fragment of strength. You dare to lay hands on me? Do you know who I am? I am the little princess, chief maidservant, beloved by the princess. Release me at once. Xia Shui poured all her remaining strength into her words, seething with indignation at Lu Li. However, Lu Li remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips as he appraised Su Yuyu from head to toe. It is you who has an engagement with this master. You have neither beauty, form, nor grace, yet you dare to flaunt yourself. What? Su Yuyu exploded with rage. In the Dian Divine Kingdom, who did not praise her otherworldly beauty, unmatched across the realm? Trembling with fury, she summoned the vermilion bird's illusion, which emitted a piercing cry and unleashed a rain of vividly colored feathered swords, each imbued with deadly poison. That moment, facing the onslaught of toxic feathers, Lu Li maintained an air of indifference. Yet his gaze sharpened. If you seek death, I shall grant it. With a resounding boom, his imperial might fully unleashed, a formidable pressure enveloped the area, rendering all breathless. The imperial aura was terrifying. When did the Sword Saint sect acquire an emperor? The princess's entourage quivered, some collapsing to their knees involuntarily. In that instant, Lu Li stepped forward, soaring into the air, his palms swirling, exuding an overwhelming presence. Slap! Before the crowd could comprehend what transpired, a resounding slap echoed, sending a figure hurtling through the air. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply, astonished to see the so-called genius little princess of the divine kingdom being sent flying by a single blow. Chapter 8. Blood Moon Forest Thud. Su Yuyu fell to the ground, rolling over to spit out a mouthful of blood, her gaze venomous as she glared at Lu Li. Princess. Her attendants rushed forward, encircling her protectively, fearing Lu Li might strike again. Chu Xiaoran's face turned pale. Lu Li's audacity was astonishing. He dared to strike the little princess of the Yin divine kingdom. This was insurrection. Chu Xiaoran's presence surged, the demon crawler battle spirit ascending into the air. Humph! Lu Li was equally enraged. You, a mere first-tier venerable, dare to show off before me. You may have a battle spirit, but witness my sword spirit. Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. The boundless sword patterns shimmered into existence, surrounding a terrifying red long sword, vibrating in response to Chu Xiaoran's demon crawler battle spirit, unleashing a violent sonic wave. Roar! The demon crawler's illusion howled in despair. Trembling as it retreated into Chu Xiaoran's body, the crowd stood in stunned silence. What kind of battle spirit was this? A single cry was enough to frighten an 8th-tier spirit into submission. Chu Xiaoran stumbled, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Lu Li. What do you want? I am the second prince of the Yin divine kingdom. Lu Li's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression laden with condescension. Second prince of the Yin divine kingdom? How frightful! Though he claimed to be frightened, his disdain was evident. Take your people and leave. At that moment, Su Yuyu consumed a pill, her complexion improving slightly as she glared at Lu Li with resentment. I must take Xia Shui with me. Impossible! Lu Li retorted coldly. To kill is to pay with one's life. It is only just. If she leaves, then anyone may come to my Sword Saint sect to kill at their whim. Su Yuyu's complexion darkened. She could not overpower him, and her status held no weight. Fine, fine, fine. Remember this, Sword Saint sect. What? Lu Li narrowed his eyes. Compensation, the flying chariot, and the fire cloud Lin. Very well, since you acknowledge your mistake, this master shall not be petty. You may leave, I forgive you. Pfft. Su Yuyu, both furious and exasperated, spat out another mouthful of blood. How shameless was Lu Li, crafting an elaborate ruse with mere words to retain the Yin divine kingdom's flying chariot. Chu Xiaoran, equally infuriated, declared, We shall leave, indeed, without the flying chariot and the fire cloud Lin. The princess's entourage departed the Sword Saint sect in a disheveled state. The master of the Sword Peak wore a worried expression. Master, having just established your imperial might, it is unwise to make enemies everywhere. Lu Li chuckled, merely a bunch of clowns. Why concern ourselves with enemies? The master of the Sword Peak fell silent, reluctantly shifting the topic to Xia Shui. How shall we deal with this individual? Lu Li waved his hand, declaring, the killer must be killed. Xia Shui trembled, pleading, No, no, you cannot kill me. I belong to the little princess. Lu Li retorted, So, those of the little princess are beyond reproach? Who decreed that? As his words fell, two sharp glints shot back into him, and Xia Shui's body crashed down. Those wronged have their avengers. The disciple she killed surely has brothers or friends who will seek vengeance. With that, Lu Li turned to depart. Xia Shui, terrified, crawled towards him, desperately bowing her head. Master, master, please show mercy. I do not wish to die. I possess a secret, one concerning the Sword Saint sect. Lu Li halted, intrigued by the mention of the Sword Saint sect's secret. Speak, and I may spare your life, he said. 30 years ago, the Xintian domain besieged the Sword Saint sect. It was instigated by the Yin and Zhou kingdoms, who claimed that the Chaos Lingling Tower was hidden within the Sword Saint sect. The Chaos Lingling Tower? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, as the memories left to him by his predecessor contained tales of this entity. It was said that the tower had 7 levels, each corresponding to a realm. Entering the tower for cultivation could yield a day's worth of progress equivalent to a year outside. Most importantly, the Xintian domain had only 6 realms, and everyone yearned to know what lay beyond the divine concealment realm. Some claim that transcending the divine concealment led to the celestial realm, with the seventh level of the Chaos Lingling Tower acting as the key to unlock it. However, legends remain unverified, as the tower had been lost to time. "Do you know where the Chaos Lingling Tower is?" Lu Li inquired. Xiaoshue's expression was conflicted, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and said, "It is said to be in the demon spirit domain." "The demon spirit domain," exclaimed the master of the sword peaked. It was a place shrouded in mystery, separated from the Xintian domain by the vast sea of death, even more enigmatic than the demon domain itself. The Tianma left by Su Yuyu and the fire cloud Lin of Chu Shaoran were among the lowest-tier beasts in the demon spirit domain. Yet they had become the most sought-after mounts in the Xintian domain. "This news is rather disheartening," Lu Li mused, feeling troubled. Suddenly, the air before him twisted, revealing a fleeting image of a disciple of the Sword Saint sect being besieged and killed. The vision vanished as quickly as it appeared. It was Qing Luan. The master of the Sword Peak recognized her instantly, for she was the talented disciple of the Sword Peak. In an instant, Lu Li's figure disappeared, his voice echoing, "While the death penalty can be evaded, the living must face consequences. Your cultivation will be stripped, and you shall serve as labor." Upon hearing this, Xia Shui exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. Preserving her life was paramount. Beneath the vast sky, a streak of white light shot past. It was Lu Li soaring through the air. This marked Lu Li's first departure from the heavenly sword mountain. After all, the memories he held did not belong to him. As he flew over towering peaks, dense forests, and boundless lakes, an exhilarating sensation washed over him. The previous imagery had been of the Blood Moon Forest, a recognized training ground in the Xintian domain. Days later, Lu Li arrived at the Blood Moon Forest, where vibrant flowers and exotic plants thrived, and human cultivators were aplenty. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the forest, drawing Lu Li's attention. A handsome young man clad in a purple-gold python robe rode a jade-eyed golden beast, exuding an air of authority. "The Prince of the Great Zhou has also come to the Blood Moon Forest. Indeed, he was worthy of being a prince of the Divine Kingdom, having reached the 9th level of the Void at such a young age. It was enviable. He was born with a golden key, while others toiled their entire lives without matching his effortless achievements. Thus, they directed their focus towards the flicker of ghostly flames, the only path to transform their destinies." Earthly ghost fire? Lu Li realized. Had not the ancestor mentioned that ghostly flames would emerge in the Blood Moon Forest? These individuals had come seeking the earthly fire. It seemed this journey would not be peaceful. The Prince of the Great Zhou was likely Duan Feiyu's elder brother. Rumor had it that the third Prince of the Great Zhou awakened the Xianin battle soul, and the earthly ghost fire was a treasure favorable for his cultivation, which explained his presence here. However, he truly had a knack for arrogance. At that moment, Duan Yichen, riding the jade-eyed golden beast, suddenly noticed Lu Li's silhouette. "This person seems like a dog, but why do I feel an inexplicable depth to him?" Duan Yichen pondered, continuing to bask in the adoration of those around him. Chapter 9. The fear of ignorance. Lu Li pressed onward, soon reaching the place where Qing Luan had battled. The scene was chaotic, with dried blood staining the ground beneath the trees. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence. "Robbery!" 3 men and 2 women emerged from the woods. The men were burly, wielding massive axes and hammers, clearly built for strength, while the women, alluring and coy, gazed at Lu Li, giggling behind their hands. "Oh, little brother, you're quite handsome. Sister wants to protect you." The burly man with the axe swung it down, smashing a stone, and bellowed, "Hand over your spirit rings and scram." Lu Li couldn't help but chuckle at their lack of sophistication. "Is this how you conduct a robbery, without even a proper slogan? How disrespectful to your profession. Allow me to teach you." With a sharp draw of his sword, Lu Li proclaimed, "This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll." The robbers were momentarily stunned. "Have we encountered a fool?" The 2 women exchanged glances, lamenting the waste of such a fine appearance. Seeing the robbers unmoved, Lu Li shook his head, lamenting, "Ignorance is truly terrifying. Do you not understand what it means to rob?" "What? Did I mishear? Did he just say he wants to rob us?" "Truly a fool," one of the women scoffed, her interest waning. The burly man laughed heartily. "No way, San Yang. You find a fool appealing. Do you really think he would open the door for us? Lu Li's temper flared at the insult. Being compared to a woman lacking in charms was far more offensive. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a glint of cold light pierced through the burly man's brow. Boom! The man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The robbers' expressions shifted dramatically as they stared at Lu Li in disbelief. This is incredible. We were blind to your prowess. We take our leave. Will you not take your spirit rings? Lu Li smirked. Do you think I would let you go? San Yang trembled. Handsome brother, you are so valiant and powerful. Why stoop to our level? We are merely passing through, having seen nothing. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman rolled their eyes, extending their hands in unison, declaring, I am blind. Good heavens! What a troupe of actors! With a flash of his sword, several bursts of blood mist erupted as the 4 were dispatched in an instant. In this foreign realm, survival demanded a ruthless heart. It was either kill or be killed. Had a weaker cultivator been in Lu Li's place, they would have been devoured without a trace. Reality was indeed harsh. As he grasped the 5 spirit rings that materialized in his palm, Lu Li finally comprehended why everyone aspired to be strong. Strength could defy fate and sever the ties of life and death. Beneath the darkened sky, with a crescent moon hanging low, Lu Li stood atop the treetops of the Blood Moon Forest, surveying his surroundings. Boom, boom. Duan Yichen, riding the jade-eyed golden beast, led a contingent towards him, their presence imposing and unyielding. The endless trees stretched on, undulating like slumbering behemoths, exuding an air of dominance. As they approached a hill, they leapt down, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Little did they know, someone was watching them from the shadows. After all, the name of the prince of the divine kingdom instilled fear. 8 levels of the revered realm, with 2 at the 9th. Lu Li sighed inwardly, recognizing that the Duan clan was indeed investing heavily in their quest for treasure. He furrowed his brow, realizing that such treasures were coveted by all. Yet in this scenario, a direct confrontation seemed improbable. Moreover, should his identity be revealed, the Sword Saint sect, in its current state, could not directly contend with the Great Zhou. What to do? Lu Li's head throbbed. At that moment, at the mouth of a cave on the hill, blue light flickered. Duan Yichen and his companions dashed into the cave. Inside, a voluptuous woman addressed Duan Yichen. Third Prince, you must honor your promise. Only take the ghost fire, and all other treasures belong to my Yushui Valley. Casting a greedy glance at the woman's figure, Duan Yichen replied, Rest assured, as the Third Prince, I would never go back on my word. Thank you, Third Prince. Let us proceed, the woman said, her voice soft. Duan Yichen, with an air of arrogance, continued, This time, I have brought the Divine Kingdom's light armor guards. The entire Blood Moon Forest is under my control. The treasures cannot escape. What you may not know, my prince, is that I awakened the Xian in battle soul. The ghost fire is naturally attuned to me, and I can sense its condition. The woman nodded, and with the protection of the Duan clan's elite, they ventured deeper into the cave. The further they went, the colder it became, and those of lower strength struggled against the biting chill. Their faces turning pale, finally, they reached the innermost part of the cave, a vast chamber radiating strands of colorful cold light. The cold light spiraled and converged, taking root in a jade box. Duan Yichen smiled slightly. The earthly ghost fire, you are mine. As for that jade box, it belongs to you, my lady. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed through the cave, causing the walls to tremble. Accompanying beast, Duan Yichen commanded coldly. Kill them, whoosh whoosh. 4 figures sprang into action, darting toward the source of the sound. Yao Yun's face betrayed her worry. Duan Yichen said, There is no need for concern, Miss Yao Yun. This prince anticipated the presence of accompanying demon beasts and has brought along 4 golden-armored divine generals. The accompanying demon beast, which had emitted the tremendous noise, was a colossal rodent resembling a pangolin, clad in a thick shell. The 4 golden-armored generals leaped into the throng of beasts like celestial beings. Delivering a thunderous punch, boom, crack, crack, the force of this punch was akin to splitting mountains and shattering rocks, instantly obliterating a vast expanse of demon beasts. Duan Yichen laughed heartily, proclaiming the intent to slay the demon beasts before claiming the ethereal fire. Shimming palm, with a loud shout, Duan Yichen joined the fray, unleashing his palm like a tempest, fiercely striking at the horde of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with resounding sonic booms, and the cave became suffused with a crimson mist, permeating every inch of the space. The corpses of the demon beasts were reduced to ashes by the power of Duan Yichen's Xianin palm. Yao Yun, too, unleashed a butterfly battle spirit, its wings fluttering, sending gusts of wind crashing against the demon beast's shells. The 4 high-ranked cultivators spared no effort, leaving a multitude of demon beast carcasses scattered throughout the cave. After a brief tea break, the demon beasts were nearly exterminated. Within the cave, the floating blue light finally coalesced into the jade box, shimmering with a gentle glow. Duan Yichen was overjoyed, striding towards the jade box. Simultaneously, Lu Li entered the cave, keeping his distance from the group as he awaited an opportunity. If all else failed, he would be forced to seize it by force. He hoped the Zhu Xian sword array would catch the enemy off guard and eliminate them instantly. As he witnessed Duan Yichen approach the jade box, his face lit with ecstasy. Extending his arm, Lu Li took a deep breath. The limitless sword pattern surged, and the 4 Zhu Xian swords floated above his shoulders, ready to activate at a mere thought from Lu Li. Ding! The long silent system finally responded. Chapter 10, First to arrive. The system has refreshed the sign-in location to Blood Moon Forest. May I ask if the host wishes to sign in? Without further thought, Lu Li promptly declared, sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward: earthly and ethereal fire. Lu Li was taken aback, nearly jumping in astonishment. What is this operation? Did I doze off and get a pillow? Meanwhile, Duan Yichen, filled with joy, reached out towards the jade box, but just as his fingertips were about to touch it, the box suddenly moved. Whoosh! The jade box transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the cave like lightning. What? Duan Yichen was momentarily dazed, then shouted, intercept the ethereal fire. The golden armored generals were also taken aback, but in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the jade box vanished from the cave, at the other end of the cave. Although Lu Li had guessed the origin of the earthly and ethereal fire, he had not anticipated it would fly into his hands so inexplicably. What a scam! Gripping the jade box, he felt the overwhelming murderous intent from the golden armored generals. With no hesitation, Lu Li sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, escaping the cave. With the earthly and ethereal fire secured, he had no time for trifles. He was off. The arriving golden armored generals, with Duan Yichen's eyes nearly bulging with rage, shouted furiously, Who dares? Who dares to steal this prince's possession? Pursue and kill without mercy. The faces of the 4 golden armored generals turned ashen. To have something snatched from under their noses was a disgrace they could not afford. Your Highness, do not be angered. This person cannot escape. Duan Yichen, regaining his composure, felt a strange familiarity with the fleeing figure, as if he had seen it before. It is him. Yao Yun remarked, does the 3rd prince know this person? Duan Yichen shook his head, acknowledging only a brief encounter. He was certain that the intruder was from the Sword Saint sect. A slender golden-armored general remarked, the lingering aura of this person indeed belongs to a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator? Duan Yichen frowned. What use is a sword cultivator in obtaining the ethereal fire? Reporting to your highness, not long ago, the 7th princess's spirit embryo was destroyed, and the Sword Saint sect has since severed ties with the divine kingdom, hindering your highness from acquiring the treasured artifact and weakening your opponents, explained the golden-armored general. The anger that Duan Yichen had just quelled surged anew. Sword Saint sect, I shall not rest until you are eradicated. After a moment of silence, Duan Yichen produced a black token, promptly issuing orders to the light armor guards in Blood Moon Forest. Should you encounter any disciples of the Sword Saint sect, kill them without question. In the shadowy Blood Moon Forest, a sliver of silver light descended from the heavens. Lu Li sheathed his sword, a smile playing upon his lips. Reflecting on Duan Yichen's attempts at matchmaking and construction, having gone through all that trouble only to find himself as the groom, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Delightful. Lu Li nearly laughed out loud. He then found a rock to sit upon, and with a flick of his wrist, a wisp of blue flame danced in his palm, flickering playfully as this the earthly and ethereal fire. Lu Li mused quietly, his gaze falling upon the jade box containing the ethereal fire. Oh, what is this? Inside the box lay a vibrant green key, resting quietly. The ethereal fire in his palm seemed to take on a humanoid form, chattering away as if trying to communicate. After a while, Lu Li finally understood. You are a gift to me. The ethereal fire nodded. From now on, you shall be my flame. Let us thrive together, and I shall find you a companion in due time. The ethereal fire seemed to understand, letting out a joyful cheer before diving into Lu Li's right arm. A blue flame totem manifested upon his arm. Lu felt a surge of power. As the 9 true scripture activated on its OWN.IN the next moment, a radiant moon rose behind Lu Li, illuminating the blood moon forest. The first layer of the 9 true scripture was completed. Lu Li's aura, upon mastering this layer, became considerably restrained, presenting an appearance that belied his true strength. What in the world is going on? If I master the 9th layer of the 9 true scripture, will I not seem even more like an ordinary person? This confounding situation left Lu Li speechless. Rising slowly, he surveyed the blood moon forest, feeling quite pleased with himself, soaring through the skies on his sword above the blood moon forest. The scenery whizzed past, Lu Li's garments fluttering and hair billowing, a picture of elegance and grace. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent wafted through the forest. Upon closer inspection, it was the renowned Qing Tian from Yujin Peak, surrounded by several disciples, beset by dozens of armored men, struggling to hold their ground. The forest was a chaotic blur of blades and swords, with a chilling aura of death sweeping through. Li descended gracefully, finding a clean stone to sit upon. Rather than rushing into the fray, he opted to observe. Upon spotting their master, Qing Tian and the disciples felt a surge of hope and vigor, their resolve rekindled. The armored men, too, noticed Lu Li, and one of them barked, "Who goes there?" Lu Li lazily replied, "A living person, just watching the show." As he spoke, he nonchalantly pulled out a handful of seeds and began to crack them. The armored man retorted, "The light armor guards of Dazhou are on duty. Bystanders should retreat, or we shall consider you accomplices and eliminate you." Spitting out seed husks, Lu Li responded, "If you speak to me like that, I might become quite displeased, and the consequences could be dire." The armored man squinted at Lu Li. "Kid, why not learn from the heroes and save the damsel? Be careful not to lose your life." Lu Li smiled faintly, realizing he was indeed underestimated. Feeling a surge of annoyance, he casually shook his head, flipping his bangs. Whoosh! A beam of cold light shot forth, piercing through the armored man's brow in an instant. The crowd stood frozen, their souls trembling. To have someone kill with a mere headshake was terrifying. You know, the worst thing about watching a show is being interrupted. If I'm not pleased, you won't fare any better. Lu Li declared, dramatically shaking his sleeves, continuing to crack seeds. "Come on, fight. Don't just stand there. I'm here to enjoy the show." Qing Tian raised an eyebrow, her sword pattern swirling around her, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a strike. Thud. A sword shot forth, blood spraying, and a head soared into the AI art. Lu Li clucked his tongue. "Wow, so bloody. This is worth watching." Only then did the armored men snap back to their senses. Howling as they charged forward, one of them, in a panic, swung his weapon at Lu Li. "Pooh!" Lu Li continued to crack seeds nonchalantly, but the armored man suddenly froze, a black seed husk glaringly lodged in his brow. The other armored men were struck with terror, beads of sweat pouring down their foreheads, their legs trembling. "Get moving! Attack them!" Lu Li gestured towards the armored men, making it seem as if he were cheering on his own comrades. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Tian shouted, "Kill!" as the limitless sword pattern surged forth, instantly claiming 2 lives. The other disciples, not to be outdone, joined the fray. Lu Li observed, occasionally spitting seeds into the fray. The armored man who had intended to strike one of the sword Saint Sect disciples suddenly froze, his head severed by a sword. Chapter 11. Which rascal is plotting against me? The rain of blood fell, shadows plummeting in mere moments. Dozens of light armor guards were slaughtered, many perishing due to seed husks. How infuriating! Qing Tian held out a spiritual ring, presenting it respectfully before Lu Li. "Master." "Sure." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Li interrupted, "Qing Tian, look at me now. Calling me master seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" "Inappropriate? How so?" The azure phoenix blinked her large eyes, her face a picture of bewilderment. The previous Lu Li, sporting a 3-inch beard, exuded an air of utmost authority. However, since Lu Li had arrived, donning a beard at the tender age of 18 seemed rather awkward. Within the Sword Saint sect, He was expected to embody the dignified demeanor of a sect leader. He had to maintain a certain decorum, now that he had stepped beyond the confines of the Sword Saint sect. It felt akin to liberating oneself, rendering the beard superfluous. He had long since removed it, even indulging in a facial mask. His complexion was now so smooth and radiant. It was almost a pity he wasn't endorsing a cosmetics brand. Ah, it seems I have digressed. So, how should the disciple address the sect leader? Asked Qing Luan. I believe calling me senior brother would suffice, Lu Li replied, absent-mindedly stroking his now smooth chin, only to realize with a hint of embarrassment that there was nothing to stroke, and he awkwardly touched the bridge of his nose instead. Senior brother? Qing Luan gasped in surprise. This would disrupt the hierarchical order. It is absolutely unacceptable. Sect leader. Indeed. Lu Li shot her a piercing glance, wondering why this girl was so stubborn. Do not compel me to lose my temper. Relay this order. From now on, whenever outside the Sword Saint sect, address me as senior brother. Anyone who defies this command shall face dire consequences. As you wish, senior brother, Qing Luan and the other disciples replied in unison, resigning themselves to his decree. Now that's more like it. The spirit rings you hold have been divided among you as a token of our first meeting. Lu Li beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Su Yuyu and Chu Shaoran had finally returned to the Dian Imperial Palace. Upon hearing of the grievances suffered by her daughter, the Grand Princess furiously arched her brows and smashed the most precious piece of porcelain in her possession. Sword Saint sect, you shall await my wrath. Since returning to the palace, Su Yuyu's mind was consumed by that ethereal figure, repeatedly whispering to herself, it was wrong, entirely wrong. Even within her dreams, that figure lingered. And on several occasions, she yearned to grasp that figure's hand, only to awaken to the jarring reminder of her own unrequited feelings. Unrequited feelings? I never had any interest in you. Su Yuyu repeatedly uttered those words. Her body trembling, a trickle of blood seeping from her clenched fist. Lu Li, I want you to be utterly ensnared beneath my skirt, only to be unceremoniously cast aside. A slight twitch at the corner of Su Yuyu's mouth revealed a glimmer of malice in her eyes. That night, clad in a black cloak that concealed her true identity, Su Yuyu entered the Dark City. The so-called Dark City was merely a haven for those whose deeds were better left in the shadows. Where illicit activities thrived in secrecy, here, currency reigned supreme. You could procure anything your heart desired. Yet Su Yuyu had but a single purpose. She traversed a pitch-black underground passage until she reached the end, where a flickering lantern awaited, inscribed with the words, "Thousand Faces. Are you prepared?" A voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell reverberated. Su Yuyu nodded. Let us begin. The night was dark and windy. The waning moon resembling a hook, a youthful and striking figure abruptly leaped from a subterranean well, clad in simple garments, her braided pigtails cascading down her chest, embodying the image of a charming neighbor girl. Lu Li, the girl whispered, her silhouette vanishing into the night sky. Achoo. In the Blood Moon Forest, Lu Li led a contingent of followers, absent-mindedly sneezing several times for no apparent reason. Damn it, which scoundrel is plotting against me? Qing Luan trailed closely behind. Brother, are we truly heading to the camp of the light armor guards? Lu Li nonchalantly nodded. Indeed. Anyone who dares to bully me shall find themselves at a loss for their teeth. They want to know why the flowers are so red. As they journeyed, Qing Luan recounted the events that had unfolded in the Blood Moon Forest, igniting a fire of rage within Lu Li. What audacity! They truly believe they can lay claim to the Blood Moon Forest as their own. The ghost flame and the ruins of the mighty should not be trifled with. It is utterly disgusting. I shall seize your ghostly flames and boldly invade the ruins of the mighty. Let us see how you dare to challenge me. Meanwhile, I will gather news of Duan Feiyu and fulfill my system task. Lu Li mused to himself. Unbeknownst to him, the light armor guards in the Blood Moon Forest had already descended into madness, mercilessly hunting down disciples of the Sword Saint sect. The first to encounter the ambush was the prodigy of the Falling Sword Peak, Mu Tianyu. After receiving pills from the sect leader, he broke through to the 4th level of the Xuanchu realm on the spot. With a spirit of grandeur, Mu Tianyu rallied his fellow brothers and charged into the Blood Moon Forest. Originally, the Blood Moon Forest was a lawless zone until someone returned with an imperial weapon and Earth-grade combat techniques, sending the place into a frenzy. The so-called frenzy was merely a quest for wealth amid danger. Every night, the forest was rife with slaughter, the blood mist rising to stain the bright moon above, hence the name Blood Moon Forest. When the great Zhou Divine Kingdom took residence, the situation eased slightly, but the bloodshed persisted, with scenes of murder and treasure snatching playing out everywhere. For this reason, the Blood Moon Forest had become a training ground for many sect disciples. At this moment, Mu Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot. Surrounded by a haphazard array of corpses belonging to his fallen brothers, a group of light armor guards, armed with long spears, surrounded Mu Tianyu with a murderous intent. Reveal the whereabouts of the ghost flame, and I shall grant you a swift death, the middle-aged general declared. Ha ha ha! Mu Tianyu let out a defiant roar. For the blood of my brothers, you shall pay in kind. Seeking death, the middle-aged general swung his spear, and the light armor guards leaped into action. Swish, 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 dozens of spears shot forth like arrows. Although the individual strength of these guards was merely at the Qi martial realm, they were well-trained and excelled in group combat. Many ants can take down an elephant. Such is the nature of their strategy. Mu Tianyu exuded an overwhelming aura, the infinite sword patterns swirling around him, shielding himself and the few remaining disciples. However, human strength has its limits. 2 spears broke through his sword barrier and pierced the chests of 2 disciples. Mu Tianyu's long hair danced wildly, resembling a demon, his eyes aflame with rage, as if they could bleed. I shall fight to the bitter end. His fingers swiftly moved in intricate patterns before his chest, the infinite sword patterns instantly radiating with brilliance. The sword's tip shifted in an instant, resembling soldiers poised for battle. Kill! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A tempestuous wind surged as countless sword patterns unleashed a chilling breath towards the light armor guards. Indeed, the sword spirit is remarkable. The middle-aged general's eyes narrowed, his figure soaring into the air like a great rock. A multitude of sword patterns flew into the throng of light armor guards, the sounds of piercing cries echoing. The sword patterns swiftly extinguished the lives of several light armor guards, but the middle-aged general seized this opportunity to leap above Mu Tianyu. Swish! With a swift thrust of his spear, it descended with the force of a thunderbolt. A dark cloud, mixed with the howling wind, came crashing down. Chapter 12. He is a devil, brother. A disciple behind Mu Tianyu let out a piercing scream. Leaping resolutely into the fray, a spray of blood mist exploded above Mu Tianyu, and the disciple was cleaved in 2 by the spear. Yet, this merely delayed the inevitable. The spears might remain undiminished. Continuing its descent, brother! Another disciple screamed as he leaped to intercept above Mu Tianyu. A valiant sacrifice. Yet the outcome was merely akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A burst of blood rained down, splattering across Mu Tianyu's face and body. The spear continued its relentless descent, and as another disciple leapt up, Mu Tianyu's anguished cry resonated, pleading, "No!" At that moment, the infinite sword patterns were forcibly recalled. And as a result of the backlash from his spiritual energy, Mu Tianyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. With no time to regain his composure, Mu Tianyu took a deep breath, and the sword patterns transformed into a towering wave, violently crashing against the spear. A palpable aura of death permeated the air, causing the middle-aged general's expression to change drastically. He abruptly retreated 100 meters. Crack, crack, crack. The air was filled with the sound of gnawing as the black spear was instantly reduced to powder by the sword energy. The middle-aged general landed atop a tree, his body trembling, still in shock. Had he not retreated quickly, it would not have merely been a spear reduced to dust. Yet all of this, though lengthy in narration, transpired in mere moments. Having repelled the middle-aged general, Mu Tianyu frantically gathered the body of his fallen comrade into his embrace, wailing in despair. Brother! This cry of sorrow soared into the heavens, echoing endlessly above the Blood Moon Forest. Luli felt a tremor in his heart, his figure leaping into the air in an instant, glancing towards the source of the cry before transforming into a streak of light, flying forth. Qing Luan exclaimed, "Something has happened." She rallied the other disciples and hastened after him. In the forest, the light armor guards, armed with long spears, cautiously advanced. Surrounding Mu Tianyu once more, Mu Tianyu arranged the remains of his fallen brothers with care. Addressing the last remaining disciple, "Guard our position." "Wait for me." The disciple silently nodded, Gripping his sword tightly, Mu Tianyu summoned his long sword. Rising to his feet, his body swaying slightly, he was at his last breath. Let us swarm him and kill him. The light armor guards howled, tightening their encirclement. Mu Tianyu licked the bloodstains from his lips, dragging his long sword as he surveyed his surroundings. Kill! With a battle cry, Mu Tianyu charged into the throng. Swinging his sword with fervor, the two nearest light armor guards panicked, quickly raising their spears to block. Crack! A flash of cold light darted through the air, causing the lightly armored guards to retreat in haste. Yet, with a sudden puff, a spray of crimson mist erupted from their waist, and the upper half of their body collapsed to the ground, their gaze fixated upon a pair of legs devoid of a torso. After sprinting a short distance, those legs tumbled into the withered leaves. The man was overwhelmed with terror, only to realize, upon lowering his head, that it was indeed his own lower half that had fled. Ah, he gasped, his words cut short as he succumbed to death. Mu Tianyu's visage contorted in rage, resembling a demon that had escaped from the depths of hell, as he wielded his sword with relentless fury. Where the blade passed, spears shattered and lives extinguished. In mere moments, the forest was littered with severed corpses, a scene of grotesque carnage. His movements were devoid of flourish, driven purely by instinct as he drew and retracted his sword. A demon! He was a demon! The lightly armored guards were thrown into a state of terror, trembling as they retreated. That moment, the middle-aged general regained his composure, his palm outstretched as he summoned the shattered spears. Their tips aimed menacingly at Mu Tianyu. Go! He commanded, fiercely flicking his sleeve, sending the remnants of the spears hurtling through the air towards Mu Tianyu. Unfazed, Mu Tianyu continued to swing his sword with a detached demeanor. Puff, puff, puff. Several remnants of spears darted past, embedding themselves deep into the tree trunks, their bloodied shafts vibrating ominously. In an instant, they pierced through Mu Tianyu's very being. Finally, he halted, his expression vacant and indifferent. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt within the pool of blood. He was dead. The demon had finally met his end. A lightly armored guard cautiously approached, anxiety etched on his face. Mu Tianyu's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, revealing irises of blood-red fury. The guard stumbled backward, terrified, as he frantically attempted to escape. Whoosh! The guard gripped his spear, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Mu Tianyu inhaled deeply, and a sudden gust swept through the forest, sending a flurry of green leaves swirling about. Threads of spiritual energy emerged from the foliage, penetrating Mu Tianyu's bleeding wounds, his aura gradually thickening. What was happening? He was not dead. Was this self-restoration? The guard stood in stunned disbelief. He was breaking through. The middle-aged general's figure flickered as he descended from the treetops, effortlessly summoning a spear that flew towards Mu Tianyu. That moment, a disciple of Mu Tianyu lunged forward. His expression resolute, he aimed to buy time for his master, for every fleeting second mattered. The spear tip grew rapidly in the disciple's vision, and he shut his eyes, praying for his master's successful breakthrough and vengeance for their fallen comrades. With the spear in hand, the general advanced, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. A breakthrough? Impossible! The spear tip sliced through the air, distorting space itself with its fiery trajectory. The next scene was all too predictable, a double kill. Blood splattering 3 feet high. However, in the next instant, time seemed to freeze. The middle-aged general's swiftly approaching form was rendered motionless, suspended in mid-air. The spear tip had already grazed the disciple's throat, feeling the searing heat of the spear. The disciple opened his eyes, only to be met by the terrified face of the general. This sight left all the lightly armored guards in shock. There's a ghost. Flee for your lives, in a panic. The guards discarded their weapons and turned to run. Yet, after just a few steps, they were violently hurled back, eyes wide with terror as they beheld the next moment, a figure descended from above. As if a deity from the heavens, with a transcendent aura and extraordinary poise, it declared, having killed, "Do you think you can escape?" With a casual flick, the middle-aged general crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Sending a cloud of dust into the air, fearful, the general dared not lift his head, bending low as he propelled himself away. Thud. Unsurprisingly, like his fellow guards, he was thrown back, landing fearfully on the ground. Trembling as he uttered a single word, "Who?" The disciple standing before Mu Tianyu felt tears welling in his eyes and trembled as he spoke. Master. Lu Li nodded, indicating that it was now his turn to guard. The disciple nodded, his body weakening as he collapsed. Lu Li flicked his fingers, channeling a thread of spiritual energy to protect the disciple's heart meridian before turning his cold gaze upon those present. The middle-aged general swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "You, who are you?" Lu Li replied, "Who I am is beyond your worth to know." At that moment, Mu Tianyu's aura surged, the blood from his wounds having coagulated, healing at a visibly rapid pace. The general's face turned ashen as he turned to the quaking lightly armored guards, shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" With that, he lunged forward with wild abandon. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as he was sent hurtling back, blood spewing from his mouth. On the other side, Mu Tianyu's eyes widened with fury as he wielded his spiritual energy with chaotic abandon, declaring, "I will take your lives." The punch he had just delivered was indeed of his own making. The immense sorrow propelled him to break through 2 realms, ascending to the 6th tier of the profound void. Previously on par with the middle-aged general, he now surpassed him by 2 realms. Yet, there was no hint of joy on Mu Tianyu's face. Instead, it was etched with gravitas. The cost had been too great, too tragic. Lu Li silently retreated to the side, and Mu Tianyu clasped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Master." Lu Li nodded, understanding the deeper meaning in Mu Tianyu's words. With Lu Li's strength, slaughtering these foes was a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, he refrained, leaving them for Mu Tianyu. He wanted him to exact vengeance upon his enemies and bring solace to the souls of the fallen. The flames of revenge blazed fiercely in his eyes as the sword dragged across the ground, creating a deep gash. Sparks flying. "Brothers, let us fight together." A sudden gust swept through the forest, causing the scattered swords to rise from the dirt and withered leaves, their blades humming with energy. "Kill!" The shadows of swords danced through the air. "No, please, do not kill me. Stay back." The forest echoed with the desperate wails of the guards, the incoming sword lights resembling vengeful spirits that coldly sliced through the guards' throats. Puff, puff, puff. Gouts of blood erupted, signifying the extinguishing of lives. In mere moments, the lightly armored guards were annihilated. Mu Tianyu advanced, resembling a deity of death, step by step towards the middle-aged general. Realizing his impending doom, the general seized his spear and lunged forward in a desperate strike. With a swift push off the ground, Mu Tianyu dodged the spear's thrust, halting his body as he bent his knees, kneeling and howling towards the heavens. "Brothers, may you journey well." Behind him, the middle-aged general stood frozen, hand clutching his abdomen, struggling to blink as he lowered his gaze, only to find his upper body had fallen away due to his unstable balance. At that moment, Qing Luan and her disciples arrived, covering their mouths in shock as they beheld the scene before them. Qing Luan choked back tears, softly calling out, "Brother." Lu Li waved his sleeve, causing Mu Tianyu to tremble, slipping into unconsciousness. Qing Luan hurried forward to support Mu Tianyu, urgently calling, "Brother." Lu Li nodded, signaling her not to panic and allowing him to rest well. With that, Lu Li turned to leave, for the Blood Moon Forest was likely filled with similar tragedies at that moment. Lu Li felt a pang of guilt. He bore a significant responsibility for the deaths of these disciples. He had once scattered talismans, promising to come to their aid in times of peril. He had underestimated the brutality of the Otherworld and the pride of the Sword Saint sect's disciples. Those too weak lacked the time to trigger the talismans, while the strong dismissed their use, missing the optimal moment to activate them. Qing Luan asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Lu Li did not turn back. "Take care of your master Mu. I will return." Qing Luan was taken aback. "Where are you going?" Lu Li paused momentarily, coldly stating, "To kill." Before the words had fully left his lips, he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. "Senior sister, the master is heading to the lightly armored guards encampment." A disciple called out. Qing Luan nodded. "Our master has changed." The encampment spanned 10 miles, fortified and vigilant, with squads of lightly armored guards patrolling the area. At the center tent sat 4 men clad in golden armor, feasting on half-cooked beast meat and large jars of spiritual elixirs. "Come, let us drink." The leader of the golden-armored men raised a jar of wine, breaking the seal, and gulped it down. The others followed suit, drinking heartily. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. The patrolling sentries immediately blocked the intruder. "Who dares to intrude upon our camp?" "A killer," Lu Li replied coldly, his form gliding forward with an eerie speed. Swish! The flash of a blade swept through, blood spraying on either side as a small squad of lightly armored sentinels fell lifelessly to the ground. Pressing onward, Lu Li ventured deeper into the encampment, only to be confronted by 100 figures. The leader, an elderly man clad in black armor with a red character emblazoned on his chest, fixed his icy gaze upon Lu Li. "Who dares to breach my lightly armored encampment?" Lu Li chuckled coldly. "I am the senior brother of the Sword Saint sect." "What? A member of the Sword Saint sect? How foolishly you have walked into a trap." The lightly armored guards sought him out, and now he had delivered himself into their hands. "Seize him." With a commanding voice, the elders summoned over 10 subordinates, who immediately aimed to bind Lu Li. A subtle smile graced Lu Li's lips, as a blinding radiance erupted from his entire being. Swish, swish, swish. The menacing group of 10 froze in place, a thin line of blood appearing at their necks. Lu Li's gaze fixated on these individuals. His eyes filled with a chilling intent. Good and evil eventually reap their rewards. The heavens maintain a cycle of retribution, and those who do not believe need only look up. Who has ever escaped the wrath of the heavens? The elder's eyes twitched. "You have come to avenge the disciples of the Sword Saint sect." "Congratulations, you are correct, but I shall not grant you any points," Lu Li replied with a wink and a smile. "I will only offer you a sword." As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and plunged into the crowd. The elder clutched his neck, blood gushing through his fingers. His eyes wide with shock and terror. Thud, thud. Figures fell like dragons, swords slicing like startled swans, each body collapsing into pools of blood, the acrid scent of carnage saturating the AI art. Lu Li regained his footing, sheathing his sword, and gazed coldly at the encampment. The armored general, indulging in wine and meat, remained oblivious to the chilling sound, yet he was acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of the earth's spiritual energy. In an instant, he sensed a chilling force emerging from the deepest depths of the ground, surging through the air toward him. His expression shifted drastically as he let out a muffled groan. Hastily retaliating with a hand seal formed by his massive hands, a colossal golden rock soared behind him, flapping its wings and emitting a disorienting screech. The other 3 generals' faces paled, each summoning their own battle spirits: bloodthirsty eagle, golden-beaked hawk, and white-crowned crane, for spirits of the 3rd tier. They all let out a sharp cry, their wings beating in unison. A tempest of overwhelming force erupted, sweeping through the encampment like a tidal wave. The air within the tents was violently stirred, transforming into a storm. On the other side of the encampment, Lu Li's expression hardened as he squinted, inhaling deeply. "Break?" The word escaped his lips, crisp and profound yet not overly loud. Just as his voice resonated within the tents, the slow-moving black clouds above the blood moon forest suddenly accelerated, a beam of light shooting down to the ground. Chapter 14. Soaring again. Boom. A thunderclap descended from the heavens, instantly colliding with the might exuded by the summoned battle spirits. The golden frost met the jade dew. An insurmountable aura enveloped the surroundings. 2 Distinct forces intertwined in a fierce clash, turning the encampment into a thunderous battlefield. The once majestic and sturdy tents now resembled overfilled skins that burst apart, countless fragments of fabric and debris flying into the air. The alarmed light-armored soldiers, startled from their stupor, looked around in terror. Before they could comprehend the situation, the explosive force tore them apart. In an instant, the overwhelming power reached the central tent, where the 4 golden-armored divine generals felt the force crashing upon them, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they hastily summoned their battle spirits. Whoosh! 4 beams of golden light shot into the sky. Beneath them, a tempest arose, and the central tent was instantly reduced to powder. The 4 golden-armored generals raised their eyes to the sky, where a man in white robes floated, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing, exuding an air of arrogance. "Who dares to be so reckless before us?" The youngest of the golden-armored generals shouted, his figure flashing as he approached. Lu Li smiled faintly. "I have no intention of being reckless. I merely seek your lives." The eldest among them, showing a serious demeanor, realized that this individual could contend with their quartet without yielding. He was not to be underestimated. My brothers and I, as golden-armored generals of the great Zhou divine kingdom, act solely on the emperor's orders. You must think carefully, the eldest said, bowing toward the emperor. Yuli replied, I am aware of that. Hence, after dealing with you, I shall seek him out. Impudent, the second elder shouted. Disrespecting the emperor is a capital offense. Today, I shall execute you on the spot. The second elder's eyes widened, and the golden-beaked hawk took flight, generating a tempest beneath its wings. With a flap, the fierce winds surged forth like a tsunami. The remaining survivors in the encampment crawled from the rubble, gazing up in awe at the terrifying spectacle. This is the second general's battle spirit. At this rate, it could blow mountains away. Humph! Let us see how that brat meets his end after slaying so many of our brothers. The gale swept forward, reaching Luli in an instant. Without even glancing, he raised his hand and clapped his mouth as if waking from slumber. However, the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. The overwhelming winds suddenly vanished as if they had never existed. What just happened? This person merely yawned, and the second general's assault dissipated. What kind of trick is this? Am I seeing things? The crowd stood in shock. The eldest's expression turned grave. Third and fourth attacked together. Yes, big brother. Instantly, the 4 battle spirit apparitions materialized around Luli. The 4 generals would strike simultaneously. His demise was inevitable. To perish at the hands of 4 generals would indeed be an honor. Never did they expect to witness the 4 generals joining forces. It was a sight worth living for. The light-armored soldiers gazed up in admiration, their eyes fixated on Luli as if he were already a corpse. In truth, the Chi family brothers were indeed formidable, boasting 7th-tier battle spirits and being 2nd-tier venerables. They had every reason to be proud. Alas, they encountered Luli, facing the pressure from the 4 battle spirits. Luli smiled gently. Indeed, to perish beneath my 4 swords of extermination is your privilege. Arrogant fool. The 4th brother laughed heartily. Just you wait. The 4 brothers exchanged knowing glances and launched their assault. The 4 battle spirits flapped their wings, unleashing a tempest that howled through the air, dark clouds swirling ominously. Within those ominous clouds, sword shadows, electric serpents, and venomous mist descended like a myriad of crises upon Luli. A slight smile crept onto Luli's lips, revealing an innocuous demeanor. In the next moment, for beams of cold light surged skyward, their dazzling brilliance stirring the dark clouds with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! The roars of the battle spirits intertwined with the humming of the swords. Resonating through the heavens, simultaneously, the massive forms of the battle spirits shattered, transforming into fierce, turbulent energy ripples that ravaged the earth. The light-armored soldiers on the ground trembled at the sight, unable to steady themselves. Heavens, this power is too overwhelming. My blood is quaking. Such might could surely send even those of the imperial realm into panic. To them, the youthful and handsome Luli seemed merely a 3rd-tier venerable. Facing 4 2nd-tier venerables, his fate was sealed. Yet, just when everyone believed Luli's life was forfeit, a voice emerged from the surging energy ripples. Is this all you have to kill me? Upon hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed dramatically. What? He is unharmed. This is utterly inconceivable. As the crowd marveled, the fierce energy ripples began to swirl inward, creating a vacuum at the center. A figure slowly rose from this vacuum, even pulling a comical face. Not bad. This is even more enjoyable than a sauna. The figure was none other than Luli, yet at this moment, he was surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, his aura having undergone a tremendous transformation. Emerging from the epicenter of the ripples, he walked upon the void, resembling a celestial deity. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. Yuli exuded a pressure akin to an ancient beast, rendering those nearby unable to lift their heads. Emperor realm. My heavens, he has attained the Emperor realm. Moreover, he is at the 2nd tier of the Emperor realm. Everyone was struck with terror. Even the current great Zhou divine emperor was merely at the 3rd tier of the Emperor realm. This young individual had established himself as an emperor at such a tender age. Truly unfathomable. The Chi family brothers finally understood they had kicked a solid metal plate, one that was exceedingly thick. Luli smiled faintly, then his gaze sharpened. In the next moment, his palm turned, and he struck out in an instant. Whoosh! The sound of swords pierced the air, shaking the heavens. Four long swords, exuding an aura of death, carried the might of thunder, descending upon them with ferocious speed. Not good, the second elder exclaimed in alarm. Run! Before his words had faded, the second elder's figure flickered, already soaring 1,000 meters away. Yet, Luli remained unfazed, a calm smile upon his lips. You may fly a bit longer. Four figures surged in different directions. Surely one would escape, the four brothers thought. Unfortunately, they overlooked a critical fact. High above, the four swords buzzed, vanishing without a trace. The eldest, still trembling in fright, wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved he had run quickly. What of the second, third, and fourth brothers? Just as he caught his breath, a beam of cold light swiftly approached. Chapter 15. The Remains of the Powerful, starting today, 2 updates daily. Please collect and comment. It's a sword. The moment the words left his mouth, puffed, the long sword pierced through him, and the eldest fell from the void with a thud. The fates of the remaining 3 brothers mirrored his. None could have anticipated that one's spirit could be powerful enough to wield a sword over 10,000 meters. In the wake of completing the task concerning the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, Lu Li turned on his heel and, with unwavering resolve, unleashed the shadows of his sword to wreak havoc throughout the Blood Moon Forest. The forest echoed with the wails of spirits, while blood mist surged among the treetops. Tonight's moon, undoubtedly, would be even more enchanting. Having concluded his endeavors, Lu Li would not forget to pursue and observe the aftermath. Indeed, in all 4 directions, a gleaming azure treasure chest materialized. Summoning the chest with a gesture, the system's little treasure seeker promptly appeared. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a bronze treasure chest. Ford, would the host like to open it? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li chose to proceed. Ding, congratulations, the bronze treasure chest has been successfully opened. You have received 1 disguise pill, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 spirit weapon, and 1 great recovery pill. Upon accessing the attribute panel, he noted, Host, Lu Li, Realm, Second Heaven of the Emperor, Techniques, Infinite Devouring, 9 Young Divine Art, 9 Scriptures, Weapon, 4 Swords of Zhu Xian, Skills, Azure Text Alchemist, 5th Rank Weapon Refiner, 5-Star Talisman Master, Task, Eliminate Duan Feiyu. Right. How could I have forgotten to leave a survivor? Lu Li slapped his forehead, thinking it best to let her live a few more days. Gazing at the system panel, he nodded with satisfaction, proclaiming, I am indeed a genius. However, upon examining the items in the system inventory, he shook his head, lamenting, these are merely trifles, utterly useless to me. Sighing, he wondered who would benefit from this. With a flick of his fingers, a crimson glow erupted beneath him, propelling Lu Li skyward. Shortly after his departure, a figure descended from the skies, appearing in the encampment. A gentle breeze wafted through, mingling with the acrid scent of blood, causing the newcomer's expression to change drastically. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Indeed, the scene was one of utter devastation, littered with dismembered limbs, devoid of any trace of life. The visitor, in shock, pondered, a single sword strike. Has the Sword Saint sect made its move? Without pausing, the individual turned to flee the encampment, inadvertently igniting a flame that soared skyward. The Blood Moon Forest encampment lay in ruins, jeopardizing the activation of the underground palace. Such a grave matter necessitated immediate notification to His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Meanwhile, Lu Li soared through the skies on his sword, reuniting with Qing Luan and Mu Tianyu. At this moment, Mu Tianyu had already awakened. Appearing to have emerged from his sorrow. It was not that Mu Tianyu was heartless. Rather, in this world, no one could guarantee the sight of tomorrow's sun. The only path forward was to grow stronger. Lu Li regarded Mu Tianyu and nodded, saying, You possess more strength than I anticipated. With that, he flicked his fingers, conjuring a spirit weapon before Mu Tianyu. This sword is for you. Turning, he noticed Qing Luan pouting and smacked his forehead. Right? I nearly forgot about you. Another spirit weapon materialized before Qing Luan. The two reached for their swords and, with a casual flourish, a sword shadow sliced through the air. Crack! An ancient tree was severed cleanly in half. They exchanged delighted glances. Thank you, Master. Lu Li shot a glare, effectively silencing the term Master. Thank you, Senior Brother. They quickly amended. Lu Li chuckled. Now that's more like it in the imperial palace of the great Zhou divine kingdom. Duan Yichin rode in on his beast, clad in a golden python robe that billowed with the wind, his long hair dancing wildly, a truly grand spectacle. Alighting from the back of the small beast, he was met by an elderly man who hastened forward. "Your Highness, the third prince, has returned." Duan Yichin nodded. "Where is father?" "I wish to see him." The elder responded, "The emperor is in the Nurturing Heart Palace." Within the Nurturing Heart Palace, Emperor Duan Zhangting laughed heartily as he rose from his dragon throne. Placing a hand on Duan Yichin's shoulder, "Danwai son, did you achieve anything on this journey?" Duan Yichin bowed. "I have failed, father, my efforts were in vain." "What?" Duan Zhangting paused, perplexed. "What unforeseen circumstances occurred?" "Father," Duan Yichin replied. "I too am bewildered. What was to be secured simply fled away. What could be the reason?" Duan Zhangting inquired. "Do you know who is responsible?" Duan Yichin responded. The figure appeared to be a sword cultivator of formidable strength. Even General Xiao could not pursue him. "What?" Duan Zhangting exclaimed, rising in shock that a being of such power eluded even the ninth heaven. Could it be an expert of the emperor's realm? But aside from the Sword Saint sect's leader, Lu Li, who has transcended to the emperor's realm, there are no others. Could it be that Lu Li has emerged from seclusion? Lu Li, Duan Yichin pondered. It is entirely plausible. The Sword Saint sect is indeed plotting something. "Has General Xiao returned?" Duan Zhangting asked. Duan Yichin replied, "Yes, father. They are currently intercepting disciples of the Sword Saint sect in the Blood Moon Forest, seeking information on the earthly ghost fire.ic. Duan Yichin sighed. "The relics of the strong will soon open, and your sixth brother has already departed. Fearing a shortage of manpower, I wish to send Xiao Shishui to assist." Duan Yichin's expression changed drastically. "What? Such a significant matter. Why did father not inform me?" Duan Zhangting hesitated. "Did you not acquire the ghost fire?" "I must depart at once. I should still have time," Duan Yichin declared, bowing before exiting the Nurturing Heart Palace. Mounting the azure golden beast and heading towards the relics of the strong, and no sooner had Duan Yichin left than another figure entered the Nurturing Heart Palace. "Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. The Blood Moon Forest encampment has been massacred, with no survivors." "What?" Duan Zhangting was taken aback, leaping from his throne. "Who is responsible?" "An old servant sensed lingering sword intent," the elder replied. "Once again, it is the Sword Saint sect," Duan Zhangting gritted his teeth. "For experts of the revered realm, it is unbearable." He resolved to inform the ancestors. On the outskirts of the Blood Moon Forest, three figures soared through the skies on their swords: Lu Li, Mu Tianyu, and Qing Luan. The other disciples had already been retrieved by the sect, while Lu Li prepared to investigate the relics of the strong. He had no need for them personally. They would bolster the strength of the sect. The humiliation of 30 years prior was etched clearly in Lu Li's mind, and he had silently vowed to avenge his predecessor. "Tianyu, have you heard any news of your senior brother?" "Lanlingguang?" Lu Li inquired. Lanlingguang was a legendary figure of the Sword Saint sect, having condensed sword essence at the age of 8 and awakened the infinite sword soul at 12. With a boundless future ahead. However, after the upheaval 30 years ago, he vanished without a trace. Mu Tianyu shook his head. "Senior brother. I have also been seeking news of him. It is said that someone spotted a sword cultivator in the Blood Moon Forest 10 years ago, which could potentially be him. As long as there is news, that is good. Our Sword Saint sect lacks only geniuses." The three conversed while flying. A beam of light shot up from the dense forest, rising like a pillar that reached the heavens. Lu Li's eyes sparkled. This was the signal that the relics were about to open. With a whoosh, the three descended to the ground and proceeded cautiously. Chapter 16. Who Dares to Compare with My Handsomeness? Part 2. Due to the matter of the earthly ghost fire, the people of the Great Zhou were on heightened alert. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to alert the enemy. However, barely had they advanced a short distance when two more beams of light surged into the sky, enveloping the entire Blood Moon Forest in an overwhelming pressure. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." Qing Luan gasped, beads of sweat dotting her face. Mu Tianyu fared somewhat better. "Senior brother, you should go ahead. I will stay behind to assist junior sister." Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "What's the big deal?" With a casual wave of his hand, sword patterns emerged, floating around the two, as formidable sword energy repelled the oppressive force. "Senior brother, You are incredibly strong, Qing Luan exclaimed, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Lu Li stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, muttering, "Easy there." Mu Tianyu was puzzled. Why does it seem like senior brother, so valiant and heroic, almost got knocked down by a mere sentence? As the sword patterns withstood the relentless pressure, the trio continued onward, only to be met with the sounds of a fierce battle ahead. "Yes, senior brother," Mu Tianyu cried out, his eyes widening in shock. Following Mu Tianyu's direction, Lu Li's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, in a clearing ahead, a group of individuals surrounded a raggedly dressed man, engaged in a fierce scuffle. "Who are these people?" Lu Li inquired. Mu Tianyu replied, "The sixth prince of the Great Zhou, Duan Yishuan. The woman beside him is Bai Lin from the Water Palace." Lu Li nodded, noting that Lan Lingguang's current appearance had changed significantly from 30 years ago. A scruffy beard, a melancholic gaze, and a tattered outfit, he bore no resemblance to the legendary figure of the Sword Saint sect. He looked like a killer of young girls and married women. Were he not a member of the Sword Saint sect? Lu Li would have been tempted to take action. "Who dares to compare with my handsomeness?" With a mere glance, Lu Li concluded that this man had a tale to tell. "Senior brother, the Water Palace is not to be underestimated. They are the most renowned assassin organization in the Xintian domain, with a 1,000-year legacy and profound roots." Mu Tianyu warned. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "In the Xintian domain, who among the famous and notorious does not have a 1,000-year heritage? If they provoke me, I'll chop them down." Mu Tianyu was taken aback. "Senior brother, you are amazing." As Lu Li descended from the sky, the shockwave toppled many of the sixth prince's followers. "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the great Zhou divine kingdom?" Duan Yishuan bellowed. However, Lu Li paid them no mind, instead teasing Lan Lingguang, "Are you a Buddhist, or did you just have a vegetarian meal today?" Lan Lingguang was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Lu Li's tone darkened. "Then why are you not killing anyone, just flailing about?" Lan Lingguang was left speechless. Duan Yishuan's face turned ashen. "I am a dignified prince of the Great Zhou, and yet I am being ignored." He could endure insults to his dignity, but not the fact that Lu Li was the one who had destroyed his sister's spiritual embryo. With a smirk, Lu Li replied, "No need to thank me. It was merely a small matter." "I thank your mother," Duan Yichin retorted. "Well, you ought to thank my mother." Lu Li shook his head in a troubled manner. "This is rather troublesome. Let me escort you. Is that so? You think you can handle this?" Duan Yishuan disdainfully waved his hand, and from behind him emerged two elderly figures, Elder Li and Elder Mu. "Eliminate them. I wish to see no living disciples of the Sword Saint sect before the relic opens." Lu Li snapped his fingers, signaling them to proceed with the task. Elder Li and Elder Mu advanced, their wrinkled faces adorned with sinister smiles, their formidable aura of the third level of the esteemed realm unmistakable. For them, dispatching these insignificant foes required their direct involvement, which felt like a gross overestimation of their skills. However, the prince's orders were absolute. None dared defy them. Lu Li spat in irritation, feeling belittled yet again. "Damn system, why is my aura so diminished? Even putting on a show has become a challenge." While the thrill of playing the fool to outsmart the tiger was exhilarating, it was exceedingly vexing. "Capture the ringleaders. Leave these two old geezers to me, and you go deal with that prince." Lu Li cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. "Yes, sect master. Understood, senior brother." As they spoke, several figures leapt into action, and the battle erupted instantaneously. Lan Lingguang, having received the sect master's command, held nothing back in his assault, his body enveloped in swirling sword patterns, resembling a tempest of thunder. Seeing Lan Lingguang rushing towards him, Duan Yishuan's cold smile revealed a surge of blood energy, a powerful aura emanating from him. Burning stars, break. With a mighty punch, he met Lan Lingguang's sword patterns head-on. Boom, boom. A burst of pure energy erupted, and both figures soared into the air, the intensity of their clash escalating with each moment, ripples of energy radiating in all directions. Lu Li was somewhat taken aback. This Lan Lingguang had advanced remarkably during the years of his absence, reaching the 9th level of the Xuanqu realm, yet the young 6th prince's formidable strength was quite unexpected. Little did he know, Duan Yicheng's awakened extreme young battle soul was renowned alongside the 3rd prince's extreme Yin battle soul as a legendary force, making their combat prowess formidable. Meanwhile, Qing Luan confronted Bai Lin from the hidden water palace. The moment they engaged, they unleashed their signature techniques without reservation. Yu Tianyu's eyes glowed crimson as he brandished his longsword. Leaping into the fray like a ferocious tiger, Elder Li and Elder Mu approached Lu Li, their overwhelming pressure palpable, and unleashed two powerful palm strikes from midair. Elder Li remained unfazed, his stance steady as a mountain. Observing with a calm demeanor, seeing Lu Li's in action, Elder Li's lips curled into a mocking smile. What a pathetic sect master. He's already petrified before the fight even begins. Look at him. He seems to have never faced the world before. Not wetting his pants is already quite an achievement. Elder Mu chimed in with derision. Not far away, Lan Lingguang, locked in combat with Duani Xuan, noticed the unfolding scene and his expression changed dramatically. Worry evident in his eyes. Sect master, be careful. As his words fell, a blue flame flickered into existence, and a radiant moon rose behind Lu Li, an icy aura sweeping forth, causing the temperature around him to plummet. This is the aura of the Earth-een Ghost Fire, Duani Xuan exclaimed in shock. How could it be with you? Let me show you what the ghostly palm feels like, Elder Li exclaimed. Delivering two swift palm strikes, boom, boom. A thunderous roar echoed as terrifying shockwaves rippled outward. Elder Li and Elder Mu were sent flying by the energy waves, tumbling far before regaining their footing, their faces turning pale from the invading chill. Lu Li chuckled. How does it feel? Elder Li erupted in fury. You dare mock us, boy? Elder Mu, wary, cautioned. Old Li, this kid is quite peculiar. We must not underestimate him. Exchanging glances, their auras surged, and torrents of blood energy erupted behind them, manifesting as ghostly silver spear shadows. The spear warrior battle soul, though not of the 9th tier, was among the pinnacle of battle souls, a true king among them. Amidst the blood energy, thunder crackled and spear light, akin to two shooting stars, descended with a dazzling glow. Elder Li smirked, flipping his hair back, and mockingly remarked, "Looks like they're cornered now." Chapter 17. Quite a delight. The spear warrior battle soul crackled with arcs of electricity, descending with the momentum of a thunderstorm, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Elder Li and Elder Mu were confident, believing this strike, combining their life energies and the powerful 4-star attack talismans they had procured, would easily shatter their target, especially since Lu Li was merely a living being. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed, and a long sword floated above Lu Li's shoulder. With a flourish, countless sword shadows emerged, swirling around him like a vortex, enveloping Lu Li in a dazzling display. Elder Li and Elder Mu, now united with their spear, dove towards him. Upon seeing the shimmering vortex of sword energy, their expressions shifted drastically, a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. What a formidable sword energy! What a vicious sword soul! Elder Li and Elder Mu's faces paled as they instinctively sought to retreat. However, the moment the sword shadows manifested, the surrounding air thickened, making it nearly impossible for them to escape. At that moment, Lu Li's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. He had uncovered 2 silver treasure boxes. With a slight intake of breath, he parted his lips, his voice resonating like thunder. Kill. The boundless sword patterns instantly transformed into a colossal sword, descending with tremendous force. Boom, boom. It was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake, shattering the very fabric of space. Amid the shockwaves, the silver spear warrior battle soul emitted a chilling wail, trembling as it attempted to retreat into the blood energy. Alas, it was too late. Crack, crack, in an instant, it was reduced to dust, along with the blood energy that sustained it. Pft, pft. Elder Li and Elder Mu coughed out blood arrows, plummeting to the ground, their faces filled with terror as they gazed up at Lu Li, their battle souls destroyed. Centuries of cultivation lay in ruins, leaving them ashen-faced and teary-eyed. Elder Li descended gracefully. To die beneath the exquisite sword is your honor. As his words faded, the sword light flashed, and 2 headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Beside the lifeless bodies, 2 silver treasure boxes gleamed enticingly. Lu Li reached out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 3rd-level esteemed realm expert, gaining 2 silver treasure boxes. Will the host open the treasure boxes? Lu Li grinned widely. Of course. I fought tooth and nail for this. After all, ding, congratulations, host. The silver treasure box has been successfully opened, granting Beginner Heavenly Eye, Beginner Beast Taming Technique. Will the host merge? Is that it? Lu Li replied, lacking enthusiasm. The system was rather stingy. 2 third-level esteemed realm experts yielded such a mediocre reward. Fine, better than nothing. Merge. The merging process was relatively quiet. It merely felt like a warm sensation in his eyes, followed by a buzzing sound in his mind. However, Lu Li soon realized that everything appeared drastically different. Even the frequency of a buzzing fly was crystal clear. He even overheard the fly muttering to itself about how tender its backside was. Lu Li cursed under his breath. What the hell? Even a fly has such lewd thoughts. If his ears were to be bombarded with such trivial musings daily, he'd rather dash himself against a block of tofu. Fortunately, the system indicated that the host could mute these distractions. And suddenly, silence enveloped him. Meanwhile, Duan Yishuan, witnessing Lu Li's graceful descent, gasped, "What? Elder Li and Elder Mu have been slain." In the void, Lu Li floated, a visage as refined as jade, watching the fierce battle between Duan Yicheng and Lan Lingguang with a light-hearted smile. Indeed, he was a genius. Activating the extreme young battle soul and wielding a golden hammer, he forced Lan Lingguang to retreat steadily. That moment, Lan Lingguang's face was a mask of shock. After decades of absence, the sect master had become a fearsome presence, effortlessly dispatching 2 third-level esteemed realm experts in mere moments. In that instant, Lan Lingguang was completely convinced the sect master is magnificent. Lu Li's slaying of 2 third-level esteemed realm experts undoubtedly served as a powerful morale boost for the Sword Saint sect, invigorating every disciple to charge towards the enemy. Lu Li, however, refrained from joining the fray, instead sitting cross-legged in the air, pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds to enjoy the spectacle. This was far more thrilling than watching movies in his past life. And the best part? He didn't even need to buy a ticket. If only he could have a cup of cola to go along with it. Hey, Tianyu, could you tone down the violence a bit? Killing has its artistry too. Qingluan, please hold back. It would be a shame to kill such a beautiful woman. And you, Lingguang, after all these years, you're still so timid. Just go for it. Who cares if you take someone else's son down? Lu Li munched on his sunflower seeds, enthusiastically gesturing as the shells flew through the air. Duan Yishuan gritted his teeth in frustration, unleashing his extreme young battle soul, a vast ocean of blood energy surging forth. Amidst the blood sea, the phantom of a golden-armored deity materialized, wielding a golden hammer aimed at Lan Lingguang. This is the fusion of human and soul. My heavens, the 6th prince has actually achieved human-soul fusion. Truly, he was worthy of being called a super battle soul. That kid from the Sword Saint sect is doomed. Human soul fusion represents the pinnacle of martial cultivation. Battle souls are manifestations, and altering their appearance requires immense talent. While the realm does not change, the combat prowess is exponentially increased. Compel this prince to use human soul fusion. That alone suffices to label you a genius. Duan Yishuan snorted coldly, his entire being ablaze with an endless extreme young fire. Leaving a trail of scorched earth in his wake, Lan Lingguang felt as though he had plunged into a volcanic eruption, drenched in sweat. Die! I will kill you, and then your sect master, boom! The golden hammer exhaled flames that licked the heavens as Lan Lingguang's gaze darkened, sensing an overwhelming crisis. Yet, there was no time to hesitate. Lan Lingguang swung his sword, the sword spirit soaring in the wind, transforming from myriad sword patterns into a singular form in the blink of an eye. Kill! With an unstoppable momentum, the sword edge cleaved through the air. Beside him, Lu Li smirked, his courage commendable. Pa! Lu Li spat out the shell of a sunflower seed, swallowing it whole in one motion, like a whale inhaling. Whoosh! A whirlwind erupted from the ground. Strangely, the tail of the tornado instantly burrowed into the blood energy behind Duan Yishuan. Sizzle! The sound of a dragon drinking echoed. Duan Yishuan was astonished to discover that his blood energy had actually diminished. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. What kind of technique is this? It can absorb blood energy. In the blink of an eye, his blood energy shrank further. Panic-stricken, Duan Yishuan had no choice but to unleash his golden hammer upon Lan Lingguang's blazing sword spirit. Boom, boom! As the thunderous sounds reverberated, energy ripples surged forth, propelling both figures backward at high speed, only stabilizing after traveling 1,000 meters. Blood trickled from the corner of Duan Yishuan's mouth as he looked down at his arm, where a fine crack appeared on the golden hammer. Lan Lingguang appeared even more disheveled, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he rolled twice before regaining his stance. Fortunately, the spirit weapon in his hand had absorbed part of the attack. Otherwise, he might have been rendered incapacitated. Duan Yishuan was filled with terror and disbelief. His extreme young battle spirit, with a power comparable to divine fire, had been devoured. Is he a demon? At that moment, Lu Li burped, the taste quite agreeable. Let us have another. Chapter 18. Fear for a while longer. Duan Yishuan nearly toppled into the void. Do you think this is a fire roast? If you wish to eat, then eat, Master Lu. This is the Blood Moon Forest, the territory of the great Zhou Divine Kingdom. You kill and plunder treasures without regard for the Divine Kingdom. Duan Yishuan exclaimed angrily. Lu Li nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed, however. He paused, smiling. It is merely a matter of a rear end. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinghuan, watching the battle, couldn't help but laugh. The Master's words were too amusing, akin to that of a commoner. Duan Yishuan's face flushed crimson, rage boiling within him. I will kill you. Come on. Lu Li's lips curled slightly as he beckoned with a finger. Whoosh! Duan Yishuan's figure darted forward like lightning, once more unleashing his battle spirit. However, having learned from previous experiences, he refrained from merging with the human spirit again. Lu Li's lips twisted into a sneer as spiritual power rapidly coalesced in his right hand, his palm radiating a brilliant blue light. The air around him instantly froze, frosty flowers floating in the atmosphere. The first layer of the nine in true scripture. His right palm, seemingly weightless, slowly advanced. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a colossal tide. Sweeping outward, Duan Yishuan's complexion changed dramatically. Imperial heaven. He was rendered speechless as the hand holding the bright moon rapidly enlarged in his vision, fear spreading throughout his body. Save me. Just as the words left his mouth, a figure appeared before him in an instant, two massive hands forming a lotus, lifting the bright moon high. Immediately, the lotus spun rapidly, sending the moon and Lu Li flying away, 100 meters away. Lu Li steadied himself, grinning while rubbing his slightly numb arm, looking up to see Imperial Heaven. He hadn't expected that a mere sixth prince would have an Imperial Heaven expert to protect him. The depth of the great Zhou Divine Kingdom was indeed formidable. This turn of events shocked Mu Tianyu and Qinghuan, who quickly leaped out of the battle circle to surround Lu Li. Lan Lingguang approached with his sword. Are you injured, master? Lu Li rolled his eyes. I am not made of paper. I won't be easily hurt. But you? Change your address. Lan Lingguang was baffled. Change what? Qinghuan interjected from now on. Refer to the master as senior brother. Lan Lingguang was momentarily confused, unsure of the reason. Lu Li, growing impatient, commanded, understand order? Just execute it without further ado. Lan Lingguang stammered. The opponent was an elderly man with white hair and beard. Clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The haughty Duan Yishuan now bowed respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Ao. The elder nodded. It seems the concerns of the princess were warranted. Uncle Ao, Duan Yishuan pointed at Lu Li. This person is the master of the Sword Saint sect. He destroyed my seventh sister's spirit embryo, stole my third brother's ghost fire, and just now killed Elder Li and Elder Mu. I implore Uncle Ao to eliminate this menace. Uncle Ao scrutinized Lu Li, noting the youth's ability to withstand an attack from an old man like himself. You must be the one who provoked the heavenly tribulation. The master? Impressive. Lu Li clapped his hands. It seems my name, Lu Li, truly reverberates in your ears. But who might you be? Presumptuous, Duan Yishuan roared in rage. Uncle Ao is a royal relative of the Divine Kingdom. How dare you speak so insolently? Lu Li chuckled. I merely spoke the truth. What can you do about it? Uncle Ao's expression turned stern. Lu Li's nonchalance raised suspicions of hidden experts lurking nearby. He then extended his consciousness, scanning the area within 1,000 meters. No anomalies were detected. Could it be that he possessed some powerful trump card? At that moment, Bai Lin approached Duan Yishuan, whispering, the ruins are about to open. We cannot waste any more time. After an evenly matched battle with Qinghuan, the two reached a peaceful resolution. Their gazes fell upon Lu Li, astonished by his otherworldly demeanor. A man of jade upon the road, unmatched in the world, was precisely what they meant. Uncle Ao's expression darkened as he addressed Duan Yishuan. The sixth prince may enter the ruins. I will take care of these individuals. Lu smiled faintly. I share the same intent. He then pulled out a stack of talismans from his pocket and handed them to Lan Lingguang. Distribute these. When you enter the ruins, should anyone harbor ill intentions, feel free to unleash your wrath upon them. Lan Lingguang trembled. So many attack talismans. Duan Yishuan's lips twitched. Isn't this simply an open insult? Just as he was about to explode with anger, boom, boom. A series of resounding explosions erupted from the ground, shaking the entire Blood Moon forest. Boulders tumbled from the peaks, threatening to collapse at any moment. Subsequently, a fissure split the mountain, emanating a chilling, terrifying aura. Duan Yishuan shot a fierce glare at Lu Li. The teleportation array has activated. We must leave. Lan Lingguang divided the talismans, hesitating as he looked at Lu Li. Senior brother, stop dawdling like an old woman. I tell you, if you emerge from the ruins empty-handed, don't even think of being a disciple of the Sword Saint sect. I can't afford that kind of shame. Lan Lingguang glanced at the abyss-like fissure, nodding. Rest assured, senior brother. Be careful, senior brother. Mu Tianyu and Qingluan had no choice but to follow Lan Lingguang. Leaping into the fissure, at this moment, hidden powers across the area revealed themselves, rushing into the crack one after another. Once they departed, Uncle Ao's overwhelming and terrifying pressure bore down upon Lu Li. Young man, if you possess any means, now is the time to employ them. Once I make my move, you shall have no chance left. Uncle Ao looked down upon Lu Li arrogantly. How do you know I have any tricks up my sleeve? Lu Li tilted his head, baring his tiger-like teeth, his demeanor carefree. Oh, you're frightened? Then I shall let you fear for a while longer. With that, Lu Li began cracking sunflower seeds, while his mind raced with calculations from the earlier exchange. It was evident Lu Li was slightly inferior to Uncle Ao. However, Lu Li had an array of hidden techniques. Even a single one could catch him off guard. Yet, Lu Li was more eager to showcase his acting skills and activated his skill replication card. After all, it was his first battle against an Imperial Heaven expert, and it would be a disservice to the audience not to extract some benefits. Observing this, Uncle Ao calmly drew a blood-red ruler. A whirlwind stirred in the arena. I have given you a chance. It is you who squandered it. As his words fell, the blood ruler transformed into countless shadows, descending upon Lu Li. An overwhelming imperial might surged forth, sweeping over the battlefield. Even before reaching him, the force arrived first, a powerful gust erupting, flattening vast stretches of forest behind Lu Li's body felt as if it were a lone boat adrift on tumultuous waves, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, Lu Li's gaze remained exceptionally bright. His elementary heavenly eye functioned at its peak, completely capturing the trajectory of the blood ruler, even imprinting it in his mind. In that moment, Lu Li realized the wondrous capabilities of the heavenly eye, combined with the replication card. It was akin to a divine tool for learning. Blood ruler, dominate the underworld. The blood ruler constantly shifted, its unleashed spiritual energy ravaging like a blade. Chapter 19. Counterfeit Lu Li continuously changed his position, yet still found it difficult to evade being struck. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, his white robe was shredded like willow fluff. Himph, under my blood ruler, even gods and demons cannot escape, let alone a mere child. At this moment, Lu Li stomped his foot, stabilizing himself, and bellowed, replication. Swish, 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 swish. The blood ruler's previous trajectory flashed through Lu Li's mind like a film played at high speed. Frame by frame, a wicked smile crept upon his lips as a blood ruler identical to Ao Li's appeared in his palm. What? Ao Li was taken aback, but the next scene completely shattered his understanding. With a flick of Lu Li's wrist, the blood ruler transformed into countless shadows, mirroring Ao Li's movements precisely. The range of the ruler's shadows seemed even more expansive and dense. Impossible. Ao Li was aghast. How do you possess the soul-subduing ruler, along with my unique battle technique? Lu Li chuckled lightly, proclaiming that it was merely a trivial skill not worthy of attention, urging to simply enjoy the moment. With a swift motion, the blood unleashed its power, striking deep into the realm of the underworld. In a chaotic flurry, Lu Li shouted wildly, while the myriad shadows of the engulfed the space, leaving Ao Li in disarray. Little did Ao Li anticipate that one day he would find himself so utterly overwhelmed by his own imperial weapon and combat techniques. His robe was shredded to tatters, and the once pristine white of his beard and hair was severed to the roots. This was still a result of his quick reflexes. Unlike Luli, who merely suffered the destruction of his garments, Aeoli bore wounds that penetrated deeply, exposing his stark white bones. Even more terrifying was the uncontrollable flow of blood from his body, threatening him with the imminent danger of exsanguination. Flee! The thought surged within him, growing rapidly like a nightmarish echo. Aeoli feigned a move, his figure soaring upward, vanishing into the forest in an instant. By heavens! Luli was taken aback. The old rascal truly fled at an astonishing speed. During the previous battle, he had flawlessly replicated Aeoli's imperial weapon, the blood, along with his unique combat techniques, simultaneously employing the limitless devouring ability. While he could not consume Aeoli's spiritual energy, he had drained a significant amount of his blood. Damn it, I'll frighten you to death. Luli proudly waved his hand. Having successfully copied an imperial weapon and at least a set of profound-level combat techniques, that copy card was indeed worth every penny. Regrettably, he possessed only one such card. With Aeoli fleeing, Luli adjusted his bangs, placing his hands behind his back, casting a sideways glance at a 45-degree angle before stepping into the rift. Recalling that there was a disguise pill in his system inventory, he couldn't help but smile mischievously as he swallowed it. The energy fluctuations from the teleportation array promptly transported Luli into the ruins. Inside the ruins, at the teleportation array node, Aeoli leapt down, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he walked away with his hands behind his back. I in this secret realm of the ruins, where fortune and misfortune were intertwined. A moment's negligence could lead to eternal damnation. Having consumed the disguise pill, Luli now embodied Aeoli's likeness, striding confidently within the ruins. Ao shoot. A respectful voice rang out, and Luli turned to see Duan Ishuan accompanied by a few others. Ahem, why are there only you few? Duan Ishuan replied. The teleportation arrays are random. Everyone has been sent to different locations. Ah, I see. Luli nodded. Duan Ishuan felt a peculiar sensation but couldn't quite place it. Ao Shu, what happened to that Luli? Needless to say, I'm right here. Where could he possibly go? Luli retorted, flicking his sleeve, brimming with anger. With that, he flipped his palm, summoning a ball of blue cold flame. Ghost fire? Duan Ishuan exclaimed in astonishment. This was something that Sangu had longed for. It seemed that Ao Shu had indeed killed Luli and even acquired the ghost fire. Duan Ishuan held no suspicion. After all, the disguise pill was remarkably potent, transforming Luli into such a lifelike replica. Too bad you are an extreme young battle soul. Otherwise, I could gift you this ghost fire, Luli muttered. Continuing onward, Duan Ishuan followed closely behind, and after a short distance, they encountered a grand and magnificent palace, exuding an ancient and timeless aura. Ascending the steps, they entered the great hall. On either side of the hall stood over a dozen colossal statues, each adorned in armor, wielding various weapons, appearing so lifelike that they seemed poised to spring into action at any moment. The group halted before the giant statues, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the figures. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached, and Lan Lingguang entered the hall with Mu Tianyu and Qing Luan. Upon spotting Aeoli and Duan Ishuan, their expressions shifted dramatically. What have you done to my senior brother? Qing Luan demanded fiercely. Duan Ishuan, with an air of arrogance, replied, with Ao Shu here, naturally, he has been reduced to ashes. What? Qing Luan's face was filled with disbelief. You're lying. My senior brother is exceptionally talented. How could he be killed by you so easily? Luli snorted coldly. Otherwise, I would have sent you to the afterlife as well. Lan Lingguang stepped forward, blocking Qing Luan, his eyes fixed on Aeoli with a look of apprehension. Indeed, it's true. The ruins are fraught with array traps. Allowing you to wander is not a bad idea, Aeoli remarked dismissively. Duan Ishuan nodded. Let us allow you to live a few more days. Mu Tianyu unsheathed his long sword with a clang, declaring, I will kill you. Lan Lingguang reached out to stop him. His gaze locked onto Aeoli, filled with unspoken meaning. Luli silently marveled. Could it be that Lan Lingguang also possessed the Eye of Heaven? However, having roamed the world for over 30 years, Lan Lingguang remained composed even after discerning the truth. He didn't raise an alarm. Yet, after just a few steps, another group entered from a different entrance. Led by the third prince, Duanichin. He was accompanied not only by the demon cloud from the Pishui Valley, but also an elderly man. Duan Ishuan's expression shifted instantly. Ao Shu. What in the world? How could there be another Ao Shu? There were no rumors of Ao Shu having a brother. Even if he did, they couldn't possibly look identical. Duan Ichin's Ao Lai also realized that beside the sixth prince stood another version of himself. Leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, Eluli cursed under his breath, leaping from the crowd. Who dares impersonate me? Witness the blood. With a flash, countless shadows danced through the air. Duan Ichin's face turned pale. This false Ao Lai claimed to have been ambushed and injured, presenting himself with all manner of elixirs, yet he was merely an impostor. Seeing this unfold, Luli couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His preemptive strike had effectively placed the real Ao Lai in a position of being the counterfeit. Duan Ishuan chuckled coldly. Third brother, keep your eyes peeled. Don't let someone sell you a false narrative. Faced with Duan Ishuan's taunt, Duan Ichin's fury ignited as he swung his palm down forcefully. How dare you attempt tricks in front of this prince? Prepare to be struck. Shinming palm. Ao Lai exclaimed, I am the real one. He is the fake. Luli offered no explanation, merely swinging the blood down upon his opponent. How dare you claim I am the fake? My imperial weapon and combat techniques are not something anyone can impersonate. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Chapter 20. No more pretenses, I reveal myself indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Ichin struck down, landing a powerful blow that sent Ao Lai staggering. Old rascal, if you have the ability, wield your blood and unleash your combat techniques. Oh, Ao Lai, as if awakened from a dream, brandished his hand, sending forth a storm of shadows. Is it truly so? Duan Ichin stood there, momentarily stunned. Duan Ishuan, taken aback, retreated several steps in shock. Who are you? Luli made a grimace, finally dropping the facade. No more pretending. I am the one who is beloved by all, the one and only sword saint, the esteemed master Luli. With that, Luli wiped his face, discarding the disguise, and mockingly addressed Duan Ishuan. My dear, you just called me uncle so affectionately. Could you repeat it once more? Duan Ishuan was driven to madness, feeling utterly humiliated. Duan Ichin approached with a cold smirk. Sixth brother, you truly have an extraordinary eye. I'm going to kill you, Duan Ishuan bellowed, enraged. With a swift motion, he unleashed his extreme young battle soul, merging his being with it, charging towards Luli with a roared, "Eti." That moment, a sound resembling heavy breathing echoed through the hall. Whoosh, whoosh, a ferocious beast, Ao Lai shouted. The group turned towards the direction pointed out by Ao Lai, witnessing a gigantic mountain-moving boar barreling toward them, violently swinging its massive head. Its curved horns sparkled ominously. And with a mere nudge, a stone tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. In such a powerful secret realm, it was certain that ferocious beasts would be on guard, and not just one. Ao Lai glanced at Luli, hesitating before saying, if we wish to obtain the legacy of the powerful, we should temporarily cease hostilities and unite against the beast. As for the legacy, let it be determined by our own abilities. Luli nodded in agreement. Outnumbered as they were, he was unconcerned for himself, but he still had Lan Lingguang and the others beside him. A deal it is. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he unsheathed his long sword with a resounding clang. Swiftly striking towards the beast, Ao Lai nodded, acknowledging his sense. The mountain-moving boar, catching sight of the fierce sword shadow, neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, it swung its head to meet the long sword head-on, with a sharp clang. Sparks flew. Eluli stumbled back, cursing under his breath. What the hell? It's at the venerable realm. He turned to Ao Lai, shouting, what are you waiting for? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Duan Ishuan, furious, was stopped by Ao Lai. He speaks the truth. We must work together. With that, he leapt into action. The myriad shadows of the surged towards the beast, causing it to retreat rapidly in fear. Just as Ao Lai was poised to deliver the finishing blow, a sudden cacophony of chaos erupted. Damn it, 7 or 8 more are coming. Duan Ishuan, Duan Ichin, and the demon cloud from Pishui Palace had no choice but to engage in battle, and in an instant, they were embroiled in a fierce clash with the beasts. Lan Lingguang and Mu Tianyu were left bewildered. What in the world was happening? Why were they being ignored by the ferocious beasts? Qing Luan, however, paid no mind to the chaos, rushing to Luli's side, anxiously asking, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Luli felt a warmth in his heart. "I'm perfectly fine, not a single part missing." Qing Wan's face flushed. "Who asked you that?" Luli was taken aback, wondering about her expression. Could it be that, wait, why are these ferocious beasts only attacking them? At this moment, Qing Wan also noticed something unusual. Luli blinked, contemplating character, yet the corners of his mouth were subtly lifted in a smile. As soon as the ferocious beast appeared, he activated the beast mastery technique, and his formidable divine consciousness swiftly invaded the beast's sea of awareness. Nearly scaring it into submission, Li was elated. A beast comparable to a venerable level creature was behaving like a mere lamb under his initial mastery of the technique. The fierce blood meter swept through, releasing an overwhelming imperial might that forced the beast to retreat step by step. However, these creatures were tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, making it difficult to slay them swiftly. Others were not so fortunate. One was tossed high into the air by the beast's massive horn, while several weaker individuals smashed against the grand pillars of the palace. Their insides ruptured, dying instantly in a horrific manner that was truly appalling to behold. Disperse, strike them down one by one. Aolai, ever the seasoned veteran, quickly assessed the situation and directed everyone in battle. When his gaze fell upon Luli, who seemed to be enjoying the show, Aolai was infuriated. Here he was, fighting for his life, while Luli was leisurely spectating, as if he were about to munch on sunflower seeds and brew tea. "Lu sect master, what happened to our vow of mutual support?" Aolai bellowed, "I'm here." Luli promptly assumed a combat stance. "You all fight boldly, and we shall cover you from behind." The faces of the 6 princes turned pale. This sword Saint Sect Master was utterly shameless. What were they to cover? Thin air? Yet, they had no choice, as the beast seemed to have a vendetta against them, relentlessly pursuing their prey. At this moment, Luli exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Lan Lingguang and the others. "Master Ao, little prince, this matter is left to you. We shall deal with the other beasts." And no sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, leaving Aolai seething with rage, pouring all his fury onto the ferocious beasts. Boom! One beast was finally brought down, panting and spewing blood. Just as Aolai sought to catch his breath, 2 more beasts roared and charged at him. "Damn it!" Aolai lamented, tears of frustration welling up. Here he was, a dignified emperor-level warrior, being pressed into the ground by a few beasts. It was utterly absurd. "Fight!" Luli led his group forward, soon encountering a beast as large as a mountain, atop which loomed a shadowy figure. With a deafening roar, the beast shook the entire palace, causing dust to rain down. Luli unleashed his consciousness, aiming for the beast's sea of awareness, but was met with an invisible wall that rebuffed his attack. "Oh, you too can master beasts?" A raspy voice echoed beside him. The figure from the beast's antlers stood tall, a man with silver hair, clad in black, his face lined with deep wrinkles resembling a parched rice field. Exuding an air of decayed, a swordsman who can master beasts? You truly are a remarkable talent. The old man continued in his hoarse voice. Luli furrowed his brow, regarding the elder with caution. "Are you the master of this underground palace?" he inquired. The elder shook his head. "No, well then, since you're not, don't hinder my quest for wealth. You will be held accountable for any delays." Luli waved dismissively. The elder replied, "Though I am not the master of this palace, I am well acquainted with its arcane secrets. Unfortunately, I was slain, my essence dissipated, leaving only a wisp of my soul behind." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in the elder's eyes. "What era is this now?" Luli asked. The elder paused. Perhaps that question is too vague. Are the demonic clans and spirit beasts still wreaking havoc in the Xintian domain? Demonic clans? Spirit beasts? Whereunto they sealed away 3,000 years ago? Luli blurted out. "What? 3,000 years?" The elder exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, within this secret realm, time has no meaning. 3,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I never anticipated that I would remain here for so long." Luli sighed. He scrutinized the elder and suddenly remarked, "You certainly have a talent for exaggeration." Chapter 21. The legacy of the strong. The elder was taken aback. "You don't believe me? I trust you about as far as I can throw you," Luli retorted playfully. "From the very start, You were scheming to usurp my body. The elder shook his head. I am not that type of person. Luli rolled his eyes. You should omit that type of. You are indeed not human. If you wish to seize my body, come directly instead of whining like a woman. The elder's composure faltered. Well, initially, I did have that intention, but I have since abandoned it. My instincts warned me that taking your body would lead to tremendous trouble. Consider yourself fortunate, Luli chuckled. The elder proposed. Why don't we make a deal? You assist me in leaving this place, and I shall reveal the location of the palace's legacy. In the Grand Hall, Lan Lingguang, Mu Tianyu, and Qinghuan surrounded Luli, frantically pacing in distress. Faced with the emergence of the Beast King, Luli appeared momentarily dazed, standing utterly still. Brother, wake up, Qinghuan urged anxiously. Luli suddenly turned around. What happened? Upon seeing Luli awaken, the others felt a bit more at ease. Qinghuan explained, the moment you laid eyes on that beast, you seemed to zone out, which terrified us. Oh, I was merely chatting with that old fellow, Luli replied. Old fellow? The trio looked bewildered. Apart from the four of them, there was only a mountain-moving beast. Where could an old man have appeared? Has the sect master been struck by lightning, leaving him with aftereffects? Can't you see him? Luli was taken aback. All right, let the senior brother lead you to wealth. Meanwhile, Aolai and the two princes fought valiantly, finally slaying a few beasts. For some unknown reason, the remaining beasts suddenly fled. As everyone gasped for breath. Luli returned. Duan Yichin was instantly incensed. Damn it! When you were killing beasts, you hid. Now that the beasts have fled, you come out? Is there such a good thing under heaven? Luli shot Duan Yichin a glare. Stop spouting nonsense, you fool. If I hadn't led people to raid the beast's lair, could we have lured them away? Aolai's expression darkened. So, we should thank you then? Don't mention it, Luli waved dismissively. We are all in the same boat. At that moment, a bright light flashed from one of the prince's attendants, and with a loud explosion, he burst apart. What is happening? Everyone's gaze shifted in unison to the spot where the attendant had stood. What is that? A hole had appeared in a stone statue. The light emanated from the statue. This is the legacy of the strong. In an instant, everyone understood the situation, their eyes turning greedily. The atmosphere grew exceptionally tense. As if a sword were drawn, ready for battle, Aolai declared sternly, this relic belongs to the divine kingdom of the Great Zhou. All outsiders are to leave immediately. Yes, no one is permitted to covet it. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of the divine kingdom, and all its people shall hunt you down. The attendants of the princes shouted, their weapons aimed squarely at Luli and his companions. Luli wore a fearless expression. It seemed they were intent on burning bridges. He shook his head, feigning a look of misfortune, while secretly stirring his fingers. Then I shall strike first, before his words had fully escaped his lips. For streaks of sword light shot up into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The armor on all the statues shattered, releasing beams of light. The legacy of the strong, that is mine. Quick, seize it. In an instant, everyone surged forward. Leaping toward the light, Aolai also moved, but instead of rushing toward the legacy, he blocked Luli's path. You intend to stop me? Luli's voice boomed. This is the divine kingdom's treasure. No one is permitted to touch it. Aolai released his imperial might, the blood meter floating above his shoulder. The figures of Lan Lingguang and the others were similarly intercepted. Meanwhile, Duan Yishuan and Duan Yichin had already entered the realm of light. Luli snorted disdainfully. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As his words fell, he formed a seal with his fingers. The extermination sword array descended from the sky. Countless sword patterns roared and danced. A fierce and violent sword aura descended from above. The ensnaring immortal was activated. With a light shout from Luli, the ensnaring immortal's sword radiance blazed, and wherever the sword light lingered, the air thickened, as if everyone had entered a weightless space, their bodies floating. What? Aolai's face turned pale with shock. What kind of technique is this? Luli was equally astounded. It was his first time deploying the extermination sword array, and he never expected its power to be so immense. Yet, merely activating the ensnaring immortal left Luli feeling drained, as if his energy had been completely sapped. Sighing at his insufficient strength, he soared like a great rock, unleashing his full consuming firepower. drawing all the beams of light emitted from the massive statue toward him. Swish, 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 the beams shrank and entered Lu Li's spiritual core. Boom! A burst of light exploded in Lu Li's mind, revealing dozens of shadowy figures. Ha ha ha, after 10,000 years, we finally have someone enter our illusion, and a swordsman at that. Truly a stroke of fate. What the heck? This kid is quite handsome. He can rival me, bah. With your looks, you could scare a ghost. How dare you claim to compete in beauty? These shadowy figures appeared before Lu Li, each one dashing and elegant. Their aura ethereal. Lu Li's mind was reeling. Oh no. Am I being transported again? Where is this? He asked uneasily. This is the illusion of the Xian Palace. I am one of its masters, the dominant sword immortal. I am the sword master immortal. That I am the radiant sword immortal. Good heavens! Lu Li was left dumbfounded, facing a total of 11 immortals. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for intruding. I shall take my leave now. I beg your pardon, but what nonsense is this? The sword-wielding immortal is quite the straightforward man. I have been waiting here for you for countless years. Do not even think about slipping away. Bow to me immediately, or I shall make you regret it. Lu Li was taken aback. Is that appropriate? I hardly know you. The sword master chuckled. How amusing. Over the years, countless souls have perished here, all for the sake of our legacy. Lu Li scoffed dismissively. Who the hell cares about your legacy? I have my own system, and that suffices. Yet his expression was one of cheerful mirth, his few freckles on the bridge of his nose crinkling as he spoke. I am merely passing through and have no interest in your legacy. The sword master was momentarily stunned. The sword-wielding immortal rolled up his sleeves and declared, Enough of this chatter. Let us settle this with a good thrashing first. To dismiss the legacy, you must be a fool, Lu Li retorted. You're the fool. Your entire family is a bunch of fools. I have no interest in your worthless legacy. Oh my temper. The sword-wielding immortal waved his hand and delivered a sharp slap, causing Lu Li's head to buzz. Do you believe I will turn you to dust? Lu Li, like a slippery fish, shot back, Come on. I wouldn't mind waiting another 10,000 years for you to try. Who is afraid? You're the one who is the loser. Chapter 22. 9 Sword Techniques. What the hell? The sword-wielding immortal had lost his temper. This little rascal surely had us figured out. The sword master silently watched as Lu Li threw a tantrum. Fine. If you have no interest in us, we will not force you, but you could pass it on to those in need. Lu Li blinked, wearing a look of disbelief. Really? Indeed. All right, seeing your sincerity, I shall help you. Lu Li slapped his thigh. Damn it. The sword-wielding immortal was about to explode again. Step aside. I refuse to converse with those of unpleasing appearance. Lu Li swept his bangs aside and said, just as the words left his mouth, the sword-forging immortal burst into hearty laughter. At last, someone has spoken the truth. Come, take the legacy. The sword master floated into the void. And upon seeing this, the other immortals leapt into the AI in an instant. 9 sword shadows floated in the void, slicing towards Lu Li with a whoosh. The entire void trembled and shattered. What the hell? Lu Li was startled. This was no legacy. They were after his life. Instinctively, he raised his hand to defend. Whoosh! The first sword shadow pierced into Lu Li's body, followed swiftly by the second, third, and fourth. There were as many as 9. The heavenly level sword technique, 9 sword techniques. In an instant, the profound essence of the 9 sword techniques filled Lu Li's mind. The remaining 2 immortals flicked their wrists, producing a spirit ring and a jade tablet, their figures gradually fading away. Keep these items. You will find them useful later. As their voices faded, they vanished completely from the void. The scene before Lu Li disintegrated in an instant. Were it not for the spirit ring and jade tablet in his hands, he might have thought he had merely dreamt it. On the other side, Li saw Lu Li enter a dazed state and knew something was amiss. He shouted, exerting all his strength to break free from the entrapment of the immortal sword chi. Swinging his blood to strike at Lu Li's forehead. No. Qing Luan cried out in alarm, attempting to rush in for a rescue, but it was too late. She could only close her eyes in despair. The one being restrained, however, was overjoyed. With a single strike, even gold and jade could be reduced to powder, let alone a mere human. Kill him. Tear him to shreds. How dare he steal from the divine kingdom? Truly tired of living, along the way, having deceived me so thoroughly, I shall also enjoy tormenting his corpse. The crowd was animated. Should Lu Li die, these 11 colossal statues would signify 10 legacies, and surely they could partake in the spoils. However, the next moment, with his eyes tightly closed, Lu Li's entire being radiated golden light. Ao Lai's blood struck the golden glow with a crisp sound. Clang! The golden light exploded instantly, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent Ao Lai flying. What? The crowd was horrified. Ao Lai steadied himself, looking disheveled, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. No. I must prevent him from obtaining the legacy. Otherwise, once he awakens, it will be our demise. With this thought, his gaze fell upon Lan Lingguang and the others. If I cannot kill him, then you shall be my targets. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gathered all his strength and surged forward violently. Lan Lingguang sensed the impending danger, his body brimming with sword patterns. Boom! The sword patterns clashed against the blood, and the overwhelming force sent Lan Lingguang flying, spitting blood midair. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Curling up in agony, Mu Tianyu's eyes widened in rage. He leaped to Lan Lingguang's side. Senior brother. Lan Lingguang, pale of face, struggled to say, "Run," trying to escape. Ao Lai's figure flickered, appearing before the two, the blood aimed at Mu Tianyu's throat. "Immediately call for your sect master, or I shall kill you," Ao Lai demanded. Mu Tianyu chuckled coldly. "Fool," Ao Lai's lips twitched. He had yet to see the coffin before shedding tears. Whoosh, with a flick of the blood. It pierced through Mu Tianyu's shoulder. "I assure you, the next time, it will penetrate your heart." Spit. Mu Tianyu spat a mouthful of blood and phlegm onto Ao Lai's face. "Get lost." Ao Lai trembled all over. Wiping the spittle from his face, his visage twisted with rage, his gaze fixed upon Qing Luan. "You do have some spirit." In a swift motion, he seized Qing Luan. Qing Luan, still immersed in the sorrow of losing her master, opened her eyes to find her master unharmed, yet her two senior brothers lying in pools of blood. "Senior brother, release me!" Qing Luan shouted angrily. Ao Lai tightened his grip around Qing Luan's neck. The blood pointed at Lu Li, and he hissed, "Wake up quickly, or I shall unleash a massacre." Lu Li remained motionless, his aura growing increasingly formidable. "You are forcing my hand," Ao Lai declared, swinging the blood, severing one of Mu Tianyu's arms. Anticipating a wail of anguish at the loss of an arm, Ao Tianyu, however, gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Ao Lai with a venomous glare. Good, Ao Lai sneered, shifting his attention back to Qing Luan, eager to see if she would also remain silent. The loathsome Ao Lai placed a hand on Qing Luan's waist. In an instant, Qing Luan comprehended the impending horror. Biting her lip and closing her eyes, Mu Tianyu's eyes were nearly bursting with rage. No, let her go. Come at me with whatever means you have." Mu Tianyu charged forward, clutching his severed arm, but Ao Lai kicked him away with ease. Many onlookers widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the scandalous spectacle. Hiss! The waist tie fell away, and Qing Luan's outer garments flew away in the wind, leaving only her undergarments. Stop! Mu Tianyu knelt helplessly on the ground, his lips bleeding from biting down so hard. Ao Lai chuckled coldly. "Wow, what a treat! Truly a gem among mortals. Strip, hurry up and strip." The prince and his entourage cheered excitedly, yearning to join in on the action. Ao Lai tugged at his fingers, and Mu Tianyu shut his eyes. At that moment, Lan Lingguang awakened, channeling all his spiritual energy and charging forward. Bang! His body was sent flying far away, lying motionless on the ground. Seeking death, Ao Lai narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Qing Luan's heaving chest as he laughed maniacally. Ha, boy, if you do not wake up soon, your dear junior sister will be laid bare for all to see. As the words fell, he tugged again. Many present had begun to drool. After all, she was the pride of the Sword Saint sect, a feast for the eyes. Just as everyone awaited the scene with bated breath, a sudden breeze swept through the hall. Lu Li opened his eyes, his gaze deep as the stars, radiating a chilling light. Not good. Ao Lai felt a chill creep over him. From Lu Li's gaze, he sensed the aura of death. Run. As he uttered the word, taking advantage of the loosening sword formation, he cast Duan Yishuan and Duan Yichen out of the hall, only to see Lu Li's figure appear before him, like a celestial being descending to earth or a god of death arriving. His robes billowed, and his hair danced in the wind. With each word, he declared, "I shall make you unable to seek life or die." Chapter 23 settled the score as he spoke. The extermination sword formation unleashed its full power, for long swords imbued with supreme ancient essence floated around, exuding an aura akin to that of primordial beasts. Aolai, in terror, discovered he could not move. Even the spiritual energy within him seemed to be bound. Eluli curled his fingers, and Qing Luan's body slowly floated from Aolai's grasp into Lu Li's embrace, a green robe enveloping her form. All is well now, all is well. Upon hearing the gentle voice in her ear, Qing Luan opened her eyes to see that familiar face and could no longer contain herself, breaking into a heartfelt cry. After soothing Qing Luan, Lu Li checked on Lan Lingguang, channeling a surge of energy into his body, then helped the bloodied Mu Tianyu to his feet. "Do not worry. Once we return to Sword Mountain, I will gift you a new and extraordinary companion." Mu Tianyu smiled. "I can hold on to it this moment." Those who had not been sent away by Aolai were utterly terrified, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The two elders from the Pai Shui Palace gritted their teeth and fled at high speed. Eluli snorted coldly, bang. The two figures above the hall were instantly shattered into a mist of blood by an invisible force. Thud! Dozens of people fell to their knees in unison, bowing their heads fervently, begging for mercy. "Please spare us, my lord. We too are driven by necessity. Spare us, for we are willing to toil like oxen and horses to repay your kindness." "My lord." At this moment, Yaoyun swayed her waist, resembling a flickering flame, drifting gracefully to Lu Li's side. "My lord, on behalf of the Bishi Palace, I congratulate you on obtaining the relic's inheritance." Her eyes, like silken threads, exhaled a fragrance as delicate as orchids. Yaoyun epitomized feminine allure to its fullest extent. Combined with her breathtaking beauty and devilish figure, one must ponder, what man in this world could withstand such a lethal temptation? Yaoyun's laughter echoed throughout the grand hall, her slender fingers delicately resting upon Lu Li's shoulder. Lu Li was neither a sage nor a paragon of virtue, but rather a mere wretch who once fantasized about the heroines of all those island films before his computer screen. Faced with such exquisite temptation as Yaoyun, even his breath faltered slightly. Yaoyun smiled even more seductively, her fingers slowly ascending to Lu Li's neck. His heart fluttered, eyes narrowing, fixated on her. Her ruby lips, ablaze with passion, carried a fragrant breeze. Lu Li reveled in the moment, closing his eyes as his palm traced the curve of Yaoyun's waist. Her waist was soft, her gaze tender, and her glances gentle, akin to a ripe fruit or a sorceress from a tale. Lan Lingguang's breath quickened, a figure flitting through his mind. At this moment, Lu Li was lost in the caress of the beauty, oblivious to the changes in Lan Lingguang's expression. Yet, he sensed a chill creeping from his neck to his toes. Suddenly, Lu Li opened his eyes. Yaoyun's expression turned ecstatic, her pupils glowing an eerie red. With a swift motion, a flash of light flickered from her fingertips, her nails transforming into sharp, green flames that plunged downwards. In such close proximity, unprepared, it seemed Lu Li's only escape was the path to death. Yaoyun's bewitching laughter echoed, her confidence unshaken. "No one in this world has ever escaped the allure of my enchantments." However, in the next moment, her expression morphed, the sharp poison meeting an unexpected barrier, as if striking against an impenetrable wall. Even more terrifying, a flash of red light flickered before her eyes, followed by an intense pain in her wrist, which was unexpectedly severed. Retreating in haste, Yaoyun stumbled back several paces, her gaze filled with venomous resentment as she glared at Lu Li. "How could you possibly resist my charms?" Lu Li removed the severed hand from his neck, a shiver coursing through him. Ugh, how revolting! Discarding the dismembered hand, he licked his lips and grinned lewdly. "I thought you were genuinely captivated by my charm, but it turns out to be a trap. Thankfully, I am not so easily ensnared." Pausing, Lu Li continued with a hint of mischief, "But you truly smell delightful and feel so soft. I am still unsatisfied. How about we find a more secluded spot to continue?" Yaoyun, clutching her severed wrist, her mind racing, after a moment, smiled sweetly, eager for another chance. She once again swayed toward Lu Li, but her smile froze upon her beautiful face, as a thin line of crimson, akin to blood, marked her neck. "You deceived me." Her body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Point one for one. We are even, Luli shook his head, lamenting the loss of such fine beauty. Turning his gaze coldly to the incapacitated Aolai, he stated, I told you, I shall ensure your suffering, leaving you unable to live or die. I will not break my word. With a swift motion, a blade of light flashed, severing both of Aolai's legs at the knees. Blood gushing forth, Luli raised a hand, channeling spiritual energy to seal Aolai's blood vessels. You think you can bleed to death? You underestimate me, Luli chuckled. Aolai, now legless, stared wide-eyed, trembling in disbelief. Once a master of the imperial heaven realm, even the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom had treated him with respect. Yet now he found himself being toyed with by a mere third-rate sect leader. Unable to even voice a curse. How infuriating! Oh right, earlier you wanted my disciples to scream for help. Allow me to grant you a chance to scream for help too. With a flick of his finger, Aolai's lips regained their freedom. Boy, do you know who I am? Release me at once, or I will annihilate your sect, Aolai threatened. Tsk. Resorting to such threats, Luli shook his head. If you can't win, you resort to your background. I am not afraid of your so-called connections. Swish, two more blades of light sliced through the air, severing both of Aolai's arms. Ah, you little wretch. I will tear you to shreds. Aolai howled. Luli remained unfazed, urging him to speak quickly, for soon he would be unable to utter a word, though first, he would lose his sight. Swish, two beams of starlight pierced Aolai's eyes. My eyes? Aolai cried out in agony. You are no match for my disciples. When you humiliated them, did they ever fear you? Luli observed the injured Lan Lingguang and Mu Tianyu, along with Qing Luan. Please, spare me. I am an elder of the Platinum Merchant Association. Aolai pleaded. The Platinum Merchant Association? Luli murmured. Is that supposed to impress me? Pfft. Another flash of cold light struck, causing Aolai to spew a mouthful of blood. Along with a severed tongue, woo-woo-woo, Aolai emitted a mournful cry akin to a wild beast. Luli, expressionless, declared, You bully the young while relying on your imperial heaven status. From today onward, let us see how you continue to act unrestrained. Saying this, he placed his palm upon Aolai's abdomen, activating an infinite devouring force. A whirlwind began to swirl around, visibly draining Aolai's form. Lan Lingguang, Mu Tianyu, and Qing Luan stared in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? Brother, it can absorb another's cultivation? Chapter 24. The Skill of Transmutation. Crackling sounds erupted from Luli's body as he seemed to swell from the influx of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Aolai was nearing death. Resembling a withered tree, Luli exhaled a breath of turbid air, a shockwave bursting forth from him. Boom! He had broken through. Brother, he has broken through. Luli nodded, having reached the third level of the Imperial Heaven Realm. Noting Aolai's cultivation was rather pathetic, having only advanced one level. Why goodness! Lan Lingguang and the others gaped in disbelief. He finds the first level of Imperial Heaven insufficient. Truly, envy breeds discontent. This moment, Aolai lay on the ground like a dead dog. What shall we do with these people? Today's events must not leak. Lan Lingguang stated, the Platinum Merchant Association is a formidable force in the Xintian domain. Currently, the Sword Saint sect cannot contend with them. Then let us kill them all. Luli waved his sleeve, a shadow of a sword sweeping through, leaving several corpses in its wake. Beside Aolai's lifeless body, a golden treasure chest appeared, and Luli's heart leapt with joy as he summoned the chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. One. Will the host open it? Luli inwardly decided to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. The treasure chest has successfully opened, granting the skill of transmutation. Transmutation? What on earth is that? Does it mean I can turn enemies into something else? Luli was bewildered, saying fusion, and instantly understood the skill's function. It was a means of transforming decay into the miraculous. With this skill, Luli could swiftly alter a cultivator's innate talents. Transmutation was divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, Luli could only perform at the beginner level. Capable of transmuting talented beasts, the intermediate level could transmute spirit-rooted plants, while the advanced level could transmute anything, even a mere stone. Wow! This skill is the true golden finger. He envisioned turning all the flowers, plants, cats, and dogs of the sword, Saint Sect into divine treasures, then transforming all disciples into the realm of divine concealment, leading them to conquer the Xintian domain. Just the thought thrilled him, and Lu Li erupted into gleeful laughter. Qing Luan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you are so handsome. Lan Lingguang and Mu Tianyu exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Brother doesn't seem quite right. He needs medication? Lu Li flicked his fingers, sending a wisp of ghostly fire that instantly turned the corpses in the hall to ashes. Ensuring complete silence was paramount. However, amidst the ashes of Aolai, a flicker of red light suddenly appeared and vanished in an instant. Lan Lingguang stammered, Brother, did you see that? Lu Li nodded, Do not be alarmed. This is a relic. Even if that wisp of soul escapes, by the time it reports back, it will be ages hence. If the Platinum Merchant Association does not come, they are wise. If they do, I shall turn them into meat buns for dogs. None shall return. Mu Tianyu sighed. Is it truly wise to compare our sect to a dog, master? Lu Li was unconcerned with such details, pulling everyone along as they prepared to leave the hall. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of earth-shattering explosions echoed as 11 colossal statues suddenly cracked. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding the underground palace. It's going to collapse. How could this happen? We haven't obtained the inheritance yet. Qing Luan cried in despair. Lu Li, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, led the three out of the underground palace. Do you not recognize who I am? The inheritance is already in my grasp. Otherwise, do you think the statues would explode for no reason? He spoke with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back, his expression conveying, hurry and pay your respects. His revelation was so shocking that everyone was too stunned to notice his demeanor. Bored, Lu Li, irritated, flicked his sleeve and stepped forward. Upon exiting the underground palace, he released a shadow and, bowing slightly, stated, Old ghost, I have fulfilled my promises. We are now even. Lan Lingguang was momentarily taken aback. The sect leader was once again showing signs of hysteria. Gesturing at the air and speaking as if in conversation, it appeared his condition was rather grave. Senior brother, should we consult a physician? Lan Lingguang whispered. Lu Li was momentarily stunned. Just keep moving, find a medical hall. Lu Li had just dismissed the shadow, which was indeed the remnant spirit he encountered in the underground palace, claiming to be the Qingyun patriarch. The underground palace is about to collapse. What shall we do? Qing Luan inquired. Lu Li replied. This underground palace has several layers. It would indeed be a pity if it simply crumbled. Let us proceed. It is time to return to the sect. Meanwhile, Duan Yishuan's silhouette leapt forth from the peak, exuding an air of vigor and unparalleled arrogance, as if the entire Xintian domain were insufficient to contain his pride. Ha ha ha! This prince has unexpectedly acquired the legacy of a generation's demon emperor. Directly breaking through to the first level of the venerable realm, Sword Saint Sect, Big Brother, tremble in fear. In the Pishui Palace, beside the heavenly pool, a middle-aged beauty descended gracefully, bowing deeply. Palace Master, the jade token of Yaoyun has shattered. With a thunderous roar, a wave of energy erupted, and a figure landed at the center of the grand hall. When was this discovered? Who is responsible? Where has Yaoyun gone? Who dares to slay a member of Pishui Palace? The figure demanded fiercely. The middle-aged beauty prostrated herself, trembling, reporting to the Valley Master. Yaoyun has gone to the Blood Moon Forest, said to be at the invitation of the third prince of the Great Zhou. Blood Moon Forest? The Palace Master pondered briefly. Investigate who did this. Additionally, prepare to leave the palace. We must pay a visit to the Great Zhou Palace. North of Qinzhou, in the midst of the vast mountain range, beneath a solitary peak, a figure was leaping and twisting, surrounded by a whirlwind of sword energy. The errant sword patterns screeched like a tempest, slicing through the falling leaves into countless fragments until they were reduced to powder. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The figure pointed the sword tip to his forehead, unleashing a surge of blood energy from behind him, where a shadow of a black sword flickered into view. Exuding a dizzying aura of death akin to the depths of the abyss, swish, the black sword cleaved through the air, resembling a galaxy cascading from the heavens, chipping away a corner of the distant peak. Gazing at the boulders crashing down, Duan Feiyu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Sword Saint Sect, prepare to meet your fate. This individual was none other than the seventh princess of the Great Zhou, Duan Feiyu, whose spiritual fetus had been destroyed by Lu Li. That day, she shattered the teleportation array and found herself in the vast mountains, encountering an elder known as Cursed Sword, who helped her reconstruct her spiritual fetus. Abandoning martial cultivation for sword mastery, awakening the celestial demon sword soul, this moment, Cursed Sword watched Duan Feiyu train from within a cave, nodding frequently. Suddenly, a hazy vision flashed before him, 11 beams of golden light soaring into the sky. Cursed Sword, dragging his frail body, trembled as he approached the cave entrance, gazing up into the void. Alas, in the end, human calculations cannot outmatch the heavens. Duan Feiyu rushed over, noticing the concern on Cursed Sword's face, and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Cursed Sword coughed lightly. "Feiyu, cultivate diligently. My time is limited, I in the void above." As Lu Li flew, he sneezed and rubbed his nose, cursing, "Damn it, day in and day out, someone is plotting against me." Chapter 25. I punish you to wash dishes for 3 days. Several days after the ruins were opened, the gorge in the mountains erupted with a resounding roar. Countless figures shot forth from the chasm in all directions. These were the cultivators who had infiltrated the ruins. Some were overjoyed, while others were dejected. Among them were the third Prince Duan Yichen and Bai Lin of Pishui Palace. "Damn it, I never expected this journey to end in such a manner." With nothing to show for it, Duan Yichen fumed. Bai Lin consoled him, "There is no need for despair. Third Prince Asa Royal, blessed with the extreme young battle soul, the Tianyang divine fire of Foaming Mountain is about to emerge. If you obtain it, with the enhancement of the Tianyang divine fire, ascending to the venerable realm, or even the emperor realm, is within reach." Duan Yichen nodded, conceding, "It seems that is all I can hope for. I wonder how my sixth brother is faring. I in the divine kingdom of Great Zhou." At the palace annex, the sixth Prince Duan Yishuan descended from the sky, swiftly entering the palace. At the same time, Duan Zhengtian put down his vermilion brush, raising his head with delight. "Yishuan has returned. Your journey to the Blood Moon Forest must have yielded considerable gains." Duan Yishuan knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute. "Thanks to Father Emperor's great fortune, I have not disgraced my mission." "Ha ha ha!" Duan Zhengtian laughed heartily. "You truly are my son. Having entered the first level of the venerable realm, splendid, splendid." A glimmer of ambition flickered in Duan Yishuan's eyes. Seeing his father so pleased, the position of crown prince was not out of reach. "I in the Xintian domain. Strength reigns supreme. To inherit a nation, one must possess formidable power. I in the royal palace's rear mountain." The Tower Forest, a resting place for past emperors, was also a forbidden area for the royal family. The ancestor, Duan Tianqi, spoke sternly to Crown Prince Duan Yiming. "The sixth prince has returned triumphantly, having entered the first level of the venerable realm. Your position as crown prince is precarious." Duan Yiming narrowed his eyes, speaking resolutely. "Ancestor, I must grow stronger. At any cost, no one shall take the crown prince position from me." Duan Tianqi pondered for a moment. "Yiming, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Duan Yiming nodded firmly. "If I cannot grasp a nation, how can I hope to control a domain? My body may perish, but my ambition remains unwavering. Such ambition is indeed what our great Zhou divine kingdom needs. Follow me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two figures vanished into the void above the Tower Forest. Tunjian Mountain. A series of flying swords returned, the disciples fulfilling the sect leader's order to return to the mountain. The last few to appear were the sect leader Lu Li and the long-absent Lan Lingguang. Upon learning of Lu Li's return, the elder Lu Tianyang personally went to greet him, and the masters of each peak gathered in unison. Lu Li descended gracefully on his sword, standing before Lu Tianyang. "Elder, I have returned. Did you miss me?" The elder smiled slightly. "Who has nothing better to do than miss a troublemaker like you?" The masters of each peak bowed in respect. "Greetings, sect leader." "Sect leader, your beard? What has happened to the sect leader?" The masters exchanged glances, bewildered. It seemed the sect leader had indeed been struck silly by the heavenly tribulation, as his once treasured beard was suddenly gone. "What, are you jealous? This sect leader is simply that handsome, charming, and beloved by all," Lu Li boasted, puffing out his chest. The crowd was rendered speechless. At that moment, Lan Lingguang stepped forward and knelt. "Master, your disciple has returned. The master of the fallen sword peak, Tai's Han, was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the sight before him. Lingguang, is that truly you? He stammered, quickly helping Lan Lingguang to his feet. Lan Lingguang and the Peak Masters exchanged greetings and then bowed to the elder. Sensing Lan Lingguang's profound aura, the elder felt a wave of relief. It is good to have you back. Let the past remain in the past. The elder grasped Lu Li's hand. So, how was your journey? Did you gain anything? Lu Li blinked. Which aspect are you referring to, elder? The elder's eyes narrowed. Have you been causing trouble outside? Lu Li chuckled. Of course not. I merely seized the ghost fire and acquired a legacy. It was simply exhilarating, however. It was fraught with peril. Not to mention, a second-level emperor appeared. Mu Tianyu and Qinghuan nodded in agreement. The master of the Bright Sword Peak hurriedly asked, what happened afterward? The master of the sword-controlling peak interjected. Surely the reputation of the Sword Saint sect frightened them away. Lu Li replied, a mere grasshopper dared to prance before me, even arrogantly claiming the Sword Saint sect was a third-rate sect. Can you believe that? Elder? What would you have done in my place? The elder, whose nature was as fiery as the flames, declared, of course, I would have dealt with him, silencing his tongue and turning him to dust. As they spoke, the elder suddenly froze, realizing he had been tricked. Indeed, Lu Li clapped his hands. Exactly, elder. I feel the same way. I can tolerate being beaten or scolded, but insulting the reputation of my Sword Saint sect is absolutely intolerable. Have we uncovered this person's background? A chill ran through the elder's heart, an ominous feeling washing over him. Just an elder of the Platinum Merchant Association. What are they boasting about? Lu Li casually remarked. What? The elder lost his composure. The Platinum Merchant Association? Are you certain? Of course, I am certain. He said so himself when I killed him, Lu Li replied. Oh my. The elder's head spun, while the masters of the peaks exchanged glances. Their expressions growing grave, Lu Li continued. Why aren't you asking if anything else happened? The elder's face paled. Shut his mouth. Do not let him say more. Lu Li stepped back. It's no big deal. Look how tense you are. Just a disciple from Pishui Palace named Yaoyun tried to seduce me. She ought to consider her own worth in a moment of weakness. I ended her life. What? Yaoyun from Pishui Palace? The elder felt the world spinning around him. You went out, killed an elder of the Platinum Merchant Association, and then killed that woman's precious daughter? I can't believe this. The elder was utterly furious. I punish you to wash dishes for 3 days. The foolish master of the Bright Sword Peak burst into laughter. Immediately, dozens of eyes filled with murderous intent turned toward him. Lu Li stepped forward. Is it that amusing? I now command you, as sect leader, to wash those dishes for 3 days. The foolish master of the sect, on the verge of tears, slapped himself in frustration, muttering about his own loose tongue. At that moment, the old ancestor regained his composure, his expression turning stern. If they must die, then so be it. It is of no great consequence. Should they dare to cause trouble at the Sword Saint sect, I shall treat them like meat buns thrown to dogs, coming and going without a trace. The masters of the 9 peaks, along with their disciples, and even Lu Li, glared at the old ancestor in unison. The ancestor shot a glare back. What? Where have I erred? Before his words could fully escape his lips, he vanished into thin air, entering the sword tomb. The ancestor then slapped himself once more, cursing his own foolishness. After his departure, the master of the Sword Peak reassured, do not fret, sect leader. The old ancestor has ascended to divinity. Who would dare to stir trouble? The master of the hidden Sword Peak chimed in, of all the things to learn, why emulate the sect leader's boasting? The crowd responded with a collective, Chapter 26. A moment of concern for your intelligence in the imperial palace of the great Zhou divine kingdom. The master of the hidden water palace arrived gracefully, her ruby lips and jade-like visage radiating an imposing aura rivaling that of Duan Jinting. Your Majesty, I have come to inquire about the fate of my daughter, the Demoness Yun, and the third prince, who have perished in the Blood Moon Forest. What exactly transpired? Duan Jinting's expression shifted slightly as he instructed a courtier, quickly summon the third prince. The courtier complied. And Duan Jinting added, Palace Master, please accept my condolences. I shall ensure a thorough investigation, and the true culprit shall have nowhere to hide. Moments later, Duan Yichin appeared in the Yangxin Hall, accompanied by a beautiful woman, his mother. "The Shu Fei, son, we pay our respects to your majesty," they said. Duan Zhenting waved his hand. "This is the master of the Hidden Water Palace, here regarding the matter of Miss Yun. Speak freely and without reservation." Duan Yiqin recounted the events that transpired within the underground palace. "You mean to say you were thrown out of the Grand Hall by Ao Lai, and thereafter, you know nothing?" the Valley Master queried. Shu Fei interjected, "Uncle Ao Lai was sent by me to protect Xaner. He too is likely in grave danger." "What?" Duan Zhenting exclaimed. "Ao Lai is a formidable figure of the second heaven of the Emperor's realm. Who could possibly slay him? Could it be that old fellow Lu Tianyang? But that seems impossible. He would be uprooted from his lair. The only possibility that remained was the master of the Sword Saint sect, who had seized the inheritance and eliminated everyone." Duan Zhenting remarked, "Palace Master, you cannot expect anyone to believe such a claim based solely on your words." Duan Zhenting nodded. "My beloved, your efforts are much appreciated." Shu Fei acknowledged, hailing from an ancient family, wielding a secret method to glimpse the final moments of the deceased through a bronze mirror. Shu Fei produced a bronze mirror, reflecting light until it illuminated the wall. She bit her middle finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the mirror. As her lips moved, she uttered an obscure incantation, causing the blood droplet to ripple across the surface of the mirror. The light on the wall shimmered, and as the final ripple settled, a clear image emerged. Lu Li wielding his sword in a deadly confrontation with the fallen figure of the demoness Yun lying below. The final image froze upon a handsome yet somewhat roguish face. "It is he, the master of the Sword Saint sect," Duan Yiqin exclaimed. With a crack, the palace master struck the image with her palm, shattering it into fragments. "Indeed, it is the Sword Saint sect," Shu Fei declared with a heavy tone. The palace master, filled with fury, prepared to depart. Duan Zhenting questioned, "Palace master, where are you going?" She replied with a cold huff. "To Tianjin Mountain, to take a life." Before her words could fade, she vanished from the Yangxin Hall. "Your Majesty," Shu Fei addressed Duan Zhenting, "the Sword Saint sect and our great Zhou Divine Kingdom are now at odds. Why not ally with the Hidden Water Palace to eradicate them?" A sly smile crept upon Duan Zhenting's lips. "Precisely. Let the Hidden Water Palace probe them first, and we shall reap the benefits." Shu Fei nodded. "Your wisdom is unmatched. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Duan Zhenting called to Duan Yiqin. "Having obtained the inheritance, you must diligently cultivate. Your father has declared that among you brothers, whoever establishes themselves as emperor first shall inherit the imperial seal." Duan Yiqin felt a surge of joy within, but maintained an outward calm. "I shall adhere to Father's teachings." The Sword Saint sect's affairs ultimately still rested in the hands of the foolish master of the Sword Peak. The old ancestor and Lu Li conversed deep into the night, yielding fruitful insights, and thus decided to enter seclusion for cultivation. Lu Li assumed that by bringing joy to the old ancestor, all would be well. However, the old ancestor abruptly turned against him. "You performed admirably, and you are quite handsome, yet you shall reflect upon your actions for 3 days." With that, the old ancestor withdrew to the sword tomb. Lu Li stood in bewilderment. "Damn, this old fellow changes moods faster than the weather." Unable to retaliate, Lu Li muttered in exasperation, conceding, "Fine, I will prepare wine and dishes and endure this reflection." Days passed swiftly, and soon the time for reflection concluded. At that moment, above Tianjin Mountain, a multitude of flying chariots appeared, their banners blotting out the sky, the sound of drums reverberating through the air. Leading the chariots was the master of the Hidden Water Palace. Surrounded by a throng of women, her face a mask of anger, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. This time, she had mobilized the elite forces of the Hidden Water Palace with a singular purpose: to kill Lu Li and avenge her beloved daughter. At the Cliff of Reflection, Lu Li found himself bored, tinkering with the extermination sword array, surrounded by shadows of swords. Now having broken through to the third heaven of the Emperor realm, his mastery over spiritual power was more adept than ever. Greatly enhancing the might of the extermination sword array, Lu Li felt an illusion of invincibility. Should he encounter a figure of the divine concealment realm, he believed he might still stand a chance. Suddenly, Lu Li's expression shifted as he sensed a fluctuation in the air's spiritual energy. His figure leaped, sleeves fluttering, as the myriad sword shadows converged within him, vanishing from the Cliff of Reflection. Above the sword pavilion, An elder descended upon his sword, bloodied and breathless, rushing into the pavilion. Intruders have breached the mountain. The people of the hidden water palace are upon us. The news spread like wildfire, causing the elder to faint from shock. Clearly gravely injured, the master of the sword peak hastened from the pavilion, a sword shadow appearing beneath him as he soared away. Above the sword saint sect, the flying chariots of the hidden water palace formed a semicircle. On the deck, numerous armored disciples, bows drawn, prepared for battle. The arrows were inscribed with intricate runes, pulsating with lethal energy. The palace master stood defiantly, surveying her surroundings, her voice booming from the heavens. Sword saint sect, come forth and meet your demise. The disciples aboard the chariots roared in unison, kill, kill, kill. As the master of the sword peak floated in the air, he coldly retorted, kill your sister. What kind of dish are you that you dare to act so brazenly? With his words, innumerable sword patterns surged into the sky, a streak of cold light slicing through the air, severing the chariot's banners. Take your people and get lost. I'll spare you for being a woman. The master of the sword peak said, unable to suppress a chuckle, realizing he was beginning to sound like the sect leader himself. The palace master, furious yet amused, declared, old scoundrel, the master of the sword saint sect has slain my beloved daughter. If I do not avenge this, I am unworthy to be called a mother. If you have any sense, summon your master to face me. Debts must be repaid. I demand one life for another. Otherwise, after today, there shall be no sword saint sect in Qinzhou. Before her words could fade, 3 figures leaped from the deck, forming a triangular formation around the master of the sword peak. He laughed heartily. Cold palace master, I truly worry for your intelligence. You dare to challenge me with just these 3? To annihilate the sword saint sect. The cold palace master narrowed her eyes. Elders, kill them. The 3 elders inhaled sharply, and a tempest surged in the void, their blood energy surging forth as their battle spirits erupted. Explosive ape, crimson tiger, golden claw eagle. All were mid-tier battle spirits. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the air roared, tearing the space apart, merging, then ripping again. The disciples of the hidden water palace were swept up in excitement. The 3 elders possessed the strength of the 3rd heaven of the sovereign realm, and together they unleashed their most formidable strike, an unstoppable force. The 3 elders unleashed their hands, issuing the command to their battle spirits. The explosive ape roared, its massive paw crashing down, while the crimson tiger and golden claw eagle charged in tandem. In comparison to the battle spirits of the 3 elders, the sword spirit of the master of the sword peak appeared relatively subdued, emanating a soft glow. And yet, you dare to confront the 3 elders. The disciples of the hidden water palace scoffed. This is the fate of a third-rate sect. They cannot stand on the stage. I bet this old fool would be torn apart in no time. However, the next moment unfolded in a shocking scene. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, and all gazes turned towards the source, their expressions shifting to disbelief. A sword shadow streaked across the sky, disappearing in an instant like a shooting star. The once ferocious battle spirits of the heavenly tide suddenly crumbled. As for the 3 elders, their faces were frozen in fear, their lips moving in shock. They hadn't even had the chance to utter a word before their heads were severed, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. One sword, 3 sovereigns, swift and merciless. Without a word of greeting, simply executed. The cold palace master's eyes widened with rage. Who? The venerable ancestor of the sword saint sect has entered seclusion, and the Pishui palace has thoroughly prepared before making their move. As the words fell, a fleeting white shadow appeared, exuding an ethereal aura and radiating unparalleled divine might. It is none other than I, the master of the sword saint sect. Eluli smiled faintly, resembling a friendly neighbor rather than a violent brute ready to unleash carnage at the slightest provocation. The cold palace master narrowed her eyes, meticulously scrutinizing Luli, the 3rd level of the imperial realm. No wonder he is so confident, but my Pishui palace is not to be trifled with. At that moment, the master of Yujin Peak wore a face of despair, muttering to himself, what the hell is this? I was all set to showcase my skills, only to be thwarted by the sect leader. Eluli chuckled. It would be a waste for someone like you to die by my hand. So let me handle this. What do you mean? So, dying by your hand would be worth something? The crowd was incensed. Naturally, they could not comprehend the implication of Lu Li's words, only noticing his hand's feigned motion and the flicker of joy on his face as he collected 3 treasure boxes. Turning back, Lu Li surveyed the numerous flying chariots, realizing that Pishui Palace truly possesses deep pockets. Pausing for a moment, Lu Li remarked, "Do you think it would be a grand spectacle if I were to bring down all these flying chariots?" The master of Yujin Peak's expression was hard to decipher, but the disciples of Pishui Palace burst into laughter. Did he just say he would shoot down all our flying chariots? Did I hear that right? With what? A slingshot. Those chariots are protected by formation runes, crafted by a 5-star formation master. This kid is adorably foolish. Unfazed by the mockery of the Pishui Palace disciples, Lu Li activated his heavenly eye, instantly deciphering the formation runes on the flying chariots and identifying their weak points. A sudden sense of unease gripped the cold palace master as she detected something unusual in Lu Li's gaze. "Retreat!" she commanded decisively. Lu Li smiled slightly. Too late. In an instant, sword runes swirled around him, and a tempest of sword energy erupted as he flicked his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if a silver tree of fire blossomed, and the Milky Way cascaded down, showering the void with countless stars. The sound of metallic clashes echoed continuously as sword energy sliced through the formation runes of the flying chariots, sending sparks flying. Boom! The formation of the first flying chariot shattered, obliterated by its own spiritual energy. In quick succession, boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen more flying chariots met their demise. The sky was filled with fragments of flying chariots and remnants of bodies. The cold palace masteress' eyes bulged with rage as she watched the few chariots that managed to retreat. Her face contorted in fury as she bellowed, "Fire the arrows!" At this moment, the master of Yujin Peak was utterly stunned, thinking, he can really bring them down. Soon after, the masters of the 9 peaks and various elders arrived, immediately unleashing their sword souls, creating a terrifying spectacle of countless swords obscuring the heavens. 1,000 meters away, the palace master's face turned ashen. She never anticipated the Sword Saint sect to be so formidable in a single encounter. They had slain 3 masters and destroyed nearly 10 flying chariots. It is worth noting that each flying chariot costs enough to forge 10 masters. The palace master felt her heart crumble and her sanity teeter on the edge. "Fire the arrows, kill them." As soon as her words fell, a volley of arrows was unleashed from the flying chariots, the sound of whistling projectiles filling the air. The space was compressed by spiritual energy, creating explosive sounds. The master of Yujin Peak's expression sharpened. "Defend!" Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword runes instantly formed a wall of swords before the sword pavilion. The arrows whistled towards them. Clang, 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 clang. As expected, all the arrows were intercepted. Lu Li stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming loudly, "Scram immediately! You shall not set foot in Qinzhou ever again, or face dire consequences." The cold palace master flashed before Lu Li, declaring, "I shall personally take your life." As her voice echoed, a terrifying imperial might was unleashed. Akin to a calamity descending upon the world, the 4th level of the imperial realm, Lu Li chuckled, wondering if he could manage to kill one for fun. Kill one for fun? The cold palace master laughed. How could a mere 3rd-level imperial realm cultivator kill me? Let's see UT/Y. Lu Li remained unfazed, his shoulder adorned with the Zhujian sword array. Divine weapons? Good heavens, 4 divine weapons. Am I seeing things? Or is this world truly insane? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The cold palace master felt a tremor in her heart, for divine weapons were indeed unimaginable. Lu Li grinned widely. "Do you think I can't kill you? What of your divine weapons? The disparity in power between our realms is insurmountable. Today, I shall slay you and claim your divine weapons." The cold palace master roared, utterly obstinate. Lu Li snorted coldly, and the Zhujian sword array surged forth with vigor. Resounding sword cry echoed through heaven and earth as the 4 Zhujian swords exploded in power, radiating a formidable presence. The cold palace master unleashed her full imperial might, conjuring a colossal figure from her blood aura. This figure had 3 heads and 6 arms, exhaling green flames, transforming its claws into hands, each wielding a divine weapon. 6 divine weapons indeed. a testament to her arrogance. Good heavens, it's a three-headed dragon. The Palace Master is actually a ninth-grade battle spirit. The Sword Saint sect is doomed. Witnessing the Palace Master unleash an unprecedented magnitude of power, the disciples of Pishué Valley erupted in excitement. Even the masters of the Nine Peaks and various elders displayed concern. The Palace Master is indeed formidable. 6 divine weapons reveal the depth of her foundation. Where did the sect leader acquire 4 divine weapons? The masters debated amongst themselves, with the Navi master of Liangjian Peak muttering, "Is the sect leader capable of handling this old woman?" The expressions of the gathered masters and elders turned peculiar as they regarded the master of Liangjian Peak, who, feeling the heat of their gazes, exclaimed, "I'm not washing the dishes." In unison, the masters and elders raised their middle fingers at him. Indeed, being a bit eccentric is contagious. The cold Palace Master's demeanor turned sinister, her eyes bloodshot, her long hair swirling as if a demon had descended. The 6 divine weapons swirled with violent spiritual energy, all aimed at Luli. The angles were treacherous, and the techniques were so peculiar that they were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Let alone defensible, Luli narrowed his eyes into slits, fully concentrating as he activated his heavenly eye to its utmost. His body swiftly retreated as the 4 Zhujian swords transformed into streaks of light, encircling Luli for protection. Trying to evade? Not so easily, the cold Palace Master bellowed. Demon breakthrough. Swish! The colossal dragon-like arms stirred the skies, the divine weapons gleaming with radiant starlight. The disciples of Pishué Palace were elated. Envisioning a scene of Luli drenched in blood, a mere third-rate sect dares to oppose Pishué Palace. Once the Palace Master reveals her might, even the Xintian realm will tremble. The Sword Saint sect shall be erased from existence. Ignoring the jeers of the disciples, Luli retreated a few steps, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Dodge? You truly have a sense of humor. A few little mudfish thinking they can turn the tides? Before his words could settle, he crossed his hands before his chest, redirecting the Zhujian swords, slicing through the dark clouds at more peculiar angles in a frenzied assault. Crack! One of the 3-headed dragon's arms was severed, plummeting to the void along with the divine weapon. What? The crowd gasped, their faces painted with disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Zhujian sword struck again, as if malevolent spirits, penetrating every gap and swiftly severing another arm. No, this is impossible. How can a mere 3rd-level Imperial Realm cultivator contend with a 4th level? The disciples of Pishué Palace remained in denial, refusing to accept the reality before them. The masters of the 9 Peaks and various elders were equally bewildered, questioning when their sect leader had become so formidable. The master of Yunjian Peak stroked his beard, stating, "No matter how powerful Pishué Palace is, they cannot rival the heavenly tribulation. Do not forget, our sect leader once cut down a heavenly tribulation with a single sword." "That's right. We were truly overthinking this," they mused. "We might as well ponder what to have for dinner tonight." With a sense of pride, the crowd suddenly realized that the Navi master of Liangjian Peak had vanished. Good heavens! Below the clouds, the master of Liangjian Peak dashed like lightning, pursuing the rapidly descending divine weapons, grinning from ear to ear. What a fearless one, though usually a simpleton when it comes to treasure. They truly know how to seize the moment. Let go of those divine weapons. They are mine. How shameless are they, starting to snatch the spoils already? In an instant, several figures darted towards the falling divine weapons. In the void, the cold Palace Master felt an overwhelming sense of panic. In mere moments, she had lost 2 arms, her strength significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Luli grew bolder as the sword array glowed brilliantly, rapidly absorbing the blood energy from around him. Quickly turning, he prepared to escape. Luli swiftly formed a flower gesture, and the 4 Zhujian swords clanged together, merging into one. An enormous sword of heaven materialized in the void. "I shall sever." With Luli's thunderous shout, the sword of heaven unleashed a cataclysmic ripple of energy, slicing towards the cold Palace Master, who was attempting to flee. Turning back, the cold Palace Master felt a chill run through her body as the aura of death engulfed her. "My life is forfeit." Suddenly, the void twisted and turned, with spiritual energy wildly coalescing from all directions, forming an immense maw that seemed to devour the heavens. Roar! A tempestuous and unmatched force surged forth from the gaping mouth, stirring the void into chaos. The sword of heaven was momentarily halted by this force, granting a brief respite. Now, seizing this fleeting opportunity, the cold palace master swayed, narrowly escaping from peril. The colossal sword of heaven descended with a thunderous roar, cleaving a mountain peak and carving an unfathomable chasm. Such is the divine might. The disciples of the peculiar water palace were instantly bathed in a resplendent divine radiance, while conversely, the members of the Sword Saint sect found themselves overwhelmed, collapsing in droves. Even Luli felt an immense pressure. Indeed, the grandeur of the divine was palpable at that moment. A towering figure materialized in the void, akin to a celestial deity, standing with an air of supremacy. "You seek to slay me, the master of the peculiar water palace." A deep, resonant voice reverberated through the ether, evoking a sense of distant foreboding. The realm of divine concealment, the master of the sword peak, struggling, lifted his head and uttered 3 words, instantly drenched in sweat. The cold palace master had narrowly evaded disaster, yet was still haunted by lingering trepidation. Upon witnessing this figure, he promptly turned and prostrated in the void. Disciple Long Lianhua humbly welcomes the ancestor. In an instant, the voice of reverence echoed through the void. After a moment of worship, Long Lianhua implored, "Ancestor, the Sword Saint sect has slain my beloved daughter, destroyed my flying chariot, and nearly executed a disciple. I beseech you to seek justice on our behalf." "Humph," Luli scoffed, bringing the old to deal with the young, yet failing to change the script. The ancestor of the peculiar water palace was slightly taken aback. To withstand the immense divine might at the 3rd tier of the imperial realm was indeed astonishing. "Little one, you possess considerable strength," Luli casually remarked, "just average, ranking 3rd in the world." After a brief contemplation, the ancestor declared, "I have not moved for a century, but if you can withstand 1 strike from me, the grievances between the peculiar water palace and the Sword Saint sect will be absolved." Long Lianhua, hearing this, was overjoyed. If the ancestor intervened, even half a move would be insurmountable for Luli. "What, afraid to accept?" Long Lianhua taunted. "Weren't you quite boastful just now?" Luli chuckled. "It's not that I fear acceptance, but rather," the master of the sword peak interjected urgently, "you must not accept. No cultivator exists beneath the realm of divine concealment." Luli waved his hand, signaling the master of the sword peak to remain calm. "Allow me to pose a question. If you answer, I shall acquiesce to your challenge," Luli stated. The ancestor of the peculiar water palace nodded. "Oh, do ask." With a mischievous grin, Luli inquired, "Your father or grandfather? Are they no longer around?" The ancestor was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you ask that?" Luli replied, "To avoid complications. Bringing the old to confront the young is bothersome." "By the heavens," gasped the master of the 9 peaks. And the various elders felt as if struck by lightning. "This fellow is audacious. I grant him full marks." As this statement reverberated, the entirety of the peculiar water palace erupted in uproar, those slow to react muttering, "What is this young man babbling about? Is he inquiring if the ancestor has a father or grandfather? Is this a census?" Those quicker to comprehend immediately scolded, "You dare seek death? My ancestor could reduce you to ashes with a single slap. How dare he cast his sights on the ancestor's lineage?" He implied acceptance. "By the heavens, this lad is utterly insane. A 3rd-tier imperial realm cultivator dares to withstand a blow from a 2nd-tier divine concealment. This is no simple matter of a mouse serving as a bridesmaid to a cat." Luli's smile widened. Suddenly, a vast divine brilliance cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the disciples of the Sword Saint sect. Everyone felt a sudden lightness, looking up to see the ancestor standing with hands clasped behind his back in the void. "Liang Lao Gue, dare you wreak havoc in my Sword Saint sect? Beware, for I shall annihilate you," Lu Tianyang proclaimed proudly. The ancestor of the peculiar water palace raised an eyebrow. "And you, with your 1st-tier divine concealment?" Lu Tianyang laughed heartily. "Old ghost, who claimed I was merely at the 1st tier? I am exceptionally gifted, capable of breaking through 2 tiers. Is that not so?" As he spoke, divine brilliance radiated from his body, bathing the entire Sword Saint sect in its glow. The ancestor of the peculiar water palace twitched at the corners of his mouth. It appears the chaotic Lingling Tower truly resides within the Sword Saint sect. He then turned to Long Lianhua, commanding, "Bring your people and retreat." "Ancestor," Long Lianhua protested, feeling unwilling. They had seized 2 imperial weapons from her disciples. Ignoring her, the ancestor sternly addressed Lu Tianyang. "I take my leave." Swiftly, all flying chariots departed without a trace. Li pouted, "Ancestor, are you entangled with the peculiar water palace? Why did you let them go?" The ancestor delivered a swift reprimand. "What nonsense! Do you have any idea how many eyes are watching in the void, eagerly awaiting the Sword Saint sect and the peculiar water palace to exhaust each other? So they may reap the benefits?" Pausing, he added, "If you possess the ability, ascend to the divine realm. Then you may slay whomever you wish. Count yourself fortunate." Luli rolled his eyes, turning his gaze to the master of the bright sword peak. "While I fight to the death, you quietly profit." The master of the bright sword peak grinned. "Disciples may not measure up to their seniors, but I must rely on my strength." "Oh my!" Luli nearly burst into laughter. "You understand that principle? Very well. You may keep the imperial weapons, but you'll still have to wash the dishes." "Ah!" The master of the bright sword peak's jaw dropped, looking as pitiful as a neglected spouse. Taking the opportunity, the master of the fallen sword peak added disdainfully, "If you're unwilling, hand over the imperial weapons. I'll handle the dishes." "Wash, wash, am I not capable of washing?" the master of the bright sword peak retorted. Hastily retreating, if he lingered, the master might conjure some trickery once more. In the outer regions of Qin Prefecture, the flying chariots of the peculiar water palace were intercepted by a squad dressed in peculiar armor. Long Lianhua's mood soured. The Sword Saint sect has suffered a setback, and even the Xuanjia guards of Zhou State dare to obstruct us? Do they truly believe the peculiar water palace is a sick cat? Just as she was about to erupt, Duan Jinting emerged. "Palace Master, your journey has been less than satisfactory." Long Lianhua's expression hardened. "The Emperor has come to witness the ridicule of the peculiar water palace?" Duan Jinting hastily bowed. "Palace Master misunderstands. I have come to propose an alliance with the peculiar water palace to jointly confront the Sword Saint sect." "An alliance?" Long Lianhua was momentarily taken aback. This did indeed present a viable strategy. The deadline approaches. The barriers of the 3 domains will soon shatter, and at that time, all manner of beings will converge, uniting for mutual benefit. This is the rightful path. Duan Jinting stated earnestly. Long Lianhua nodded. "Upon returning to my palace, I will confer with the elders." Duan Jinting laughed heartily. "I shall await your favorable news." After the people of the peculiar water palace departed, the 6th prince inquired, "Father, are we truly to ally with the peculiar water palace?" Duan Jinting nodded. "Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Confronting the Sword Saint sect is merely a part of the grand scheme of the Great Zhou Divine Nation. The future of the Great Zhou Divine Nation lies in ascending to the pinnacle of the Qiyuan continent." "Qiyuan continent?" The 6th prince was taken aback. "Where is that?" Duan Jinting replied, "You will come to know in due course. Focus on your training. The divine fire needed for your extreme young battle soul will soon emerge from Foaming Mountain. Do not disappoint your father." The 6th prince, resolute, nodded. "Rest assured, father. I shall not fail your expectations." Meanwhile, Luli returned to his dwelling and produced 3 bronze treasure boxes. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure box 3. Will you open it?" "Open?" Luli thought to himself. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The bronze treasure box has successfully opened. You have received 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a spirit weapon, and the spirit tier battle technique wind reversal sword." Luli shook his head. The system is becoming increasingly stingy. Such meager rewards for opening a treasure box. The only item of note was the spirit tier battle technique. In the realm of Xintian, battle techniques were classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and spirit, with the spirit tier being the lowest yet exceedingly rare. Cultivators below the realm of the venerable had no opportunity to access battle techniques, unless they belonged to deeply rooted royal families or super sections with the system at his side, accustomed to grand spectacles. Luli cast aside these trifles, tossing them into the system inventory. Opening his attributes panel, Luli carefully examined his current situation. Host, Luli Realm, 3rd tier of the Imperial Heaven Cultivation Method. Infinite Devouring 9 Young Divine Art. 9 Scripture Weapon. 4 Swords of Slaying Immortal Skills. Azure Pattern Alchemist. 5th tier Artifact Refiner. 5-star Talisman Master Task. Eliminate Duan Feiyu. In progress, special skill. Enlightenment, beginner. As for the inventory, spirit stones, spirit weapons, and spirit tier battle techniques lay quietly inside. After reviewing the panel, Lu Li felt vexed. Thus far, there had been no news regarding Duan Feiyu. Had he vanished into thin air? Just as he was frowning in contemplation, a disciple reported, "Master, the ancestor requests your presence." Reluctantly, Lu Li gathered his thoughts and made his way to the sword tomb. The ancestor opened his eyes. "Ah, little Li Li." Lu Li nearly stumbled. "Ancestor, what is your intention?" "Ancestor, I feel nauseous." "Swallow it back. By the heavens." Lu Li clenched his fists. "Fine. I shall endure and uphold the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young." The ancestor remarked, "Little Li Li, what are your current plans?" "The Sword Saint sect is rising in power under your leadership." "Small matters," Lu Li replied proudly. "The second prince and the little princess of the Dian Kingdom are mere trifles." Hearing this, the ancestor delivered a sharp rebuke. "What nonsense! Had I not intervened in time today, you would have frozen to death." Lu Li rolled his eyes. "It was you who severed my source of income. I merely wished to toy with a cultivator of divine concealment. Yet you, with a few words, let him go." "Arrogant. Continue your arrogance," the ancestor retorted. "Even if you can, what of the other disciples of the Sword Saint sect? Can you carry them all on your waist?" By the heavens, the ancestor makes a valid point. Lu Li's heart sank as he suddenly realized he had nearly forgotten about the sect behind him. This damned position was far less appealing than being unencumbered by office. He longed for the freedom to act without hesitation, striking at anyone who displeased him. Observing Lu Li's silence, the elder remarked, "A good man is supported by 3 allies. The Sword Saint sect requires allies and, more importantly, the enhancement of its own strength. Do not hold back. I can see through your innermost thoughts. Get to work, for I must indulge in some festivities." With that, the elder truly turned and left. "Oh, my temper!" Lu Li exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "I shall forge my own troop." Should he rely on medicinal pills or spiritual artifacts? Or perhaps, like some modern web fiction, he could create a contemporary army? Lu Li found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Enlightenment. How could I forget? Establishing a spiritual beast legion would be splendid. Ha ha ha. I am indeed a genius. Chapter 30. Qing Wan's Betrothal. Without further ado, Lu Li's figure appeared in the spiritual beast training department of the Sword Saint sect. Aside from the 8 celestial steeds he had acquired and a fiery cloud unicorn, the training department was devoid of even an ant. The elder in charge of the training department smiled sheepishly and said, "Sect Master, the spiritual beast training department is essentially a FAAD. The Xintian domain has not seen a spiritual beast in many years, though there are plenty of ferocious beasts," Lu Li countered. "Was it not said that 3,000 years ago, before the barrier of the demon spirit domain opened, the demon emperor appeared for 3 months? Did he leave nothing of value behind?" The elder grinned. "We cannot ascertain whether the demon emperor was exaggerating." Lu Li clicked his tongue, adopting an expression of silent agreement as if he had no retort. Thus, the burgeoning flame of expansion was extinguished by the elder of the training department. However, Lu Li remained undeterred, thinking, all roads lead to Rome. "It's not a big deal," he questioned the elder. "Have you never considered capturing some ferocious beasts for training?" The elder replied, "In recent years, our sect has been keeping a low profile, strictly adhering to the sect master's orders to conserve resources." "Speak plainly." Lu Li's eyes narrowed. The elder immediately lowered his head. "We lack funds," Lu Li inwardly cursed. "What a mess this is. The sect is so impoverished that we cannot even afford to raise a ferocious beast." He inquired, "How much would it take to rejuvenate the training department?" The elder raised a finger. "We need to repair the facilities, hire personnel, and prepare the beast confinement talismans and formations, and—" "Stop!" Lu Li interrupted, his head nearly exploding. "Just tell me the money." The elder cautiously replied, "At least 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the initial phase." "How much?" Lu Li thought he misheard. The elder, startled, added, "If absolutely necessary, 500 would suffice." Just then, with a dazzling flash, a heap of spiritual stones materialized before them. "Spiritual stones!" The elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "What a trivial matter. Luli exclaimed, "This is 2000. Prepare yourselves. Once ready, I shall take you hunting." The elder's eyes widened. Such a fortune was enough to establish a beast training facility. "All for us?" he stammered, astonished, unsure if he had heard correctly. At this moment, Luli stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robes billowing elegantly as he departed. "Go ahead. I am not short on money." Tianjin Mountain is situated in the eastern Lin mountain range of Qinzhou, known for its perilous peaks and abundant spiritual energy, making it a coveted territory for sects. It was not until 10,000 years ago that the Elder of the Sword Saint sect emerged forcefully, establishing the sect at the center of the 9 majestic peaks and governing them accordingly, while other departments were strategically placed in the valleys connecting the peaks. On the fallen Sword Peak, Qing Luan, having returned from the Blood Moon Forest, began secluding herself to break through to the 5th level of the Xian Void Realm. At this moment, several elegantly dressed young men were recklessly charging forward, injuring numerous disciples guarding the mountain, making their way directly to Qing Luan's cave dwelling. One young man, glancing at the cave, declared, "Brother Lang Huan, this is the dwelling of my future sister-in-law." Another young man interjected, "Zhang Shiyao, do you even know how to speak? Future sister-in-law? She is our sister-in-law." The others echoed in agreement. "Brother Feng Lang is right. She is our sister-in-law." Yes, yes. Zhang Shiyao nodded repeatedly, his face full of flattery. "Forgive me, Brother Lang Huan. She is the prospective sister-in-law." The young man named Lang Huan waved his hand dismissively. "That is not important. What matters is to quickly bring our sister-in-law home. Indeed, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins." They chorused. Suddenly, 2 law enforcement disciples from the Sword Saint sect appeared before them. "What is happening? Who dares to make a ruckus before Sister Qing Luan's cave?" Feng Lang stepped forward. "Have you lost your sight? We are the prodigies of the Lu Xian sect. Even Brother Lang Huan would not recognize you." The law enforcement disciples unsheathed their swords with a clang, declaring, "Regardless of your sect, trespassing in the Sword Saint sect warrants immediate execution." Feng Lang laughed derisively. "Are you an idiot? Lu Xian sect? Even if your sect master arrived, he wouldn't dare to shout." "Exactly. A mere third-rate sect master would have to grovel before our Brother Lang Huan." Another added, with the group mockingly jeering at the law enforcement disciples. The law enforcement disciples' expression hardened. "Those who insult my sect master shall die." As the words left his lips, he lunged forward with his sword. A mere spiritual warrior dares to be so audacious before Brother Lang Huan. Feng Lang's aura surged, revealing his Xian Void 2nd-level strength. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Brother Lang Huan." With that, he took a bold step forward, striking with a punch. With a resounding crash, the punch shattered the sword, landing squarely on the chest of the law enforcement disciple, who coughed up blood and flew back. "Trash," Feng Lang smirked. Another law enforcement disciple, witnessing this, took a couple of steps back and shot a signaling arrow. Whoosh, a piercing arrow, calling the cavalry. A young man, looking worried, said, "Brother Lang Huan, are we going too far?" Before Lang Huan could respond, Zhang Shiyao exclaimed loudly, "Brother Lang Huan, as a prodigy, deserves the admiration of thousands. A mere Sword Saint sect should not intimidate you." Emboldened by Zhang Shiyao's praise, Lang Huan's remaining doubts vanished. He raised an eyebrow, saying, "No worries. We are from the Lu Xian sect. Surely the Sword Saint sect would not dare to retaliate." Feng Lang added, "Indeed, it was the Sword Saint sect that arranged for sister-in-law to be betrothed to Brother Huan to curry favor with our sect. You must know this, Lin Mu." The young man named Lin Mu furrowed his brow but said no more. At that moment, more law enforcement disciples arrived, surrounding Lang Huan and his group. "Who harmed you?" The team leader, a lean man, demanded, his face filled with anger. The reporting disciple pointed at Feng Lang, saying, "Brother Bai Yi, it was him." Bai Yi snorted, "Capture him and hand him over to the elders." "Yes," the law enforcement disciples responded in unison. "Who dares?" Lang Huan laughed heartily. "I am a prodigy of the Lu Xian sect, here to claim Sister Qing Luan as my bride." With a flourish of his hand, he produced a marriage contract that fluttered in the wind. "What? How could Sister Qing Luan have a marriage contract? It must be fake." "How could it be fake? It bears the seal of the Sword Saint sect." Upon seeing the contract, the law enforcement disciples were momentarily at a loss. Bai Yi snorted again. "Regardless of the contract's authenticity, injuring my sect's disciples is unacceptable. Will you come with me to the law enforcement hall voluntarily?" Or shall I bind you? Lang Huan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You want to bind me? You want to bind me? Seeing Lang Huan's anger as a qualified sycophant, how could Feng Lang remain indifferent? Seeking Death, Chapter 31. Not even a reflection in the urine. With a powerful leap, Feng Lang soared like a great rock. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, his sword patterns rising skyward. Xian Void second level. No wonder you are so arrogant. Feng Lang smiled coldly, unleashing his battle spirit. Heaven-shattering palm. Within the surge of blood energy, a colossal palm imprint descended, stirring the sands and stones before the cave. Bai Yi bent down with his sword patterns becoming chaotic under the overwhelming force. With the first strike, the victor was clear. Though both were Xian Void second level, Feng Lang, who awakened a third-tier battle spirit, clearly outmatched Bai Yi. Zhang Shiyao nodded. Brother Feng's battle spirit, combined with our sect skill. The heaven-shattering fist is indeed a perfect match. Brother Feng is truly extraordinary. His first battle already earns great merit for Brother Lang Huan. Lin Mu chuckled as well. The law enforcement disciples, however, were sweating profusely. Their eyes glued to the scene. Bai Ye's sword patterns were disheveled, but his resolve remained unshaken as he retreated. Trying to escape, Feng Lang snorted, striking out once more. Chasing Soul Hand, in an instant, a massive hand shot forth. Swelling immensely, reaching Bai Ye's chest in the blink of an eye. Life and death hung in the balance. Bai Ye's pupils constricted, his mind racing as he searched for a gap between the claw and himself. The sword patterns enveloped him, gathering into a single beam, surging forward like a dragon at sea, all aimed at that ominous claw. Let us see how long you can hold on, Feng Lang sneered. Layering another hand atop the first, waves of overlapping hands, boom. The multitude of palm prints resembled surging waves, crashing one after another. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with the cacophony of clashing metal, as numerous sword patterns shattered under relentless assault. While the demonic claws advanced further, now perilously close to Bai Ye's chest. What shall we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch his senior brother Bai meets his demise. Everyone, let us unite and fight back. Yes, let us fight back. Dozens of enforcers, swords in hand, surged towards Feng Lang in a frenzied assault. Zhang Shiyao let out a cold laugh, disdainfully raising a hand. With a resounding strike, a massive force erupted amongst the crowd, sending bodies flying in disarray. Zhang Shiyao spat, declaring, rubbish, as the last wave of sword patterns shattered. A wicked smile crept upon Feng Lang's lips. It is over. With a swift thrust, his finger pierced through fabric and flesh alike. It was done. The enforcers all shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The disciples of Lucien's sect smirked, reveling in their triumph. Just when everyone believed Bai Yi was doomed, a flicker of light suddenly ignited in his eyes. Though it was fleeting, he managed to seize it. Not necessarily. With a flash, a beam of sword light surged from below, slicing through the air and grazing his own chest. With a sizzling sound, it sheared away a piece of flesh, simultaneously severing a claw of the demon. Feng Lang was momentarily stunned, his battle spirit instantly withdrawing. Yet, Bai Yi was relentless, leaping forward like a shooting star, directly targeting Feng Lang. This brutal technique, inflicting heavy damage upon oneself while annihilating the enemy, was harsh but undeniably effective. With an unstoppable momentum, Bai Yi's lethal intent magnified in Feng Lang's eyes. Those who show disrespect to the Sword Saint sect must be eradicated, no matter how powerful they are. Feng Lang's mind went blank. He had encountered a madman. Observing the dire turn of events, Zhang Shiyao acted swiftly, unleashing a palm strike with a surge of pure spiritual energy that cut towards Bai Yi like a colossal blade. The speed was beyond description, prompting gasps from the enforcers. However, in the next moment, a tremendous wave of energy erupted within the cave, sweeping through like a tempest. Boom! Two figures were instantly hurled away, landing 100 meters distant. A green figure descended gracefully, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, Sister Qingluan. The disciples exclaimed in unison. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, Lang Huan trembled, utterly captivated by her beauty. As a distinguished disciple of the Lucien sect, he had received countless declarations of affection from female disciples, yet at this moment, all he could recall was that breathtakingly stunning visage. Qingluan. Lang Huan stepped forward, his gaze fervent, Qingluan's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Who are you? Daring to cause a disturbance here? Meanwhile, Feng Lang and Zhang Shiyao, having regained their footing and wiping the blood from their mouths, exchanged glances before charging forward. Bai Yi, having narrowly escaped death, gasped, "Be careful." Qingluan remained unfazed, casually waving her sleeve as countless sword patterns erupted violently. Swish, swish, swish. A chill gripped Feng Lang and Zhang Shiyao's hearts as an overwhelming aura of death confronted them. Retreat. Their figures hastily withdrew, but alas, it was too late. Pift, pift. A shower of blood splattered as two trembling, severed hands fell to the ground. Two anguished screams echoed as Feng Lang and Zhang Shiyao clutched their bleeding wrists. Shock etched on their faces. What? The crowd was dumbfounded as two hands belonging to those at the second level of the profound void were severed in a single strike. Fifth level of the profound void. Lang Huan mused with a slight smile, murmuring, "Her beauty and talent are exceptional. She qualifies to be my concubine." The enforcers rallied around, exclaiming, "Sister, you have broken through." Qingluan nodded, turning her gaze to Lang Huan, her eyes sharp as swords. "What did you just say?" Lang Huan smirked, striking what he believed to be an extraordinarily handsome pose. "I said, you are worthy to be my concubine. How about it? Aren't you thrilled?" Qingluan's expression turned icy as she scoffed. "Aren't you going to take a good look at your own worth? You think you are worthy?" Unbeknownst to her, Qingluan's tone had begun to adopt a hint of Lu Li's style. Yet, such coarse words from the lips of a beauty seemed perfectly acceptable. It was evident, beauty renders all words just. Such a personality, I like it, Lang Huan said with a wicked grin, his handsome face betraying an infatuated look. "Come, return to the sect with this distinguished talent. Let us enter the bridal chamber." Lang Huan's followers laughed heartily. "Please, sister-in-law, get lost." Qingluan snapped, unleashing a chilling aura that instantly toppled the two sycophants. Lang Huan found himself increasingly enamored with Qingluan, a wicked fire surging within him. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Seemed this distinguished talent would need to take matters into her own hands. As his words fell, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Qingluan. His eyes narrowed in lustful desire. How intoxicating! Qingluan was taken aback by Lang Huan's swift movement, unable to discern his actions. Enveloped by an icy aura, her surroundings shimmered with starlight, transforming into a tempest of sword patterns. "I will kill you," she declared. Lang Huan chuckled, waving his hand towards the storm of sword patterns. "Save your strength. We can use it in the bridal chamber." Qingluan gasped, "Ninth level of the profound void. Even Jesus himself cannot save you now." In what seemed like a casual gesture, Lang Huan's hand reached out, piercing through the void, directly grasping one of Qingluan's hands. "So smooth," he remarked, astonished. Fury erupted within Qingluan as she swung her sword. Yet her other hand was seized. With a slight tug, Lang Huan pulled her into his embrace. Qingluan, both anxious and furious, struggled in vain. As Lang Huan leaned in, her eyes welled with tears. That moment. A resounding hum filled the air, a streak of light flashed by, and a pained cry escaped Lang Huan's lips as he clutched his mouth, retreating abruptly. The crowd gasped as a striking figure materialized before them. "Senior brother!" The disciples of the Sword Saint sect called out in unison. Li wiped away the tears from Qingluan's eyes, stating, "Women should not trust tears." "Who?" Lang Huan roared in a muddled fury. When he released his grip, an alarming sight met his eyes. His face was smeared with blood, yet his teeth remained intact, albeit now stained crimson. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. His mouth had been mutilated. Lang Huan grimaced, grinding his teeth together as he incoherently bellowed, "Kill them all!" Zhang Shiyao and Lin Mu, upon hearing this, leapt into action, followed by several others. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Feng Lang, now missing a hand, felt a surge of panic. Only one middle-aged man remained, coldly observing the chaos without moving an inch. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Lang Huan shouted at Feng Lang. Feng Lang's face contorted as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. However, Lu Li didn't even spare him a glance, casually waving his sleeve. Boom! A wave of energy erupted, sending these individuals reeling. Spewing blood. Lang Huan was stunned. When had the Sword Saint sect produced such an extraordinary senior brother? Bai Yi, Capture them all, Lu Li commanded. Yes, senior brother. Bai Yi, now invigorated, charged forth. Wait! The middle-aged man, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Lu Li turned slowly, recalling, oh right, there's still those two. Bind them, young man. We are from the Lucian sect, here to escort the bride, the middle-aged man declared, producing a letter. Escort the bride? Lu Li responded, utterly bewildered. Who is the bride? Which fool is the groom? The middle-aged man's face darkened. This man had a foul mouth, insulting Lang Huan right off the bat. Lu Li, observing Qingluan, pondered if the unfortunate soul with the severed mouth was indeed the groom. And she, by chance, was the bride. Qingluan nodded. I only just found out myself. Lu Li's anger flared. That pig. How dare he think he is worthy of my Qingluan? Who was the fool that arranged this? I'll tear him apart. Bai Yi, a man of honesty, pointed accusingly at Lu Li. What? Lu Li's face turned green. When did I? Oh, damn. I crossed over. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Li cleared his throat and, when he turned back, wore a beaming smile. Ah, esteemed father-in-law, what a misunderstanding. May I see the marriage contract? The middle-aged man's hand trembled slightly as the marriage contract floated towards Lu Li. Lu Li reached out to catch it, but before he could examine it, he sneezed uncontrollably. Achoo? Lu Li chuckled awkwardly. Just a slight chill. Please forgive me. He continued to peruse the contract, yet his brow furrowed in confusion. What is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. Is this what you call a marriage contract? The middle-aged man was taken aback. This was not right. Everything had been fine moments ago. Upon inspection, he discovered the document was now nothing but a blur. This is impossible. There were indeed traces of the divine will of both sects inscribed upon it, not something mere mortals could erase. Lang Huan was equally bewildered. This had been given to him by his master before departing. You must have tampered with it, trying to deny the contract, Lang Huan exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Li wore a serious expression. I thought it was truly my esteemed father-in-law paying a visit, which would necessitate a warm reception. To my astonishment, you all have come here to perpetrate fraud. Had you approached me with a humble demeanor, I, as the Sword Saint's disciple, would not have hesitated to part with a few coins for merriment. However, the matter has escalated significantly since you dared to assault a member of the Sword Saint sect. He spoke with utmost seriousness, fabricating nonsense, while casting sly glances at Qingluan, who could not help but burst into laughter. The middle-aged man was incensed. Do not overstep your bounds. Lu Li chuckled. Very well. Today I shall show you what it means to cross the line. Bind him. Each of you shall receive 100 strikes with the serpent whip. Who dares? The middle-aged man bellowed, unleashing his formidable strength that rivaled even that of the Grandmaster of the Nine Peaks. It was no wonder Lang Huan was so arrogant, rampaging without a care. Lu Li scoffed. I dare to strike you. Even Jesus cannot save you. Who is Jesus? The crowd was left bewildered, pondering if he was perhaps some renowned cultivator. Law enforcement disciples surged forward, swiftly binding Feng Lang and the others, before turning their attention to Lang Huan. Despite having his mouth silenced, Lang Huan's power remained intact, and with a mighty rush, he unleashed a wave of energy. Previously, the law enforcement disciples had hesitated, but now, with their revered leader present, they felt emboldened. Fear not. You seek death, Lang Huan roared, his entire being radiating incredible power. Yet the next moment, Lu Li merely snorted, and Lang Huan's momentum dissipated like smoke, as he was promptly overpowered and bound tightly, resembling a dumpling, his mouth agape in a flurry of curses. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, laughed infuriated. Ah, Sword Saint sect, how dare you lay hands upon the prodigies of the Lucian sect? Release them at once and apologize, or my sect shall unleash a full-scale retaliation upon you. Can the Sword Saint sect withstand such wrath? How audacious! Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Do you think I am easily intimidated? If you have the courage, strike now. Who fears whom, you insolent wretch? The middle-aged man trembled with rage. Very well, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking the Lucian sect. Lu Li took a step back, feigning trepidation. Everyone, retreat. Be wary of a cornered dog. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect could no longer contain their laughter, reveling in this long-awaited reprieve from oppression. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he unleashed a battle spirit. Roaring, "Kill!" The spirit exuded a ferocious aura, charging towards Luli with the intent to devour him whole. "By the heavens!" Luli exclaimed. "Your battle spirit resembles a dog." "I am a wolf," the middle-aged man retorted. "Good doggy, here's a bone for you," Luli jested, conjuring a fragment of spiritual energy that materialized as a bone at his feet. The middle-aged man's fury reached a boiling point as he commanded the wolf claw to strike down at Luli. In an instant, the scene froze. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, his mouth striking the bone directly. Luli erupted in laughter. "And you claim it's not a dog?" The disciples of the Sword Saint sect were doubled over in laughter. While the middle-aged man raised his head, his face twisted in rage, realizing he had indeed fallen into a trap. "Bind him and give him a thorough beating," Luli commanded in a short span. Over 10 individuals were tied up and tossed onto the ground, receiving a barrage of serpent whip strikes. The whips, crafted from a thorny plant, were both flexible and sharp, with a toxic substance that caused an unbearable itch. Unless one possessed imperial strength, resisting such punishment was nearly impossible. Instantly, the air was filled with wails of agony as the victims writhed in pain, their skin torn and poisoned, experiencing a torment beyond description. Lang Huan was in a particularly dire state, as his freshly healed wounds reopened, blood splattering across his face. "Woe is me! Release me! I am a prodigious disciple of the Lu Xian sect," he cried, pleading for mercy. "Let me go. My father is an elder of the Lu Xian sect," Feng Lang whimpered, desperate for release. "And I am the illegitimate son of an elder of the Lu Xian sect." Lin Mu exclaimed, unleashing his trump card. Now that's explosive news. I am Tian Yixue, an elder of the Lu Xian sect. If you harm me, you shall face dire consequences," the middle-aged man threatened fiercely. Luli blinked. "So, your standing within the Lu Xian sect is not low?" Tian Yixue replied. "Naturally. If you have any sense, hurry and release us, then kneel in apology." Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending several of his teeth flying. Tian Yixue was dumbfounded. "Didn't you already fear me? How can you so swiftly turn against me?" Luli chuckled. "It's good to have some weight. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain." Qing Luan, having spent some time with Luli, understood his temperament well. This smile indicated he was gearing up for something significant. Indeed, with a wave of his hand, Luli released the scrawny figure. Lin Mu rose, incredulous as he gazed at Luli, unsure of his intentions. Lang Huan protested vehemently. "Are you out of your mind? I am a distinguished disciple. Why release him and not me?" Luli responded with a sharp slap. With a series of thuds, Lang Huan was silenced, and Lin Mu trembled in fear, grateful for his lower status, lest he suffer an even worse fate. "Return to the Lu Xian sect and inform them to prepare a ransom. Spiritual stones, herbs, elixirs, divine weapons, anything will suffice. The Sword Saint sect is not picky." "What?" Lin Mu exclaimed, stunned. "Do you dare extort the Lu Xian sect?" Luli, disinterested in explanations, infused Lin Mu with a sliver of spiritual power. "This is a trace of the earth-ing ghost fire. Unless you perish, no one can extract it. And just to demonstrate, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I can still eliminate you." As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, performing a gesture that was both comical and threatening. Whoosh! Blue flames enveloped Lin Mu's body. His spirit shattered, and with a thud, he knelt, stammering, "I dare not. Begone." Luli waved his sleeve, summoning a whirlwind that sent Lin Mu tumbling down the sword peak. Bai Yi inquired, "Senior brother, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Luli replied, "Simply find a place to confine them. Do not kill them. Their potential for profit lies in their hands." Bai Yi grinned, "I know just the place. I assure you they shall be satisfied." Tian Yixue, observing Bai Yi's sly grin, knew it would not bode well for him. "I protest. I am an elder of the Lu Xian sect. You cannot treat me this way." Before he could finish, Bai Yi delivered a swift kick to his backside. "If you continue to complain, I shall stuff your mouth with donkey dung." Tian Yixue fell silent, realizing the madness of this group capable of any mischief. Qing Luan smiled at Luli, exuding charm and allure, stirring his heart. "No. A wise rabbit never grazes near its burrow, and she is my disciple. Thank you, senior brother." Qing Luan graciously expressed her gratitude, Lu Li, with earnestness, replied, "No need for thanks. Just focus on your cultivation. I cannot always be at your side. Today is merely a coincidence. What about tomorrow?" Qing Luan blushed, whispering in a voice only she could hear, "Then I shall follow you always." At that moment, Lu Li had already turned away, leaving the cave entrance empty. After a brief pause, the sound of a somber bell rang out from Tianjin Mountain as dozens of figures soared through the air towards the sword pavilion. Lu Li, seated with an air of authority, resembled a leader of the sect. The grandmasters and elders took their seats. The grandmaster of Yujin Peak spoke. "The leader has summoned us. May I inquire about the matter at hand?" Lu Li sighed. "I visited the beast hall today and saw not even an ant. What else are you all concealing from me?" The gathered members exchanged glances, remaining silent. Lu Li's patience wore thin. "Elder of Internal Affairs, do enlighten us on the financial status of the Sword Saint sect." Elder Xia rose, exhaling deeply. "There is little to say. Simply put, we find ourselves in dire straits. Expenditures far exceed our income." "What?" Lu Li was taken aback. "So, the grand establishment of the Sword Saint sect is but a facade." Voices began to rise, grievances pouring forth. "The alchemy hall has not produced a single elixir in 10 years. The furnace has rusted. The spirit herb field lies in neglect, overrun with weeds. The spiritual stone mines have run dry, and the expenditures across all peaks and halls rely solely on the goodwill of disciples' families. By the heavens!" Lu Li slumped into his chair, exclaiming, "This is a complete mess. I thought I had struck gold, yet this is merely a burden. Can I return now?" Ding. Unless the host perishes, the system remains unwavering and loyal. Lu Li's frustration peaked as he stomped his feet. "What is this nonsense? Previously, I could feed myself and my dog. Now, I am besieged by thousands demanding sustenance and resources for cultivation, while fending off hidden enemies. Curse it all." The grandmasters and elders observed Lu Li's fluctuating emotions, fearing he might lose his composure and resort to violence, which could spell disaster. Leader, the grandmaster of Luojian Peak, named Su Qian, the only female grandmaster of the 9 peaks, called softly. Though she was past 50, cultivators typically lived beyond 200 years, so she retained her allure. "Leader, are you all right?" Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing that I summoned you here precisely for this reason. I have some lucrative opportunities. Are you in or out?" The master of Liangjian Peak immediately replied, "Count me in. Whoever refuses is a coward." "Speak, master. Are we to rob or to kidnap for ransom?" "It's merely a matter of your word." Lu Li beamed with delight, giving the master of Liangjian Peak a thumbs up. "Now that's the spirit." Suddenly, the master of Yujin Peak felt a twitch in his eyelid. Foreboding ill that as expected, Lu Li clapped his hands. "Indeed, it's a kidnapping. I've already chosen the target. Lang Huan, the prodigious disciple of the Lucian sect." Before his words fully settled, a cacophony of gasps echoed as many fainted. Chapter 34. The Wrath of Lucian Sect. Lu Li blinked, exhilarated. It seemed he was on the right track. After a while, the crowd regained their composure, their gazes toward Lu Li transformed. He tilted his head back. "Don't idolize me so much. This is merely an appetizer. The real feast awaits." As his words fell, a significant number collapsed in the Sword Pavilion. 1,000 miles west of Tianjin Mountain lies the bustling city of Wangyue. A colossal metropolis with a population exceeding 100 million. In this realm, Lucian sect was indeed a formidable force. A mere stamp of its foot could shake the city. Lin Mu rushed back to Lucian sect, riding the wind on his sword, not daring to pause for a moment. Upon relaying the news to the upper echelons of Lucian sect, the sect master was in seclusion, but the deputy sect master, Ning Xiaotian, was roused to action. "What? A mere Sword Saint sect dares to detain the prodigies and elders of Lucian sect and audaciously demands ransom?" Ning Xiaotian scoffed. "Does the Sword Saint sect still think it is the same as 30 years ago? If it weren't for Lucian sect's protection back then, there would be no Sword Saint sect today." The deputy sect master declared, "The Sword Saint sect has dared to detain and insult my disciples. I shall not let them rest easy." In the grand hall, an elder clad in golden robes, the master of Lang Huan, Jin Shanzi, seethed with rage. Ning Xiaotian replied, "Then I shall trouble Elder Jin Shanzi to pay them a visit." 3 days later, a dozen flying chariots appeared in the skies above Tianjin Mountain. While their numbers may not match those of the Pishué Palace, the craftsmanship of these chariots was undeniably superior. More importantly, each chariot was manned by 3 to 5 formidable elders, the strongest among them being half a step to the Emperor realm, while the weakest was at the 3rd level of the Elder realm. These chariots disregarded the aerial formations of the Sword Saint sect, advancing boldly toward the Sword Pavilion. At this moment, the Sword Saint sect was on high alert, led by the masters of each peak, standing resolutely with their swords drawn. The flying chariots hovered level with the Sword Pavilion, lined up in a row, with numerous dark, circular barrels protruding from beneath them. The master of Eugian Peak's lips twitched. They even brought spirit cannons, truly a desire to flatten the Sword Saint sect. Jin Shanzi stood proudly on the deck, his expression stern as he bellowed, "Lu Li, come forth and face your demise." This command, infused with supreme spiritual power, reverberated like a great bell above the Sword Pavilion. "How dare you address my sect master so casually?" The disciples of the Sword Saint sect were enraged. Pointing their fingers at Jin Shanzi, ready to retaliate, "Oh, you even have the right." Jin Shanzi's voice boomed, and amidst the crowd, a disciple suddenly spat blood, collapsing as Jin Shanzi had severed his heart vein from afar. "Junior brother!" Someone nearby cried out in alarm. The master of Eugian Peak soared into the air. "Do you not fear the wrath of my sect for killing in the Sword Saint sect?" "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come," Jin Shanzi laughed heartily. "If you have any sense, swiftly deliver your people to me, bow in reverence, and perhaps I might be lenient." At that moment, Jin Shanzi laughed uproariously. But during his mirth, he suddenly flicked his sleeve, unleashing tremendous spiritual power. With a series of explosive sounds, several disciples were obliterated. The master of Eugian Peak's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed a myriad of sword patterns. "For killing my disciple, I shall have your life." As his voice fell, he launched an attack. The countless sword patterns converged into a colossal dragon, surging toward Jin Shanzi. "Such a trifling elder realm does not warrant my attention." Jin Shanzi scoffed. With a swish, a figure leaped from the deck, exuding overwhelming blood energy, charging toward the gigantic dragon. It was Elder Pancher. A gasp erupted from the deck. Such a trivial skill. Elder Pancher unleashed a 7th-grade battle spirit, infused with immense might, which manifested as a ferocious blue lion that lunged at the dragon. The dragon retaliated, twisting its body and unleashing a storm of sword rain. Instantly, the dragon and lion clashed in the void. Resonating with explosive sounds, the energy ripples ravaged the heavens, stirring winds and clouds, darkening the sky. Elder Pancher stood firm in midair, his eyes shut, his hands morphing into claws as he rapidly altered his gestures. Too swift for the eye to follow. Yet, waves of energy cascaded from his body, surging into the blue lion. The lion's phantom expanded several times, resembling a primordial beast, its massive claws capable of shattering mountains. Heavens, that blue lion is terrifying! That strike could likely shatter a mountain. The onlookers from the Sword Saint sect murmured among themselves. Elder Pancher coldly snorted, flipping his palm dramatically. "Die!" The lion's claw descended violently, instantly cleaving the dragon in two. The master of Eugian Peak's expression turned grave as he drew his sword, releasing a surge of light. Simultaneously, the severed dragon, as if hearing a call, rejoined with the flowing light, swiftly transforming into a colossal sword, even surpassing the blue lion. The flying spirit sword. A disciple recognized the essence of the flowing light, exclaiming in shock, "The Master's flying spirit sword soul has finally reappeared. It seems even larger than that blue lion. Wasn't that dog supposed to be formidable? It's time for that beast to experience the might of the sword soul." In front of the Sword Pavilion, the crowd's spirits were lifted, excitement coursing through them. Boom! The flying spirit sword descended like a rainbow piercing the sun, cleaving down upon the blue lion, instantly altering the landscape. Elder Pancher's expression shifted. Jin Shanzi coldly scoffed. But unbeknownst to anyone, a subtle tremor coursed through him as an imperceptible energy infiltrated the blue lion. Once oppressed by the sword's might, the blue lion suddenly glimmered with a flash of light in its eyes and, with a swift motion, broke through the void, plummeting at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, its form expanded several times. "What is happening?" the crowd gasped in astonishment. The massive blue lion opened its jaws to bite the giant sword. producing a grating sound of friction. The master of Eugian Peak's expression darkened, perspiration pouring from him. He could not comprehend this turn of events. Crack! A fissure appeared in the giant sword beneath the blue lion's fangs. This is bad. The sword is cracking. The master is in danger. What should we do? Anxiety gripped the sword pavilion disciples. The master of Liangjian Peak's figure flickered, appearing in midair, striking out with a sword pattern. Yet, at that moment, another figure shot forth from the deck, unleashing a fierce punch that intercepted the master's strike mid-course. Thinking you can double-team? Not a chance, the newcomer sneered. Crack! The flying spirit sword developed another fine crack, and the master of Eugian Peak's face flushed red. Jin Shanzi inwardly chuckled, channeling another wave of spiritual power. Elder Pancher laughed heartily. Die for me. The master and the disciples of the sword pavilion gasped, their spirits plummeting. However, just as despair settled in, a gentle breeze swept through the void, causing the flying spirit sword to expand dramatically. Crack! The suddenly swelling flying spirit sword burst through the blue lioness maw. Chapter 35. I borrow your sword to slay a dog. Do you mind? What? The audience aboard the flying chariot was left utterly flabbergasted. But this was not the end. The flying spirit sword continued to grow. Boom! It shattered the blue lion's teeth. Elder Pancher coughed up blood, staggering as the blue lion howled in agony, retreating to recover its energy before vanishing behind Elder Pancher. Just when everyone thought the ordeal was over, the flying spirit sword surged forward like lightning, slicing down with a swift motion. Not good, Jin Shanzi realized the danger, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward the flying spirit sword. However, the colossal sword descended at a speed that even Jin Shanzi could not match. Crack! A cloud of blood mist erupted as Elder Pancher was cleaved into a bloody pulp before he could react. Gasp! The spectators inhaled sharply, stunned into silence. Jin Shanzi's expression hardened as he surveyed his surroundings. His consciousness sweeping through the void, his lips moving. Come out! An overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, a visible ripple of energy emanating from him, spreading like lightning. Enough! Came a sharp retort from the other end of the void. A robust imperial might rushing forth. Boom! The two imperial auras collided, akin to a meteor striking the earth, shaking the void as the previously roiling dark clouds vanished, revealing a clear blue sky. Imperial realm. Jin Shanzi was momentarily taken aback as a figure emerged in the void before him, garbed in white, black hair billowing, a faint smile gracing their lips. Are you looking for me? With his mouth agape. He revealed two pristine little tiger teeth, instantly captivating those around him. Shixiang. The crowd at the sword pavilion erupted in cheers. Eluli waved as he picked up a treasure box, casting not a glance at Jin Shanzi, but rather offering an apologetic smile to the master of Eugian Peak. Unable to resist, he jested. I hope you don't mind if I borrow your sword to dispatch a dog. The master of Eugian Peak wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, mind? Not at all. I nearly lost my life. Jin Shanzi's expression turned frosty. Who are you? Your father, Luli replied with a grin. Jin Shanzi was momentarily taken aback. My father? Yes, Luli laughed heartily. Good son. Instantly, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect burst into laughter. Even those on the deck could hardly contain their mirth, though they quickly stifled their laughter at Jin Shanzi's menacing glare. Furious, Jin Shanzi seethed, having just witnessed the public execution of a powerful elder. Now feeling utterly humiliated, I will kill you. As his words fell, the very air began to ripple. An imperial might surged forth. Simultaneously, from behind him, a phantom of a six-winged golden cicada emerged, its immense wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun. As if plunging the world into an endless night, a wave of terror swept through the crowd. What is happening? Why has it turned so dark? Someone on the deck shouted. What a fuss! This is Elder Jin's unparalleled battle spirit, the six-winged golden cicada. What? A battle spirit? How terrifying! The masters and elders of various peaks immediately summoned their sword spirits, the sharp sword energy akin to a radiant moon illuminating the sky in the light. Luli stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an air of calmness as he beckoned. Come forth, golden treasure box. Golden treasure box? What nonsense is this? Everyone appeared bewildered, except for the master of Liangjian Peak, who grinned. Our leader is at it again. Jin Shanzi formed a seal with his palm, commanding the six-winged golden cicada to launch a fierce assault against Lu Li. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth with the flapping of the cicada's wings. A tempest of chaos ensued. Within the tempest, purple clouds danced wildly, thunder cracking violently. However, just as Jin Shanzi's attack was about to strike, Lu Li's eyes gleamed momentarily, and a blinding radiance erupted from behind him. A brilliant moon rising, instantly enveloping the area in a chilling aura. The oncoming waves of energy froze instantaneously, rendering the void a dazzling white. The crowd looked up in awe as countless snowflakes danced down, transforming into a raging blizzard. Simultaneously, 4 beams of sword light shot forth from behind Lu Li, spiraling and intertwining. Divine weapons? Heavens, there are actually 4. Isn't the Sword Saint sect supposed to be in decline? How can there be so many divine weapons? The onlookers on the deck trembled with trepidation. The emergence of 4 divine weapons was utterly overwhelming. The Lixian sect prided itself on being the pillar of Qinzhou, the leading sect, yet it possessed merely 2 divine weapons, held by the sect master and the deputy sect master. Aside from a hint of insignificant fear, the rest was pure greed in the void. Jin Shanzi's eyes burned with intensity, fixating on the 4 divine weapons, his throat constricting as he greedily swallowed. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect had only glimpsed the 4 swords of extermination during the heavenly calamity, and now witnessing them again sent waves of excitement through them. The 4 swords of extermination streaked across the sky like shooting stars, leaving behind long trails in their wake. The void seemed to be cleaved into 4 sections. Swish, 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 swish. The sword light sliced through the cicada's vast wings, cracking them apart, 2 of which were severed at the roots. What? The 6-winged golden cicada cannot withstand divine weapons. This was a 9th-grade unparalleled battle spirit. The crowd gasped in disbelief, and a wave of fear washed over them. Should Jin Shanzi be defeated, none would find solace here. I see now, this is Elder Jin's ploy to lure the enemy. Indeed, it must be so. Feigning weakness to confuse the adversary, then striking at the opportune moment for a lethal blow. On the deck, many reassured themselves, and as more voices chimed in, even they began to believe it. However, before they could anticipate the fatal strike, swish, swish, 2 more wings were severed. Jin Shanzi erupted in fury, pulling out a pill and tossing it into his mouth, a surge of malevolence exploding forth. What is that? Raging pill. What? Raging pill crafted by a blue-patterned alchemist. It is said that consuming it can double or even triple one's power. To force Elder Jin to this point is indeed remarkable. Lu Li was taken aback. Damn it, he's already resorting to pills, and I haven't even gotten serious yet. Unbeknownst to him, upon realizing Lu Li was also at the Imperial realm and their strengths were comparable, Jin Shanzi deemed it worth the risk, even if it meant potential backlash after obtaining the 4 divine weapons. Indeed, after consuming the pill, Jin Shanzi's body erupted with thunderous roars, his aura skyrocketing. Elder Jin has broken through to the 2nd level of the Imperial realm. Then, with a thunderous roar, Jin Shanzi's eyes turned crimson, his ferocity surging once more. Heavens, the 3rd level of the Imperial realm. No, Elder Jin's aura has not weakened. It is still growing. The 4th level of the Imperial realm. Everyone was astonished, having jumped 3 levels in succession. The raging pill truly lived up to its name. Even the disciples of the Sword Saint sect wore expressions of concern. Could their leader withstand this? Should they summon the ancestor? Yet, if the ancestor intervened, the entire Qinzhou would be plunged into a divine battle, and regardless of the outcome, it would yield no good. What to do? Just as anxiety mounted, a clear voice rang out, at the 4th level of the Imperial realm. Let us have one to play with. Chapter 36. You're wild, and so am I. At this declaration, the crowd was astonished. What? To kill one just for fun? Is this something to toy with? To utter such words, one must be utterly insane. On the deck, many wore disdainful expressions, hurling sarcastic remarks. Only the disciples of the Sword Saint sect stood agape. Their leader was simply too incredible idol. The master of Liangjian Peak shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Li smiled nonchalantly. Low profile, low profile. Jin Shanzi's aura stabilized at the 4th level of the Imperial realm. The 4 wings that had been severed instantly reformed, even larger than before. The 6-winged golden cicada now radiated an overwhelming malevolence. its previously dark green body now shimmering with light, exuding an aura akin to gold and stone. Intertwined with nine-colored lightning, its colossal mandibles exhaled a torrent of green flames, cascading toward Lu Li's head, instantly enveloping him. The crowd gasped in horror. Shixiang, master, on the deck, the disciples of Li Xian's sect reveled in joy. Knowing that anyone ensnared by Elder Jin's toxic flames would be reduced to ashes in mere moments. Haha, this kid is done for. Just moments ago, he boasted about killing one at the 4th level of the Imperial realm for fun. Now, he had truly gotten himself into trouble. The crowd was jubilant, envisioning the 4 divine weapons. Jin Chanzi was set to gain immensely. The green flames blotted out the sun, like colossal waves, chaotic and unpredictable. While the 9-colored lightning crackled ominously, at this moment, Jin Chanzi's visage was a mask of rage, his hair whipping about, resembling a demonic deity. Ha ha ha, little brat, perish. Those divine weapons shall be mine. His hands moved swiftly, and wherever the green flames thinned, onlookers could faintly discern a silhouette amidst the flames, drenched in green fire, writhing in agony. Gradually, the roaring green flames began to subside, as the crowd's hearts raced in their throats. As the flames dissipated, the void cleared, revealing Lu Li, now reduced to ashes. No. Qing Wan cried out in shock, fainting. The disciples, elders, and masters of the Sword Pavilion were engulfed in profound sorrow. The illustrious leader had ultimately been but a fleeting moment. Yet the damage inflicted upon the Sword Saint sect was incalculable. How would they face the wrath of Li Xian's sect? The master of Yujin Peak sighed, preparing to summon the ancestor eye in the void. Jin Chanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, ignoring the impending backlash as he searched for the whereabouts of the divine weapons. Everyone was mystified. Could it be that, like Lu Li, they had been melted by the green flames? Elder Jin's reputation was indeed well-deserved. The Sword Saint sect was mere fodder before him. Next, how would the Sword Saint sect confront the Li Xian sect? Simple. I see many beautiful female disciples in the Sword Pavilion, each more alluring than the last. Let us offer them as tribute. On the deck, the crowd laughed and began to celebrate their victory. However, as Jin Chanzi searched in vain for the divine weapons, doubts began to creep into his mind. It made no sense. While my battle spirit is formidable, it shouldn't be able to dissolve divine weapons, right? Just as he pondered, a bright, clear laughter rang in his ears. Are you looking for this? As the words fell, a divine weapon appeared before Jin Chanzi. Furious, he bellowed, "What audacity! You dare steal my spoils!" The voice chuckled, "I have more. Would you like them?" Jin Chanzi paused, realizing the audacity of the thief. If they had taken 2, they should hand them over, or face his wrath. The voice retorted, "Since you like them so much, I'll give them to you." As the words fell, for streams of light soared from the horizon. Jin Chanzi was overjoyed. "You little rascal, you have some sense." Not a moment for a response, he suddenly realized, "It's you?" Swish, swish, swish. The sword light surged, the sword patterns rippling, aimed directly at Jin Chanzi's face. Battle spirit. Jin Chanzi's body erupted in shock, and he immediately summoned the 6-winged golden cicada from the blood mist once more. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Hadn't he perished? Was it a vengeful spirit refusing to depart? It must be an optical illusion, a mere figment of the imagination. On the deck, the crowd felt a chill running down their spines, unable to resist the urge to rub their eyes in disbelief. Huzzah! Meanwhile, in the Sword Pavilion, everyone leaped up in joyous exultation. "I told you so. How could such a brilliant and valiant senior brother possibly fall to an old rogue? Indeed, I see now that my senior brother was merely feigning weakness to mislead the enemy. It appears that he possesses not only formidable combat prowess, but also exceptional intellect, a level at which we can only aspire to reach." In the void, Jin Chanzi was in a state of panic. He had consumed a fury pill, wagering everything on a brief surge of power, but the subsequent backlash was severe. Lu Li floated in the empty space, standing proud, a disdainful smile gracing his features. "When the heavens rage, calamity befalls men, yet in your arrogance, you shall meet my wrath." Jin Chanzi trembled, a vivid crimson hue flickering in his eyes, a foreboding sign of the backlash. With a twitch of his lips, Jin Chanzi's figure flickered as he took the initiative to attack. The 6-winged golden cicada flapped its immense wings, unleashing torrents of lightning. Simultaneously, a monstrous maw gushed forth a cascade of emerald flames, the grandeur of which threatened to obliterate all in its path. An unstoppable force akin to a desperate dog cornered. Lu, however, did not rush to engage. Instead, he turned back to the crowd at the sword pavilion, proclaiming loudly, "Do you see? A classic case of a desperate dog at bay. In future confrontations, when faced with such a scenario, simply wear him down." Pausing, Luli flashed a grin, adding, "Of course, if you all possess the prowess of our senior brother, then by all means, feel free to strike directly." No sooner had he finished speaking than the four blades of the exquisite sword surged with energy, an overwhelming pressure radiating outward like a colossal tidal wave. The two forces were on the brink of collision. The crowd on the deck shouted in unison, merely a display of bravado. "Observe how Elder Jean Chanzi will dispatch him with a single strike. Our Lucien sect is invincible." On the deck, the crowd lavished praise upon Jean Chanzi, showering him with accolades. However, in the next moment, they were left astounded. Just as the six-winged golden cicada was about to collide with the overwhelming sword energy, it abruptly raised its head and vanished into the void. "What on earth?" Everyone gaped in disbelief, their jaws dropping. Just moments before, Elder Jean Chanzi had been brimming with confidence, yet now it appeared he had feigned a threat to escape. The crowd on the deck stared wide-eyed. Incredulous, Eluli shook his head with a bemused smile, muttering to himself, "Goodness, this charade almost convinced me." Turning his gaze toward the fleeing figures in the chariot, he grinned broadly. The occupants of the chariot were terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. "Flee!" they cried, swiftly turning the chariot around in a bid to escape. Eluli, observing the bewildered crowd at the sword pavilion, exclaimed in exasperation, "What are you doing, dawdling like chickens? Don T, let my chariot slip away. This is a robbery." The crowd promptly snapped to attention, countless sword shadows soaring into the sky, encircling the chariot without a single gap. Chapter 37. Instantaneous Movement. The Domain of the Pathway. For those at the venerable realm, if you still draw breath, await my arrival to slay you. As for the others, those who dare resist shall be killed without hesitation. Just before vanishing, Luli shouted, "Damn it, venerable realm cultivators are treasures. And that impressive Jean Chanzi, he is a veritable trove. If he thinks to flee, he won't find an escape route, not even a crack." In the void, Jean Chanzi's figure raced 100 miles, his features contorted, dark red blood flowing from his 7 orifices. His skin resembled a parched rice field, riddled with cracks, deep enough to see bone. Jean Chanzi's breath became erratic, and he could no longer hold on. Falling into the void with a thud, Eluli soared through the void, his consciousness spreading wide, effortlessly locating the curled-up Jean Chanzi from a distance of 10,000 meters. Landing on a dry leaf, the sound crackled like thunder in Jean Chanzi's ears. Opening his eyes, he was met with a face beaming with delight. "What do you want?" Jean Chanzi stammered. "I am an elder of the Lucien sect." Luli chuckled, "Indeed. You look quite aged, and it appears you've lost your wits. I merely intended to have a friendly encounter with the Lucien sect, yet you have so graciously presented me with such a grand gift." Jean Chanzi struggled backward, pleading, "Spare me. I will give you anything you desire." Eluli shook his head. "I want nothing but your life." With that, a blade of light hovered above his shoulder. "You coveted my divine weapon, did you not? Well, as you wish, perish beneath my divine blade. No, you cannot kill me," Jean Chanzi protested, but Luli had already raised his hand, a black vortex manifesting in the void, deep and unsettling. "What do you intend?" Jean Chanzi quivered, sensing the icy aura emanating from the vortex. "You desire my divine weapon, and I equally covet your cultivation." Upon uttering these words, Jean Chanzi seemed to glimpse a visage from the realm of Azura. Feeling as though he had fallen into an endless quagmire, unable to move. Even more terrifying was the violent leakage of his own cultivation, all drawn into the vortex. Jean Chanzi's face twisted in terror. His mouth agape, yet no sound escaped, only a silent wail of despair. Moments later, his body became emaciated, resembling little more than skin, his breath faint as a whisper. Eluli, however, felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks. Closing his eyes as an astonishing aura erupted from him, boom! The shockwave exploded outward, rippling like waves, and Lu Li's eyes suddenly opened, a brilliant light shooting toward the heavens, retracting within moments. At last, he had broken through to the fourth heaven of the Emperor realm. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction, aligning perfectly with his expectations, though he felt that further enhancement through devouring might soon become impossible, unless he could consume cultivators of the divine concealment realm. Shaking his head, Lu Li chuckled at himself. In the entire Xintian domain, there are but a handful of divine concealment realm cultivators. Where would I find one to devour? If anyone were to learn of Lu Li's current thoughts, they would surely be terrified to death. Consuming the cultivation of a divine concealment realm cultivator was a horror far beyond that of a mouse serving as a bridesmaid to a cat. At this moment, Jin Shanzi still retained a shred of consciousness, his eyes filled with fear and boundless regret, but it was far too late. Swish! The blade of light flashed, severing Jin Shanzi's head from his body. Even in death, Jin Shanzi failed to comprehend how one person could be so decisively ruthless, sparing not even those on the brink of death. Li seemed to understand the last flicker of confusion in Jin Shanzi's eyes. Smiling faintly, "Your demise serves as my ultimate goal, for you may very well be a golden treasure." Jin Shanzi had no opportunity to grasp the meaning of a golden treasure, for indeed, a golden treasure appeared beside him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a silver treasure box 1, golden treasure box 1. Would you like to open the treasure boxes?" Lu Li grinned. "Of course. Ding! Congratulations, host. The silver treasure box has been successfully opened, granting you the skill of instantaneous movement." "Ding! Congratulations, host. The golden treasure box has been successfully opened, granting you a 1,000,000 square meter dojo." "What?" Lu Li was taken aback, not because of the instantaneous movement skill, but rather at the notion of this 1,000,000 square meter dojo. "System, please explain this 1,000,000 square meter dojo." Ding! In response to the host, 1,000,000 square meters refers to the area, while the dojo is a space of supreme authority belonging to the host. The system's cold response left Lu Li momentarily stunned. "Are you saying that within this dojo, I, Lu Li, am akin to the very embodiment of law, free to come and go as I please?" Lu Li inquired, his excitement palpable. "Indeed. Please confirm whether the host wishes to integrate the instantaneous movement skill and select a location to release the dojo." Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can it be any location?" "It is limited to areas most familiar to the host, preventing any blind spots and avoiding unnecessary complications." Lu Li nodded, integrating the instantaneous movement skill. With the dojo centered around the sword pavilion, expanding outward as far as it can reach, Lu Li soon formulated a plan. To make a significant impact in the Xintian domain, he first needed to eliminate any concerns, free from the constraints of his sect, allowing him to wreak havoc without reservation. The system understood. With the system's acknowledgement, Lu Li felt a lightness in his body, as though he were a feather. And a method for spatial instantaneous movement appeared in his mind. With a swift motion of his finger, a spatial rift materialized before him. Lu Li's joy knew no bounds as he leaped into the rift, reappearing beneath the heavenly sword mountain. "Holy moly, this is faster than a rocket. If I encounter an enemy of the divine concealment realm in the future, they will be left in the dust." The only drawback was the distance being somewhat short. If only he could soar like the Monkey King, traversing thousands of miles in a single somersault, that would be truly exhilarating. Rest assured, host, anything you can imagine is a task the system is prepared to fulfill. As long as you meet the corresponding requirements, the instantaneous movement can be upgraded, including infinite devouring, beast mastery, and heavenly eye skills. Lu Li gave a thumbs up, bestowing a grand commendation upon the system. At this very moment, above the sword pavilion, the esteemed members of the Sword Sage sect, including the masters and elders, soared through the void on their swords, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the forces of the Lu Xian sect. Due to Lu Li's decree, it was imperative to leave a breath of life to the revered ones. Thus the battle was fought with exceptional fervor, affording the Lu Xian sect's revered ones countless opportunities. In an instant, many masters and elders found themselves wounded. The prodigious disciples, such as Lan Lingguang, Mu Tianyu, and Qing Luan, swiftly infiltrated the flying chariot's cabin, witnessing the relentless slaughter of the stubborn Xinkong realm disciples. The weaker Lu Xian sect disciples chose to surrender en masse. The combat aboard the chariot concluded with a resounding victory, leaving the remaining battles to unfold in the void above. Lu Li's commands undoubtedly escalated the challenges faced by the masters and elders. The Lu Xian sect's formidable warriors, however, behaved with reckless abandon, eschewing even the most basic defenses in their desperate tactics. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed across the azure sky. A shocking aura erupted from the center of the sword pavilion, rippling outward in waves, engulfing the heavens above and the earth below in an extraordinary essence. Everyone was taken aback, gazing upwards in astonishment. A chasm appeared amidst the roiling air currents, from which a colossal hand emerged, tearing asunder the very fabric of the sky. The fissure exhaled a terrifying aura, and a figure, as grand as a deity, leaped forth, standing proudly above the celestial expanse. The sight was nothing short of astonishing, leading many to prostrate themselves in the void, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Unaware of the divine presence, they cried out for forgiveness. We, the disciples of the Lu Xian sect, kneel to welcome the descent of the deity. Not knowing the divine is present, we have disturbed the heavenly presence, a sin deserving of death. In that moment, the Lu Xian sect's powerful figures bowed deeply. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Sword Sage sect were bewildered, torn between whether to kneel or remain standing. Amidst their indecision, the sky's rift began to heal, and the so-called deity looked down, chuckling heartily. In an instant, the figure diminished to that of an ordinary man, revealing the incomparable and dashing Lu Li, the Grand Master of the Sword Sage sect. Master, senior brother, the crowd exclaimed in surprise, save for the somewhat simple-minded master of the Liangjian Peak, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Oh no, here comes another display of arrogance. Lu Li's form swayed slightly. Although his figure remained still, he appeared before everyone in an instant. The strong disciples of the Lu Xian sect looked up, only to realize that this was not a deity at all, but rather the despicable and cunning Lu Li, who had employed some sort of illusion to masquerade as a god. Disrespecting the deity is a crime that cannot be forgiven. An elder in red robes stood up, rebuking, "How dare you impersonate a deity? This is a grave disrespect to the heavens. Kneel down and repent to the heavenly sovereign at once. Yes, kneel down and repent to the heavenly sovereign immediately." Representatives of the Lu Xian sect proclaimed, "You may seek repentance from our Lu Xian sect, which embodies the will of the heavenly sovereign." In that moment, they exerted their authority, spitting words that could fell the mightiest of beings. Lu Li smirked. "I am not one to shy away from offending deities." He recalled how, upon his arrival in this realm, he had once cleaved through a sky full of tribulation clouds with a single sword strike. What harm could one more instance bring? This is Sword Mountain, Lu Li declared defiantly, as the Grand Master of the Sword Sage sect. "My words are the true laws of heaven." Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. While the disciples of the Sword Sage sect gazed at him with adoration, others were consumed by rage. How audacious! Does he even regard the laws of heaven? Some even floated in the void, beseeching the heavens above. "Heavenly Sovereign, bear witness. The Grand Master of the Sword Sage sect shows utter disdain for the laws of heaven. Please unleash your divine punishment to demonstrate your might. Great heavens, may a bolt of lightning strike down this arrogant fool." The air was filled with curses and cries. Lu Li laughed heartily. "Let me show you all who reigns supreme on Sword Mountain." As his voice echoed, his form shot skyward, lips moving in rapid succession, summoning a thunderous roar. The disciples of the Sword Sage sect all broke through to a new realm. Just as his declaration fell, the disciples of the Lu Xian sect erupted into uproarious laughter. What a delusional fool, claiming breakthroughs as if they were mere whims. Such boastfulness. Does he think he is the embodiment of heaven? Though I may not survive this day, I still chuckle at this fool. The disciples of the Sword Sage sect were equally perplexed, with the master of the Yujin Peak murmuring, "His arrogance knows no bounds." The simple-minded master of Liangjian Peak gave a thumbs up. To boast so grandly without flinching, he is truly a model for us all. Yet, in the next moment, a myriad of radiant beams cascaded from the void, striking the disciples of the Sword Sage sect, sparing even a dog named Wang Kai. What? The crowd was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? The explosive sounds of energy waves resembled the thunder of the heavens, echoing continuously. The entire void trembled as the Sword Sage sect transformed into a sea of spiritual energy. The disciples found themselves invigorated without the need to circulate their energies. The pure spiritual force spontaneously flowed into their circulatory systems. Fueling their cultivation, I feel utterly empowered. My body is on the verge of bursting with energy. Me too. I feel so hot. Wang Kai also howled towards the sky. I can't hold it any longer. I'm about to break through. Boom. Tens of thousands of disciples simultaneously ascended to a new realm. Most astonishingly, even Wang Kai directly entered the Qi martial first stage, becoming the only dog in the history of Sword Mountain to achieve cultivation. The most extraordinary were the three masters of the Luojian Peak, Yujian Peak, and Liangjian Peak, who had been trapped at the 9th level of the revered realm for decades without hope of ascending to the imperial level. Yet at this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from each of them. The three masters were on the verge of becoming emperors. O heavens, our sword sage sect is about to rise. 3 emperors shall be crowned. Above the heavens, the tribulation cloud swirled ominously, dark and heavy, with lightning crackling and roaring as if a multitude of celestial soldiers lay in ambush. Heavenly tribulation. Witnessing this scene, the previously despondent Lu Xian sect cultivators slowly lifted their heads. Ha ha ha, when the heavens rage, calamity befalls the arrogant. The sword sage sect's hubris will surely invoke heavenly wrath. O heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. Please, heavenly sovereign, unleash your divine punishment and eradicate this malignant tumor. The Lu Xian sect's warriors wept bitterly, bowing and prostrating themselves. Yet at that moment, Lu Li tossed his hair back, extending his right hand towards the sky, for fingers curled, leaving only one pointing upwards. Come here. In this familiar scenario, the embodiment of the heavenly law trembled slightly upon hearing the familiar call of this iron-witted fool, who had stirred such a commotion. Ultimately, the heavenly embodiment gritted its teeth and vanished in a flash. I am but a laborer. Why should I toil so hard? In an instant, tranquility returned to the universe. Simultaneously, 3 imperial auras surged into the sky as the 3 peak masters broke through to the imperial level. Congratulations to the masters for becoming emperors. Congratulations to the masters for becoming emperors. Congratulations to the masters for becoming emperors. Such jubilant cheers resounded throughout Sword Mountain, while the Lu Xian sect's warriors fell into despondency, collapsing in the void. Each one was stunned beyond measure, gazing at Lu Li with deep-seated apprehension and profound admiration. The Lu Xian sect was finished. The warriors of the Lu Xian sect truly collapsed in the void. And Lu Li, uninterested in further dialogue, cast a casual glance at them, watching as they plummeted aimlessly through the void. Lan Lingguang spoke up, "Senior brother, how shall we deal with these people?" Now, having stepped into the first level of the revered realm, Lan Lingguang's status had risen significantly. According to the Sword Sage sect's rules, those in the revered realm were considered elders, eligible to succeed the positions of the 9 peak masters. Lu Li blinked. The old rules apply. They came seeking that so-called prodigious disciple. Let us send them back. Bai Yi chuckled softly at the remark. What prodigious disciple? They're currently being punished to clean the latrines, Lu Li continued. Just toss one out to deliver the message. I intend to set up an ambush and reap some rewards. Once again, the familiar scene unfolded as an elder was cast out of Sword Mountain. Scurrying westward in a panic, Lu Li, brimming with excitement, felt like dancing. Today, his display of bravado reached new heights. Alas, such flamboyance is truly unbefitting of my typically low-key demeanor. Meanwhile, the sword tomb above radiated brilliance. A vast divine light cascading down in a golden haze. Amidst this divine radiance, a hearty laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, I am truly a genius. I have swiftly broken through to the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he appeared within the sword pavilion, exuberantly waving to the crowd, signaling them to come and worship him. Everyone looked on with disinterest. The elder was bewildered. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, he noticed the masters of the Yujian Peak, Liangjian Peak, and Luojian Peak, each radiating an overwhelming imperial aura, causing him to tremble in shock. When did you all become emperors? The master of Liangjian Peak chuckled. Just now. Not only us, but the Sword Sage sect has also seen Wang Kai transform into a cultivation dog, let alone the other disciples, each making significant progress. What? The elder could hardly believe it as he exited the sword pavilion and indeed found the disciples of the Sword Sage sect reveling in their newfound strength. With wide eyes, the elder looked at everyone in confusion. What is going on? Just as the master of the Eugene Peak was about to explain, it was the Grand Master's words that caused all this. Luli shot him a glare. This is all thanks to the Elder's divine light. The disciples are merely basking in your glory. Is it truly so? The Elder mused. I had no idea I was so remarkable, with a hearty laugh. The old ancestor remarked, this incident unfolded within the confines of Luli's dojo, entirely shielded by him, thus failing to rouse a stir in the Xintian domain. Otherwise, the entire Xintian domain would be in chaos. Moreover, the establishment of the three emperors, alongside a breakthrough in the divine concealment realm, each event alone possesses the potential to alter the landscape of the Xintian domain. In the Grand Hall of the Lucian sect in Wangyang City, the elder who had been cast out was already kneeling before the dais, trembling uncontrollably, his vacant gaze recounting the events that transpired at the Sword Saint sect. That individual is referred to by some as Senior Brother. While others call him the Sect Master, I believe he is the Sect Master Senior Brother. Upon his arrival, he severed the four wings of Elder Jinshanzi's war spirit. Indeed, for divine weapons, Elder Jinshanzi had consumed a berserker pill, elevating his strength to the fourth heaven of the Emperor realm, yet that Sect Master Senior Brother merely proclaimed he would toy with him. We all thought he was boasting, but unexpectedly, with just a single sword strike, he forced Elder Jinshanzi to flee in utter disarray. What? The deputy sect leader, Ning Xiaotian, turned pale with rage. A single sword strike can drive a fourth heaven Emperor realm cultivator to retreat. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Angered, Ning Xiaotian commanded, you are slandering our sect's elder. Seize him and ensure no one is permitted to see him. Yes, two disciples of the sect escorted the elder out. Suddenly, the elder broke free, his eyes wide with terror, exclaiming, do you not understand? That Sect Master Senior Brother, with but a word, enabled all the disciples of the Sword Saint sect to instantly break through to the first level. The deputy sect leader's mouth twitched. While he outwardly doubted the elder's exaggeration, internally, he was equally perturbed. With 12 super flying chariots, 36 venerables, and one emperor leading the charge, surely they could crush a mere Sword Saint sect. Yet, the reality was that they returned with a single elder, utterly flabbergasted. If this news were to spread, the Lucian sect would be thoroughly disgraced. Take him away and keep a close watch on him, the deputy sect leader coldly instructed. The elder suddenly raised his hand, curling 4 fingers while keeping his middle finger upright. With a grin, he added, what's even more terrifying is that the divine punishment, comparable to a super heavenly tribulation, had yet to descend when that Sect Master Senior Brother merely waved his finger, causing it to recoil in fear, not daring to utter a sound. The deputy sect leader's heart quivered. Yet he replied, do you truly think I will believe such nonsense? Do you expect the world of cultivators to believe that a mere finger can deter heavenly tribulation? The elder retorted, I knew you wouldn't believe me. I can scarcely believe it myself, but I was right there. As the elder spoke, he was led away by the disciples. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall pondered briefly before addressing the deputy sect leader. Elder Tian, how much truth do you think lies in what this elder claims? The deputy sect leader remained silent for a moment before responding. Regardless of anything else, the complete annihilation of Jinshanzi's forces is true. We must proceed with caution and send someone to Heavenly Sword Mountain. Remember, we must not force a confrontation. Let us negotiate first. Pausing, the deputy sect leader added with a pained expression, at the very least, we need to reclaim the 12 super flying chariots. Elder Fu Cheng immediately began to plan a return to the Sword Saint sect. The deputy sect leader squinted, sensing something amiss with the Sword Saint sect. At this moment, Lu Li had already dragged the elder in charge of cultivation and embarked on the journey to the Dian Divine Kingdom. Elder Shui Feng's remark had struck hard. 1,000 spiritual stones could only purchase a few low-tier demonic beasts. Isn't it just money? I have plenty of treasures in my system. I could easily auction off a couple of items for a fortune. The most excited among them was Qing Luan, who had nagged and pleaded until Lu Li reluctantly agreed to take her along. While Mu Tianyu clamored to join as well. Before long, a city emerged beneath their feet, specifically, the border city of the Dian Divine Kingdom, Julu's city. The trio descended from the sky, stowing their swords and opting to walk. Yuli found it rather absurd that as the illustrious sect master, He lacked a luxurious vehicle for transportation. At the city entrance, they paid a considerable tax, and only then did the city guards permit their entry in the Xintian domain. Where everyone practiced cultivation, the population was immense, counting in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, Julu city bustled with activity, filled with a cacophony of people and vehicles. The streets were adorned with various signs, and opulent restaurants, gambling houses, and brothels lined either side. Many women, clad in revealing attire and heavily made up, leaned against the railings, eagerly calling out to handsome young men to come play. In response, Luli beamed, always warmly reciprocating their enthusiasm. Clean yourself up and wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Qing Wan blushed, realizing her senior brother had a penchant for such flirtations. Elder Shuefeng's expression turned slightly awkward as he mused about Lu Li's financial capabilities and whether he could truly afford to indulge in such luxuries. Suddenly, Lu Li inquired, "How much do you think a spiritual weapon could sell for? Would it be enough for us to indulge in a couple of courtesans?" Elder Shuefeng nearly stumbled, mentally chastising Lu Li for being so extravagant. With a chuckle, Lu Li led the way to the auction house. The largest auction house in Julu was the economic backbone of the entire city. Outside the auction house, numerous cultivators set up stalls, offering a myriad of cultivation resources, albeit mostly counterfeit. Whether one could procure genuine items depended on their personal prowess. Upon entering the auction house, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed them. Esteemed guests, please come in. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." The mere presence of Lu Li commanded respect, and no one dared to belittle him. Lu Li remained silent, casually browsing the wares. The prices at the counters were exorbitant, yet one could not deny their authenticity. "How much for this medium-grade spiritual weapon?" Lu Li inquired, pointing at a dark black mountain axe. Esteemed guest, you have a discerning eye. The medium-grade spiritual weapon is priced at 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones." The shopkeeper replied. Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you out of your mind?" The shopkeeper's expression turned green. "Are you here to cause trouble?" Lu Li retorted. "You expect me to pay 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones for a mere medium-grade spiritual weapon? Do you think I am a fool with money to waste? Or is this establishment merely a den of thieves?" The shopkeeper smirked derisively. "Do you know the consequences of causing a ruckus at Sanfeng Auction House?" Lu Li scoffed. "What? Are you saying that a large shop bullies its customers? 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones for a medium-grade spiritual weapon? Would you buy it yourself?" The shopkeeper shot Lu Li a glance, initially believing he had encountered a wealthy patron, but soon realized Lu Li was merely all show and no substance. If you have a plethora of spiritual weapons," the shopkeeper sneered. "If you can produce one, Sanfeng Auction House will gladly purchase it." With a cold snort, Lu Li replied, "I truly have no such trash. Can you afford a high-grade spiritual weapon?" The shopkeeper laughed in return. "If you can produce it, I will offer 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones." Their verbal sparring garnered the attention of many onlookers. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones is a steep price. "Young man, do you have that much? Hurry and show it." Despite his youthful appearance, many speculated he might just be a pretentious braggart. Lu Li felt rather exasperated. "Who do you think you are looking down upon?" With a flash of silver light, a spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. "Open your eyes and see clearly. A high-grade spiritual weapon. Pay up." The shopkeeper's jaw dropped. "You actually have one? A high-grade spiritual weapon?" The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. In the Xintian domain, spiritual weapons were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and spiritual, each with upper, middle, and lower grades. Moreover, not every cultivator could wield spiritual weapons. One had to at least possess strength in the Xuanqu realm to do so. Given the scarcity of weapon refiners in the Xintian domain, divine weapons were incredibly rare and thus exorbitantly priced. The shopkeeper suddenly felt as though he had fallen into a pit, but in front of so many witnesses, reneging on his word would tarnish the reputation of Sanfeng Auction House. "Deal." The shopkeeper produced a spiritual ring, preparing to retrieve the spiritual weapon, but Lu Li chuckled. "You Haven Tea provided enough spiritual stones." The shopkeeper fumed. "Impossible. At Sanfeng Auction House, we are honest with all our transactions. How could there be a shortage?" The onlookers echoed their disbelief, insisting that Sanfeng Auction House, a millennium-old establishment, would never commit such an error. This young man must be out of his mind. A smile crept across Lu Li's face as he revealed another high-grade spiritual weapon in his hand. Now, tell me if this is enough. The shopkeeper stammered. It still isn't enough. The crowd was utterly bewildered. What? Another one? Where is he getting all these spiritual weapons? Lu Li remained silent, directly approaching a nearby rockery and smashing it down with ease. Boom! The rockery shattered into pieces, dust swirling in the air. The crowd gaped in astonishment at the display of power. What immense strength! Lu Li casually tossed the remaining debris aside. Time to settle the payment. The shopkeeper retrieved another spiritual ring and tossed it Lu Li's way. Here, take it. Lu Li handed it to Mu Tianyu, instructing, go find the most expensive brothel and secure the courtesan for me. The crowd was left speechless. He is selling divine weapons just to indulge in the most expensive brothel. Does he fear the wrath of his ancestors? Just as the onlookers thought Lu Li was merely boasting. Mu Tianyu turned and headed straight for the Xinxiu Zhaojing across from the auction house. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Lu Li looked at the shopkeeper and said, I find you to be of good character, so I wish to offer you a path to wealth. What do you say? Can you make the decision? The shopkeeper was taken aback as Lu Li flicked a spiritual ring back to him. This is for you. Have your spokesperson come find me across the street. In the enchanting realm of Xinxiu. Lu Li found himself amidst a bevy of exquisite maidens, their beauty captivating and intoxicating. They possessed a softness akin to that of a delicate flower, their skin as flawless as porcelain, and their grace and allure were unparalleled. Most notably, they were all cultivators. Elder Xuefeng, Mu Tianyu, and Qing Luan sat nearby, lost in their own reveries, pouring drinks for themselves. Qing Luan's eyes were filled with jealousy as she drank deeply, casting furtive glances at Lu Li. That moment, Lu Li's hand rested upon a mountain peak. His eyes narrowed to mere slits. I shall take a stroll, Qing Luan declared, storming off to the second floor in a huff. Mu Tianyu called out, Senior brother, but Lu Li merely waved his hand, allowing her to go. After several rounds of drinks, slightly inebriated, Lu Li was being supported by two courtesans as he made his way to a private chamber, when an elderly man clad in silver robes ascended to the second floor. Are you not the one who sought to provide a financial avenue for the Sanfeng auction house? The elder inquired. Lu Li halted, exasperated. Could you not arrive at a more opportune moment? Can't you see we are on the verge of a discussion? Lu Li playfully caressed the alluring curves of the courtesan beside him. Go on ahead and wait for me, my dear, he instructed, slipping a low-grade spirit stone into her bosom. The two courtesans, one on each side, planted a kiss on Lu Li's cheeks before entering the room. The elder, taken aback, noted Lu Li's extravagant display in the Xintian domain. A low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 gold coins, sufficient for an ordinary person's expenses for a month. The elder's interest was piqued. Pray tell, what kind of financial avenue do you propose? Lu Li squinted, scrutinizing the elder before nodding. You possess the qualifications to engage in a conversation. Being at the third level of the esteemed realm, the elder furrowed his brow, but, as a merchant, he adhered to the principles of commerce. I am eager to see what you can offer. Lu Li belched, the scent of alcohol wafting towards the elder, who grimaced. Come, take a good look. The elder accepted a spatial ring, and his expression froze as he surveyed its contents, a low-grade imperial weapon. He gasped, his body trembling. Elder Xuefeng and Mu Tianyu were equally astonished. An imperial weapon. The elder inhaled deeply, steadying his nerves, and asked, What price do you intend to set? Lu Li smiled subtly. The highest bidder wins. And I shall grant you an additional 10% commission. The elder's breath quickened. Is this true? Lu Li laughed heartily. Your eagerness is amusing. It is merely a broken imperial weapon, but take a look at this. He produced a jade slip. The elder took it, collapsing into a chair, disbelief etched across his face. A high-grade Xian stage combat technique? Elder Xuefeng, having just swallowed his drink, sprayed it across Mu Tianyu in shock. Both seemingly electrified by the revelation, Mu Tianyu, equally stunned, forgot to wipe his face, fixated on the jade slip. Compared to the imperial weapon, the Xian stage combat technique was far more precious, not merely in price, but in rarity, as few would ever consider auctioning such techniques. At that moment, the jade slip radiated a faint glow, the unique aura of the high-grade Xian stage combat technique filling the air. The elder felt as though he might suffocate from the overwhelming truth before him. Indeed, this technique pairs seamlessly with the Imperial weapon. With the right battle spirit, ascending to the Imperial realm is merely a matter of time. Lu Li nonchalantly remarked. The elder respectfully placed the items back on the table, humbly stating, I am indeed unworthy. I shall return to inform my superiors. As for the expenses of the Shinshio, they shall be borne by the Sanfeng auction house. Chapter 41. The long-lost father. Lu Li chuckled, not declining the elder's offer. The elder hastily departed, nearly tumbling down the stairs in his rush. Elder Xuefeng and Mu Tianyu remained frozen in place, and it took Lu Li several attempts to rouse them from their astonishment. Dio refrained from being overly dramatic. Such trifles are commonplace for someone of my stature. With that, he dove back into the private chamber to continue indulging in the festivities. Does he truly regard these treasures as mere trifles? Mu Tianyu gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. Is this truly the same sect leader we once knew? Elder Xuefeng grinned. Indeed. How could he not be? If not for his age, I might suspect he is my long-lost father. Good heavens! Mu Tianyu exclaimed, nearly swearing under his breath. The old man had become so brazen that he bore a striking resemblance to his senior brother. Moments later, two figures hurriedly approached, one being the elderly man from before, while the other was a young, handsome gentleman in white robes. Upon entering the second floor, the young gentleman addressed the elder, who is the god of wealth. Introduce me at once. Uncle Ping. The elder, named Uncle Ping, glanced at the self-serving elder Xuefeng and Mu Tianyu, bowed slightly. This is my young master Qin Yuan. I hope you may convey this to the two esteemed guests. That won't be necessary. Lu Li, with lip prints still visible, emerged from the inner chamber. Your timing is impeccable. Qin Yuan immediately approached, shaking Lu Li's hand vigorously. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Qin Yuan. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Qin Yuan? Lu Li chuckled. You are quite to my liking. I am called Lu Li. Lu de Gu. I beseech your guidance and support. Qin Yuan exclaimed, beaming with enthusiasm. Lu Li nodded. Of course, I have plenty of these broken trinkets to spare. The question is whether you can handle them. Absolutely. I cater to all ages. Qin Yuan declared proudly. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? What if I were to present something unsavory? Qin Yuan paused momentarily before replying. Even if you were to bring the Diyin princess, I would still dare to accept. Lu Li clapped his thigh. Splendid. It is settled then. However, I must forewarn you. Should you attempt any tricks or schemes, his aura surged, an overwhelming imperial might enveloping the space. Uncle Ping trembled, realizing Lu Li was at the 4th level of the imperial realm. Qin Yuan, though slightly unsettled, maintained his composure. Rest assured, Brother Lu. I am not foolish indeed. Anyone who dared to play tricks before a young man of such stature would find themselves in dire straits. Lu Li stretched lazily. Very well, let me witness the capabilities of your esteemed establishment. Qin Yuan quickly grasped the situation. Rather than request, an unexpected encounter may be in order. There is an auction taking place shortly. Would you be interested? Brother Lu? Indeed, Lu Li replied with a slight smile. I would like to see what treasures your esteemed house possesses. Should anything catch Brother Lu's eye, feel free to bid. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Qin Yuan offered. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction, affirming his impression of the young man. Without further ado, they entered the auction hall. Inside, the grand auction venue was packed with no less than 1,000 attendees. Creating a truly magnificent spectacle, patrols of formidable cultivators, all at the esteemed realm, circled the perimeter. In a wonder Qin Yuan had such confidence. He even dared to trade in the Diyin princess. Qin Yuan personally escorted Lu Li to a private box. After they settled in, Qin Yuan had someone prepare tea and snacks before respectfully departing. The private box was elevated, allowing a view of the entire auction hall, while a protective formation ensured the bidder's privacy. Impressive! Lu Li could only describe it in 2 words. On the auction stage, a stunningly beautiful auctioneer donned a sheer veil, swaying her hips as she moved across the platform, igniting waves of excitement among the crowd. In a voice that could entice even the most stoic of hearts, the auctioneer announced, the auction is now officially underway. The first item for bid was an exceedingly ordinary spirit-gathering pill. However, under the auctioneer's captivating performance, it fetched a price far exceeding market value. Lu Li nodded, recognizing the Sanfeng auction house's skills. The initial items were primarily low-grade pills, spirit herbs, and basic talismans, It was not until a blood-red ruler and a jade slip appeared that the hall fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. The enchanting auctioneer announced, "The next item will have no reserve price. The highest bidder wins. One low-grade Imperial weapon, accompanied by a high-grade Xian stage combat technique. Please place your bids." The auction hall erupted in chaos, for such a paired set of Imperial-grade equipment was a dream come true for many. "I bid 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones," shouted a burly man. Waving his arm, gasps echoed throughout the crowd. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Before the echoes of his bid faded, a scoff was heard. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for Imperial-grade equipment? How naive! I bid 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Elder Schwefong almost pulled out his beard in disbelief. That was equivalent to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, nearly matching the annual expenses of the Sword Saint sect. Yet the bidding continued to escalate. 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As the price soared to 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the fervor began to dim, and from another private box, a young gentleman sneered, "Competing with me?" Recognition sparked within Luli as he easily pierced through the formation surrounding the box, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Ah, so it is you, my apologies," the auctioneer excitedly announced. 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, going once, going twice. Just as she was about to declare the sale, a clear voice rang out, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The hall erupted once more as all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. To borrow a phrase from earlier, expecting to purchase a set of Imperial-grade equipment with just 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones? How immature! Came a taunting voice from the private box. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran's expression darkened. 55,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 60,000 in the elegant room. A voice floated in, neither too salty nor too bland, as Chu Xiaoran's anger flared. 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. No sooner had the words left his lips than a crisp sound rang out from the elegant room. The enchanting auctioneer's hammer fell, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the second elegant room for successfully bidding." The crowd was taken aback. It turned out that the bid was for their own item. Chu Xiaoran realized he had been duped and stepped out from the second elegant room. "Do any friends from the elegant room dare to come out and meet?" Chu Xiaoran's voice was sharp. As he made his appearance, gasps erupted from the audience. "The second prince! Good heavens, it is indeed the second prince of the Dian Divine Kingdom." The individual in the first elegant room was in for misfortune, daring to deceive even the second prince. A chorus of gloating voices rose from the crowd. Qin Yuan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, realizing why he had asked that question at the time. He truly was a troublesome character. Chapter 42. The Demon Spirit Clan woman Luli shrugged. "Brother is too poor. I just wanted to earn a few more. What's wrong with that?" Qin Yuan wore a smile of feigned humility, knowing he had to face the consequences of his own actions. Even if it meant suffering through it with tears. What's the big deal? So what if he is the second prince? No one forced him to bid. Qin Yuan puffed out his chest. "I wonder why you seem a bit lacking in confidence." Luli chuckled and directly exited the first elegant room. "You wish to see me? It is you, Chu Xiaoran," he said, taking a step back. Evidently taken aback, the crowd was stunned. The second prince actually seemed fearful. Who is this young man? As Luli rubbed his nose, he mused, "Does the second prince still remember me?" A flicker of fear appeared in Chu Xiaoran's eyes, and he instinctively thought of fleeing but suddenly came to a realization. Why should I run? This is the Dian Divine Kingdom, my territory. Finally regaining a semblance of confidence, he lifted his chin proudly. "Do you even know where this is?" "Julu City, the Julu City of the Dian Divine Kingdom, and I, the second prince of the Dian Divine Kingdom, with a single command, could drown you in a sea of saliva." Luli chuckled. "Is that so? Feel free to give it a try." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran turned to the crowd, brandishing the imperial decree, and declared loudly, "People of Dian, listen. This individual has humiliated the princess and the prince of the Divine Kingdom. Capture him for a generous reward." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in chaos, as cultivators rolled up their sleeves, asking, "Who dares?" Qin Yuan stepped onto the auction stage, exuding an air of dominance as he glared down at the crowd. "This is the Sanfeng Auction House. If you wish to die, Feel free to make a move. With that one statement, the previously noisy crowd fell into profound silence. Chu Xiaoran's expression darkened immediately. Qin Yuan, are you opposing Dian? Qin Yuan clasped his fists in an exaggerated show of respect, smiling slightly. I am utterly loyal to Dian and the sovereign. However, he paused. I trust that even the sovereign would not wish to disrupt the business of Sanfeng Auction House. The implication was clear. Even if the sovereign visited the Sanfeng Auction House, he must abide by the rules. Chu Xiaoran was momentarily speechless. Li smiled slightly. Indeed, Mr. Qin acts with commendable transparency, but I still prefer to follow my own inclinations. Qin Yuan replied, Brother Liu, if you wish to handle this yourself, I shall not impede you. Please proceed. Li expressed his gratitude and then inquired, since the item has already been auctioned, can my spirit stones be redeemed? Qin Yuan nodded. Ping Shu, please have the second prince settle the bill. This. Chu Xiaoran erupted in fury. You are openly raising the price. This auction cannot be counted. Lu Li chuckled. Enough. Every day, I hear people boast about the Dian Divine Kingdom's wealth surpassing the Xinyan domain. Yet, you can't even settle a few thousand spirit stones. Truly, meeting in person is not as impressive as the rumors. What did you say? Chu Xiaoran shouted in anger. This prince would default? Open your eyes and see clearly. With a whoosh, a spirit ring landed in the auction tray. Count it well. Even the entire Sword Saint sect cannot gather this amount. Ping Shu picked up the spirit ring and handed it to Qin Yuan, who deftly handled the commission before passing the spirit ring to Lu Li. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. This is the spirit stone UWON. Lu Li accepted the spirit ring. Is there anything else to auction? I am not short on money. As soon as he spoke, someone snorted coldly. What a shameless fellow. Lu Li's expression darkened instantly. Who? Step forward if you have the guts. A towering man squeezed through the crowd, his voice booming. What? You think no one can speak here? This is the Sanfeng Auction House. You dare bite me? Lu Li glared angrily, turning to Qin Yuan. Am I really not allowed to make a move? Qin Yuan shook his head. You cannot. Then what if I leave the auction house? Lu Li asked curiously. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Once you leave Sanfeng Auction House, you will be a cold corpse. You dare offend the second prince of the Dian Divine Kingdom? Do you know how to write the word death? With over 10,000 cultivators present, one finger from each could turn him into a hornet's nest. Hearing this, Lu Li scoffed. If you have the guts, then scatter and don't run away. Ha ha ha, what a fool. He still doesn't understand the situation. It's he who should be running. The crowd looked at Lu Li as if he were an idiot, one with too much money to waste. Qin Yuan cleared his throat, signaling the end of the verbal sparring, as the alluring auctioneer reappeared on stage. The final item for auction is exceptionally special. And likewise, there is no reserve price. The highest bidder wins. As she spoke, two maidens assisted a veiled woman onto the stage. The enchanting auctioneer smiled sweetly. This is the final item. Please hold your breath. With a swift motion, she unveiled the veil, and the venue fell into a sudden silence as an exquisitely beautiful face emerged beneath it. A living person, and a stunning beauty. My word, with that figure and face. Saying she could topple a nation would be an understatement. After a brief moment of silence, a man was the first to make a move. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Laughter erupted as someone chimed in. Sure Lauda, you spend so much money. Aren't you afraid of your fierce mother? Sure Lauda retorted angrily. Don't bring that up. A young nobleman laughed. Such a beauty in the hands of a brute would be a waste. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the beautiful auctioneer interjected. Before the item is sold, I can reveal a little insider information. This lady may very well be from the demon spirit domain. What? Lu Li gasped upon hearing this. The Xintian domain had long known that 3,000 years ago, a war among the three clans led to a powerful cultivator using earth-shattering methods to sever their connections, preventing them from encountering one another. Why would a demon spirit clan person appear now? The auction hall buzzed with excitement, many eager to bid. A demon clan woman. No wonder she is so alluring. It is said that women from the demon clan possess an innate charm that is unparalleled in the world. Imagine if one could share a night with a demon clan woman. What a remarkable experience that would be! As conversation sparked, some even drooled in anticipation. I'll offer 2,005. I'll bid 3,000. I'll throw in 5,000. Who dares to compete with me? The price soared once more. Liu Li hesitated, remaining silent, while Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu observed Liu Li's rapt gaze, thinking he too was enchanted by the demon woman. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Chu Xiaoran suddenly called out loudly, and the venue fell silent. Chu Xiaoran wore a smug smile, basking in the envy and admiration of the crowd. In that moment, he seemed like the only king in heaven and earth. Is there anyone who can bid higher than 50,000? 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones going once, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones going twice, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones going thrice. Originally prepared to bid on the demon woman? Liu Li shook his head, deciding to give up. What demon woman? What chaos lingling tower? It's merely a gimmick to inflate the price at the auction house. If such treasures existed, only a fool would auction them off. Ding! The system issued a temporary mission. Bid on the woman to earn the special skill, freezing technique. Liu Li wanted to curse. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a demon woman? System, how lecherous can you be? Can I refuse? Liu Li asked. If the host declines the mission, they will face a 3-year penalty of impotence. Damn it! Liu Li jumped up in shock. How cruel! You've got guts. I'll offer 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The reasons were twofold. 1. The price was madly high, and 2. It was a slap in the face to the second prince, rubbing it in repeatedly. Alas, once again, it is this fool. Is there truly no one left in Dian? Humph. Let us see how he plans to emerge from Sanfeng this time. The enchanting auctioneer excitedly exclaimed. That handsome gentleman bids 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more than 60,000? Chu Xiaoran's face turned a shade of green. It was that Liu Li again, repeatedly humiliating me. The dignified second prince, I shall make you pay dearly for this. With that, the second prince vanished from the auction house. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Liu Li's mouth as he chuckled to himself. Is this what it takes to frighten him away? Turning back, Elder Xiefeng was on the verge of tears, having thought he had latched onto a substantial patron, only to find himself not only empty-handed but also in debt of several thousand mid-grade spirit stones. Mu Tianyu asked, what should we do? Should we seek aid from the sect? Elder Xiefeng sighed, seek aid. We cannot just stand by and watch the sect master be disregarded. Noticing their discomfort, Liu Li quipped, have you both been caught off guard? The auctioneer led a demoness, supported by maidens, into a private room. My dear sir possesses remarkable insight and even greater courage. Fair wishes to extend her best wishes for your fortune. She said. Liu Li's gaze greedily swept over Fair's form. Indeed, indeed. I wonder when Miss Fair might be free. I would like to invite her to dinner. Fair's eyes lit up, and she giggled. Then allow me to thank you in advance. My lord. At that moment, Qin Yuan entered the private room, and Liu Li casually flicked out a spirit ring. This is 56,000. I still need 4,000. What do you think this is worth? With that, he produced a pill box. Qin Yuan opened it, revealing a reddish-brown pill within. A great recovery pill. Clearly astonished, Qin Yuan, as the young master of the Sanfeng auction house, knew the immense value of this treasure. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Liu Li chuckled. I didn't expect this item to be quite so valuable. Fortunately, I didn't mistake it for a mere candy. If you return me 6,000 spirit stones, our transaction will be complete. Liu Li was eager to fulfill his task and claim the system's reward. Elder Xiefeng, glancing over casually, gasped, a great recovery pill. I could die from shock. What a wasteful item. It is priceless and can heal any internal injuries as long as the spirit embryo remains intact, allowing for rapid recovery or even ascension to a higher level. Is it worth it for a demoness? Little did he know, Liu Li felt equally despondent, feeling impotent for 3 years. With so many beautiful maidens in Xintian domain, merely gazing at them without the means to engage was akin to a death sentence. Qin Yuan nodded, producing 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, offering Liu Li a discount. Ding! Task completed. Reward has been issued in the system panel. May I ask if the host wishes to integrate the special skill? Liu Li thought, integrate it. A beam of light spread through his mind, and he instantly grasped the essence of the immobilization technique. At that moment, Qin Yuan suddenly sensed a shift in Liu Li's aura, which became profound and inscrutable, akin to the vastness of a galaxy. This only heightened Qin Yuan's curiosity, one of the reasons he sought to draw closer to Liu Li at this moment. Liu Li smiled slightly. pondering that these several thousand spirit stones seemed to have been well spent. Qin Gongzi, what is the name of this lady? And it seems she has been subjected to some form of magic by you. Can it be undone? Qin Yuan exclaimed in admiration, as expected of my brother Lu. You can even discern this, but are you certain you want to lift the binding now? Lu Li rolled his eyes. It's just a young girl. Is it really that serious? Hurry up. Qin Yuan's expression twitched as he signaled for everyone to vacate the private room. Once the crowd had dispersed, Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu discreetly stepped outside. Elder Xiefeng mischievously remarked, eager to engage, Are we? Why not do it right here and now? Mu Tianyu shot him a glare, clearly indicating that such behavior was unbecoming. Meanwhile, Lu Li was intently observing the demoness, who indeed possessed brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist as slender as silk, and teeth resembling pearls. Especially striking were her clear azure eyes, sparkling with vitality. Lu Li marveled, and just then, Qin Yuan announced the beginning, the demoness' eyes suddenly glinting with brilliance as her neck twisted mechanically, her starry gaze piercing directly at Lu Li. What the? Lu Li gasped, startled by her predatory glare. The demoness stared at Lu Li for 3 seconds before suddenly grinning, revealing 2 small fangs, and leaped toward him. Good heavens, a zombie! Outside the private room, Qin Yuan shook his head, muttering a silent eulogy for Lu Li. Elder Xiefeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the tumultuous sounds from within the room. The sect master is indeed extraordinary. After a while, the door to the private room was flung open, revealing Lu Li, disheveled and covered in dust, crawling out in a state of utter disarray, clearly having endured a most tumultuous encounter. What in the world is happening? The situation grew even more alarming as the demoness giggled, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, reaching out with a delicate hand to grasp Lu Li's ankle, dragging him back into the room with all the grace of a ragdoll. The sounds of desperate wails echoed from within. Mu Tianyu, draw your sword. Save your senior brother? Elder Xiefeng slapped Mu Tianyu on the back of the head, admonishing him to stop causing trouble. If he wished to rescue Lu Li, he ought to procure some potent restorative pills. After a lengthy commotion, the door to the private room swung open once more, revealing Lu Li with one hand on his hip, pointing at the demoness and declaring, Now you understand my prowess. Do you not? The demoness' cheeks turned a rosy hue as she shyly smiled. I understand, my lord. Good heavens! Qin Yuan gasped in astonishment. What is this? You have tamed even a demoness. It is worth noting that it took the sacrifice of 2 esteemed elders from the Sanfeng auction house and the expertise of a 4-star talisman master to subdue her at first. Such a formidable beast had transformed into a gentle lamb in Lu Li's hands. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yuan's admiration for Lu Li skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Lu Li, flicking his bangs, swaggered out of the private room, almost tripping over the threshold. Watch out! The demoness swiftly stepped forward, her delicate hands steadying him. My lord, be careful, Lu Li huffed. Let us go. Leaving Qin Yuan in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed. Once outside the Sanfeng auction house, Elder Xiefeng curiously inquired, Sect Master, what transpired in there? Lu Li chuckled. Oh, it is nothing of consequence, merely acquiring a demoness as a maid. Just moments prior in the private room, when the binding on the demoness was lifted, she had pounced upon him in a frenzy, tearing and biting, leaving Lu Li so startled that he forgot to resist, resulting in a rather embarrassing display. Initially intending to strike her, he hesitated, fearing damage to such a precious entity, and after a prolonged period of evasion, he finally remembered he possessed the immobilization technique. Employing it, he managed to bind the demoness, utilizing his formidable celestial vision to delve into the depths of her soul, inadvertently awakening her most vulnerable side. As legend has it, in the animal kingdom, when a newborn creature opens its eyes for the first time, it perceives the first being it sees as its mother. Thus, when the demoness regained a semblance of her consciousness, she instinctively referred to Lu Li as mother. Lu Li nearly choked on his own spit. Realizing no explanation would suffice, he ultimately coaxed her into addressing him as my lord. Alas, being handsome truly brings its own set of troubles. Little Mu? Mu Tianyu nodded. That is a lovely name. Elder Xiefeng slapped his palm, warning, You dare covet the sect master's maid? Be careful lest I sever your limbs. By the heavens! Mu Tianyu lamented in despair. What have I done to deserve this? Exiting the auction house, Lu Li strolled along the street, with little Mu tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Followed closely by Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu. Shadows flitted past them along the street, and Elder Xiefeng recalled Lu Li's earlier words upon leaving the auction house: those with courage should not depart. Indeed, they had not fled. A smirk danced at the corners of Lu Li's lips, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. How curious that some possess such a disregard for their own lives. Shortly thereafter, Lu Li turned to exit the city, initially intending to sell some items to procure a ferocious beast, only to realize that plan was in jeopardy, necessitating a trip to the beast forest. Choosing a secluded path, the four of them ambled along, utterly oblivious to the pursuers trailing behind, until they reached the riverbank, where a throng of several thousand cultivators burst forth from the forest. Led by none other than Chu Xiaoran, Lu Li smiled knowingly. "It appears your skin is itching for a fight." One of the burly men shouted. "How dare you act recklessly before the second prince? You ought to learn your place." After which, he turned and bowed to the second prince. "Long live the second prince." Lu Li could not contain himself, bursting into laughter. "Are you a eunuch?" Chu Xiaoran snorted dismissively. "Do not waste time with him. I have declared that whoever captures this man shall claim all his possessions, and I shall ensure their admission into the royal city." The burly man bowed once more. "Rest assured, second prince, we may not have 1,000, but we have 800. We will surely overwhelm him." A chorus of agreement arose from the crowd. "Indeed, we are many. Even if he is an imperial realm cultivator, he shall surely yield. Is that even possible? Where have you seen such a young imperial realm cultivator? Enough with the nonsense. Let us charge. We shall seize his wealth and his women." Numerous voices clamored as they brandished their weapons. Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu were suddenly on high alert, their gazes sharpening with intensity. "Brat, surrender obediently." Before the burly man could finish his threat, a figure flickered before him, and he felt an immediate chill at his throat. In disbelief, he touched his neck, only to find his hand stained with blood. Then, in an instant, the thin line around his neck snapped, and with a muffled sound, a mist of blood erupted forth. The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he fell helplessly to the ground. Lifeless, the crowd was instantly stunned. Quick, so fast. The speed is utterly unfathomable. Even before they could comprehend what had transpired, the burly man lay in a pool of his own blood. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Elder Shur was a second-tier respected figure. How could he perish without so much as a sound? Chu Xiaoran stumbled back 2 steps, raising his hand and shouting, "Everyone, attack together." This group, known for their ruthless acts of robbery and murder, was emboldened by the support of the second prince, each of them exuding a fierce battle spirit as they charged forward with aggressive intent. The second prince stood to the side, coldly smirking. "You have offended me. Let us see how you meet your end." Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu were enveloped in a surge of sword energy. Having reached the 8th tier of the profound void, Mu Tianyu, alongside Elder Xiefeng, who was also a second-tier respected figure, possessed formidable strength that should not be underestimated. As the sword energy swirled around them, they prepared to take flight, but Lu Li raised a hand to stop them. "Hold on, just wait for the fortune to come," Lu Li said nonchalantly. Elder Xiefeng's lips twitched. At such a critical moment, he was still thinking about profit. He should be grateful if he didn't end up in ruins. But the next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Li caused the throng of people to suddenly freeze in place, their bodies still poised as if charging forward, even the spittle they had launched hanging suspended at the tips of their noses. "What the hell is going on?" Lu Li chuckled. "Look at them. They need me to teach them how to rob?" Oh. Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu snapped back to reality, their hands deftly weaving through the crowd. One by one, they retrieved spirit rings, and in a matter of moments, they had gathered nearly 1,000. Elder Xiefeng's heart raced with exhilaration. The money was flowing in so swiftly that he thought to himself, "Why bother with cultivation when I can just rob the sect every day?" At that moment, several respected level cultivators regained their freedom from their restraints, their eyes filled with terror as they silently fled into the forest. "Bring the bronze treasure box to me," Lu Li called mockingly. "You thought you could escape after robbing me." With a shake of his shoulders, 2 beams of cold light shot forth. Swish! The chilling beams swept through, and several bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lu Li summoned a few treasure boxes with a smile. Nodding in satisfaction, now that's more like it. Chapter 45. The 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu held a large handful of spirit rings, their spirits soaring. Master, senior brother, we've struck it rich. These fellows may not be powerful, but they are all extraordinarily wealthy. Mu Tianyu exclaimed, licking his lips in excitement. Li shot him a disdainful glance. With your naivety, how do you expect to venture forth with me in this perilous world? Mu Tianyu responded with a sheepish grin. Elder Xiefeng's face radiated joy. High-tier ferocious beasts, here I come, master. How shall we deal with these people? Shall we execute them? Elder Xiefeng inquired tentatively. Li glared at him. Dare you? These are my treasure boxes. They're not yet fat enough. Let them go for now, and once they're plump, I shall strike. Elder Xiefeng hesitated, realizing that Lu Li deemed respected-level cultivators barely capable of producing a bronze treasure box, while those at the profound void level were even less profitable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bronze treasure box 6. Will the host open the treasure box? Open it. Keeping it 1T yield any offspring. Lu Li replied disinterestedly, clearly having lost interest in the bronze treasure boxes. Ding! Congratulations, host. The treasure box has been successfully opened. You have obtained 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 starflower, and 2 fire crystals. Fire crystals? What on earth are these? Lu Li pondered, momentarily taken aback as 2 crimson crystals appeared in the system panel, gently emanating heat energy. As he felt this warmth, the long-dormant 9 Yang divine art stirred within him. Responding with vigor, Li immediately understood and chose to refine them. Boom! Waves of heat coursed through his body as the 9 Yang divine art activated, and suddenly, a radiant sun rose behind him. This extraordinary phenomenon left Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu in a state of shock, but what followed shattered their understanding even further. With a flip of his right palm, a luminous moon rose, casting a harmonious glow alongside the sun. An awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded before them, as the sun and moon shone in unison. Xiao Wu murmured to herself, her expression peculiar. Though no one took notice, Li cradled the moon in his right hand and raised the sun with his left. His entire being bathed in the divine radiance of the celestial bodies, resembling a deity. The first level of the 9 Yang divine art was thus completed, and with both 9 Yin and 9 Yang manifesting, he embodied the duality of Yin and Yang, transcending the laws of heaven. Li was filled with elation. The 2 fire crystals had granted him mastery over the 9 Yin and 9 Yang, and he eagerly anticipated the heavenly Yang divine fire. What kind of spectacle would arise from the convergence of the 9 suns and the 9 moons? Lu Li slowly clasped his hands together. The sun and moon converging, and the scene returned to its previous state. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen such a dashing leader? Lu Li clapped his hands. Xiao Wu, regaining her innocence, joyfully bounded over and tugged at Lu Li's clothing. Li, irked, felt an urge to lash out, however, as he looked at Xiao Wu's sparkling eyes. His heart softened, and he relented. Xiao Wu was no weakling. She was at the first tier of the profound void, and perhaps due to her heritage, her aura was distinct from others. But Lu Li was in a dire state, his being embodying the heavens, and his aura had instantly transformed into that of the profound void, pathetically weak. This damned system was exceedingly perverse, insisting he play the role of a pig to devour the tiger. The one most fearful was the second prince, Chu Shaoran. Though his body was immobilized, his eyes and mind remained free. When Lu Li revealed his mastery of the sun and moon, despair gripped him. What had I done to deserve this? Snap! Lu Li snapped his fingers, and nearly 1,000 individuals bolted towards the forest at an unparalleled speed. The second prince, keenly aware, understood this unspoken rule. What do you intend to do? Lu Li grinned. Rest assured, I shall not harm those below the respected level. Chu Shaoran secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, fully aware of the pride of a high-tier cultivator. If he promised not to kill, he would indeed spare them. However, Lu Li paused slightly, suggesting that some might be willing to assist. Damn it! Seeing Mu Tianyu draw his sword with a clang, Chu Shaoran nearly lost control of his bladder. No, please don't kill me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Chu Shaoran's face turned pale. Casting aside his noble identity in the hope of surviving, Li pondered briefly. Indeed, Our grievances Haven-T escalated to the point of life and death, and you are a prince after all. Observing Lu Li's cunning expression, Elder Xiefeng interjected, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones for your life, Lu Li, with arms crossed behind him, secretly gave Elder Xiefeng a thumbs up. Chu Shaoran felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't even have that many spirit stones on hand. Elder Xiefeng continued, you could write an IOU, treating what you currently possess as interest. Damn, Elder Xiefeng is remarkably shrewd. I'll have to bring you along for everything. Lu Li chuckled, that's a splendid idea. Let us take the interest. Chu Shaoran, forlorn, produced a spirit ring containing 2,000 spirit stones. By the way, isn't your interest a bit excessive? Lu Li shot him a glare. Excessive? I don't think so. That's merely 2 months' interest. If I happen to be occupied another 2 months, you'll owe me more interest. Chu Shaoran's face was drawn with despair. Internally cursing, you want more interest for the time lost? Is there no law? Under the pressure of Lu Li's might, even a proud prince like Chu Shaoran was compelled to tearfully sign an IOU for 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Watching the despondent figure of Chu Shaoran depart, Lu Li cheerfully called out, you are always welcome to return. Chu Shaoran collapsed in despair. This was indeed a bountiful harvest, and Elder Xiefeng felt that Lu Li might very well be his long-lost father. Father, ugh, Elder Xiefeng slapped himself, pondering their next destination. Where else could we go but to collect debts? Mu Tianyu replied. Elder Xiefeng raised his hand and slapped him again. Collect debts? You might as well dive into the river and drown. Going to the Dian Imperial City to collect debts? You must be out of your mind. Mu Tianyu protested. Wasn't that your idea? Lu Li nodded. Keep the IOU safe. It might come in handy later. He took a few steps forward, then paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Don't you feel like we're missing something? Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu exchanged glances. Oh my goodness! Elder Xiefeng slapped Mu Tianyu. Spinning him around, Qingluan. Why are you hitting me? Mu Tianyu shouted in indignation. Elder Xiefeng replied, aside from you, only the master remains. Who else should I hit? Mu Tianyu was on the verge of tears. Damn it. I want to grow stronger and become an elder. Let me vent this frustration. The 4 individuals swiftly returned to the Xinqiu Pavilion, yet they failed to catch a glimpse of Qingluan's figure. Instead, the ladies of the pavilion clung to Lu Li, reluctant to release their hold. Oh dear, young master, you have tasted the sweetness of desire, one remarked. Suddenly, a chill emanated from Xiao Wu, startling the ladies of the pavilion into retreat. In Chapter 46, do you think you're our sect leader? Lu Li blinked, realizing the gravity of the situation. A troublesome time bomb lay buried beside him. This wretched system has ruined my happiness for a lifetime. This spectacle sent a shiver down Mu Tianyu's spine. Perhaps remaining single is the wiser choice. Upon exiting the Xinqiu Pavilion, they wandered aimlessly along the street when a child of about 10 approached them. Big brother, are you searching for someone? The child spoke with a childish lilt, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu bent down, gently pinching the child's cheek. How do you know that? The child appeared momentarily stunned. Encountering such a beautiful young lady was a first for him. Someone told me, he replied, and he also mentioned that you would give me candied. As he spoke, he produced a hairpin. Lu Li immediately recognized it as an ornament belonging to Qingluan. Where did you find this? Lu Li inquired. In a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the western city, the child answered. Elder Xiefeng produced a gold coin from his pocket and pressed it into the child's hand, who departed joyfully. Mu Tianyu remarked, are we robbing him? Lu Li smirked. Let us head over and see what awaits us. To the west of Julu City lay a wild hillside, overgrown with mugwort. The remnants of the dilapidated temple were concealed amidst the tall grass. A few upright pillars stood, and several birds flitted away as they approached. The 4 arrived at the temple to find a broken statue of a Buddha, with Qingluan bound to it. Lu Li silently released his spiritual sense. Scanning a radius of 1,000 meters, yet aside from the usual insects and vermin, nothing seemed amiss. How curious. They bind someone yet remain hidden. Are they toying with me? The 4 approached cautiously, and with a flash of swordlight. The ropes were severed as Qingluan fell from the statue. Lu Li's arms were already outstretched, but Xiao Wu had darted ahead, catching her securely. By the heavens! Lu Li was taken aback. What kind of curse have I brought upon myself? Will I never again come close to a woman? Fear not, she is unharmed, merely sealed of her spirals, Xiao Wu said, pouting with a smile, completely oblivious to Lu Li's intense gaze. You truly dare to come. A voice echoed suddenly from the temple's surroundings, its owner elusive. Several figures clad in black appeared in an instant. Elder Xiefeng's expression twitched, threefold in the revered realm. One of the dark figures intoned, I have heard of your exploits at today's auction, and I seek merely to acquire wealth. Otherwise, given this lady's beauty, she would not remain unscathed. This is my sincerity. The leader of the black-clad figures paused before continuing. Thus, relinquish your spiritual rings and depart with the lady, and we shall part ways peacefully. Yuli exhaled deeply. Ah, so it's merely a robbery. Now I can relax. He pounded his chest, jesting. One might think you were after my charms. He laughed. In light of your apparent principles, I shall make an exception today and grant you a chance for survival. Drop your spiritual rings and be gone. What? The black-clad figures were momentarily stunned. Where did this fool come from? Has he lost his wits? Such audacity to reverse the robbery. One of them exclaimed. The leader turned to his companion. Is this the one? Wasn't he said to be in the revered realm? How has he suddenly changed to the Xuanchu realm? Indeed, second in command. Could he be pretending? With his strength, pretending is feasible, but devouring a tiger? Nonsense. The second in command shook his head. He might as well eat dung. Ha ha ha. He must be frightened by our brilliant second in command. The others chimed in, extolling their comrade's prowess. Elder Xiefeng's anger flared. Dare you speak ill of my father? I shall slay you. His body shimmered with sword patterns, instantly releasing his sword spirit. Oh, a sword cultivator. The black-clad figure screeched, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that summoned a massive, sharp-nosed mosquito. You possess a sword spirit? Let us see if my invincible blood hornet can prevail. With a roar, the black figure surged forward, followed by a flurry of poisonous stingers ignited in green flames. In his grasp, he wielded two glimmering green venomous daggers. Why engage in robbery when you could engage in something else? Revered second level? Elder Xiefeng's figure flickered as he swung his long sword, clashing against the daggers. The sounds of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as the two became entangled. Mu Tianyu drew his sword with one hand, utilizing the momentum of his sword patterns to dart toward another black-clad figure, engaging in a fierce battle. The second-in-command scoffed. You dare to flaunt your presence with such rabble? Lu Li smiled faintly. You are the second-in-command. Thus, I presume there are a first and third-in-command, a whole line of them. The second-in-command paused before bursting into laughter. Your arithmetic is commendable, but what of it? A Xuanchu realm cannot kill. Lu Li chuckled. Ah, when luck knocks, it cannot be stopped. Perhaps I shall seize a little fortune today. Before his words had fully settled, he vanished, leaving the second-in-command bewildered. Just as his mouth opened in shock, a long sword was suddenly poised at his throat. Truly a case of pretending to be a fool. The second-in-command lamented. Can we not play in peace? Do not act rashly. I am the second-in-command of Songhua Ridge, with thousands of brothers at my command. He quivered. Seeing the second-in-command falter, his companions became alarmed. Elder Xiefeng swiftly decapitated the blood hornet, sliding forward as he executed a swift strike, severing the head of the black-clad figure in the revered realm. Lu Li, exasperated, reproached, Xiefeng, you wasteful brat. In the revered realm, it is not your place to kill. You've squandered my bronze treasure box. Xiefeng, bewildered, exclaimed, what bronze or silver? I simply acted upon my disdain. Oh, when did I become so powerful? Capable of easily slaying those of the same realm? What to do now? I momentarily lost control. Elder Xiefeng felt a twinge of pride, though not feign ignorance. You killed with such glee, Lu Li glared. From now on, any killing in the revered realm must receive my approval. Be why the heavens. Elder Xiefeng felt his temper rise, yet upon recalling the spirit stones in his pocket, he decided to endure. Mu Tianyu, however, found it more challenging. Missing a hand and slightly affected in his heart, he was pressed by a black-clad figure who had just broken through the revered realm. Had it not been for the figure's inexplicable tremors, he would have perished. Unbeknownst to Mu Tianyu, all this was orchestrated by Lu Li, intended to aid him in restoring his heart. The remaining two black-clad figures stood frozen, caught in indecision. To fight would mean the second-in-command's capture. Yet fleeing meant abandoning him, which would earn them the ire of the leaders upon returning to Songhua Ridge. In Chapter 47, Big Breasts, No Brains, the two conversed in hushed tones about the ease of slaying a revered realm. Akin to slicing through watermelon. Let us run. The two black-clad figures gritted their teeth and bolted, disappearing in an instant. Eluli mused, fools, they fled. Elder Xiefeng blinked. Did you call for me? Luli rolled his eyes in frustration. Do you wish to infuriate me into bequeathing my Huabei? Elder Xiefeng appeared baffled. Huabei? What in the world? He dashed forward, intercepting the fleeing black-clad figures. Did I permit your escape? With his sword drawn, he unleashed his pent-up fury upon them. Having apprehended the two black-clad figures, Luli turned to the second in command. Let us strike a deal. Lead me to your Songhua Ridge, and I will set you free. Songhua Ridge. The second in command looked bewildered. What do you intend? Luli grinned. Of course, to rob you. What? You wish to rob a band of robbers? Is that not permissible? Luli chuckled. The second in command repeatedly welcomed him. Welcome, welcome, most warmly. His mind raced. Although Songhua Ridge boasted thousands of brothers, a few hundred were still formidable, however. With the leader being an emperor-level expert, he felt no fear of a trap. Shall we depart now? He gestured to a few subordinates. Eluli shook his head. Noting the second-in-command's confusion, what purpose would they serve if you're captured? With a swift motion, two gleaming blades cut through the air, and 3 corpses lay strewn upon the ground. Eluli summoned 3 bronze treasure boxes and shot a scathing glare at Elder Xiefeng. Xiao Wu continued to support Qingluan, showing no fear at the bloodshed, indicating she too was a fierce individual, or perhaps a fierce spirit. As Qingluan's eyes fluttered open, she found herself nestled against a girl resembling an elf. Astonished, Who are you? I am Xiao Wu, she replied, her large eyes sparkling innocently. Qingluan's mind momentarily stalled, unable to comprehend the situation. As the battle drew to a close, the charming little girl, Xiao Wu, with her 2 playful braids, skipped joyfully to Luli, tugging at the hem of his garment, looking utterly adorable. Qingluan was momentarily taken aback. Had she fallen into an illusion? After being bound for a while, had a delightful and enchanting young girl suddenly appeared by her senior brother's side? Furthermore, it seemed that her senior brother was quite enjoying it. Qingluan's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping her. Elder Shuefeng, witnessing this, hurriedly pulled Mu Tianyu aside, sensing the immense hostility. Had someone knocked over a vinegar jar? Mu Tianyu trembled in fear, his resolve to remain single solidifying even further. Thus, Xiao Wu held onto the left corner of Lu Li's clothing while Qingluan grasped the right. Xiao Wu blatantly ignored Qingluan, who clenched her silver teeth in frustration, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu's figure with a sense of triumph. Qingluan vividly recalled the way Lu Li had looked at the demon clouds, glanced down at her own bosom, and pushed it forward with satisfaction, calling out, "Senior brother." Xiao Wu felt provoked. Observing Qingluan's ample bosom, she snorted derisively, remarking that a large chest did not equate to intelligence, and that her gentleman was not so superficial. Caught in the middle, Lu Li awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, "What have I done to deserve this?" The second in command had clearly grasped the situation, realizing he was dealing with someone not to be trifled with, and thus appeared particularly obedient. Witnessing Elder Shuefeng collect everyone's spirit rings, he willingly handed over his OW and Luli shook his head, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Why must one wait to be beaten before surrendering? The second in command was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "How was I to know? You truly are a wolf in sheep's clothing." Within the ruins of the dilapidated temple, a passageway lay concealed, adorned with a formidable array of talismans, explaining why it had gone unnoticed initially. One might have thought these individuals had materialized from thin air. After traversing the passageway for half an hour, the dim corridor suddenly opened up into a bright expanse. Emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves amidst a pine forest, where buildings peeked through the dense trees, each adorned with eaves that exhaled a chilling breath. Eluli furrowed his brow slightly. The pine flower ridge had talisman masters, and the arrangement of the eaves beasts indicated a considerable level of craftsmanship. With the second in command leading the way, the sentries stood at attention, saluting respectfully as they allowed the group to enter the forest. The sentries whispered amongst themselves about the departing figures, exclaiming their admiration for the striking duo. one mature and voluptuous, the other resembling a sprite. They mused that if given the chance to embrace such beauty, it would be worth sacrificing a decade of life. In the main hall of the Pine Flower Ridge, a robust man sat upon a chair made of beast hide, his prominent features accentuated by bushy brows and large eyes, his muscular physique evident as he gnawed on a piece of beast meat, grease smearing his face. Below him, on either side of an exquisite carpet, rows of intricately carved chairs were filled with similarly hearty men indulging in their feasts upon the return of the second-in-command. The robust man waved his hand, proclaiming that it seemed the second-in-command had returned laden with spoils. Feeling awkward, the second-in-command sheepishly addressed his comrades. "I might have brought back an ancestral figure," noticing his silence. The leader of the group sensed something amiss, setting down his meat with a knowing expression, realizing the second-in-command had managed to capture someone formidable. As the words left his lips, the others, still feasting, cast angry glares at the second-in-command. In this bandit stronghold, they cared little for identity. They reveled in chaos and brutality, but betrayal was unforgivable. The second-in-command immediately knelt, asserting, "I was left with no choice, with my elder brother already an emperor. Bringing them here would be tantamount to seeking death." The leader let out a cold laugh, agreeing with the sentiment, but reminding him that he had still betrayed the group. Blowing a drop of wine from his lips, it transformed into a glimmering needle, swiftly piercing through the second-in-command's forehead. Li was incensed. How could they execute a captive without prior warning? His bronze treasure box was now at risk. The second-in-command, caught off guard by the outcome, fell to the ground unwillingly. The leader cast a cold glance at Li, who, despite being the youngest, exuded an undeniable pressure that belied his appearance. "My friend," the leader began, "it seems we have no losses to speak of. Why not let this matter rest?" However, the others were not in agreement. The strongest among them was merely at the second level of the esteemed realm. Any random individual could easily overpower him, so why should they let him go? Leave the spirit rings. Leave the woman. Kneeling, one individual knocked his head 3 times before rolling out of the hall. With 34 seated, he would have to knock his head 100 times, risking injury. Laughter erupted, wine spraying across the floor, while Li maintained a stoic expression, a slight smile gracing his lips. Qing Luan recognized this as the glimmer of murderous intent in Li's countenance. The entire assembly comprised individuals of the esteemed realm, and Mu Tianyu, possessing self-awareness, prudently withdrew to the side, recognizing this was not his arena. Elder Shuefeng had already drawn his sword but, recalling his previous humiliation, opted to remain on the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the chance to snatch the spirit rings. Chapter 48. Prepare the bags, continue to prosper. Li smiled slightly. "Will it be me against all of you? Or shall I simply thrash you all at once?" His tone was audacious and brash, exuding an unparalleled confidence that did not seem like mere bluster. The air crackled with his dominance. Nevertheless, the 36 members of Pine Flower Ridge did not share this sentiment. Suddenly, a massive figure crashed into the hall. It was a man as rotund as a pig, clad only in bright red shorts, his belly spilling over the waistband as he walked with a resounding wobble. "Kid, how much bravado have you built up? If you can withstand a punch from me, you can call me father." This rotund individual, known as Man Xiang, rubbed his glistening bald head, his voice booming like thunder. Li, perplexed, asked, "What did you say? Call me father. What, father?" Li cheerfully complied, eliciting a snicker from Qing Luan, who remarked, "Senior brother, you're so annoying. Even in a fight, you can't be serious." Realizing he had been played, Man Xiang erupted in fury, stomping his foot as blood surged from his corpulent form, a vast cloud of crimson enveloping him, his immense skeletal structure brandishing a snow-white tusk that swung towards Li with a thunderous force. The atmosphere turned ominously cold, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Man Xiang was incensed, and the consequences would be dire. The last person who had angered him had been reduced to a mere pile of excrement. It was not merely a rumor. Man Xiang's strength was indeed formidable, capable of overwhelming foes far above his level. "Do you think this young man can withstand even a breath?" One jested. "I doubt it." Man Xiang could easily sit on him without a second thought. Laughter erupted in the hall, Li fixated on the approaching behemoth, disdain evident on his face, and thought, Since you called me father, you may as well perish." With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a punch, both a feint and a strike. The phantom of his fist collided with the white tusk, while the solid blow connected with Man Xiang's own fist. A tremendous crash resounded, followed by the sound of shattering bones, akin to silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. Man Xiang's fist crumbled like tiles, a cloud of blood mist rising. Yet, Lu Li's ferocious punch did not waver. It pierced through the blood mist and continued its relentless advance, obliterating Man Xiang's entire arm into a pulpy mass. The onlookers were left speechless, as if they had encountered a demon from hell. Terror filled Man Xiang's eyes, and before he could utter a sound, the phantom punch, after shattering the white tusk, made an unexpected turn and struck his massive bald head. With a resounding thud, another explosion of blood mist erupted. And beneath the crimson haze, a headless body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gasps echoed throughout the hall, disbelief etched on every face. What manner of combat was this? A mere phantom had shattered the skull of a being comparable to a fourth-level esteemed realm warrior. In an instant, those who had been boasting moments ago sprang to their feet in a panic, their gazes towards Lu Li filled with profound trepidation. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Lu Li's appearance was far too ordinary, merely a figure of the mysterious realm. Though undeniably handsome, none thought that Man Xiang's demise stemmed from envy over Lu Li's looks. Lu Li smiled faintly. A singular thought in his mind. The leader's heart sank, realizing he had embroiled himself in an overwhelming predicament. However, with blood already shed at the scene, it was evidently impossible to resolve matters amicably. As expected, the remaining individuals were not deterred by the gruesomeness. Instead, they were invigorated as though they had been injected with adrenaline. In an instant, several figures surged forward, swiftly dragging away the headless body of the brute. The taste of blood was familiar to them, having become accustomed to life and death. Everyone accepted it as a part of existence. Lu Li, too, had grown accustomed to such scenes, albeit for two reasons. One, his desire for the treasure box, and the other, his belief that these individuals deserved their fate. Since acquiring the heavenly eye skill, Lu Li seemed capable of perceiving things invisible to others, such as vengeful spirits. Having accepted the notions of time travel, cultivation, and flight, how could he not accept the existence of such souls? At this moment, ethereal faces flickered in his gaze, women and children, the frail and the strong alike. Lu Li was no bleeding heart. Since his arrival in this realm, he had taken countless lives, yet he prided himself on never killing the innocent. The bloodlust surged like a tidal wave, while the battle spirits roared and snarled, as if they could tear Lu Li apart in the next heartbeat. With a slight arch of his brow and a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he declared, 4. Only a madman could fathom the meaning of that number, but after a flash of sword light, everyone understood. It signified 4 lives in the blink of an eye. 4 formidable beings collapsed to the ground. The scene both bloody and striking. With a nonchalant gesture, Lu Li summoned the 4 bronze treasure boxes that only he could perceive in just one confrontation. 6 of the 36, including the second in command, had perished. The remaining 30, including the leader, exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in silent deliberation. Growing impatient, Lu Li waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Any discourse can wait for the afterlife. I still have to hunt in the beast forest. Come on, let us settle this." The leader's eyes twitched. It took a certain insanity to challenge 30 at once. The man at the front of the row rose, his face ashen, his voice low and menacing. Such arrogance. "Young one. Today, song wagging shall be your grave." With that, he unleashed a formidable battle spirit, roaring as he commanded the charge. Except for the leader, everyone erupted in a frenzy, pooling their collective strength. Even a few dozen from the divine concealment realm could overwhelm him. "I must collect that handsome face of yours and preserve it in a jar by my bedside." Mu Tianyu's gaze sharpened as he brandished his sword, shielding Qingluan and Xiao Wu. Elder Xiefeng's entire being was suffused with sword patterns. He accepted the scorn and was determined to take down at least 2 for sport. The leader, witnessing the overwhelming bloodlust and ferocious battle spirits, cracked a smile, his lips curling in delight. Death. 30 figures lunged from all angles, appearing chaotic yet concealing profound intricacies, embodying the laws of heaven and earth, their shadows cascading like relentless waves. The array patterns, Lu Li scoffed, finding a hint of intrigue. He did not rush to strike, but instead moved swiftly amidst the swirling figures. Seeking to glean insights from the unfamiliar array patterns, however, he quickly lost interest. These patterns were mere facades, lacking substance, at best a two-star formation. A powerful surge of energy bombarded Lu Li's figure like a tempest. The rippling energy waves reducing the grand hall's ceiling to dust. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Li emerged unscathed. That moment, he turned to Elder Xiefeng, who was completely engrossed in the battle, grinning, "Prepare the bags. It's time to reap the rewards." Chapter 49. The golden left hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, snap! A crisp sound echoed, and the 29 formations synchronized, coming to a standstill. The leader's countenance shifted dramatically, his aura fluctuating as his figure vanished from the chair. In the next heartbeat, a pair of icy hands closed around Qingluan and Xiao Wu's throats. The sudden turn of events was too swift to counter. This was the leader's desperate gamble, to take hostages. Just as he was about to succeed, a rift tore through the space before him, and a pale hand, ghostly in nature, emerged, wielding an overwhelming force, aimed directly at the leader's face. Everything transpired in a blur, yet the leader managed to react, swinging his left arm to meet the hand's advance. To his surprise, and yet within the realm of understanding, Lu Li had confidence he could send the leader flying with a single strike. However, a glint of cunning flashed in the leader's eyes. Boom! The collision of palm and fist unleashed a cataclysmic force, akin to an atomic explosion. The earth-shattering energy propelled Lu Li backward, and seeing Mu Tianyu, Qingluan, and Xiao Wu at risk, Lu Li acted swiftly, wrapping his arms around all three and pulling them into the spatial rift. On the opposite end of the hall, a fissure opened, and 4 figures tumbled out in disarray. "What about that arm of yours?" Lu Li mused, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him. Something was amiss. Observing Lu Li's crimson visage, the leader burst into laughter. The golden left hand. Lu Li couldn't help but laugh. What an elegant name! As he was sent flying, Elder Xiefeng, who had been preparing to gather spoils, paused in shock. Lu Li cursed. What a drag, doing this for the first time. Elder Xiefeng stomped his foot and began to collect with practiced ease. Lu Li helped Qingluan and Xiao Wu up, then turned to assist Mu Tianyu, only to find his left arm empty. His eyes sparkled with realization, and upon glancing at the leader, excitement flickered within him. "Tianyu, my senior brother promised me a fantastically powerful arm. It's coming, he exclaimed, shaking his hips in glee. The leader suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being struck by a venomous snake. With a slight smirk, he proclaimed, the golden left hand was crafted from rare herbs, inscribed with array patterns upon the bones. I stand at the 1st level of the Emperor realm, yet this punch possesses the might of the 4th level. To die beneath my golden left hand is your honor." Lu Li shook his head, pondering whether all villains possessed such low intelligence. With such words, even if he triumphed, there would be little satisfaction. With a smirk, Lu Li contemplated how to engage in this battle. The leader, clearly unwilling to squander the opportunity to take his life while he was down, swirled his robes, blood energy surging forth. From the murky blood energy, a colossal golden crab descended, its pincers the size of mountains, snapping ominously. Damn, where do I find a pot that big? Upon seeing this battle spirit, Lu Li felt a pang of hunger, yearning for a plate of vinegar to savor a seafood feast. Alas, battle spirits were not for consumption. They were lethal instead. The golden crab fell from the void, snapping its claw, though Lu Li evaded. The pillar behind him suffered a dire fate, crumbling to dust. However, the leader seemed to have anticipated Lu Li's evasion route, swinging the massive claw directly at him. The golden left hand followed suit with a thunderous punch. Lu Li's figure flickered, vanishing into the spatial rift point. One could not deny the power of teleportation. The leader's demeanor suggested he held a deep-seated fear of the spatial rift. Gradually, Lu Li began to comprehend the underlying principles. For mastering teleportation meant he had grasped the rules of space. Entities unfamiliar with spatial rules could easily be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents of the rift. Such a scene had been depicted in a certain film, where an extraterrestrial creature pursued the Hulk, only to be ensnared by a spatial rift, losing an arm to the turbulent forces. Considering this, Lu Li's eyes gleamed as he began to dance around the leader. Thanks to the 9 Yin 9 Yang technique, Lu Li's aura was well concealed, allowing him to pass as merely a cultivator of the revered realm. His ability to endure for so long stemmed from his uncanny mastery over the spatial rift. Several times, the leader nearly succeeded in striking Lu Li down just before the rift opened, yet he always fell just short. Furthermore, with two actress-level women among the onlookers, occasionally shouting encouragement, the leader gradually came to realize that Lu Li was running out of tricks. "I'll see how long you can escape." At last, Lu Li seemed to exhaust his spiritual energy, hesitating for a moment during a leap, presenting his entire back to the leader. The leader rejoiced, the golden left hand lunging forward. But in that fleeting moment, he felt the very presence of the golden left hand vanish. "Why hand?" The leader cried in shock as his golden arm was severed at the root, tumbling into the spatial rift. Lu Li was overjoyed, tossing the severed limb into his system's storage. In a sudden flash, he appeared, reaching out to unleash a dark, swirling vortex. The leader's complexion drained of color as he clutched his severed arm, channeling his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding. Just then, an unfathomable vortex hurtled toward him, his reflexes slightly delayed. Swish, blood vessels in his arm ruptured, and blood erupted like a fountain, spiraling into the vortex. Trapped and unable to escape, the leader's spirit shattered as he belatedly realized he had been ensnared. "What realm are you truly in?" he exclaimed, aware he was doomed yet unwilling to remain ignorant. Lu Li chuckled, "Including you, you are the third emperor I have slain, but alas, you are the weakest among them." The leader's face was ashen, vitality ebbing away with the flow of blood, and ultimately, one soul departed. Meanwhile, Elder Xiefeng completed his plunder of these esteemed cultivators, grinning widely, his lips stretching to the roots of his ears. Lu Li, with unwavering focus, unleashed the four swords of Zuzhen, decimating the group entirely. Gazing at the ground scattered with gleaming green bronze boxes, Lu Li couldn't help but beam with delight. Qingwan and Xiaowu were left bewildered, questioning his erratic behavior as he rummaged about. After collecting all the treasure boxes, Lu Li's consciousness swept across Songhua Ridge, unexpectedly discovering a dungeon behind the main hall. Within the dungeon lingered the breath of a living being, piquing Lu Li's curiosity. With a powerful strike, dust erupted as a hidden entrance revealed itself before him. As Lu Li descended into the dungeon, a putrid odor assaulted his senses. In the damp subterranean chamber, a young woman lay upon a soft couch, her eyes closed in slumber, her fair visage, luscious crimson lips, and long eyelashes resembled a figure from Western mythology, snow white, with two lustrous black braids neatly adorning her chest. Sensing the presence of another, the young woman's eyelids fluttered slightly, her breath quickening as if summoning the strength to awaken. Lu Li hesitated to intervene, yet his compassionate nature compelled him to act. With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, my greatest flaw is my overly tender heart." In Chapter 50, The Gluttonous Arm, Lu Li possessed the means to rouse a slumbering princess without the need for a kiss. For that would be a sacrilege. Channeling the nine-yang divine art, he cast it upon the young woman, banishing all manner of demons and specters into oblivion. As she opened her eyes, she weakly murmured, "Senior sister, junior sister," tilting her head to reveal a handsome face. Startled, the young woman inquired, "Who are you? Why am I here?" Lu Li presented his most radiant smile, effortlessly convincing her of his benevolence. "This is Songhua Ridge. I saved you. Do you not recall anything?" "Songhua Ridge," she pondered, clutching her head in deep thought. Suddenly, a memory seemed to resurface, and she screamed before fainting once more. Quick as a flash, Xiaowu dashed forward, seizing the young woman and carrying her out of the dungeon without breaking a sweat. Her face calm and unflustered, Qingwan, rarely one to miss an opportunity, gave Xiaowu a thumbs dash up. Lu Li, exasperated, stamped his foot in frustration, lamenting, "What a travesty!" The girl, even in her unconscious state, repeatedly uttered the words Baiyu sect. In the Xintian domain, countless lesser sects struggled to make a name for themselves, existing tenaciously despite adversity, hoping for the day their sect would awaken a superlative battle spirit and gain recognition. After spending a low-grade spirit stone, he managed to glean the location of Baiyu sect from an old hunter. Their party traversed under the stars, arriving at a solitary peak 100 miles away, where remnants of pavilions and towers lay in disrepair. Scattered statues of Baiyu practitioners lay shattered, with dozens of mangled corpses beneath the debris, blood long congealed, and a few rats scuttled about, feasting on the remains with audible crunching sounds. Xiaowu, frightened, burrowed into Lu Li's embrace, while he gently patted her adorable head, his expression stoic as he conjured a ball of blue flame. Tendrils of smoke ascended toward the heavens, and soon, the area was cleansed. Even the ashes swept away by a gust of wind. At this moment, the young woman stirred, seemingly recalling a horrific memory, her vacant gaze falling upon the devastation around her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Poor child, Lu Li thought, choosing not to pry into her plans, understanding that their shared plight spoke volumes without words. What once comprised a group of 4 had now transformed into 6, 3 men and 3 women. A balance of yin and yang, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Elder Xiefeng clutched a mound of spirit rings, incessantly counting their contents, more elated than if he had embraced a legendary demoness. Mu Tianyu refrained from approaching the women, fully aware of the brutal lesson delivered by Elder Xiefeng's earlier slap. He was but a lonely dog, relegated to the sidelines with his golden right hand. At that moment, he recalled that he had no left hand, quickly amending it to then let it be your golden right hand. Meanwhile, Lu Li, absorbed in his examination of that golden left hand, pondered the implications. Elder Xiefeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this golden left hand harbors some extraordinary technique? Lu Li, entranced, studied the hand for the better part of the day, and when fatigue finally overtook him, he closed his eyes, feigning slumber. In truth, he was reveling in counting his own fortune. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired bronze treasure box 34, gold treasure box 1. Would you like to open them? Lu Li promptly responded with an affirmative. Ding, congratulations, the treasure box has been successfully opened, yielding wood extreme crystal 5, gold extreme crystal 5, earth extreme crystal 5, water extreme crystal 5, fire extreme crystal 5. Aside from these extreme crystals, the remainder consisted of rather inconsequential items. Lu Li then directed his attention toward the golden treasure box. Ding, congratulations, the gold treasure box has been successfully opened, yielding a refining cauldron. Lu Li was taken aback, wondering if the system had lost its mind. His cultivation was unparalleled, and a mere cauldron held little value. Wait! A sudden epiphany struck him. 5 kinds of extreme crystals combined with the refining cauldron and his 9 yang true fire could lead to something extraordinary. Lu Li leaped with joy, startling Elder Xiefeng into clutching his spirit rings tightly. Enemy attack? Lu Li glared, incredulous that one could be so foolish as to count coins to the point of distraction. Their journey continued, resembling a leisurely excursion, while the massacre of Baiu's sect weighed heavily on Su Xiaoyu's heart. Perhaps due to Lu Li's awakening, she occasionally offered him a faint smile as the sun set. Casting a melancholic glow, Lu Li retreated to a secluded cliff, determined to forge his first artifact. The success of this endeavor was uncertain, and thus, there was no need to burden Mu Tianyu with the details. Seated cross-legged, he deftly manipulated his hands, conjuring a shimmering green cauldron into existence. Subsequently, he activated the 9 yang technique, channeling the sun and moon, as twin streams of fiery light erupted forth. Beneath the green cauldron, 5 colored essences floated, bombarded by the solar and lunar flames, radiating brilliance. With a resonating hum, the essences swirled like wheels, emitting 5-colored divine fire. In an instant, the cauldron's surface glowed a fiery red. Lu Li's eyes gleamed with determination. It was time. With a mere thought, the severed arm from his system inventory flew out, landing within the cauldron. At once, the valley resonated with a deep, powerful hum. Reminiscent of a dragon or a tiger, perhaps a Qilin, Lu Li grinned, sustaining the flow of 9 yang energy. The extreme crystals were depleting rapidly, but fortunately, he had ample reserves. After 2 cycles of energy expenditure, Lu Li activated his heavenly eye, observing the arm within the cauldron glowing a brilliant red, akin to molten lava. Feeling a surge of energy, he summoned the 4 swords of Zuzhen, plunging them into the cauldron to slice through the arm's muscle, revealing a skeletal structure adorned with golden patterns. At this moment, Lu Li was drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy waning dangerously low, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, this was his first attempt at artifact forging. Failure was not an option, for it would mar Lu Li's reputation. With renewed resolve, he manipulated the 4 swords to carve intricate patterns upon the bone. The Qilin array transformed into the gluttonous array, and with one final surge of yin-yang divine fire, he watched as the arm's wounds gradually sealed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. By the creek, Xiaowu guided Qingluan and Su Xiaoyu in search of Lu Li, while Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu trailed behind. At the cliff's base, the green cauldron cooled, and Lu Li emerged, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Xiaowu, quick to react, caught him, exclaiming, "Young master, what have you been up to?" The cauldron exuded a captivating fragrance, prompting Xiaowu to wrinkle her nose and pout. "Young master, are you indulging yourself without us?" "Alas!" Lu Li winced, raising his arm to unveil the lid with a resounding bang, a burst of golden light shooting skyward. With an air of pride, Lu Li proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold my golden gluttonous arm." Before the echoes of his words faded, a hand resembling pure gold ascended from the cauldron, emanating an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Elder Xiefeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The golden left hand. Lu Li, momentarily flustered, blurted, "No, this is the gluttonous arm, a gift for Tianyu." Upon hearing this, Mu Tianyu froze, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "For me?" she murmured softly. Lu Li smiled gently. "I promised to gift you an extraordinary arm. And here it is." Overwhelmed, Mu Tianyu felt tears welling in her eyes, realizing her brother had remembered her words. Lu Li playfully blinked, teasing, "Could it be that you wished to pledge yourself in gratitude?" Mu Tianyu stammered, Lu Li, startled, quickly interjected, "Not a chance. I am a staunch straight man with that." He summoned the gluttonous arm, cautioning, "It may hurt a bit, but bear with it." In her dazed state, Mu Tianyu nodded, "Bring it on." The process of stitching was rather gruesome. It was necessary to first remove the scab from the severed arm of Mu Tianyu, followed by the incantation of yin-yang fire for cauterization. The most intricate task was the reconnection of the nerves. Fortunately, Lu Li possessed a formidable consciousness, yet even so, he was drenched in sweat. Mu Tianyu gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The pain he endured during the amputation had not been so acute. As the yin-yang fire gradually receded, his arm began to cool, and the clenched fist slowly unfurled. Lu Li smiled faintly, exerting all his strength to strike the cliffside with a palm. Mu Tianyu nodded, swiftly gathering all his spiritual energy into his left arm, and then struck out with a powerful palm. Thunderous roars erupted. The scene was instantly engulfed in flying sand and tumbling rocks, the ground shaking beneath them. As a corner of the cliff was blasted away, Mu Tianyu stared in disbelief at his left hand, his face a mask of shock. Elder Xiefeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was utterly astonishing. Qingluan rushed over. "Senior brother, congratulations on regaining your lost arm." Excitement sparkled in Mu Tianyu's eyes as he replied, "Thank you, junior sister, and a special thanks to senior brother." Lu Li shrugged nonchalantly. "It's no big deal." However, as soon as he spoke, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into Qingluan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly caught him. Xiaowu's expression hardened. Hands on her hips, pouting. It must have been deliberate. Elder Xiefeng's countenance grew serious. "The sect leader has exhausted too much mental energy. Tianyu, remember this day." Mu Tianyu nodded, silently vowing to serve the sect leader faithfully, even at the cost of his life. The three women gathered protectively around the unconscious Lu Li. Not far from the cliff, in the forest, a fully armed squad of soldiers looked up at the collapsing rocks, their expressions shifting. The leader spoke in a low voice, "There's a situation. Investigate immediately." With a flurry of movement, a dozen figures shot forth, heading toward the crumbling cliff. Any other cultivators witnessing this scene would be astounded, for this squad was entirely composed of those at the Xuanchu realm. Led by one of the Zun's realm, such formidable strength, yet they willingly served as soldiers and appeared in this remote mountain area, leaving many perplexed. The armored soldiers soared through the treetops and soon reached the valley where the incident occurred. From above, they spotted two men meditating. "Who are you? Are you unaware of the prohibitions?" Elder Xiefeng opened his eyes. "Prohibition? What prohibition?" The leader, a burly man with prominent features and a striking beard, exuded an air of authority. "The great Zhou Divine Kingdom has imposed an 800-mile prohibition beneath Foaming Mountain. No cultivator may enter. Violators will face death." Mu Tianyu's eyes glinted coldly. "The great Zhou Divine Kingdom, the heavy armored guards." The bearded leader paused, You recognize the heavy armored guards? Mu Tianyu sneered. A pack of metal-clad beasts. The leader's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a subordinate gently nudged his elbow, gesturing subtly toward a nearby scene. The bearded leader followed the direction indicated by his subordinate and was immediately captivated. 3 women, each with distinct expressions, sat together, guarding an unconscious man. Could such ethereal and breathtaking women truly exist in this world? And 3 of them at once. The bearded leader's gaze became entranced, unable to look away. The subordinate felt a surge of hope. If the boss was pleased, he might have a chance to enter the Xuanjia camp. Advancing his standing, with their spears aimed at Shui and Mu, they shouted, "Bold ruffians! How dare you abduct royal kin? Prepare to face our weapons." They offered no chance for defense, thrusting their spears forward. Elder Xiefeng's eyes widened. "You re-seeking death." Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a figure darted forward. Mu Tianyu had already swung his fist in retaliation. Elder Xiefeng was taken aback. "You fool. They are at the Zun's first tier." Mu Tianyu coldly declared, "Let it be known." Hearing this, the heavy armored guard erupted with laughter. "Where do you find such fools? Even in Xuanchu 8th tier dares to step forward. Our leader is of the Zun's realm. One thrust from him will send you to your end." Observing Mu Tianyu, who appeared utterly disdainful, he swung his Kirin arm, aiming directly at the spear's tip. Not merely for show, but because this arm had been personally forged by his senior brother. Even when facing an Emperor Realm 4th tier, his senior brother had not shown such exhaustion. How could he falter against a mere Zun's first tier? Crafted by my senior brother, it is undoubtedly exceptional. With immense confidence in Lu Li, his arm shimmered with golden light as it crashed down upon the spear's tip. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the spearhead shattered instantly, the unleashed force spiraling upwards, causing cracks to spread along the entire shaft. "What?" the crowd gasped, unable to fathom how a punch from an Xuanchu 8th tier could possess such terrifying power. In the next moment, an explosive sound erupted. The entire spear shattered, obliterating the arms of the heavy armored guard. "Ah!" The heavy armored guard screamed in agony, awakening the bearded leader, who now regarded Mu Tianyu with grave concern. Elder Xiefeng, dumbfounded, rushed forward, feeling Mu Tianyu's arm, which was slightly warm, stuttering. This is so powerful." The heavy armored guard, his eyes bulging with fury, howled, "Kill him!" A dozen heavy armored guards surged forward, their spears aimed at Mu Tianyu. Mu Tianyu narrowed his eyes. His successful strike was not merely due to the might of his Taodai arm, but also the underestimation of the heavy armored guards. It was widely known that the great Zhou Divine Kingdom boasted the most powerful military. Even the lowest tier light armored guards possessed spiritual martial cultivation, while the heavy armored guards ranked just below the Xuanjia guards in strength. Members had undergone rigorous selection, with Xuanchu being the baseline requirement. The dozen before him were the elite of the heavy armored guards, starting from at least the Xuanchu 4th tier. In comparison to Mu Tianyu, they were indeed at a disadvantage, but their numbers and expertise in cooperative combat made the outcome uncertain. Elder Xiefeng remained entirely focused, observing the bearded leader's every move. Yuli remained oblivious, lost in deep slumber, while the few women possessed insufficient strength to engage, leaving the situation dire. Yet Lu Li remained unaware, breathing deeply, oblivious to when he might awaken. Chapter 52. A fist to shatter him. Mu Tianyu took a deep breath, his figure suddenly exploding into motion. His senior brother had said that in combat, one must prioritize momentum. This leap was undeniably imposing. Upon seeing Mu Tianyu leap, the heavy armored guards quickly adjusted their formation, 3 men forming a tiered attack, their long spears aimed upward, center, and downward. This moment, Mu Tianyu drew his long sword in midair, forcing his body to slice through the first tier spears, his toes pressing against the spear shafts, shifting his center of gravity forward, sliding down the spear quickly, simultaneously slashing with his sword. The heavy armored guards were momentarily taken aback, maintaining their composure, but the last tier seized the opportunity as Mu Tianyu's sword was about to clash with the second tier's spears. They bent their legs and leapt over the heads of the second tier guards, unleashing a flurry of spear strikes. Instantly, Mu Tianyu was enveloped by the fierce aura of the spear tips. At that moment, the last heavy armored guard unleashed his full momentum, his blood energy surging skyward. Among the swirling blood energy, a phantom silver wolf emerged, its fur bristling fiercely. It shook its body, and its mane transformed into a tempest of deadly spikes. Cascading towards Mu Tianyu. 9 warriors launched an overwhelming offensive as one acted with brute force to eliminate the target. This scene was one the heavy armored guards had rehearsed countless times, boasting of their proudest achievement, successfully slaying a Zun's realm 2nd tier. Mu Tianyu was merely in Xuanchu 8th tier. The bearded leader's lips curled into a slight smirk. He would surely perish under their lethal onslaught, and no one would come to his aid. This he obviously referred to Elder Xiefeng. Elder Xiefeng spoke gravely. "This is also what I wish to convey to you." The bearded leader coldly snorted, uttering words of anticipation as his figure darted forward like lightning. At that moment, Elder Xiefeng's gaze flickered ever so slightly, granting the bearded leader the chance to seize the initiative. The afterimage of his movement blazed like a burning flame, appearing before Elder Xiefeng in an instant, a massive beast claw descending with bloodlust, bearing down upon Elder Xiefeng's head. Elder Xiefeng was momentarily startled, his sword patterns swirling rapidly, converging into a colossal sword. The tip erect, mystically resisting the beast's claw. However, as the claw pressed down, Elder Xiefeng clearly struggled to maintain his ground, beads of sweat forming profusely on his forehead. Simultaneously, Qingluan sensed the perilous situation Mu Tianyu faced. Her figure shot forth, unleashing sword patterns that shimmered like a flash of lightning. Yet, the heavy armored guard, with his shattered arms, let out a piercing wail. A thick, inky blood energy surged forth, from which a giant rodent phantom with massive fangs leaped out, blocking Qingluan's advance. The disarmed heavy armored guard grinned wickedly. After all, he was still at the Zun's realm. Even without his arms, his strength remained formidable, though considerably diminished. Otherwise, a mere giant mountain rat could easily crush the sword patterns enveloping Qingluan. "Ha ha ha! Let us see how you die. You've destroyed my arms. I will make you pay in blood." Qingluan struggled to hold her ground, on the verge of succumbing to the giant rodent's maw. As Xiaowu glanced at Su Xiaoyu, protect the young master. Swish, in an instant, the figure vanished, only to reappear shoulder to shoulder with Qingluan, resisting the adversaries. At this moment, the situation was dire. Lu Li lay in a deep, untroubled slumber. Su Xiaoyu's eyes mirrored the oppressive scenes surrounding them, her cheeks twitching slightly, a telltale sign of her gritting her teeth. Her expression was peculiar, as if caught in a dilemma, while the hand concealed behind her back glinted ominously with a chilling brilliance. The scene swirled as Mu Tianyu found himself on the brink of peril, his life hanging by a thread. A flicker of amusement danced across the faces of the 10 heavily armored guards. Anticipating that Mu Tianyu would either be pierced by their long spears or turned into a pincushion by their barbed weapons, in stark contrast, Mu Tianyu maintained a composed demeanor. His body leaped at an odd angle, landing sideways upon the ground. The sounds of the gluttonous arm erupted in a cacophony, golden patterns flickering in and out of visibility as his iron-like fists smashed down onto the earth. Boom! The force of the impact stirred the air, sending clouds of dust swirling. The ground trembled violently, causing the heavily armored guards to stagger, their long spears slipping from control, creating instant vulnerabilities. The turbulent dust surged towards the incoming barbs like a tempest. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Tianyu rolled upon hitting the ground, propelling himself forward along the 3 iron spears of the first line, his Qilin arm sweeping forth with sudden ferocity. Crack! 3 heads were obliterated in an instant. And Mu Tianyu executed a graceful flip, landing on one knee, one hand supporting himself as he raised his head. Die! This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Mu Tianyu swung his gluttonous arm in a frenzy, annihilating yet another wave of adversaries. The remaining 4, their spirits shattered, gazed in terror at Mu Tianyu, who bore the visage of a demonic deity. Licking his lips, the heavily armored guards, now bereft of their fighting spirit, voiced a strange sound from their nostrils. The bearded leader's expression shifted, and his subordinates held nothing back. Crack! A fissure appeared in the colossal sword supporting the beast's claw, causing it to descend further. Mu Tianyu, having dispatched 5 foes with a single punch, darted to assist Elder Xiefeng, only to be halted. First, aid Qingluan. I can still hold my ground. Indeed, Qingluan and Xiaowu were perilously ensnared within the jaws of the giant mountain rat. In a moment of crisis, Mu Tianyu twisted midair, his gluttonous arm extended in a punch that pierced the giant mountain Radis Maw. With a splatter, the disarmed heavy guard spat forth a mouthful of blood. Ready to flee, yet Qingluan's sword flashed, severing his head. Qingluan, her body growing weak, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The remaining heavy guards, now panicked, turned to flee, but Mu Tianyu would not let them escape. With a punch in midair. Boom! It was as if a long-range explosive had been thrown, the shockwave sending several guards tumbling to the ground. As they raised their heads, a glint of cold light swept across their necks, and in an instant, their throats were severed. All the pressure shifted onto the bearded leader, who had never anticipated that a mere greedy thought would lead to his own destruction. Mu Tianyu approached step by step, halting a mere 10 paces away. Elder Shui, can you endure for 10 breaths more? I wish to rest for a moment and see if I can obliterate him with a single punch. A single punch to obliterate? Qingluan stared incredulously at Mu Tianyu, for this was a being of the second tier of the revered realm. Elder Xiefeng's teeth ground together. No problem. Qingluan wished to scold these two madmen, one daring to think such thoughts, the other audacious enough to agree. Just as she was about to speak, Mu Tianyu closed his eyes, his expression solemn, as spiritual energy flowed through his gluttonous arm, countless tiny vortices beneath his skin voraciously devouring this energy. Moments later, his arms swelled, veins twisting grotesquely, visible streams of energy rushing towards his fist. Suddenly, Mu Tianyu opened his eyes, a gleam of determination shining within. Kill! With a roar, he leaped forward, his colossal fist hurtling towards the bearded leader. The bearded leader, drenched in sweat, never expected that as a general of the Xinyan camp, he would find himself in such a perilous predicament. Wishing to retreat, he realized that even Elder Xiefeng could easily slay him. As death loomed, the bearded leader turned around only to see a massive golden fist approaching, and in that moment, the sky appeared drenched in crimson. A sight said to be visible only in the instant before death when blood floods the eyes. Bang! That was the moment his head exploded. Chapter 53. Phoenix Mountain. The gigantic beast's claw above dissipated in an instant, and a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Elder Xiefeng sheathed his sword with a clang. Collapsing onto the earth in exhaustion, I truly pulverized him. Mu Tianyu, equally spent, sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. How many times have I said, the revered realm kills are mine to claim? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Li had already risen, grinning widely at everyone. Forget it. I won't hold it against you this time. Xiao Wu, with a soft whimper, burrowed into Lu Li's embrace. Young master, you scared me to death. Elder Xiefeng, scrambling over, clutched Lu Li's leg. Leader, you can't show favoritism. I also want an arm like that. It's simply too incredible to obliterate a being of the revered second tier with a single punch. Stop whining. I saw it all. Yu Shi, trembling slightly, regained her composure, staring blankly at Lu Li. Elder Xiefeng leaped high. So you were just pretending to be asleep? You weren't afraid we'd be killed. Were we not alive? Lu Li chuckled. Continuing, there are many things you must face on your own. Can I protect you for a moment, or for a lifetime? Mu Tianyu nodded. Senior brother, your intentions are good. Tianyu shall remember this. At that moment, Lu Li turned his gaze towards the heavily armored guards. The heavily armored guards of the great Zhou divine nation are quite the spectacle. Elder Xiefeng inquired, is there a significant trade going on here? Lu Li nodded. It's possible. Where is this place? Mu Tianyu replied, that person mentioned that the great Zhou divine nation has set Phoenix Mountain as its epicenter, establishing an 800-mile prohibition. Phoenix Mountain? Lu Li exclaimed. The Tianyang divine fire, so that's it? Qingluan asked, senior brother, why are you so cheerful? Come, I'll take you all to loot. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Loot? Who are we robbing? Qingluan inquired. Lu Li winked, of course. Our sixth prince. Upon hearing of yet another robbery, Elder Xiefeng leaped up in excitement. Let us go. At Phoenix Mountain, sixth Prince Duan Yishuan stood gallantly, having received word that his father had dispatched the divine nation as heavily armored guards to Phoenix Mountain while enforcing an 800-mile prohibition. This only underscored his importance. It was no surprise. He had fortuitously inherited the legacy of the Demon Emperor, ascended to the second tier of the revered realm, and acquired the Tianyang divine fire, solidifying his claim to the throne. Elder brother, wait for me. The Eastern Palace will eventually be mine. Duan Yishuan stood atop a solitary peak, gazing down at Phoenix Mountain, hands clasped behind his back. Your Highness. Someone is intruding, a golden-armored officer reported. Duan Yishuan snorted coldly. The Tianyang divine fire is not something these commoners can covet. Before he finished speaking, he darted forth, Zhu Shun, follow me to slay. At the base of the solitary peak, hundreds of cultivators were engaged in fierce combat with the heavily armored guards. Despite their formidable combat prowess, the guards were ultimately outmatched and were steadily retreating. Upon the arrival of the sixth prince and his golden-armored divine generals, the morale of the cultivators soared. The sixth prince unleashed his extreme young battle soul, the scene erupting as if a volcano had awakened, waves of heat radiating outward. Go dare act recklessly at Phoenix Mountain. You shall meet your demise. Humph, the Duan clan of Great Zhou is too overbearing. Unclaimed divine artifacts should be sought by all. Precisely, the Tianyang divine fire rightfully belongs to all. Why must we be barred from the mountain? Fear not, everyone. We have numbers. We can overwhelm them. Well said. Let us finish them off. As for the divine artifact, let each rely on their own capabilities. The cultivators were indignant, voicing their grievances. The sixth prince merely smiled coldly. Then allow me to escort you on your way. With a wave of his long sleeves, the heavily armored guards surged forward in unison. The cultivators, undeterred, surged forward like a tidal wave, launching terrifying punches akin to cannonballs. Zhu Shan's eyes narrowed. He leaped into the fray, fists raised in greeting, his strikes like lightning, sending numerous cultivators flying. These cultivators, with varying levels of strength, some being mere novices while others were in the revered realm, stood no chance against the golden-armored divine generals of the great Zhou divine nation. Bang, bang, bang. Many figures were flung from the crowd. A cultivator shouted, "Capture the leader first." Instantly, the others shifted their focus, roaring towards Duan Yishuan. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed through the heavens and from the fiery waves. A fearsome Qilin phantom burst forth, scattering the crowd. It was the extreme young battle soul fire Qilin. One exclaimed in shock, and Duan Yishuan smirked wickedly. You have a discerning eye. With a roar, the fire Qilin opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of green flames that incinerated several people into ashes. This is bad. This fire Qilin is too formidable. That green flame is poisonous. Everyone be cautious. How could the extreme young battle soul be so insidious? Finally, someone realized the gravity of the situation, trembling as they shouted. Duan Yishuan snorted. This prince bears the legacy of the Demon Emperor, commanded by heaven, infusing the Demon Emperor's toxic skills into my battle soul. What could possibly be wrong with that? Hearing this, the crowd was filled with trepidation, yet they had no choice but to advance. Kill, continue to kill. A voice cried out, behold the surging crowd. Duan Yishuan's face darkened with ferocity as he stood suspended in the void, commanding the battle spirit, the fire Qilin, to unleash a torrent of green flames. The scene was rife with wails of despair and the stench of death. Spare us, we surrender, we concede. We shall no longer covet the divine fire. Please, let us live. Many trembled in fear, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Duan Yishuan, however, exhibited fervor in his eyes, laughing maniacally. Regret now? It is too late. Kill. The divine general waved his iron sleeve, and the air crackled with explosive sounds as one after another. Cultivators were blasted away, instantly meeting their demise. For those who still breathed, heavily armored guards rushed forth to deliver the final blow. At the foot of the solitary peak, blood flowed like a river, resembling a hellish battlefield, with a foul wind swirling about. Hang their bodies up, let everyone witness the fate of those who dare trespass Foaming Mountain, commanded Duan Yishuan with commanding authority. The sixth prince is formidable. Suddenly, a crimson cloud drifted above the solitary peak, as winds gathered from all directions. The celestial sun divine fire. Duan Yishuan's expression brightened. As a being of extreme young battle spirit, he felt an innate connection to the divine flames. Instantly sensing their stirring, he ordered all heavily armored guards to swiftly return to the solitary peak, ensuring that all treasure seekers were intercepted, and those who dared to charge would be killed on the spot. With that, Duan Yishuan's figure soared into the void, ascending straight to the peak. Behind him, dozens of figures followed suit, all clad in golden armored. At that moment, Lu Li, accompanied by others, quietly approached the solitary peak. Feeling the stirring of the celestial sun divine fire, the earthly ghost fire was sending joyous signals to Lu Li. Even you will experience springtime feelings, Lu Li chuckled. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu, who had been silent, spoke up, Brother Lu, you are a sword cultivator. Why are you so interested in the divine flames? Lu Li blinked and flicked his finger, causing the earthly ghost fire to leap from his fingertip. A male and a female, wondering if they would produce a fire baby. Chapter 54. I'm laying it all out. I'm openly robbing. The others were speechless. This was a treasure that nurtured battle spirits. Yet you brought it here to play with. Lu Li retracted the earthly ghost fire and said to everyone, you have seen it. The sixth prince is determined to acquire it this time. Just the golden armored generals alone number in the dozens, not to mention hidden experts. It will be exceptionally perilous. You should refrain from accompanying me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu protested, I don't care. Wherever my young master goes, I shall follow. Qing Luan and Su Xiaoyu also tugged at Lu Li's sleeve, appearing aggrieved yet hesitant to speak. Lu Li raised his hands in surrender. All right, as if I never said anything. Mu Tianyu said, senior brother taught me before that I must learn to grow independently. This is an opportunity. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. You must be aware of the wonders of the Taotai arm. Remember, it is your last resort for survival. Forget about it unless you are facing life and death. The energy accumulation formation within the arm will gather strength for you, as long as your body can withstand it. You can even topple the emperor. Elder Xiefeng twitched his mouth in disbelief. That's utterly monstrous. Defeating the emperor with the 8th layer of the mysterious void. It's truly shocking. Mu Tianyu bowed respectfully. Disciple will remember senior brother's teachings. Lu Li smiled. Then let us go stir up some trouble. Elder Xiefeng, brimming with enthusiasm, stroked his beard. I'll prepare the sacks. Let's just make a fortune. Several figures stepped into the void. Ascending into the clouds. At this moment, Lu Li stood in the void, gazing down at Foaming Mountain, whose shape resembled a celestial phoenix with its enormous beak wide open. Through layers of mist, the peak came into view. Countless figures stood like javelins, closely observing every movement around the peak. Lu Li snorted coldly. It seemed they had learned from their previous lesson, for in addition to the heavily armored guards, there were even figures clad in black armor. Lu Li's mind raced, contemplating strategies. The visible enemies were insignificant, the key lay in those lurking in the shadows. Moments later, Lu Li descended from the void, and Elder Xiefeng hurried forward. What do you think? I can hardly wait. Lu Li shook his head. It's rather tricky. The only viable option now is to feint an attack elsewhere. At the foot of the peak, thousands of heavily armored guards watched vigilantly. Ready to charge at any moment. 2 black armored generals were patrolling, while a small team of heavily armored guards, perhaps due to prolonged mental strain, began to lose focus. What are you doing, looking so listless? Let me tell you, if you handle this job well, everyone will be rewarded. General Peng was saying, are we being overly cautious? In the great Zhou Divine Kingdom, who would be foolish enough to cause trouble? Exactly, even the golden armored generals have been deployed. Who dares to stir up trouble? The heavily armored guards chimed in. A youthful-looking guard blurted out, not only that, but there are also several heavenly. Shut up, before he could finish. General Peng roared, frightening him into silence. However, at that moment, a searing sensation filled the air, and the guards felt a cold glimmer slice through the air, causing several heavily armored guards to clutch their throats and collapse. Enemy attack! General Peng bellowed like thunder, as a faint earthy glow seeped from the black armor, shining brightly before vanishing. It was the speedster battle spirit, the shadow monkey, emitting a chilling screech as it pursued that cold glimmer. Yet, as soon as General Peng left, a golden fist hurtled down from the sky. Strangely, it did not target anyone but instead landed like a cannonball upon the ground. The heavily armored guards looked bewildered. What is happening? Yet the next moment, the earth beneath them surged like a wave, producing a thunderous roar, boom. The guards caught in the center of the wave were instantly jolted, blood surging uncontrollably. More heavily armored guards quickly formed ranks, taking down the specialized crossbows of the great Zhou Divine Kingdom, aiming at the kneeling man. Fire! At the command, arrows rained down, shooting forth with lightning speed. Mu Tianyu grinned. his entire body surrounded by sword patterns. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Sparks flying. Mu Tianyu again swung his fist down towards the ground. With a resounding boom, he propelled himself into the air, swiftly flying away on his sword. "Chase him!" An enraged leader of the heavily armored guard shouted. "You kill someone and expect to escape. Do you still care about your dignity?" At the peak, Duan Yishuan was startled. What is happening below? As soon as he spoke, General Zhu leaped down from the solitary peak, and moments later, returned to the summit. "Sixth Prince, someone is attempting to breach our defenses. The heavily armored guards are pursuing them." Duan Yishuan pondered briefly. "Do not pursue. Be cautious of falling into someone else's trap." At this moment, Lu Li was somewhat dumbfounded. "Damn it, after all this effort to scheme, and you see right through it? Do I even have any face left? I'm laying it all out. I'm not hiding anymore. Surely that's acceptable." Whoosh, a figure appeared at the peak. Duan Yishuan was taken aback. He vividly remembered Lu Li's ferocity, having even slain Uncle Ao, a divine general, and he felt his own strength was insignificant in comparison. "Is you?" Lu Li grinned. "Of course it's me. I don't mince words. I have my eyes set on the celestial sun divine fire. How do you want to handle this?" General Zhu squinted, scrutinizing Lu Li closely. "In a way, the mysterious void realm." Duan Yishuan quickly cautioned, "General Zhu, do not underestimate him. This is his usual tactic, playing the fool to consume the tiger." General Zhu laughed heartily. "Playing the fool is fine, but as for consuming the tiger, it's better to consume excrement." Lu Li's face turned green. What kind of situation was this, being disregarded again? General Zhu waved his hand, and more than 10 divine generals immediately surrounded Lu Li. "End it yourself, or shall I send you on your way?" "Choose one," General Zhu said dismissively. Lu Li shook his head. "You forcing me to unleash my ultimate move." As soon as the words left his mouth, a buzzing sound erupted as a spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. The divine generals erupted in laughter. "Is this what you call your ultimate move? Oh, you're killing me with laughter. Is your big move to slice pears or apples with a spiritual weapon?" Lu Li fumbled. "I'm sorry, I have too many weapons. I grabbed the wrong one." This remark elicited another round of uproarious laughter. "He even grabbed the wrong one. You have too many weapons? Are you trying to scare us?" With confidence, General Zhu retorted, "If you have the guts, pull out an imperial weapon or a mysterious weapon." Lu Li grinned. "I do have one imperial weapon, but no mysterious weapon at the moment. However, I will soon have one." As he spoke, he truly produced an imperial weapon, a gift from his ancestors, which Lu Li had not yet used much. Upon seeing Lu Li genuinely produce an imperial weapon, everyone was astonished, their eyes flashing with greed. The first thought was to snatch it away. Even if they couldn't use it, selling it would be a tremendous fortune. "Kid, put down the imperial weapon and roll down from here, and I'll spare your life." General Zhu sneered. Lu Li, however, shook his head. "Compared to you, I'm a bit stingy, because not only will I not put down the imperial weapon, but I also intend to seize your mysterious weapon and take your dog life." Chapter 55. A sword to exterminate the immortals. As soon as the words left his mouth, the imperial weapon in his hand radiated brilliance, and his body shot forth like lightning. The sword danced like flowers. As he unleashed the 9 sword techniques for the first time, all the golden armored generals coveted the imperial weapon, and one divine general brandished his thunder hammer and lunged forward. Blood energy transformed into thunderclouds, crackling with lightning as a gaunt face emerged from the thundercloud. Looking fierce and terrifying, it was Lei Gongyu, who had seized the opportunity first. What a pity for an imperial weapon, 7th layer of the Honored One. Battling a mysterious void realm cultivator? Truly embarrassing. Upon witnessing Lei Gongyu's premature strike, the assembly of golden armored warriors not only lamented their hesitation, which allowed him to seize the initiative, but also felt a sense of shame at his blatant bullying of the weaker. Yet, Lei Gongyu remained unfazed, intent on maintaining his facade while indulging in his despicable behavior. In midair, with the Lei Gong hammer held aloft, a furry arm emerged from the dark clouds, landing a thunderous punch upon the hammer. A bolt of lightning burst forth from the hammer's tip, tearing through the void with ferocity that could shatter mountains and split stones. This was the battle spirit of the Thunder Ape. Lu Li felt a surge of trepidation. The foundational strength of the Daizhou Divine Kingdom was truly extraordinary, as even a mere wisp of divine fire had summoned numerous golden-armored deities. It is noteworthy that each of these golden-armored generals could stand as a formidable figure in their own right, yet they willingly submitted to the divine kingdom's command. Fortunately, they had encountered him. Had it been someone else, they might have been consumed to the last fragment. With the incantation of the lightning and thunder art, the imperial weapon emitted a clear ring, the blade vibrating at an extraordinary speed, creating a turbulent flow from its tip, from which wind and thunder surged forth. Whoosh! It met the descending bolt of lightning, boom! A dazzling explosion illuminated the surroundings in a blanket of white. The onlookers hastily harnessed their spiritual energy to shield their eyes. For none could have anticipated that a mere practitioner at the mysterious void realm could wield such perilous power with a single sword. "This lad possesses some skill," one murmured. "Indeed, I underestimated him earlier." Yet what significance did it hold, when he would undoubtedly perish without a trace? As the brilliance faded, the golden-armored generals were astounded to find that Lu Li not only survived, but had positioned the sword's edge perilously close to Lei Gongyu's neck. "Surprised, are you? Unexpected, perhaps?" Lu Li winked with a grin, while Lei Gongyu's spirit fled in terror, unable to comprehend how Lu Li had appeared before him so swiftly. "Did I not mention that the mystical weapon would manifest? Are you convinced now?" Before he could finish, a flick of Lu Li's wrist sent blood splattering 3 feet away, as Lei Gongyu's mystical Lei Gong hammer fell into Lu Li's grasp, along with another bronze treasure chest. The gathered crowd stared in disbelief, as a 7th-level revered being was killed before their very eyes without even a blink. Lu Li hefted the Lei Gong hammer, bemusedly questioning, "Is this a jest? I have indeed obtained a mystical weapon." A subtle smile graced his lips. Zhu Shanjiang's eyes twitched, struggling to accept the reality before him. How had he accomplished this? There had been no significant fluctuation of spiritual energy to suggest otherwise. It was evident that Lu Li was at the mysterious void realm. The only plausible explanation was that he possessed a spatial treasure. When it came to treasures of that nature, Zhu Shanjiang felt a fervent excitement. Having stumbled upon such a term in a page of the ancestral records, it could be said that within the entire Xian Tian domain, only a handful were aware of or possessed such artifacts. Contemplating the potential of acquiring such a treasure, Zhu Shanjiang mused that his influence would extend far beyond the Dezhou Divine Kingdom, granting him a place of prominence throughout the entire Xian Tian domain. This splendid opportunity was not to be missed, and Zhu Shanjiang remained vigilant, signaling for his comrades to advance. "Everyone, focus your gaze. Did I hear incorrectly?" they thought, as over a dozen revered beings prepared to confront a mere mysterious void practitioner, fearing that news of their actions would render them the subject of ridicule. But military orders were as unyielding as mountains, and coupled with Lu Li's astounding display, the assembly steeled their resolve and closed eye. This moment, Duan Yixian, licking his lips, cast a casual glance around, a hint of smugness dancing upon his features. The golden-armored generals, seasoned warriors, understood the principle that even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort. As they soared through the air, they unleashed their battle spirits. A tempest of bloodlust surged forth from all directions, as various ranks of battle spirits roared, akin to primordial beasts ready to rend Lu Li apart. "A group assault is imminent," Lu Li quipped. "Perhaps you should consider renaming your golden armor to Soft Shell, and a soft-shelled turtle at that." Lu Li laughed heartily, while Zhu Shanjiang grew increasingly convinced that this audacious individual surely had hidden cards up his sleeve. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of eyes in the void 1,000 meters away were fixated upon Lu Li, awaiting the moment when he would reveal his trump cards, for that would be the very moment of his demise. Duan Yixian even silently cheered Lu Li on, urging him to unleash his full arsenal without reservation. Indeed, Lu Li obliged their wishes. With a tremor of his shoulder, the 4 swords of extermination emerged, exuding an aura that could captivate the heart and soul. Divine weapons. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, astonished that one individual could wield 4 divine weapons. The Dezhou Divine Kingdom, or rather, the entire Xian Tian domain, who could achieve such a feat? Not even the likes of Lu Xian sect, Qing Yun sect, or the divine kingdoms of Qin, Chu, and Yuzhou possessed such prowess. Zhu Shanjiang's heart raced with fervor as the flames of greed ignited in his eyes. Surely, this must be your ultimate trump card. In the void, the owners of those pairs of eyes felt the same surge of longing, eager to descend and claim the treasures for themselves. A cruel smile played at the corners of Lu Li's mouth as the extermination sword array surged into action. Extermination sword, boom, boom. A cataclysmic roar reverberated, as if the very heavens were on the brink of annihilation. Dark clouds swiftly coalesced above, resembling a pair of invisible hands stirring a vast vortex, the vortex's center. A beam of intense light shot down, cascading like a river of stars. The once arrogant golden-armored generals now stood frozen, their bodies rigid as they beheld the terrifying spectacle before them. Is this the power of the heavenly tribulation? Witnessing this horrifying scene, the golden-armored general's spirits fled in terror, immediately turning to flee. Lu Li snorted coldly. Can you escape? As the sword array activated, the beam of light from the vortex was suddenly drawn in, striking down like a purple lightning dragon. Crack, boom. A cataclysmic tremor shook the earth as billowing plumes of smoke ascended, leaving a charred path devoid of life in the wake of the electric dragon's passage. A chasm, unfathomably deep, stretched for miles beyond. As the smoke dissipated, the land lay in ruins, the golden-armored generals having been reduced to wisps of azure smoke, scattered upon the winds. Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, incredible! This was indeed Lu Li's first time fully utilizing the extermination sword array, and its power was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Cough, cough, cough. From the dust at the edges of the chasm emerged two disheveled figures, Duan Yixian and Zhu Shanjiang, who, having distanced themselves from the fray, were nonetheless caught in the aftershocks, scrambling to their feet in a panic. Ah, is the world coming to an end? Is this the wrath of the heavenly Tao? Descending from the void, Lu Li's garments fluttered, his long hair flowing as if he were a celestial deity descended to earth. With a toss of his bangs, he arrogantly proclaimed, "The heavenly Tao," merely a younger sibling. Chapter 56. The group assault. Lu Li's smile radiated like blooming flowers, yet to Zhu Shanjiang, he appeared as a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, causing him to frantically back away. "Do not approach me." Lu Li's smile deepened. "Divine weapons, do you not desire them?" In a moment of desperation, Zhu Shanjiang wailed, "I want to go home to my mother. By heavens, I am utterly terrified." Just as he was about to unleash his sword upon Lu Li, the ground trembled violently beneath him, a thunderous roar emanating from the protruding cliff. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the cliffside, and massive boulders tumbled down, instantly fracturing the rock face. Beyond the broken cliff, a vast cavern emerged, exuding scorching heat as molten lava flowed forth. The sunfire of the divine sun had emerged. Indeed, as the lava drained away, the cavern glowed with a fiery radiance. Lu Li abruptly turned and soared towards the cave. Just as he neared the entrance, an overwhelming sense of impending danger enveloped him. Looking up, he gasped, "By heavens!" For formidable sovereigns descended from the heavens. Accompanied by the might of thunderous wrath, Duan Yixian rose with a hearty laugh. "Did you think you alone possessed hidden cards? This prince also has his own. 4 second-level sovereigns, who have consumed the Tongtian pill. Our power has doubled without backlash. Enjoy yourselves, for I shall seize the divine fire." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped into the void, advancing towards the depths of the cavern. "The sunfire of the divine sun is mine by right. I shall slay gods and Buddha alike." Lu Li found himself in a flurry, realizing that these old rascals had chosen the perfect moment to strike. With his own momentum propelling him upward, his balance precarious, he was caught off guard by the sudden pressure from above. Damn it. Couldn't he even manage a teleportation? In the blink of an eye. The 4 second-level sovereigns unleashed their battle spirits and overwhelming imperial might, advancing with great force. Several imperial weapons bore down on Lu Li, leaving him momentarily flustered. What to do in that critical moment? Lu Li snapped his fingers. The 4 sovereigns involuntarily halted, their movements momentarily stilled. Yet in that fleeting instant, Lu Li twisted his body and broke free from the encirclement. How curious, indeed. I sensed a curious pause in time. Clearly, this lad harbors many secrets. This journey has proven worthwhile. The 4 sovereigns exchanged cold smiles, convinced that there was no way for Lu Li to escape today. As for his secrets, they would surely be discovered upon his corpse. Everyone, unleash your most powerful strikes. 4 divine weapons shall be evenly divided. Ha ha, as Su Lao said, The capable shall claim what they can. Lu Li stood resolute in the void, his expression ice-cold. The formation of the exquisite sword array has only been utilized once. The prospect of activating it again seems rather unlikely. The 9 yin and 9 yang may not necessarily prove beneficial, leaving only the 9 sword techniques and the infinite devouring. The immobilization technique holds little efficacy. Serving only for surprise attacks. As his mind raced, he enumerated his strengths. You all are adept at calculating your moves, yet do not inquire whether I, your elder, consent to this. Lu Li chuckled coldly, gripping the ensnaring immortal sword, which trembled slightly, resonating with a low hum. Crimson light erupted around him. Elder Su squinted, marveling at this divine weapon. Lu Li smiled faintly. Soon you shall see, this indeed is an exceptional divine weapon. With both hands gripping the sword, he slowly brought it down, unleashing a torrent of destructive sword energy. Mere trifles. Elder Su bellowed, his blood energy surging, a phantom of a mystical tortoise abruptly manifesting within the blood energy, its shell glinting with a faint golden light as it met the sword energy head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing the tortoise phantom to sway slightly, while Lu Li was jolted, tumbling several times through the void before regaining his balance. The 3 elders laughed heartily. Elder Su's mystical tortoise battle spirit is truly a defensive artifact, rendering even divine weapons ineffective. Elder Su's expression was one of pride. Zhuang Lao, Shi Lao, Zhai Lao, unleash your full strength, with my mystical tortoise battle spirit fortifying us. You need not worry about any rear threats. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders released their battle spirits in succession. A tidal wave of blood energy surged forth, enveloping a radius of 100 miles in imperial might. Truly outrageous, Lu Li spat, tightening his grip on the ensnaring immortal sword. Wind and thunder slash whoosh. A sword shadow trailed 100-foot crimson glow, sweeping across the battlefield. Mystical tortoise shell, Elder Su shouted fiercely, the battle spirit radiating brilliance. The tortoise shell expanding against the wind to counter the sword light. The remaining 3 elders darted forth from beneath the tortoise shell, unleashing their formidable attacks. The 3 elders stood proudly in the void, their hands swirling, 3 massive battle spirit phantoms exhaling toxic mist, fire dragons, and lightning. The ferocious aura shook the heavens and earth, warping the very fabric of space. Witnessing such terrifying power, Lu Li smirked coldly. Bringing down the ensnaring immortal sword, water and fire technique. With a single swing, ripples of water surged around him, flames roared, creating a paradox where water existed within fire and vice versa. What manner of technique is this? So utterly defiant. This individual is extraordinarily remarkable. Today's confrontation shall be one of life and death. The more astonished he became, the more I relished it, for should I eliminate him, all these treasures shall be mine. The 4 old men grew increasingly exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with avarice. At this very moment, Duan Yishuan had delved deep into the cave, where scorching waves rolled and crimson light flickered incessantly from within the depths. Duan Yishuan advanced. At the cave's end lay a pool of bubbling magma, where a flaming phoenix chick floated atop the molten rock. The radiant red light illuminating the cave emanated from the chick itself. Duan Yishuan rejoiced, immediately unleashing his extreme young battle spirit, a pure essence of solar energy coursing towards the slumbering phoenix chick. The chick opened its eyes, glancing around, emitting a melodious cry. Attracted by the essence of solar energy, the chick flapped its wings and soared towards Duan Yishuan. Overwhelmed with elation, Duan Yishuan thought, the divine sun fire, you shall be mine. He envisioned himself atop the highest peak, adorned in a dragon robe and golden crown, surveying the world with disdain. Outside the cave, Lu Li found himself in peril, as all his attacks were thwarted by the mystical tortoise battle spirit, while 3 other battle spirits launched relentless assaults. Lu Li swung the ensnaring immortal sword, darting into a spatial rift, only to emerge and discover he remained encircled. Damn it, these old geezers have seen through all my tricks. Zhuang Lao laughed heartily. How long can you endure? Withstanding the combined might of the 4 of us for this long, you are indeed a genius. Genius or not, it matters not. You shall still meet your demise. Were I in your shoes, I would rather eschew being a genius. The 4 elders unleashed a barrage of techniques and combat skills as if they were throwing away money, bombarding Luli relentlessly. The battlefield gradually shifted towards the cave entrance, where a searing wave of heat rushed forward. Amidst the radiant crimson light, a melodious cry echoed, and the four elders rejoiced. This was the cry of the spirit of the divine sun fire. The sixth prince had succeeded. Suddenly, Luli snapped his fingers, and space momentarily froze, the long-awaited voice of the system resounding amidst the chaos. Chapter 57. The sun and moon shine together. Ding. System refreshes the sign-in location. Phoenix Cry Mountain. May I ask if the host wishes to sign in? Luli smiled. Signing in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, Divine Sunfire. May I ask if the host wishes to claim the reward? Claim it. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious cry rang out from within the cave. A fiery shadow bursting forth, spiraling around before diving into Lu Li's left arm, within the cave. Duan Yishuan's lips curled upward, his gaze intense, as the Phoenix chick had already flown to the blood energy front, moments away from merging with the battle spirit. However, in the next instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The chick seemed drawn by some unseen force, joyfully chirping as it flapped its wings and flew out of the cave. Duan Yishuan's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Who has thwarted this prince's endeavor? He swiftly pursued, catching sight of the divine sunfire burrowing into Lu Li's arm. It is you. Duan Yishuan's eyes widened in rage, his face contorting. Kill him. At that moment, Lu Li wore a faint, wicked smile. Indeed, this damned system plays with my heart. The four elders were equally astounded. To have the unclaimed divine fire recognize a master was unprecedented, reinforcing their belief that this youth could not be spared, lest he become a future calamity. Yet, an even more terrifying spectacle emerged. As the divine sunfire entered Lu Li's arm, a surge of crimson divine light shot skyward, accompanied by a ghostly blue divine light ascending to the heavens, altering Lu Li's aura entirely. Lu Li's expression turned solemn as he slowly extended his arms, his palms slightly unfurling, a blazing sun rising from his left palm. Simultaneously, a bright moon ascended from his right palm. Phoenix Cry Mountain instantly witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. Divine light rippled, and all of creation bowed in reverence. Not far away, Duan Yishuan was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from the divine light. Thud. Duan Yishuan's knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of terror. Elder Su's heart raced. Quickly, kill him. The blood energy surged like a tremendous wave. And Elder Su, who had primarily focused on defense, urged the tortoise shell to descend like a massive pot. Lu Li snorted coldly, his body trembling, as the sun and moon in his palms multiplied from 1 to 2. Then from 2 to 4, until they became 8. An aura reminiscent of ancient deities emanated from Lu Li. At this moment, Elder Zhuang's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with terror as he stammered. Flee whoosh whoosh whoosh, for figures darted forth like lightning, abandoning even their sixth prince. The sixth prince, struggling to raise his head, gazed vacantly, murmuring, "It's over." Lu Li observed the four fleeing figures in the void, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he raised his arms, splitting 16 suns and moons into 4 groups, which instantly vanished. The figures in the void, seeing Lu Li not pursue, felt a surge of relief, as if they had escaped a calamity. However, suddenly, a misty haze enveloped them, accompanied by the faint rustling sound akin to silkworms gnawing. The mist shimmered with a subtle blue light, a result of crystallization refracting light. The crystallization spread at an indescribable speed, quickly engulfing the 4 figures. This is... Elder Su barely opened his mouth when the crystallization invaded, even penetrating his throat and burrowing into his abdomen, permeating through his hair and skin. The 4 elders were instantly frozen, transformed into ice statues floating in the void. They then beheld the crystallization revealing several blue moons resembling lakes. Endless terror was frozen in their pupils, as the scent of death gradually approached. This was undoubtedly the most horrifying occurrence imaginable. Yet, the expressions reflected in the elders' eyes conveyed a terror even greater than fear itself. The moon sank, the sun rose, the laws of heaven and earth unfolded. Yet, no one had ever witnessed multiple suns rising simultaneously. Several suns radiated sacred, pure white flames, replacing the bright moon and banishing the cold. The vast crystalline space suddenly appeared fissured, cracking like spider webs. Crack, crack, crack. As the sacred, pure white flames emerged, the thin air was incessantly scorched. Pulsating and distorting, divine light surged forth, and the void began to collapse, transforming the entire crystalline space into nothingness. Eluli smiled faintly. The 9 yin and 9 yang truly are formidable. ATA critical moment. The arrival of the divine sunfire propelled the 9 yin and 9 yang into frenzied operation, rapidly ascending in realm to the 8th layer. 8 suns appeared simultaneously, the sun and moon shining together. Destruction of heaven and earth was a triviality, let alone a few imperial-level cultivators. A piece of cake. Luli reveled in delight. Suddenly, oh no! My golden treasure box. Indeed, the void was utterly empty, devoid of anything. Luli felt tears welling in his eyes. Was this effort all for naught? Turning, he noticed Duan Yishuan trembling, his gaze hollow. Thankfully, there was a consolation prize. The bronze treasure box was better than nothing. Lu Li's lips curled slightly. In my next life, I shall be a good person, and may you never cross my path. Whoosh! The sword light surged towards the kneeling Duan Yishuan. This beam of sword light jolted Duan Yishuan from his stupor. You cannot kill me, for I am the 6th prince of the divine Zhou kingdom, Liu Li scoffed disdainfully, still flaunting that pitiful sense of superiority. The great Zhou divine kingdom has schemed against me to such an extent that it has long since become a matter of life and death. How could I possibly spare you? With a tremor of the sword mark, Duan Yishuan bellowed with all his might. Suddenly, a shadow tore through the void, approaching rapidly in an instant. With a sharp clang, all the sword marks were swept aside. The space behind Duan Yishuan was abruptly torn apart, and a large hand swiftly pulled him into the rift. The next moment, 2 figures stood in the distant void. The other shadow revealed its true form. Astonishingly a tall, blue-skinned creature. This individual had human-like features, yet exuded an uncanny, sculptural aura, with a single red horn protruding from its forehead, its expression cold and somewhat sinister. The one you mentioned is indeed him. Behind the creature, another figure emerged, causing Lu Li to momentarily pause. As this aura felt somewhat familiar, a flash of realization struck his mind. It was the very person who had pursued him first when he had taken the earthly Yin ghost fire from the Blood Moon Forest. Xiao Shishue nodded. Lord Demon General, it is indeed this individual. Demon General? Lu Li exclaimed involuntarily. Xiao Shishue chuckled heartily. This is still thanks to your efforts. Lu Li was utterly bewildered. What relevance did a demon general have to him? Impossible! The demon realm and the spirit realm had concealed themselves from the world 3,000 years ago. From whence did you come? Xiao Shishue snorted coldly. On that day in the Blood Moon Forest, I was unable to pursue you, but was unexpectedly drawn into a time-space rift and entered the demon realm. At this point, a flicker of fear crossed Xiao Shishue's gaze, and his eyes trembled slightly. It was a near miss. I could have become a wretched heap. That feeling will haunt him for a lifetime. The spatial barriers had loosened, even showing signs of collapse. Hence, I have come. The demon general's voice was deep and resonant, dry like metal scraping against metal. The demon clan shall return to the Xintian domain. Upon hearing this, Lu Li was taken aback and could only assume that the spirit realm felt the same way. Otherwise, the appearance of Xiao Wu could not be explained. Lu Li regarded Xiao Shishue coldly. So, the great Zhou divine kingdom has reached some sort of accord with the demon clan, and killing me is merely one of the terms? Xiao Shishue clicked his tongue in admiration. You truly are astute. You deduced everything correctly. How about you make a guess on how you might perish? He then bowed to the demon general. Lord Demon General, please fulfill your promise. Duan Yishuan's face contorted with rage. Lu Li had seized his divine fire and nearly killed him, and he wished nothing more than for Lu Li to die immediately. Kill him! Kill him! I, the prince, command you to slay him. Duan Yishuan's features twisted grotesquely, his eyes seemingly ready to spew fire. Before he could finish speaking, a resounding slap echoed. The demon general had not moved. Yet a vivid red handprint appeared on Duan Yishuan's face. For your disrespect towards me, a slap. A torrent of wrath erupted from his being. Duan Yishuan's heart trembled, his very soul quaking. The gaze of the demon general unleashed an aura that instantaneously engulfed him, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. Xiao Shishue quickly bowed. Lord Demon General, please temper your anger. The sixth prince is merely blinded by his hatred. As he spoke, he subtly gestured to Duan Yishuan, who immediately realized, Lord Demon General, please, calm your fury. This boy harbors many secrets unknown to others. Killing him may yield unforeseen rewards. Oh, upon hearing this, the Demon General narrowed his eyes, two beams of sharp light shooting forth as he scrutinized Lu Li. Indeed, despite being merely at the spirit martial realm, your divine soul is remarkably potent, the Demon General remarked. Duan Yishuan then discovered that Lu Li's aura had indeed transformed. He truly was at the first level of the spirit martial realm. What was happening? Lu Li was inwardly astonished. The demon clan was truly formidable, able to discern his divine soul at a mere glance. The 9E9 Yang has entered the 8th layer, its body now a realm unto itself, containing both Yin and Yang. This is a manifestation of returning to one's true essence. Lu Li found himself at a loss for words. When he reached the pinnacle of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang, his aura would likely resemble that of an ordinary mortal. After appraising Lu Li, the Demon General clenched his hand, and a sky-splitting axe materialized in the air. Xiao Shishui and Duan Yishuan were both utterly astonished. A divine weapon. Lu Li too was momentarily taken aback. A divine weapon? My knowledge of the demon clan is limited. I have no idea what realm this green-skinned creature belongs to, but the ability to wield a divine weapon signifies at least the status of a revered one. Lu Li's gaze sharpened. This was an entirely new and unknown adversary, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. The Demon General snorted coldly, stepping forward and raising the sky-splitting axe, his body becoming still. Yet Lu Li understood that the battle had commenced, and it was nothing short of breathtaking. On the silent cliff, a sudden chill swept through, ripples forming in the void, countless stars flickering, frost descended, and the first snowflake fell from above the cliff. In that instant, a layer of frost enveloped Lu Li's body. His eyebrows, lashes, and even the tips of his hair turned white. Lu Li's expression hardened. With a slight tremor of his left arm, a smile graced his lips, resembling a statue frozen in time. The 9 Yang divine art activated of its own accord, the heavenly Yang divine fire coursing through his body. Such a bizarre scene truly astonished Xiao Shishui and Duan Yishuan. Is this a battle of divine souls? Xiao Shishui exclaimed. Yet at this moment, Duan Yishuan hastily advanced, his face contorted with rage, perceiving this as a prime opportunity for assassination. He drew forth a concealed dagger, his form a flash of lightning darting forward. I shall take your life. Xiao Shishui gasped in alarm. No, sixth prince, however, it was too late. The dagger of Duan Yishuan instantly pierced Lu Li's throat, seemingly with great ease. The next moment, it would surely seal his fate. A cold smirk appeared in Duan Yishuan's eyes. But the next moment, Duan Yishuan's soul shattered. The sharp dagger seemed to strike against an incredibly resilient hide, creating a dent in the very fabric of space, yet it could penetrate no further. Then, the dent rebounded, instantly shattering the high-grade dagger. But this was far from over. The rebounding force surged violently, swiftly spreading through his entire arm. Bang! A mist of blood erupted, and in an instant, Duan Yishuan's entire arm was obliterated. After a brief moment, the pain signals finally reached his brain, and Duan Yishuan, horrified, let out a deafening scream before collapsing into unconsciousness. Xiao Shishui hurriedly supported Duan Yishuan, observing the two motionless figures at the scene, utterly at a loss. Had Lady Shu Fei been present, she would undoubtedly have sensed that this space was already riddled with wounds. The spiritual power surging chaotically. One human, one demon. The two figures conjured countless illusions, wielding the sky-splitting axe and the colossal sword, locked in a fierce battle. Xiao Shishui held Duan Yishuan, his gaze darting between the Demon General and Lu Li's faces, hoping to glean some insight. However, Lu Li remained ever smiling, radiant as the sun, while the Demon General's complexion seemed even greener than before, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Xiao Shishui's heart raced. There was no time for contemplation. He swiftly carried Duan Yishuan and darted away into the distance. Just moments after he fled, the Demon General's expression suddenly shifted, likely due to a change in color. The former green hue now reacting chemically to become a shade of brown. With a sudden flash, the Demon General's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat bobbing as he swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. His figure instantly transforming into a shadowy blur, vanishing without leaving a trace, At this moment, Lu Li opened his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of solitary mastery. What a ridiculous demon general! I, Lu Li, can extinguish you with a mere flick of my fingers. After a lengthy display, he finally remembered that there were no onlookers present, clearing his throat and extending his palms. The earthly Yin ghost fire and the heavenly Yang divine fire leapt from his hands, gazing at one another as if sharing untold emotions. Lu Li paused momentarily. Could it be that these two divine fires were once a pair of ill-fated lovers? The two flames extended anthropomorphized fingers, cautiously attempting to make contact, as they were on the verge of touching. A sizzling sound erupted, and a wisp of green smoke ignited. The two divine fires instantly separated. Writhing in sorrow, Lu Li remarked, "It seems you truly are two flames with a story. I, Lu Li, promise you that one day, I will reunite you." The two divine fires immediately perked up, each manifesting a human-like visage. Smiling gratefully at Lu Li, the earthly Yin ghost fire joyfully returned to Lu Li's right hand, while the heavenly Yang divine fire leaped into the cave, chattering incessantly at the cave's entrance. Lu Li, intrigued, followed into the cave. At this moment, the magma had begun to solidify and cool due to the departure of the heavenly Yang divine fire, revealing a fire-red box upon the undulating surface. Inside the box lay a key, its material unknown but exuding an ancient and timeless aura. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback as he retrieved from the system panel the key he had acquired in the Blood Moon Forest. Could it be that they were a pair? But what exactly did they unlock? Chapter 59. The Forest of Ferocious Beasts. The answer remained elusive, yet Lu Li believed that the day would eventually come when the truth would be revealed. After securing the key, Lu Li leaped into the void, pondering how Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu's feigned attack had fared. He hoped they had not inadvertently embroiled themselves in trouble. Activating his heavenly eye, he easily located the traces left by Elder Xiefeng and proceeded onward. This pursuit stretched for 1,000 miles. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Li cursed, "What the hell? Was it just a sneak attack? How did it turn into a chase that feels like digging up a grave?" It seemed that the heavily armored guards valued their reputation more than their very lives. This statement is merely a whimsical jest. Yet little do they realize that the heavily armored guards are indeed willing to sacrifice their very lives to uphold their dignity. Meanwhile, Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu find themselves grappling not only with the relentless pursuit of the armored guards, but also with the responsibility of caring for 3 delicate beauties. After launching a surprise attack on the armored guards, Mu Tianyu discreetly conceals the gluttonous arm and resumes his path as a sword cultivator. Alas, the intricate patterns on the gluttonous arm resemble a bottomless pit. Perpetually devouring his own spiritual energy, it is only now that Mu Tianyu comprehends why his senior brother referred to it as the gluttonous arm now. Even the slightest inclination to take a breather is thwarted. For who can afford to be lazy when harboring a gluttonous beast within one's arm? The leader of the armored guards is a formidable figure, a second-tier revered one, and is considered average among the black armored divine generals. His 200 subordinates are all above the 5th tier of the profound void realm, which is precisely why Elder Xiefeng chose to retreat. "Report to the general, we have entered the Beast Sea ahead," announced the scout from the armored guards. "What? The God General has halted. What of that group?" The scout replied. "They have already entered the Beast Forest." The expression on God General Lu's face turned frigid. "Kill the armored guards. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they shall not escape. Continue the pursuit." Yes, a multitude of shadows darted through the treetops of the forest. The reason for not opting to fly was twofold. Firstly, to avoid alarming the prey, and secondly, to conserve energy. At the forefront, Mu Tianyu led the way, with Elder Xiefeng following closely behind, shielding Qinghuan, Xiao Wu, and Yu Su Xiaoyu as they pressed onward. After crossing a river, Xiaoyu fell to the ground, exclaiming, "I can't go on any longer." Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose, a flicker of unease flashing in her eyes. "Senior brother, where exactly have we arrived?" Qinghuan inquired. Mu Tianyu tilted his head, replying, "You ought to ask Elder Xiefeng. He is the one guiding us." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiefeng instinctively jumped, wishing to deliver a playful smack to Mu Tianyu, but suddenly recalled the golden left hand. Retracting his hand with a sulky expression, saying, "It's clearly you who is leading us astray." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, only to furrow his brow in disbelief. No way. The beast forest. What forest? Qinghuan did not catch his words clearly. Get up, get up. Elder Xiefeng's demeanor turned tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. This is the beast forest. We could encounter a beast tide at any moment. What? The beast forest? How did we end up in this cursed place? The group gasped in shock. In the Xintian domain, if one were to speak of a truly perilous location, the beast forest would undoubtedly be unparalleled. The expanse of the beast forest is vast, inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts, colossal in size and formidable in strength. It is said that a sixth-tier beast can contend with a powerful figure of the divine concealment realm and not falter. Most terrifying of all is the beast tide, where thousands, even millions of beasts surge forth like a tidal wave. Even a large sect must retreat in the face of such a threat. 3,000 years ago, during the chaotic warfare among the human, demon, and spirit races, for reasons unknown, the demon and spirit races mysteriously vanished overnight, as if they had evaporated from existence. Later, the spirit emperor of the spirit race lingered in the beast sea for 3 months, hoping to enlighten more beasts. Whether he succeeded remains a mystery, but it is known that from that time onward, all creatures in the beast sea underwent mutations, becoming incredibly fierce. Henceforth, the beast forest became a training ground for cultivators in the Xintian domain. These beasts are treasure troves. Their hides can be fashioned into armor, their cores into medicines, and even their flesh is a rare delicacy. However, in the ongoing struggles against human cultivators, the beasts have grown increasingly powerful, to the point that the mere mention of them instills fear in the hearts of cultivators. For nearly a millennium, aside from those at the revered one level, few have dared to venture into the beast forest for training. According to the wisdom of ancient sages, beasts are classified into 6 tiers, corresponding to the levels of human cultivators, with each tier surpassing the last. Elder Xiefeng, as an elder of the Spirit Beast Hall, possesses the deepest understanding of these beasts. He initially intended to accompany Luli to the beast forest to capture some beasts for domestication, but unexpectedly found himself lost, leading several at the profound void realm into this perilous situation. Elder Xiefeng's complexion turned pale, cold sweat dripping down his brow. Mu Tianyu surveyed the eerie stillness surrounding them, mimicking Lu Li's demeanor, and spread his arms, saying, "Elder, you are overreacting. It is so quiet here. Does it really seem like there are any ferocious beasts?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed, "Indeed, there are no beasts, but there are 200 armored guards." Swish, swish, swish. Shadows of armored guards encircled them within mere moments. God General Lu smirked slightly. "They are certainly quick to flee. Does it hold any significance?" The expressions of Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu darkened, their hands poised defensively as they shielded the 3 maidens in the center. God General Lu scoffed disdainfully. "Even now, you still cherish the fair maidens. Were I in your position, I would focus on escaping." With that, he issued the command to attack. In response, Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu had already summoned their sword patterns, alongside Qinghuan and Su Xiaoyu, all releasing a formidable battle intent. Only Xiao Wu, with a smile gracing her lips, emanated an unusual aura. "Kill!" The armored guards brandished their long spears, launching an assault. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from within the forest, thick clouds of dust swirling above like a tempest. Elder Xiefeng's face turned ashen, his lips twitching as he bellowed, "Beast tide! Run!" Without hesitation, he seized Qinghuan with one hand and Su Xiaoyu with the other. Leaping up a towering ancient tree, Mu Tianyu intended to grasp Xiao Wu's hand, but as he reached for her, a tremor coursed through him. The beast tide was upon them in an instant. He steeled himself and stretched out his hand. Just then, a nimble beast leaped high, snapping its jaws. Mu Tianyu had no choice but to retaliate with a powerful punch, sending the creature sprawling. When he turned back, there was no sign of Xiao Wu. The armored guards were equally paralyzed with shock. They were indeed skilled in group combat, but it depended on the adversary they faced. Mu Tianyu's earlier strike, while immensely powerful, had only knocked down a relatively small beast. That creature shook its head and charged back at him. God General Lu, too, was taken aback. Beasts had always been mere subjects of conversation over tea, and their sudden appearance was truly startling. Fortunately, these few beasts seemed to excel in speed and had surged ahead. Otherwise, if the true beast tide arrived, they would be devoured in an instant. In a state of panic, God General Lu leapt to the treetops, ordering, "Retreat." 200 armored guards swiftly ascended the branches. However, despair loomed as a multitude of ferocious beasts soared through the trees. Chapter 60. The dragon-slaying sword before anyone could react. A colossal wave of flying beasts swept through the branches, their sharp beaks and steel claws snatching away the armored guards like chickens. A chorus of heart-wrenching wails erupted from the forest as numerous armored guards were shredded by vicious claws, becoming delectable prey for the beasts. This scene resembled a horde of army ants sweeping across, leaving nothing but scattered bones in their wake. Elder Xiefeng gazed at the overwhelming tide of beasts, tears brimming in his eyes, lamenting, "Who have I offended? Alas, I had just tasted fortune." Mu Tianyu approached, and Elder Xiefeng, extending his not-so-robust arm, unhesitatingly shielded the three women behind him. Even in death, he would not allow his young disciples to perish before him. Suddenly, an astonishing sight unfolded amidst the beast tide. The previously lost Xiao Wu stood gallantly atop a massive mountain-moving beast, advancing with the tide. Upon seeing the disheveled appearances of Mu Tianyu and Elder Xiefeng, she smiled and leaped high into the air, landing before Elder Xiefeng. Elder Xiefeng was taken aback. "You little girl, quickly hide behind me. I hope to shield you for a moment." With that, he firmly pulled Xiao Wu behind him, spreading his arms like a hen protecting her chicks. Surrounded by swirling sword patterns, he summoned all his spiritual energy to resist the beast tide. These creatures are termed ferocious beasts because they possess the ability to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, yet lack intelligence. In this ruthless environment of survival of the fittest, they are compelled to engage in incessant slaughter. The hardened hide of the beasts battered against Elder Xiefeng's sword patterns, scattering them. Elder Xiefeng strained to hold on, exclaiming, "Tianyu, wait until I fall before you step in." Mu Tianyu, being straightforward, replied, "Yes, Elder Xiefeng." Hearing this, Elder Xiefeng nearly burst into tears. "What do you mean? Are you saying I am doomed?" Mu Tianyu stammered, On another tree, God General Lu watched helplessly as his subordinates were snatched away by the beast tide. His eyes filled with rage, yet powerless to act. All his resentment was directed toward the Sword Saint sect. The battle spirit materialized, resisting the impact of the beast tide, but in mere moments, it was battered and on the verge of collapse. No one could have imagined that one day they would be reduced to mere refuse, dragged beneath an unknown tree by ferocious beasts. God General Lu, witnessing Elder Xiefeng's own struggles, felt a slight sense of balance in his heart. "Damn it, I cannot kill you with my own hands. But at least I will ensure you meet the same fate." However, in the next moment, an extraordinary sight unfolded. A petite figure climbed onto Mu Tianyu's shoulder, with one foot resting on Elder Xiefeng's shoulder, arms outstretched, radiating a peculiar glow. It was these strange lights that compelled the flying tide of beasts to veer away, as if an invisible wall had been erected. "Why is this happening?" The god of the tower, with a visage of utter incredulity, found himself momentarily distracted. In that instant, the battle spirit was violently shattered by a ferocious beast, causing an immediate sense of weight upon his shoulders. Elder Xiefeng, aghast, exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Quickly, take cover behind me." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an uncanny realization struck him. What on earth is happening? It seems the ferocious beasts are deliberately avoiding us. Mu Tianyu remarked, "Indeed, could it be that my good fortune has reached such heights that even the beasts are filled with gratitude?" Elder Xiefeng, even at this juncture, could not resist boasting. "Enough of that," Qingluan retorted with a pout. "Even if it were good fortune, it pertains solely to Xiao Wu, not to you in the slightest." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiefeng looked up in astonishment. "By heavens, such fair legs!" Smack! He struck himself across the face, muttering, "What are you gazing at?" On his shoulder, Xiao Wu danced gracefully, her long hair billowing, exuding a heroic aura reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Could it truly be her? Elder Xiefeng pondered, recalling the auctioneer's words claiming Xiao Wu belonged to the Spirit Beast clan. He had been skeptical, considering the clan had vanished 3 millennia prior. Yet, it now seemed highly probable. The ferocious beasts and the Spirit Beast clan shared a common lineage. However, the former were mere beasts, while the latter had evolved into humanoid forms through the awakening of their intelligence over generations. Xiao Wu's aura must be a manifestation of her bloodline. exerting an overwhelming presence that sent the ferocious beasts fleeing. This phenomenon was unrelated to mere power levels. It was a suppression stemming from the depths of the soul. This Xiaowu is no ordinary being, Elder Xiefeng mused silently at this moment. The god of the tower was nearing his limits, the manifestation of his battle spirit growing increasingly faint. Roar! A flying beast dispersed the remnants of the battle spirit with a flap of its wings. Its claws gripping the shoulders of the god of the tower, and with a savage peck, it rent him asunder. Good heavens! Witnessing a second-tier venerable being torn apart by a mere bird left the onlookers in a stupor, their admiration and curiosity towards Xiaowu intensifying. Xiaowu chuckled, "Do not worship me." Eventually, the tide of beasts receded, leaving only a few stragglers. Upon spotting Xiaowu, they scurried away like frightened quails. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they collapsed onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, the battlefield strewn with the remnants of the 200 armored guards, all vanquished, Elder Xiefeng, regaining his composure, spat vehemently, "Dare to challenge me? Even the heavens would deal with you," with the immediate danger averted. The group sought higher ground to prepare a meal. Eluli soared through the air, soon spotting a cloud of dust rising. Activating his heavenly eye, he could only perceive a multitude of ferocious beasts charging forth, punctuated by the occasional anguished cries of humans. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Luli. Could it be that Mu Tianyu and the others had unwittingly wandered into the fray? He descended swiftly, standing resolutely before the oncoming horde, exuding an imposing presence. However, it was utterly in vain. Smack! He slapped his forehead. What was I thinking? A mere spirit martial realm aura to intimidate these mindless brutes? Am I out of my mind? With a thunderous clap of his hand, he unleashed a wave of force, toppling a portion of the beast tide. Yet, the various beasts, regardless of size, simply shook off the assault and charged forward once more. Good grief, they just want to die. Luli was left dumbfounded. What kind of resilience is this? Ultimately, he decided it was best to evade the conflict. As Luli ascended into the sky, he was suddenly confronted by a dark mass overhead. Good heavens, there's an aerial assault as well? Luli found himself in a rather precarious situation. Ding! The system announced the refresh of the sign-in location. Ferocious Beast Forest. Would the host like to sign in? Luli nodded eagerly, hoping the system's rewards might assist in dealing with the beast tide. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Ferocious Beast Forest. Reward, Dragon-Slaying Sword. Following the notification, a majestic golden sword materialized in the system interface. Radiating a profound and weighty aura, Eluli was overjoyed, feeling a sense of familiarity with the dragon-slaying sword. With a swift motion, he grasped the sword and unleashed a fierce strike. Boom! The blade's energy surged for miles. Seemingly cleaving the very air in two, Eluli stood agape, utterly astonished. Countless remnants of the ferocious beasts scattered in all directions, creating a deep trench in the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving 1,000 slashes. Eliminating 900 first-tier ferocious beasts. 1. Skill points earned. 900.100 second-tier ferocious beasts. 110. Skill points earned. 1,000. Total skill points. 1,900. The system's melodious chimes filled the air, a delightful symphony to his ears. Luli, bewildered, wondered aloud. Skill points? Can I eat or drink them? Ding! Friendly reminder. Skill points can enhance the host's various skills in the dojo. Well, that sounds splendid. Luli was instantly invigorated, realizing that having skills without the means to elevate his realm was merely a ruse. And here lay the solution. With a heart brimming with excitement, Luli hoisted the dragon-slaying sword upon his shoulder, surveying the remnants of the beast tide, which now appeared rather charming. These are all treasures for upgrading my skills. He flicked his hair back, adopting a flamboyant pose, and sang theatrically, "Ferocious beasts, behold my blade." With a swift motion, he executed a vertical slash, then another horizontal cut. The system's delightful notifications resonated in his ears, surpassing even heavenly melodies. The beast tide, once swift, dissipated just as quickly. After a flurry of strikes, only a handful of straggling beasts remained. Eluli, adhering to the adage that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, continued to swing his blade. Surveying the chaotic scene, Luli felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This was far too easy. and he hadn't quenched his thirst for battle, were the spirits of the armored guards to rise. They would surely berate Luli for his audacity to complain about the swift retreat of the beasts. After a lengthy sigh, Luli opened his attribute panel. Host, Luli Realm, 3rd layer of Imperial Heaven Cultivation Technique. Infinite Devouring 9 Young Divine Art, 8th layer. 9 Scripture, 8th layer, Weapon. 4 Swords of Slaying Immortals, Dragon Slaying Sword Skills. Azure Pattern Alchemist, 5th tier Artificer, 5-star Talismancer Special Skills. Heavenly Eye, Beginner. Enlightenment, Beginner. Binding Technique, Beginner. Dojo Domain, 1 million square meters. Mission. Kill Duan Feiyu, incomplete. Skill points, 137. 800. As for the myriad of miscellaneous items in his inventory, Luli couldn't be bothered to glance at them. With a pout, he mused, this ferocious beast forest is rather stingy. Where are the 4th, 5th, or 6th tier ferocious beasts for me to feast upon? Nevertheless, he decided to treat it as an opportunity to stretch his legs. Observing the bountiful spoils, he felt a sense of satisfaction, considering the myriad of ferocious beasts he had slain. A true hero ridding the world of harm. In my world, such deeds would warrant a grand parade upon a fine steed, adorned with a bright red flower. Wait, perhaps I've digressed a bit too far. With such a wealth of skill points, he ought to be able to max out all his skills. Luli, filled with ambition, envisioned upgrading his heavenly eye to its utmost potential, ready to intimidate those who displeased him. With the binding technique, I'll ensnare them. If someone dares to flatter me, humph, I'll enlighten them, elevating them to emperor. Then, I'll expand my dojo to encompass the entire Xintian domain, and at that time, all those so-called monarchs will have to bow to my will. Lost in his fantasies, Luli's eyes narrowed, his tongue licking his fangs as he salivated. Come on, let me max out all my skills. With a flourish, he waved his hand grandiosely. However, the system's notification rang out like a cold splash of water upon his head. Ding! The system is swiftly calculating. The skill points acquired by the host can upgrade the heavenly eye once or expand the dojo domain once. What? Luli was dumbfounded. After all that blood, sweat, and toil, this is all I get? The system remained silent for a moment. The system is a conscientious one, entirely fair to both young and old. Please make your choice. Upgrade the heavenly eye or expand the dojo domain. Luli, momentarily at a loss for words, conceded, fine. I am too charming to squabble with you. Let us expand the dojo domain. But then he reconsidered. The system had only mentioned expansion, not how much a single square meter could count as an expansion. What is the expansion limit for the dojo domain? Luli inquired. Friendly reminder. The host currently possesses enough skill points to expand the dojo domain by 100,000 square meters. Good heavens! Luli nearly leaped in disbelief. Are you kidding me? 100,000 square meters? I could cover that in one go. Is that truly considered an expansion? Thankfully, he had retained a sense of caution. Fine, let us upgrade the heavenly eye instead. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the heavenly eye. What the? Luli jumped. You say it's successful, but it feels a bit different, doesn't it? Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the undulating mountains in the distance, observing distinct energy veins emerging before him. Suddenly, a flood of knowledge about vein-finding techniques surged through his mind. Li was astounded. Could he now discern buried relics, spirit stone veins, and rare treasures at a glance? Good heavens, this is going to make me the wealthiest individual in the Xintian domain. No more robbing, only a life of riches. Luli was elated, even breaking into an impromptu dance. It wasn't until a fearsome roar jolted him back to reality that he thought, oh dear, I got so wrapped up in my excitement. I must find someone. With a swift motion, he dashed toward the source of the roar. This roar emanated from the mouth of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. At this very moment, beneath this 5th-tier beast, several men, weapons in hand, wore expressions of panic. Your Majesty, you go on ahead. I shall hold them back. A stout man with a square face and thick brows, known as the Emperor Lord, was an extraordinary middle-aged gentleman. Faced with the ferocious beast, although he felt anxious, he did not waver in courage. General Xiaoho, this predicament is a consequence of my own ignorance, and I must bear the repercussions. You must ensure the safety of everyone and return to the Moonlit Realm, eliminate treachery, and assist the 4th prince in ascending to the throne, declared the Emperor Lord Ulitian in a deep voice. With a forceful shove, he sent General Xiahou far away, while he himself brandished an imperial sword and lunged at the beast. General Xiahou's face was filled with anguish, his throat choked with emotion. Yet he hesitated to depart. "Leave. I command you, depart." With a sweep of his sword, Ulitian unleashed a wave of imperial might and murderous intent, charging toward the fifth-tier beast. This beast, immense in stature and armored with thick scales, possessed formidable resilience, matching the strength of a human sovereign at the peak of their power. The imperial blade clashed against its body, producing a series of metallic clangs, sparks flying as it ignited the beast's boundless fury. With a powerful sweep of its muscular tail, it sent Ulitian hurtling through the air, crashing into a colossal tree. Blood welled in his throat, and he coughed violently, his spirit waning. "Your Majesty?" General Xiahou immediately leaped forward. Shielding Ulitian with his own body, he conjured a burst of flames, momentarily halting the fifth-tier beast, which huffed and blew away the flames before charging again. "Protect His Majesty and retreat. I will cover you," he shouted. Several officers quickly helped Ulitian to his feet, hastening away. However, as they took flight, the beast's colossal tail lashed out once more, sending several of them flying. Chapter 62. A clean severance. General Xiahou's eyes burned with rage. "You beast, I shall fight you to the end." With that, he transformed into a blazing inferno, charging at the creature. Ulitian spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "General, it is I who has brought this upon you. It is I who has harmed you." Tears streamed down Ulitian's face as he removed a jade ornament from his neck and pressed it into an officer's hand. "General Dantai, take this jade back to the Moonlit Realm. Rally those loyal to the throne and slay the second prince. The matter is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to be careless." As soon as he finished speaking, his imperial might surged, mirroring General Xiahou's sacrifice of his own lifespan to protect General Dantai's escape. General Dantai hesitated, but Ulitian, his voice hoarse, commanded, "Leave. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason." With gritted teeth, General Dantai vanished into the treetops. At that moment, General Xiahou's flames were dimming. Ulitian laughed heartily. "General, today we fight side by side. Should we perish, we shall not be alone in the afterlife." Before he could finish, he too transformed into flames, charging at the beast. Eluli observed all this and could not help but nod in approval. Recognizing the loyalty of the valiant general and the righteous spirit of the emperor, alas, who could blame them for encountering such a dashing figure as myself, and who could blame me for my overwhelming sense of justice? With a swish, the dragon-slaying sword unfurled in the wind, vibrating ominously. The fifth-tier beast seemed to sense a threat, momentarily halting. The gust of wind swept through, and the figures of Ulitian and General Xiahou vanished from beneath the beast's gaze. Furious, the beast pounded its massive claws against the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble. Over there, Ulitian's eyes widened as he beheld a handsome face, adorned with a few freckles on either side of the nose. With sharp brows and bright eyes, complemented by a pair of small fangs that peeked out when he smiled. "Who are you?" Ulitian gasped in shock, realizing that anyone capable of rescuing them from the claws of a fifth-tier beast must possess extraordinary skill. General Xiahou was equally taken aback, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Who are you, esteemed sir?" Lu Li smiled faintly, "Just a passerby. Your poignant display of life and death stirred my heart, so I decided to lend you a hand." General Xiahou was overjoyed, but upon realizing that Lu Li was merely a spirit martial realm cultivator, his excitement waned. However, a thought crossed his mind. If this person could rescue both him and the emperor from the beast's grasp, he must possess some secret means. With that realization, he knelt before Lu Li. "Benefactor, please assist us in leaving the beast forest. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but in my next life, I shall serve you faithfully as a humble servant, to express my immense gratitude." He bowed repeatedly. However, Ulitian interjected, "No, if only one of us may survive, it must be General Xiahou. The Moonlit Realm can do without me, but it cannot be without General Xiahou." Eluli narrowed his eyes. "Who do you think I am? When did I say that only one of you could survive? Open your eyes and behold." With that, Lu Li dramatically tossed aside his bangs, the dragon-slaying sword radiating a fierce aura as it descended from the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metallic clashes erupted as the fifth-tier beast was showered in brilliant sparks from head to tail. With a deafening roar, a precise gash appeared upon the once impenetrable scales. Then, boom! A mist of blood erupted from the wound as the fifth-tier beast was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground and uprooting a swath of trees. Yu Litian and General Xiahou were left speechless, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Heavens! It was cleaved in two. What kind of sword technique is this, so terrifying? They were utterly astounded at that moment. Yu Litian, in a show of humility, knelt before Luli without hesitation, trembling as he spoke. Yu Litian thanks the deity for saving my life. Lu Li, brimming with pride, rested the dragon-slaying sword upon his shoulder, dismissively stating, a mere trifle, nothing more. After a moment of revelry, he sheathed the sword, while General Xiahou helped Yu Litian to his feet. The two exchanged smiles, having narrowly escaped death. One must see a matter through to the end. When sending a Buddha, one must accompany him to the west. After much hesitation, Luli produced a starflower herb. Here, take this. I see that you are injured. General Xiahou received the starflower herb, his eyes widening in disbelief. The starflower herb, a sacred remedy, such a precious item, I cannot accept. Yu Litian, ever the ruler, accepted the herb with a bow and immediately administered it to General Xiahou, channeling his spiritual energy into the starflower. The healing properties swiftly penetrated the wounds, a faint glow of starlight enveloping the injuries, which began to visibly mend in a short while. Their external injuries healed, and any internal damage would be resolved with some time for recovery. Luli snapped his fingers. Since you are no longer in grave danger, my mission is complete. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to depart. Yu Litian was taken aback. This man had bestowed upon them an immense favor without seeking anything in return. And now he simply turned to leave, a heart so vast that it seemed unparalleled in history. Yu Litian swiftly made up his mind. Your Excellency, please stay. Lu Li paused. Do you have further matters to discuss? Yu Litian nodded, kneeling once more before Luli. Please, hear me out. It turned out that the fourth prince of the Moonlit Realm had inexplicably fallen ill just days prior, with no remedy found. The state sorcerer had advised that a beast within the beast forest possessed a beast core capable of curing this strange ailment, but this beast had a peculiar trait. It would not emerge unless there was imperial presence. Though the Moonlit Realm was a divine nation, it was the weakest among them, and driven by a father's love, Yu Litian personally ventured into the beast forest to seek the beast core. It was only upon entering that he realized it was merely a scheme by the second prince to usurp the throne. Reflecting on his prolonged absence from the divine nation, he suspected that the second prince, aided by the sorcerer, had likely usurped power. Given the second prince's nature, it was only a matter of time before he would learn of Yu Litian's demise at the hands of the beast, and would undoubtedly turn against his brothers to eliminate any future threats. Yu Litian hoped that Luli could assist the Moonlit Realm in turning the tide, as the entirety of the realm would look to Luli for guidance. Lu Li rubbed his forehead, thinking, what a mess I've gotten myself into by saving people. But then he recalled what his ancestor had said, a good man needs 3 helpers, and he realized that the Sword Saint sect could certainly use some allies. Very well, who can blame me for being not only dashing but also possessing a kind heart? Luli declared, I'll take this matter under my wing, but first, I need to locate my disciples. Yu Litian's heart soared at this, realizing he had encountered a major sect. Excellent. Your Excellency, please proceed. General Xiahou and I shall await you here. He even changed his address from I to Your Excellency. Luli added, let us go together. I'd rather not have a Godzilla show up right after I leave. That would be quite troublesome. Godzilla? The two lords exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if this was yet another ferocious beast. Seeing their confusion, Luli smirked, reveling in his good fortune of having gained an emperor as a subordinate. What a delight! Chapter 63. The traitorous general with a single long sword. The two lords soared through the sky, Luli stepping onto the void as they ventured deeper into the beast forest. At last, they found Elder Xiefeng and the others atop a high ridge. Upon seeing Luli, Xiao Wu rushed into his embrace with a soft cry, while Qing Wan bit her lip and also nuzzled up to him. Feeling the warmth of their presence, Luli beamed with satisfaction, gently pushing them away. You've gotten my clothes all sticky. Qing Wan's face flushed slightly. I haven't, however. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, deliberately rubbing her nose against Luli's shoulder. I'm going to rub it. Su Xiaoyu silently fiddled with her braid, biting her lip as she gazed intently at Lu Li. Lu Li felt flustered, thinking, damn it. It's true that being too familiar makes it hard to act. Elder Xiefeng laughed heartily, pretending to pounce, but Lu Li, with a look of disdain, retorted, get lost. Introducing Yu Litian and General Xiahou left the crowd utterly astonished, elevating their admiration for Lu Li to an unprecedented pinnacle. The sovereign of the divine realm, bowing to the sect leader. How astonishing! Lu Li remained nonchalant, declaring, I shall make a trip to Yu Zhao. You may return to your abodes. Elder Shuefeng was momentarily taken aback. Are we not capturing the ferocious beasts anymore? Lu Li retorted, glaring, if I'm not here, go ahead and catch a pile of dung. Be cautious, Elder Shuefeng shot back. Who do you look down upon? Just glance around. Are there not enough ferocious beasts? Before me, even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie down. Li raised his gaze into the distance. Goodness, it is indeed true. Numerous ferocious beasts linger nearby, seemingly obstructed by an invisible barrier. What is the meaning of this? Why emulate others in boasting? Qing Luan scoffed, do not heed the elder's bluster. These ferocious beasts are fundamentally frightened of Xiao Wu. Elder Shuefeng chuckled awkwardly, it's all the same. We are one family. Mu Tianyu added, rest assured, senior brother, with Xiao Wu by our side, the ferocious beasts will not dare approach. I was just contemplating honing my skills in the ferocious beast forest. Elder Shuefeng promptly asserted, I am well acquainted with the circumstances. Let us see if our plan is feasible. After pondering, Lu Li agreed very well. In any case, exercise utmost caution. Once I conclude my matters, I shall immediately rendezvous with you. Having given his instructions, he retrieved 2 stellar grass, handing one to Mu Tianyu and Elder Shuefeng, keeping one for unforeseen circumstances. Observing this, Yu Litian and General Xiahou exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Such extravagance. Casually bestowing 2 stellar grass to each subordinate. Having occupied high office for decades, Yu Litian's discerning eye grew increasingly convinced that aligning with Lu Li was indeed the wisest decision. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the 3 fair maidens, Lu Li stepped into the void, vanishing into the distance, closely followed by Yu Litian and General Xiahou. Along the journey, Yu Litian thoroughly recounted the present situation of the Yu Zhao divine realm. Holding nothing back, Yu Li's keen insight not only allowed him to discern mountain ranges, but also to glimpse into the hearts of men. The sincerity of Yu Litian did not go unnoticed by Lu Li, who began to entertain the notion of uniting the Yu Zhao divine realm under his banner. General Dantai, bearing the imperial jade pendant bestowed by His Majesty, hastened back to the capital of the divine realm. The entire city was shrouded in a mournful atmosphere, draped in white banners. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the former emperor had passed away, the crown prince was gravely ill, and the second prince had assumed command in a time of crisis. Destined to ascend the throne 3 days hence, a chill ran through General Dantai as he realized the second prince had acted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly securing the eastern palace and the fourth prince. With the emperor and General Xiahou imprisoned, their fates appeared dire, and General Dantai could not help but shake his head in bitter amusement at the thought of attempting to reverse such a tide single-handedly. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he felt a sense of obligation to fulfill the late emperor's trust and resolved to make an attempt. Dongfang Chongqing, General Dantai murmured, recalling a name. Now, the only one possessing the strength to confront the second prince was General Dongfang Chongqing. After a brief change of attire, General Dantai made his way directly to a magnificent estate. Knocking on the rear door, an elderly man opened the door and, upon receiving the jade pendant, hurried to the study. Moments later, a robust general clad in golden armor, with a square face and white beard, hurriedly entered. General Dongfang, General Dantai exclaimed. The 2 men, visibly agitated, clasped hands tightly, with General Dongfang Chongqing ushering General Dantai Jingyun into the inner courtyard. The elderly man overseeing the entrance glanced around cautiously before securing the door bolt. In the study, General Dongfang Chongqing instructed someone to brew tea before anxiously inquiring, why have His Majesty and General Xiahou not returned? General Dantai Jingyun's countenance turned blank with grief. His lips quivered for a long moment before he stammered, Your Majesty, His Majesty and General Xiahou have passed away. The news left General Dongfang Chongqing in profound sorrow, as he lamented and knelt toward the direction of the ferocious beast forest. After a long silence, he rose and asked, "General Dantai, did His Majesty leave any instructions?" General Dantai Jingyun nodded. "Eradicate treachery. Establish a new emperor." General Dongfang Changxing inquired, "Did His Majesty specify which prince should ascend as the new emperor?" General Dantai Jingyun replied, "His Majesty's decree was to appoint the fourth prince as the new emperor." "The fourth brother?" A chilling voice emerged, revealing a cold-hearted man in embroidered dragon robes stepping out from behind a screen. "The second prince?" General Dantai Jingyun gasped. "How did you come to be here?" General Dongfang Changxing's previous despair transformed into a sly smirk. "General Dantai, those who discern the times are the truly wise. The second prince is the people's choice. You must seize this opportunity." "Silence," General Dantai Jingyun retorted angrily. "You, old man, are beneath contempt. How dare you disrespect His Majesty?" The second prince smiled slightly. "Initially, I felt guilty for being so ruthless, but it seems my father was even more so, as his biological son. How could he bear to do so?" Feigning tears, he continued, "Eldest brother, fourth brother, do not blame me." General Dantai Jingyun gasped. "What are you planning?" The second prince's expression twisted with malice, since father favored eldest brother and the fourth brother so greatly. "On the day I ascend the throne, I shall ensure they are reunited." With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed. "If you yield, you may stay. Otherwise, I shall eradicate your entire clan." The second prince's icy words echoed in the study, leaving General Dantai Jingyun trembling with rage. "Even if I were to die in battle, I would never betray His Majesty." General Dongfang Changxing chuckled, revealing no intention of drawing his weapon. "From the day you left, I invited your closest kin to the Dongfang estate. If you wish for their demise, go ahead and try." General Dantai Jingyun's expression darkened. "You beast! If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not involve my family." "Before the second prince ascends, should you not voice your stance, I assure you, the Yuzhao divine realm shall no longer have the Dantai lineage." General Dantai Jingyun collapsed to the ground, and 2 guards entered the study to escort him away. Chapter 64. Stepping into the imperial palace 3 days later, in the capital of Yuzhao, the banners of mourning were replaced. The somber atmosphere dissipated, and the city erupted in jubilation. With the former emperor's passing and the second prince's ascension, the entire nation celebrated in the imperial palace. The second prince donned a purple gold dragon robe and a feathered crown, taking his place on the dragon throne amidst the solemn chants of the court officials. The second prince, with an air of arrogance, surveyed the room, proclaiming, "The Yuzhao divine realm is finally mine." Seated upon the throne, the second prince declared, "The crown prince and the fourth prince conspired to deceive father. Venturing into the ferocious beast forest for medicine and never returning, I am deeply grieved. Such an act of patricide is beyond abhorrent and intolerable under the heavens. I hereby decree that the crown prince and the fourth prince be stripped of their royal robes, relegated to commoners, and handed over to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation, to unearth their accomplices and eliminate a blight upon the Yuzhao." The court officials, fully aware of the underlying truths, found themselves powerless before the second prince's faction, which dominated the political landscape. Who would dare challenge such authority? "We shall obey your majesty's decree." At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, hands clasped behind his back. Ascending the palace steps, the imperial guard barked, "Who dares to intrude upon the sacred palace of the divine realm?" These guards were formidable, wielding cross-formed spears to block Lu Li's path. "Step aside at once, or face the consequences without mercy." Lu Li smiled faintly. "Your sovereign considers me his elder brother." "What do you mere ants think you are?" The guards burst into laughter. Has he forgotten to take his medicine or taken too much? Did he just say the emperor calls him brother? You, a mere spirit martial realm cultivator, are courting death. It will cost you your entire family." Lu Li shook his head. "I knew you would not believe me." "I hardly care whether you do with that." He stepped forward, and as his foot landed, a shockwave erupted, instantly toppling the guards that stood in his way. More guards rushed forth, but Lu Li grinned, continuing to ascend the steps. Each step echoed with a resounding boom, sending several figures flying. The guards were left in shock, witnessing a terrifying scene of figures soaring through the air upon the staircase leading to the imperial palace. Moments later, Lu Li arrived in the court chamber. I seem to have arrived a tad late. You have already ascended the throne." Just as the second prince prepared to leave, a carefree voice rang out in the court. Who dares to make a commotion in the court? General Dongfang Changxing glared fiercely, his voice booming. The second prince, equally grim, fixed his gaze on the entrance. Liu Li's figure advanced step by step, entering the court. Leaving the entire assembly in astonishment, a young man of the spirit martial realm had traversed the heavily guarded palace and made his way into the court. What was this situation? Where are the Xuanjia guards? Seize this person, General Dongfang Changxing commanded loudly. With a swish, dozens of armored guards surged forward, exuding an aura of intimidation. They were the personal guards of the sovereigns from various divine realms, each one a master of the revered realm. Liu Li squinted, as if perceiving a multitude of bronze treasure boxes, and could not help but sigh. Alas, I can only observe. What a pity. Without uttering a word, the Xuanjia guards moved to apprehend him. Their overwhelming presence converging upon Liu Li, multiple hands reaching for him simultaneously. Yet suddenly, a sharp snap resonated through the air, and all the Xuanjia guards froze in place. The assembly finally realized that Liu Li had merely snapped his fingers. Illusionary magic, illusionary magic. The civil officials were in a state of alarm, while the military leaders felt a shiver run down their spines. What manner of sorcery was this, so extraordinary? Liu Li extended his hand, gently pushing aside the unmoving palms that surrounded him, and stepped forth from the crowd. Pointing at the second prince seated upon the dragon throne, he offered a faint smile, declaring, "I require you to descend from that chair. And oh, by the way, do remove that garb as well. Your attire is exceedingly irksome. What does it mean to speak in a manner that stuns the audience into silence?" The court erupted in fury. "Bold one, how dare you show such disrespect to our sovereign? This was a grave offense, punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Moreover, the venerable scholar among the civil officials trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Li. His voice booming with the weight of indignation, as if he were about to spit blood from sheer agitation. As for the military commanders present, which among them did not possess a cultivation level of at least the 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th heaven, even the formidable Dongfang Changxing and the national master Huang Qi felt the gravity of the situation. Amidst the imperial court, a tempest of emotion surged, and Liu Li stood at the eye of the storm. Dongfang Changxing scoffed, "Disrespecting our sovereign? I shall strike you down where you stand and then eradicate your entire lineage." As his words fell, a torrent of blood energy surged forth, unveiling a blood cherry blossom of formidable might. Liu Li narrowed his eyes. This blood cherry blossom was no ordinary bloom but a third-grade battle soul. The one showcased by Xia Shui was merely a mid-grade battle soul, and its display had drawn considerable attention. Now, released by a practitioner of the imperial heaven realm, its power was magnified beyond measure, compelling even Liu Li to take it seriously. The second prince remained unperturbed on the dragon throne, as if impervious to the chaos around him. National Master Huang Qi smirked, swiftly ensuring the protection of the civil officials present. Suddenly, the Golden Luan Hall felt desolate, with Liu Li standing alone beneath the oppressive aura, appearing small and helpless. Witnessing this scene, the venerable scholar could not help but feel a sense of relief. It is indeed a blessing that the East shines upon us. Although the old official had not engaged in cultivation, he could still discern that this young man was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a great tree. This individual was insufferably arrogant, and his crimes were unforgivable. Truly, the Eastern Divine General had endured much. Dongfang Changxing, brimming with self-satisfaction, had now allied himself with the second prince, positioning himself just beneath the emperor, able to demand resources for cultivation from Yu Zhao at will. He intended to present something of value to the second prince. Justifying his share in the proceedings, as the blood energy surged, the tree of cherry blossoms bloomed in resplendent glory, and the Golden Luan Hall was filled with an aromatic breeze that swiftly infiltrated the respiratory system. Coursing through the blood to every corner of the body, Liu Li's figure swayed slightly. Dongfang Changxing laughed heartily. "And yet you dare to provoke the majesty of the emperor, regardless of how you infiltrated the Golden Luan Hall. If I, Dongfang Changxing, strike, you should consider it an honor to die." Liu Li spat disdainfully. "So quickly you've begun to wag your tail at your new master. It is a pity that Dantai Jingyun still considers you a loyal and valiant minister." As he spoke, Liu Li's hand formed a loose grip, and with a resonant hum, a golden blade materialized in his grasp. Instantly, An icy chill permeated the Golden Luan Hall. A divine weapon, someone exclaimed, while National Master Huang Qi's eyelids twitched. Indeed, it was a divine weapon. Dongfang Changxing's gaze flickered with surprise, unable to comprehend how a mere spirit martial realm individual could possess such a precious artifact. Boy, when did you stealthily infiltrate the Dongfang estate and steal my family's treasured blade? Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The blade was indeed the heritage of the Eastern Divine General. Only National Master Huang Qi's expression remained icy, for that old scoundrel had, with a mere word, claimed the divine weapon for himself. Li spat into his palm, gripping the blade with both hands, his expression one of utter contempt. If you wish to speak of shamelessness, if you consider yourself second, I assure you no one in the Xintian domain would dare claim the first. After a brief pause, Lu Li continued, since you claim this blade is your family heirloom, do you know its purpose? The crowd fell silent, pondering, for aside from killing, what else could a divine weapon do? Lu Li grinned mischievously. It can also slay beasts, such as the eastern beast that you are. Chapter 65. Bloodshed in the Golden Luan Hall. No sooner had his words fallen than a blinding radiance erupted from the blade, revealing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Even the Golden Luan Hall seemed to sway gently, the beaded curtains clattering, yet in that instant, everything froze. Lu's killing intent surged as he faced the tidal wave of blood. Swinging his blade with devastating force, the overwhelming momentum crashed into the blood wave, shattering the resplendent cherry blossoms and ascending towards the Golden Luan Hall. With a crack, the roof of the Golden Luan Hall was cleaved, allowing golden sunlight to stream through the newly formed fissure, illuminating the space from Dongfang Changxing's forehead down to his feet. This golden line divided Dongfang Changxing's body with eerie precision. Everyone paused, bewildered, unable to comprehend Lu Li's audacious maneuver. His boasts echoed loudly, yet all he had done was carve a line in the Golden Luan Hall. Dongfang Changxing's expression shifted slightly, then he burst into laughter. You claim the treasure was stolen by you, yet you cannot even cleave firewood. How dare you aspire to murder? Lu Li rested the blade upon his shoulder, a mocking smile gracing his lips. 1, 2. His demeanor suggested that counting to 3 would unleash some miraculous event. Dongfang Changxing scoffed, feigning nonchalance. Channeling his spiritual energy, he rapidly supplied power to the battle soul, determined to make the cherry blossoms bloom from Lu Li's heart. As the smile on Lu Li's face grew increasingly sinister, he parted his lips. 3. Before his words could fully escape, a sudden sound echoed throughout the Golden Luan Hall, akin to a goat's skin bag bursting under pressure. An extraordinary event unfolded. The golden line encircling Dongfang Changxing transformed into a vivid red, erupting into a bloodline just as he stepped forward. All present were horrified as they witnessed the Eastern Divine General's body cleaved asunder. Propelled in 2 different directions, Dongfang Changxing sensed the anomaly within his body. As his gaze shifted, he beheld the split form of his own body. He had not even had time to reclaim his blood energy before he collapsed with a resounding thud in the Golden Luan Hall. National Master Huang Qi leaped to his feet, while the second prince sprang from the dragon throne, mouth agape in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The venerable scholar had never witnessed such a grotesque and bloody tableau. His face drained of color, and some even buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground. He has slain the Eastern Divine General. Our Yu Zhao has lost a great general, the old scholar lamented. Is heaven determined to destroy us? His cries of despair echoed throughout the hall. Lu Li cast a disdainful glance, declaring, Descend. That is not your place, but that of the 4th prince. A flicker of trepidation crossed the 2nd prince's eyes. National Master Huang Qi interjected. The 4th prince conspired with the 1st prince to commit treason and has been cast into a death cell. Lu Li chuckled. Did they think this handsome figure would do nothing but force his way into the palace? At that moment, Dantai Jingyun entered the Golden Luan Hall, flanked by a group, escorting a young man. The 4th prince, Dantai Jingyun. What is the meaning of this? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and it seemed there was a whiff of conspiracy surrounding the 2nd prince's ascension. National Master Huang Qi furrowed his brow. This Dongfang Changxing has proven more of a hindrance than a help. Were you not supposed to eliminate Dantai Jingyun? A glint of malice crossed the 2nd prince's eyes as he rose from the dragon throne. Pointing at Lu Li and shouting, This man is an accomplice of the 4th prince. National Master, swiftly capture him to assert our national authority. You are the National Master. Your appearance is truly repulsive. Why is it that there is not a single villain who appears even slightly agreeable? National Master Huang Qi snorted coldly. He had conspired with the second prince in this entire scheme. And should the plot be exposed, Yu Zhao would be left with no place to stand. Having labored for so many years, would all his efforts dissipate into nothingness? This event must not come to pass. National Master Huang Qi, wielding his whisk, advanced. Dantai Jingyun, how dare you raid the prison? Kneel and accept your punishment. At this moment, the fourth prince spoke. Generals and officials, my father still lives. After a brief moment, the truth shall surely be revealed. What? The emperor still lives? Hadn't he, the second prince, declared the emperor deceased? Who, then, was lying? The crowd began to murmur, sensing the situation was fraught with intrigue. The fourth prince's benevolence seemed at odds with the heinous act of treason he was accused of. In an instant, skepticism filled the Golden Lawn Hall, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Yuli smiled faintly, lifting the restraints on the Xuanjia guards. The guards were now filled with terror, trapped in a seemingly bottomless abyss, a sensation that was truly overwhelming. Moreover, their sensory perceptions had not faded. They had witnessed everything transpiring in the hall. The second prince, at last, grew frantic. Nonsense. I am now the new sovereign of the Yu Zhao divine nation. You all swore loyalty to me. His words had some effect, as several individuals appeared shaken. The second prince barked, Xuanjia guards, heed my command. The fourth prince, Dantai Jingyun, and this man conspired to overthrow Yu Zhao. Execute them on the spot. The Xuanjia guards, gripping their spears, hesitated, haunted by lingering fears. As no one made a move, Yuli remarked, your survival is not due to your strength, but because I deem you to be misled. Thus, I grant you a reprieve. Should you persist in your ignorance, I shall not hesitate to strike again. At this moment, National Master Huang Qi bellowed, heretical words to confuse the masses. A figure floated gracefully into view. Landing before Lu Li, the strands of his whisk stood erect like javelins, and his face, sharp as a blade, radiated an aura of lethal intent. Yuli raised his blade once more, teasingly stating, you two are eager to meet your demise beneath my dragon-slaying blade. National Master Huang Qi scoffed, who dies remains to be seen. Soon as the words fell, the flick of the dust swept through the air, a myriad of fine threads shooting forth like countless arrows, piercing directly at Lu Li's heart. The swiftness of the strike was akin to a fleeting shadow, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of blood energy, from which the battle spirit howled forth. I am the second realm of the imperial domain. It was no wonder such arrogance prevailed. Yuli merely observed the national master, Huang Qi, as the white brilliance drew ever closer, engulfed by the surging blood energy. A colossal beast opened its gaping maw. Descending upon him with a cold snort, the dragon-slaying blade emitted a phantom strike, its violent blade aura disregarding all, soaring skyward as if even space itself were cleaved apart. Before Huang Qi could utter a sound, he was cleaved in two. A hush fell over the Golden Dragon Hall, as if time itself had been suspended. After a brief moment, the sound of heartbeats, dense as drumbeats, reverberated through the air. The once unfathomable national master Huang Qi had perished in silence beneath a single stroke. With a thud, the second prince collapsed into the dragon chair, his mouth agape, tears streaming down his cheeks. Trembling, he extended his palm to gently caress the dragon chair. In a moment, his expression contorted into one of rage. I am the new emperor. You swore loyalty to me. Is this an act of rebellion? The ministers froze, rendered speechless. A slight smirk graced Lu Li's lips, a wicked charm illuminating his features. Killing you and establishing a new emperor hardly constitutes rebellion. Does it? No sooner had he spoken than the dragon-slaying blade surged forth once more, its gleaming edge severing the second prince's throat. Chapter 66. The Tiger Talisman bestowed upon heroes, your majesty. Many elder ministers wept bitterly, for their loyalty lay with the imperial family, not an individual. The assassination of the new emperor was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet Lu Li chuckled. I am the one who killed him. I am not a citizen of the Moonlit Kingdom, so it cannot be deemed rebellion. You are no longer bound by your oaths. It is a win-win situation. Now, dry your tears and welcome your new emperor. Lu Li's gaze fell upon the fourth prince, who, with great reverence, presented a jade ornament bestowed by Yu Li Tun, by the edict of His Majesty, the late emperor. The fourth prince ascends as the new sovereign of the moonlit divine kingdom. The fourth prince adjusted his attire, seated himself upon the dragon chair, and accepted the minister's homage. Meanwhile, Yu Li Tian and General Xiaohou entered the Golden Dragon Hall. The fourth prince hurriedly descended from the throne, kneeling on the ground, calling out in welcome for his father's return to court. The entire court of civil and military officials also knelt, and upon hearing Yu Li Tian's words of gratitude, he hastened to Lu Li's side. Great grace and virtue, the moonlit kingdom shall never forget. Yu Li smiled faintly. It's no great matter. I have other business to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yu Li Tian was taken aback. You are leaving so soon. Why not stay a couple more days, so the moonlit kingdom can treat you properly? Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Li replied, there will be plenty of time for drinking later. My friends in the beastly forest are still waiting for me. Seeing Lu Li's determination to depart, Yu Li Tian could not insist further, still unaware of Lu Li's full name and his sect. Lu Li, the head of the Sword Saint sect, Lu Li revealed without hesitation, disclosing his origins. Yu Li Tian quickly committed this to memory, though none noticed General Xiaohou's slight frown. Yu Li Tian regarded Lu Li with utmost respect. Hunger, kneel before our benefactor. The fourth prince hesitated for a moment, then knelt before Lu Li, bowing deeply. Yu Li did not intervene, understanding the desires of the moonlit kingdom. Benefactor, my son Yu Hong is of honest character and possesses decent cultivation talent. He is currently at the 6th level of the profound void realm. May he study under your tutelage? Yu Li Tian's gaze was fervent, filled with anticipation. Yu Hong bowed respectfully, calling out Master. Yu Li smiled slightly, producing a spiritual long sword and the wind-returning blade, a spiritual level martial technique. This is a gift from your master. Yu Li Tian was ecstatic. Quickly thank your master. Yu Hong bowed once more, humbled by his newfound status as a national sovereign, yet willing to lower himself to become a disciple, demonstrating his character. Turning to see the second prince's body being removed by the imperial guard, a trace of sorrow flickered across Yu Li Tian's face. The tragedy of fratricide and familial conflict encapsulated the sorrow of royal life. The moonlit divine kingdom handled this coup with remarkable discretion. The fourth prince ascended quietly while Yu Li Tian abdicated. A banquet was hosted in the Xianglin Garden, attended by Yu Li Tian, the first prince, the third princess, and the newly crowned fourth prince. The first prince, not one for words, silently savored his wine, his delicate features somewhat pallid, having been frail since childhood, only just beginning his cultivation journey. The third princess, in contrast, exuded a vibrant energy. Lu Gij, she called out in a clear voice. Yu Li Tian's face darkened. Such disrespect. Benefactor is your fourth brother's master. How can you call him brother? Humph, the third princess pouted. That's his concern. I simply find it endearing to call him Lu Gij. Lu Li was taken aback. I'm nearly 50, and you address me as if I were a young lad. If the third princess likes it, then so be it, Lu Li thought, somewhat enjoying the moment. None could fathom that within this body nearing its twilight years resided the spirit of an 18-year-old. With the third princess warming the atmosphere, the banquet became lively. During the feast, the fourth prince's mother briefly visited, offering Lu Li a cup of wine before hastily departing. After a satisfying meal, Yu Li Tian arranged for 2 dancers to attend to him as he returned to the royal villa. Lu Li chuckled. Are they trying to tempt me into mischief? Lu Li, a man of humble origins, despite his unique personality, did not reject such offerings. The 2 dancers, upon seeing Lu Li, stifled their laughter, for the divine kingdom had invested heavily in training them in various skills to please their most esteemed guests. If Lu Li were to dismiss them, it would not be an exaggeration to say they might lose their lives, and their entire clan could suffer repercussions. With benevolence, Lu Li decided to rescue the damsels from their plight. Feeling no guilt whatsoever in the fragrant villa, the springtime radiated boundless beauty. Since arriving in the Xintian domain, Lu Li finally enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, he arose from the luxurious bed, greeted by palace maids awaiting him. After changing and washing up, Lu Li could not help but exclaim, no wonder everyone aspires to be an emperor. This life is utterly delightful. Just as he finished freshening up, Yu Li Tian and Yu Hong arrived to pay their respects. Lu Li chuckled. Let us not be so formal. Respect is best kept within the heart. Yu Hong complied, producing a cloth pouch from his robe, raising it above his head and presenting it to Lu Li. "Master, this is half of the Tiger Talisman. You may use it to command the forces of the Moonlit Kingdom." Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, not rushing to accept it, but instead spoke gravely. "Do you understand what this entails? Has General Xia Ho not informed you that the Sword Saint sect is merely a third-rate sect, with enemies on all sides? If the Moonlit Kingdom aligns itself with the Sword Saint sect, it will surely become a target for all." Yu Heng remained composed. "Master, I am aware of this. I only wish to accompany you, to charge into battle without retreat." Lu Li nodded. Yu Li Tian's insight was indeed sharp, and he possessed the courage to entrust a nation's military might to an outsider. "Very well, I shall accept it. I can assure you that within 3 years, the Moonlit Kingdom will become the most powerful nation in the Xintian domain." Yu Li Tian was overjoyed, not perceiving Lu Li's words as mere bravado, even though they sounded somewhat extravagant. "Once I conclude my business in the beastly forest, I will present you with a grand gift." Lu Li casually tossed the Tiger Talisman into the system's inventory. However, before he could take a step into the void, a ripple surged forth before him, accompanied by a clear voice. "Master, there have been changes within the Sword Saint sect. Return swiftly." Hearing this, Lu Li's expression darkened, a wave of murderous intent washing over him. "Who dares to stir trouble?" He then bid farewell to Yu Li Tian and the others, leaping into the void and departing in a flash. Watching Lu Li's figure vanish into the ether, General Xiaoho's lips twitched. "Your Majesty, is this not a bit too reckless?" Yu Li Tian turned to Yu Heng. "Hunger, what are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Heng replied, "Father, fortune often favors the bold. Master indeed harbors ambitions, but they do not lie with the Moonlit Kingdom, hence I believe this is an opportunity." Yu Li Tian nodded, acknowledging his son's wisdom. "Indeed, our benefactor may appear wild and carefree, yet his mind is exceptionally astute and decisive. He is a person of great potential. The Moonlit Kingdom needs such allies." Chapter 67. Instant Karma. Meanwhile, on that same day, the 6th Prince Duan Yishuan was being carried by Xiao Shishui as they dashed back to the Great Zhou. Before they reached the palace, they spotted a shadow darting past them. "Lord Demon General?" Xiao Shishui was astonished, noticing the Demon General appeared somewhat disheveled, silently thanking his lucky stars for his timely escape. Upon entering the palace, they indeed found the Demon General seated in anger. "I never imagined the esteemed Red-Horned Demon General would be defeated by a mere human cultivator." Beside him, Duan Zhenting offered a reassuring smile. "There's no need for concern, Demon General. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Once the barriers are expanded, you shall have your chance for redemption." The Demon General snorted coldly. "Expanding the barrier fissures is no simple task. If news of this reaches the demon realm, it would bring shame upon me." Duan Yishuan hurried forward. "Father, I am ashamed before you." Seeing the disheveled state of his son, Duan Zhenting was taken aback. "What has transpired?" Duan Yishuan wept. "I failed to obtain the divine fire, and the 4 celestial generals were slain, leaving no trace of their remains." Duan Zhenting took a few steps back, his complexion as pale as death. "Are you saying that the heavenly generals were killed by someone?" Xiao Shishui knelt on the ground and clasped his fists, saying, "Your Majesty, it was the Sword Saint sect's master who, I know not what foul sorcery he employed, slaughtered the 4 heavenly generals. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly." Duan Zhenting's eyes seemed ready to burst with fury as he slammed a palm down on the table, exclaiming, "The Sword Saint sect!" At that moment, a palace maid approached with a tea tray, only to be abruptly seized by the Demon General, who terrified her into a scream. With a chilling smile, the Demon General opened his mouth wide and sank his teeth into the maid's neck. Instantly, her limbs convulsed, her pupils dilated, and her face drained of all color, as if her blood had been completely siphoned away in an instant. The Demon General carelessly pushed the maid aside, her lifeless body collapsing to the ground with 2 deep, gaping wounds on her neck, a sight most harrowing. He chuckled sinisterly, his green tongue flicking out to savor the blood that dripped from his lips, relishing. "The blood of a virgin is truly delectable." Duan Zhenting's gaze hardened, ready to erupt, yet a guard rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Water Palace requests an audience." With a flick of his sleeve, Duan Zhenting shot a cold glare at the Demon General and commanded, "Admit her." The Demon General appeared unfazed, arms crossed over his chest, watching Duan Zhenting intently. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged beauty entered the imperial study, bowing respectfully to Duan Zhengting. I have come on behalf of the palace master to discuss a potential alliance. Duan Zhengting inquired, So, your palace master has agreed to the alliance? The beauty replied, Indeed, and she is currently planning an operation that requires your assistance, your majesty. Oh? Duan Zhengting narrowed his eyes, Do tell. Meanwhile, Lu Li had returned to the sword pavilion, where he encountered the anxious master of 9 Peaks. Master, you have returned just in time. Ling Guang has been captured. Lu Li's expression hardened. Who dares to capture an elder of the Sword Saint sect? The Water Palace, the master of the falling sword peak, interjected. Ling Guang is a tragic soul. 30 years ago, he encountered someone he should not have, and it changed the course of his life. The master of the sword-controlling peak nodded in agreement, but ever since Jing Xia went missing without a trace, everyone assumed Ling Guang had given up hope. To our surprise, he learned that someone from the Water Palace had employed Jing Xia's alluring technique and, having broken through to the revered realm, he ventured alone to the Water Palace, only to be captured. The master of the bright sword peak bellowed, That old hag from the Water Palace demands we retrieve 2 imperial artifacts in exchange for his release. And she specifically wants you, master, to go in person. The master of the forging sword peak remarked, This is clearly a trap. Lu Li sneered, Indeed, this is a case of instant karma. I just robbed the Lucian sect and now I've been robbed in turn. The master of the bright sword peak slammed his hand on the table, declaring, Let us go. If we don't beat that old hag to a pulp, I'm not a man. Ever since he ascended to the imperial realm, the master of the bright sword peak had become quite arrogant, especially after acquiring 2 imperial artifacts. He had longed for a chance to engage in battle. Lu Li gave the master of the bright sword peak a thumbs up. Let us proceed as you suggest. You 3 have just ascended to the imperial realm. A bit of practical experience will do you good. However, we cannot simply walk in unprepared. Lu Li chuckled, glancing at the half-tiger talisman in his system panel. 3 days later, at the appointed time, 8 heavenly steeds drew an extraordinarily luxurious flying chariot, piercing the void straight towards the Water Palace. Inside the chariot, Lu Li leisurely sipped wine and savored roasted meat. Accompanied by the masters of the sword-controlling peak, Ku Qiao, the master of the bright sword peak, Wu Wei, and the master of the falling sword peak, Su Chan. The 3 had just ascended to the imperial realm and were now being dragged into a scuffle by Lu Li, while the master of the bright sword peak, Wu Wei, laughed heartily. Meanwhile, within the Water Palace, ever since Lu Li's previous assault had left them in disarray, they had been consumed by an insatiable rage, constantly plotting their revenge. The unfortunate Lan Lingguang, thinking himself more powerful, ventured as a spy into the Water Palace, only to be captured the moment he revealed his presence. Cold Lianhua immediately devised a plan and sent someone to the divine nation of Dezhou, with the master of the Star Water Palace, Su Molan, returning the next day with good news. Lu Li's chariot had also arrived. On the deck, the master of the bright sword peak bellowed in a voice like a broken gong. Cold hag, I have arrived. Come and greet your guest. The master of the falling sword peak, Su Chun, shot him a fierce glare, while Wu Wei chuckled. That old hag does have a certain allure. Lu Li widened his eyes. Goodness, you have quite the peculiar taste. Inside the Water Palace, Cold Lianhua was nearly beside herself with rage, her figure flashing as she appeared before the flying chariot, fuming, Speak another word and I shall extract your teeth. Oh, so this is the so-called midlife crisis our master speaks of. Quite the fiery temper indeed. Despite his age, the master of the bright sword peak was a rugged fellow, stroking his beard with a lascivious gaze, brazenly eyeing Cold Lianhua. TSK. Although they may sag slightly, they do not detract from the overall allure. His comments instantly ignited Cold Lianhua's wrath, and without a word, she unleashed her battle spirit and lunged forward with a roar. The severed arms of her battle spirit reformed, and due to the loss of imperial artifacts, she wielded 2 mystic weapons, which, alongside the other 4 imperial artifacts, seemed out of place. This display startled the master of the bright sword peak, who quickly summoned his sword spirit, enveloped in a tempest of sword patterns. Grasping 2 imperial artifacts that clanged together, he infuriated Cold Lianhua. Lu Li watched, eyes wide. That old rogue is definitely doing this on purpose. From a sheer momentum perspective, the master of the bright sword peak appeared slightly inferior, yet tactically, he shamelessly occupied the high ground. throwing cold Lianhua into disarray, which is a significant blunder in battle. Sure enough, the 6 arms of the 3-headed Jiao swung their weapons down without any semblance of order. At that moment, the master of the bright sword peak shed his earlier flippancy, his demeanor shifting to one of intense focus as he swung his imperial artifact. The golden mace, like a sword, directly targeting cold Lianhua's chest. Chapter 68. The senior brother is still quite innocent. Li could hardly bear to watch, cursing under his breath. What a scoundrel! The golden mace surged forward like lightning, and cold Lianhua suddenly sensed the impending danger, twisting her body. Though she evaded the strike, her chest was still left tingling, her face flushing with rage. Seeing the master of the bright sword peak about to suffer, Lu Li hastily called out, "There will be plenty of time for fighting. Let us discuss matters first." Cold Lianhua gritted her teeth. "There is no time for discussion. I brought you here for one reason, to take your life." Lu Li laughed heartily at her words. "A defeated foe dares to speak so boldly? Wu Wei just struck your chest, not your head." Yu Chen looked at Lu Li, realizing that with such a shameless leader, an even more unscrupulous master was to be expected. The master of the sword-controlling peak felt caught in the crossfire. Wiping his forehead awkwardly, he smiled sheepishly. "Junior sister, my senior brother is still quite innocent." As for cold Lianhua, her rage had obliterated all rational thought as she unleashed her battle spirit, charging at the master of the bright sword peak with imperial artifacts in hand. The newly ascended master of the bright sword peak was no match for cold Lianhua's strength or tactics. Quickly finding himself in a state of utter chaos, below, the elder Yuningrong of the Water Palace led her disciples, escorting Lan Lingguang out of the dungeon and into the plaza. The disciples of the Water Palace were all females, and they instantly appeared like colorful clouds, filling the air with a fragrant breeze. Li sat on the deck, his eyes wide. "If I could incorporate this Water Palace into my domain, it would be akin to falling into a garden of flowers." The master of the sword-controlling peak gave a thumbs up, only to be swatted back down by the master of the falling sword peak. Seeing the palace master engaged in battle, the disciples of the Water Palace leapt into the air, forming a protective barrier for their leader. The master of the bright sword peak, currently being overwhelmed by cold Lianhua, felt utterly stifled, his frustration boiling over as he unleashed a series of crude attacks, targeting her chest, abdomen, and backside. Cold Lianhua gritted her silver teeth. "You lecher, today I shall slay you." The master of the bright sword peak was akin to a dead duck, tough on the outside yet soft within. He thrived on bickering, finding solace in scolding and fighting, for without them, he felt restless. Li nearly choked on his own saliva, muttering, "Damn, how shameless can you be to say such things?" Cold Lianhua roared in anger, immediately unleashing her battle technique, Thousand Hand Slash. Instantly, the air filled with a barrage of palm shadows, raining down like a tempest. The master of the bright sword peak grasped 2 imperial artifacts but found them insufficient, frustratedly stowing them away. His entire being surged with an overwhelming aura, countless sword patterns swirling around him as he summoned his sword spirit. Even the rarely revealed companion sword hovered above his shoulder, its blade radiating immense spiritual power. The master of the bright sword peak awakened his bloodthirsty sword spirit, and the companion sword named In Blood, having grown into an imperial artifact due to his ascension, now floated beside him. At that moment, the sky above was filled with a frenzy of palm shadows, enveloping the master of the bright sword peak entirely. He urged his sword spirit, and the companion sword, like a commander, led thousands of sword patterns in a frenzied assault. Swish, swish, swish. The countless palm shadows were cleaved apart, yet cold Lianhua had succumbed to madness, summoning even more massive and violent palm shadows that surged forward relentlessly. As one side surged, the other receded. An uncountable number of palm patterns advanced. Even the companion sword could not withstand the onslaught. The master of the bright sword peak's face flushed crimson, drenched in sweat. The ancients were not wrong. One should never provoke an old woman, as it could be fatal. Elder Yuningrong of the Water Palace chuckled coldly. "Dare to be reckless within the Water Palace? Let us see how you meet your end." By Lin inquired Elder, "I perceive that the palace master has been particularly sharp today compared to her usual demeanor. What could be the reason for this?" Yuningrong let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond. How could she possibly divulge that the palace master was riled by that shameless scoundrel from the Sword Saint sect? In the void above, a shadowy hand broke through myriad sword patterns, crashing down forcefully upon the shoulder of the master of the bright sword peak, causing him to stagger perilously close to plummeting from the sky. The master of the sword peak was in a state of panic, casting a furtive glance at Lu Li, who was scanning the disciples of the Pishui Palace, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just a few female disciples had exposed your wolfish nature. Where has your composure as the sect leader gone? What are you staring at? It's only natural to be drawn to beauty, Lu Li remarked. Unblinking, if you two don't take action, do you intend to wait for that fool to collect the corpses? Su Chan was taken aback. Was the plan to have the three peak masters gang up on one? Sect leader, have you no shame? As if in response to the sect leader's command, the figures of the masters of the sword peak and the falling sword peak immediately leaped off the deck, surrounded by swirling sword patterns, and swung their blades toward the myriad shadowy hands. Despicable! If you can't win, then resort to a gang attack. How utterly shameless! 3 against 1. We shall assist the palace master. The disciples of Pishui Palace murmured among themselves, and in an instant, Yuningrong's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, a surge of blood energy erupted and dispersed in the water, from which emerged a massive octopus extending its tentacles, wildly grasping at the master of the sword peak. The master of the sword peak swung his sword to retaliate, but found the tentacles slippery and elusive, evading even the blade's edge. Alarmed, the master summoned his sword spirit to block the assault, yet he could not halt the advance of the master of the falling sword peak. Though the master of the falling sword peak was also an older woman, she showed no hesitation in her attacks. With a swift stroke, she aimed directly at Long Lianhua's inflated chest. Enraged, Long Lianhua spat blood. Do you all find my bosom unsightly? Remarkably, there was indeed a hint of jealousy in the gaze of the master of the falling sword peak. Reluctantly, Long Lianhua had to divert some of her focus to counter the master of the falling sword peak. With her strength at the second level of the Emperor realm and a formidable battle spirit, she was no novice, yet the masters of the sword peak and falling sword peak, despite sharing the same realm, were still somewhat inexperienced in the realm of cultivation. It has never been true that 1 + 1 = 2. Two fighters at the first level of the Emperor realm combined still equate to the first level of the Emperor realm, hence they could not possibly contend with a second-level opponent. Fortunately, sword cultivators are a unique existence, and for the time being, she would not be defeated. That moment, Lu Li spotted Lan Lingguang, bound like a crab, among the crowd. With a swift motion, he reached out, and with a sudden burst, Lan Lingguang broke free from his captors and soared onto the deck. With another wave of his hand, the ropes binding him fell away, yet Lan Lingguang did not rise immediately. Sealing talisman? Lu Li furrowed his brow, realizing that the Pishui Palace possessed talisman masters. It was understandable. The flying chariots that had attacked the Sword Saint sect back then were inscribed with talisman arrays as well. Seeing the captive being rescued, the disciples of Pishui Palace made no effort to pursue, nor did they seem particularly anxious. You think you can decipher the talisman array set by the palace master? This fool, if he dared to attempt to break the array, would likely meet his demise in an instant. What a pity, such a handsome uncle, the disciples of Pishui Palace murmured, some even sighing in disappointment. Lu Li felt a surge of irritation. These young women were truly superficial, focusing solely on appearances, oblivious to the fact that while beautiful exteriors are commonplace, intriguing souls are rare gems. Chapter 69. Truly abysmal. Lu Li's dissatisfaction went unnoticed, except for the fact that others were keenly aware of his overly lascivious gaze. What are you staring at? I can pluck your eyes out. This lady is not someone you can covet. Lu Li was enraged, and the consequences would be severe. With a delicate flick of his finger, a series of spiritual patterns flew from his fingertips and landed on Lan Lingguang. Crack! A series of crisp sound bursts echoed as azure smoke began to waft from Lan Lingguang's body. In an instant, he leaped up from the deck, bowing respectfully to Lu Li. Thank you, senior brother. Below, the disciples of Pishui Palace were left speechless. He really broke the seal. How did he manage that? This was set up by the palace master herself. Lu Li smiled slightly. Want to know? Just join the Sword Saint sect, and I'll guide you personally. Having rescued Lan Lingguang, Lu Li felt he had achieved his objective and did not intend to linger. For behind every sect lies a formidable ancient being of great power. Though these ancient beings would not personally intervene to slay them, they would certainly not allow their disciples to be slaughtered. Continuing the fight would be futile and could easily lead to exploitation of any openings. "Stop fighting. Let us retreat," Lu Li called out. The three peak masters feigned an attack and swiftly leaped back onto the flying chariot. The master of the bright sword peak, though still shaken, maintained his composure. It was truly a precarious situation. As he was on the verge of stripping that woman of her garments, Lu Li spat in disdain. Go on, as if I don't want to see it." He then caught sight of the scornful gaze of the master of the falling sword peak. Clearing his throat, time to head home. Long Lianhua snorted coldly, "Do you think you can escape?" No sooner had she spoken than dozens of flying chariots appeared around Tianqi, with countless crossbowmen drawing their bows, aiming at the flying chariots of the Sword Saint sect. Among the flying chariots was the sixth Prince Duan Yishuan, accompanied by a darkly brooding demon general, both glaring at Lu Li. "Today shall be your end." Lu Li was taken aback. It turned out that Pishui Palace had colluded with the great Zhou Divine Kingdom, which explained their audacity. Duan Yishuan declared, "It is a powerful alliance. Today, you shall be buried here." Clearly, it is a lone hand. Lu Li narrowed his eyes, speaking scornfully. It was evident that these flying chariots were far more formidable than those from the last encounter, their mere presence suffocating. Long Lianhua laughed heartily. What a mere Sword Saint sect master, nothing but a reckless fool lacking in strategy. Surrender your imperial weapon. Surrender the Yin-Yang divine fire. Surrender your divine armament. In an instant, the void reverberated with cries of condemnation. Lu Li sneered derisively. "It's not that I look down on anyone. It's just that you are truly pathetic." "What? He dares to call us pathetic. I'll knock out all your teeth." "Palace Master, give the order to shoot them down." The disciples of Pishui Palace were roused, their shouts echoing through the void. Long Lianhua smiled coldly. "Why not?" With a swift motion of her arm, a cacophony of whistling arrows filled the air, raining down like a storm. Each arrowhead was ablaze with flames, leaping and dancing in a most peculiar manner. Lu Li exclaimed in admiration, "What a grand display!" Each arrow is inscribed with an array, exponentially increasing its speed and power, capable of slaying even those at the Emperor's level. Long Lianhua paused, then burst into laughter. Didn't realize you had such discernment. But unfortunately, you still must die." Yet Lu Li merely smiled. "Do you think such inferior arrows can harm me? Quarreling is meaningless. You were wrong to oppose Pishui Palace. Prepare to die," Long Lianhua declared. Lu Li chuckled disdainfully, crossing his arms. This flying chariot, acquired from Su Yuyu, had undergone continuous enhancements under Lu Li's guidance. The chariot's body was adorned with intricate patterns, surrounded by spiraling spiritual energy, as solid as a fortress. The rampaging arrows struck against an invisible barrier, exploding into a myriad of fragments, yet they could not breach that formidable wall. What? The disciples of Pishui Palace were left dumbfounded. Why is the defense of this flying chariot so formidable? These arrows are not ordinary. They are inscribed with attack arrays. Could it be that the Sword Saint sect also has someone skilled in talismans? And it seems their strength surpasses that of the Palace Master. How can this be? The Palace Master is a 3-star talisman master. A chorus of astonished voices erupted, as pairs of eyes gazed incredulously at the flying chariot drawn by 8 celestial steeds, hoping for a miracle to shatter that barrier. Meanwhile, in the void above, dark clouds had appeared, hovering ominously over the flying chariot. At that moment, the clouds began to dissipate, revealing several enormous flying chariots. This is a flying chariot. The aura it exudes is terrifying. When did our Pishui Palace forge such powerful flying chariots? Look beneath the chariot. What is that dark cylindrical object? The disciples of Pishui Palace were filled with confusion, discussing the flying chariot, exhilarated by their sect's strength. Long Lianhua and Duan Yishuan also noticed the several flying chariots, both startled. "These are flying chariots from the Lucian sect," they exclaimed in unison. However, the armored guards standing on the deck were not from the Lucian sect. "What is going on?" General Xiahou Meng, leader of the Xuanjia guards from the Moonlit Divine Kingdom, Xiao Shishue gasped. Long Lianhua's heart raced. The great Zhou Divine Kingdom had truly kept its cards close to its chest. forming alliances with both the Lucian sect and the Moonlit Divine Kingdom, and now they were ready to strike against the Sword Saint sect. Ha ha ha, Sword Saint sect, your doom has arrived. Duan Yishuan was equally astonished, never anticipating that this cold Lianhua possessed such cunning, having summoned two formidable allies. Now, let us see if the Sword Saint sect dares to be arrogant with the spirit cannon of the Lucian sect. It would be a breeze to breach the defenses of the array on the flying chariot. Cold Lianhua clasped her hands towards the void, requesting General Xiahou to aim the cannon at the Sword Saint sect and lend me your strength. On the flying chariot, General Xiahou's expression was grave as he coldly surveyed the battlefield. By the heavenly pool, the disciples of the Pishui Palace were elated, exclaiming, "Excellent!" with the spirit cannon of the Lucian sect. The defensive array will surely be shattered in an instant. Let us see how the Sword Saint sect can withstand the united onslaught of the four great powers of the Xintian domain. Opposing the Pishui Palace is undoubtedly the most foolish course of action in this world. However, in response to cold Lianhua's command, Xiahou Meng feigned ignorance, showing no signs of compliance. Cold Lianhua, now anxious, implored, "Your Highness the Sixth Prince, will you not issue the order?" The Sixth Prince, Duan Yishuan, appeared bewildered, but soon realized, as a prince of the Dezhou Divine Kingdom, General Xiahou would undoubtedly heed his command. With a proud demeanor, Duan Yishuan declared, "General Xiahou, you may fire." At that very moment, Lu Li discreetly signaled an OK gesture. General Xiahou's expression finally shifted as he waved the command flag, swiftly adjusting the cannon's aim. Observing this, Duan Yishuan let out a hearty laugh. "Lu Li, your demise is nigh. Tremble, Sword Saint sect." Chapter 70. The avatar beyond the body cold Lianhua exhaled in relief, arms crossed, prepared to relish this grand spectacle. The master of Liangjian Peak blinked in surprise, pondering why these flying chariots seemed so familiar. Eluli shot him a glare. "No surprise. These are my possessions. How could you not recognize them?" General Xiahou brandished the command flag with fierce determination. Boom, boom, boom. The flying chariot loomed above, unleashing volley after volley of spirit cannon fire, plummeting downwards. Duan Yishuan's face radiated triumph, while a cruel smile danced upon cold Lianhua's lips. "Daughter, witness as your mother avenges you." A cacophony of explosions ensued, shaking the very fabric of the void, as violent waves of energy ravaged the surroundings. "No." A heart-wrenching cry erupted from cold Lianhua. Duan Yishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Crack, crack. The flying chariot of the Pishui Palace was instantly reduced to shards by the spirit cannon fire. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their minds in disarray. How is this possible? Did General Xiahou miss such a large target? Are you an imbecile? General Xiahou is in league with the Sword Saint sect. What? The disciples of the Pishui Palace suddenly awoke to the realization that this was no accident, but rather a premeditated betrayal. Cold Lianhua's face was a mask of disbelief. What exactly transpired? Who was behind this? The Lucian sect or the Yu Zhao kingdom? Cold Lianhua's heart bled. This was the Pishui Palace's painstakingly crafted flying chariot fleet, which had barely made its debut before being ruthlessly obliterated. Many disciples aboard the chariot, along with the elite guards of the Dezhou Divine Kingdom, perished under the spirit cannon's onslaught. Chaos ensued as everyone abandoned the chariots and fled. Lu Li sighed. Why this needless bloodshed? Why not sit down, enjoy some tea, and have a good conversation? The scene was one of utter disarray as Lu Li let out a whistle, summoning 8 celestial steeds that unfurled their massive wings and soared away from the battlefield. Upon seeing Lu Li's attempt to escape, cold Lianhua erupted in fury. He must not be allowed to flee. Before her words could dissipate, several shadows leapt into the void, intercepting the flying chariot. The demon general licked his green lips. "Well met again, lad." Lu Li chuckled derisively. "Who the hell wants to see your repulsive green skin?" When it comes to verbal sparring, if Lu Li claimed the second place, no one would dare to claim the first. One remark left the demon general's face tinged with embarrassment. At that moment, spirit cannonballs fell like rain, relentlessly bombarding the various structures near the heavenly pool. Numerous edifices were immediately reduced to rubble, transforming the Pishui Palace into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, thick smoke billowing and cries of despair echoing. Yet, before long, a radiant divine light emerged, halting the spirit cannonballs in their tracks. The ancestor has intervened. The Pishui Palace is saved. A wave of jubilation swept through the Pishui Palace. Within the divine radiance, a white figure materialized. It was Liang Banhu, the ancestor of the Pishui Palace, who had previously rescued Cold Lianhua from the Sword Saint sect. Little one from the Lu family, do you wish to dismantle my Pishui Palace? Lu Li grinned. I would prefer not to, but the Cold Palace Master is too enthusiastic, insisting I join her for a meal. Unfortunately, my appetite has been rather poor lately, so I attempted to decline, but inadvertently triggered the switch while the chariot turned. So sorry. So sorry. Liang Banhu remained unfazed, merely stating, you may leave. Cold Lianhua interjected, do not let them escape. Ancestor, I implore you to take action and eliminate them. Liang Banhu replied, in the divine concealment realm, one cannot indiscriminately slay the younger generation, lest we provoke a coalition of sects against us. Are you unaware of this? Cold Lianhua was momentarily stunned. Must we truly let them go? I cannot accept this. There will be future opportunities. Lianhua, do not let a moment of victory or defeat disrupt your composure. You are the master of the palace. After a brief moment, Cold Lianhua whispered something to Liang Banhu, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Liang Banhu's body quivered slightly as divine light radiated forth, enveloping Lu Li's flying chariot. The chariot was immediately ensnared as if sinking into quicksand, trapped within the void. Cold Lianhua secretly rejoiced. As long as Lu Li could not escape, the formidable powers of the Dezhou Divine Kingdom and Pishui Palace could annihilate the Sword Saint sect. Making today's sacrifices worthwhile, little did she know, her clever scheme had already been seen through by Lu Li. In fact, upon arriving at the Pishui Palace, the dormant system had awakened. Ding! The system has refreshed the sign-in location. Heavenly Pool Pishui Palace. Does the host wish to sign in? Lu Li smiled slightly. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Pishui Palace sign-in successful. Reward. Avatar Beyond the Body. Does the host wish to merge this skill? Avatar Beyond the Body? Lu Li was taken aback. Having read numerous fantasy novels, he understood the specific implications of this skill and immediately chose to merge in just a breath. Lu Li grasped the method of the avatar beyond the body, meaning that from that moment on, what remained on the flying chariot was merely an avatar, while his true self had already employed the teleportation skill to return to the sword pavilion. Drawing the tiger away from the mountain? Who among you can match me? I shall turn your own scheme against you, catching you off guard. At this moment, the Sword Saint sect was under a joint assault from the formidable powers of the Dezhou Divine Kingdom and the Pishui Palace. The sect leader had taken away the only 3 Emperor-level experts, leaving the 6 Peak Masters, the strongest of whom was merely at the 9th layer of the Venerable Realm, utterly incapable of contending against the might of the 2 great powers. They fought while retreating, all seeking refuge in the Sword Pavilion. The Pishui Palace governed 3 halls and 6 pavilions. The coalition's leader was Shui Zhihua, the master of the Sunwater Hall. She led the masters of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, Moonlight Pavilion, and Storm Pavilion, along with formidable experts, to participate in the encirclement of the Sword Saint sect. Despite the Dezhou Divine Kingdom having lost several heavenly generals, they still dispatched a heavenly general to lead a contingent of golden-armored and silver-armored soldiers, boasting an overwhelming force, clearly determined to annihilate the Sword Saint sect. Moreover, in this situation, it was expected that the ancestor of the Sword Saint sect would intervene. Thus the ancestor of the Dezhou Divine Kingdom lay in wait, biding their time for the Sword Saint sect's ancestor to reveal themselves. With the sect leader and 3 peak masters absent, the strongest among them was the master of Shijian Peak, Feishue, at the 9th layer of the Venerable Realm. Feishue was entrusted with the dire task of leading the disciples to fight while retreating, maintaining a defensive stance at the Sword Pavilion. Above the Sword Pavilion, the powerful figures from the 2 great factions stood imposingly in the void, forming a semicircle, their eyes fixed hungrily on the Sword Pavilion. Did you ever imagine that luring away your leader was merely a ploy to draw the tiger away from the mountain? What do you think his expression will be if he returns to find nothing but ruins? Shui Zhihua, the master of the Sun Water Hall, chuckled maliciously, her flowery demeanor trembling, as she attempted to present herself as a young maiden despite being in her 70s. Under the influence of her leader, Feishue had developed a sharp tongue. Cease your laughter, lest your delicate facade shatter and injure your foot. One remark left Shui Zhihua's face flushed, her chest heaving with rage. You seek death. It is said that in any realm, One must remember this. It is better to offend a petty person than to provoke a woman. When a woman is enraged, she can bring ruin to countless households. The woman who cultivates and is angered can leave a lifetime of haunting terror in her wake. Chapter 71. The catastrophe of annihilation. Shui Jihua was undoubtedly a prime example of such a woman. As her face darkened, she instantly unleashed her battle soul, summoning a scorpion that spewed forth black mist. The scorpion glimmered with an unsettling green hue, its sharp pincers snapping ominously, as its tail arched over its head, poised to strike at Feishue of Shijian Peak. Feishue was enveloped in sword patterns, forming a shimmering shield of cold light around her. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, the gargantuan scorpion tail struck with such force that the protective shield shattered. Fortunately, at that moment, her sword soul had already emerged. The air grew frigid as a silver-white sword shadow pierced through the space, clashing with the massive scorpion tail with a resounding clang. The Jingxue sword, the accompanying divine sword of the master. The sword soul of the master, born from the essence of ice, gave rise to the Jingxue sword, radiating an aura that chilled one to the bone. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect were astounded. However, their optimism was misplaced. An insurmountable chasm of profound realms lay before them, an obstacle no one could surmount. The vast void was enveloped in swirling snowflakes, which melted away several paces from the colossal scorpion. The flickers of sword intent released by the surprising snow sword disintegrated into nothingness before even brushing against the monstrous creature. Shui Jihua chuckled. My battle spirit requires a sword spirit as formidable as yours to thrive. As the words fell, she crouched low to the ground, her form resembling a predatory scorpion. With one leg bent and poised in the air, she struck out as the colossal scorpion's spectral tail darted down with the speed of lightning, relentlessly stabbing downward. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid, dense impacts rang out, and the once icy blade of the surprising snow sword sparked with embers, glowing a fierce crimson. The very fabric of space twisted and warped from the searing heat, and beads of sweat erupted on the forehead of the Sword Peak's master. The sword finger, raised skyward, bent slightly, and his legs trembled ever so slightly. Master. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect were gripped by trepidation. Above in the void, the divine beings of the divine nation scoffed, while the disciples of the hidden water palace reveled in their hubris. A mere broken sage dares to contend with our hall master? Truly, they do not know the meaning of mortality, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Even a grain of rice dares to vie with the sun and moon. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the masters of the peaks leapt into the void, their myriad sword patterns coalescing into a colossal sword aimed at Shui Jihua with the force of wind and thunder. Is this desperation? The divine general Yin Su released an overwhelming imperial aura, facing the descending sword with a torrent of blood energy surging forth. Others soon followed suit, transforming the Sword Saint sect into a battlefield. At that moment, the master of Sword Peak found his knees buckling under pressure, and the surprising snow sword revealed a minuscule crack. Thud. The master of Sword Peak knelt in the void, trembling as he was beset by oppressive force. Shui Jihua laughed cruelly, the corner of her mouth curling into a sinister smile. With a swift motion of her pointed foot, she struck again. Crack! The surprising snow sword shattered, and the scorpion's tail plunged down like a battering ram. White Knight! A disciple cried in alarm, his form darting upward in an instant. A spray of blood erupted as the master of Sword Peak was reduced to a mist of crimson under the relentless imperial might. White Knight's eyes widened in rage, his sword slicing downward with a howl, but Shui Jihua did not even flinch, casually waving her hand. Crack! White Knight's body was cleaved in two by an unseen force. The proud disciples and elders of the peaks were heartbroken, unleashing their most potent techniques, soaring into the void to engage in a desperate struggle against their foes. Shui Jihua cackled, kill them all. Leave none alive. Today marks the end of the Sword Saint sect in Qinzhou. The 5 peak masters united, yet were single-handedly halted by the divine general Yin Su. The disciples soaring through the void were ruthlessly slaughtered by other formidable beings. Bift, bift, bift. The sounds of bodies bursting echoed throughout, a scene reminiscent of the horrors of 30 years prior. Above the sword pavilion, blood mist swirled, obscuring the light of day, casting the entire Sword Saint sect into a crimson shroud. Master Taishan of the fallen sword peak, engulfed in rage and despair, unleashed his spiritual energy without restraint. You beasts, not even sparing these young disciples, I will fight you all. Taishan bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto his accompanying divine sword. The sword resonated with its master's overwhelming hatred, vibrating violently as a blood-red shadow materialized in the void, its fierce sword aura tearing through the oppressive imperial might. Taishan charged into the fray like a vengeful deity, his eyes blazing red as he cut through several divine beings with his sword. The masters of the other peaks followed suit. And in an instant, the masters of the forging sword peak, the hidden sword peak, and others broke free from the imperial pressure, launching their attacks. The disciples of the Sword Saint sect fell into a frenzy, wielding their swords with reckless abandon, fearless of their own lives. The proud disciple Hong Lai was pierced through the chest by a hand from a sage-level opponent, blood spraying forth, momentarily blinding the adversary. Hong Lai lunged forward, allowing the enemy's arm to penetrate his chest, and with his last breath, he bit down on the foe's ear, dragging them both into the void. The masters of the Sword Peak, Lu Yun and Gue Zong, rose to defend against the divine general, only to be torn apart by his merciless onslaught in the void. A brutal and unrelenting massacre unfolded. At that moment, a divine radiance suddenly descended upon the sword pavilion as the elder Lu Tianyang finally emerged from seclusion. Yet, 1,000 meters away, another boundless divine light erupted as the elder Duan Tianqi of the great Zhou divine nation was elevated by the heavenly glow, his demeanor proud. Old Lu, do you intend to strike at the juniors? Lu Tianyang snorted coldly. The great Zhou divine nation intent on uprooting the Sword Saint sect. Duan Tianqi replied, this matter is not for me to dictate. My task is to keep an eye on you. Old Lude, if you make a move, I will kill you. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, let alone a being of the divine concealment realm. Lu Tianyang was furious. He could not stand idly by as his disciples were slaughtered. Then you shall see. Before his words fell, an overwhelming divine might was unleashed, obscuring the sun and sky. Within the divine radiance, countless sword shadows flew forth, the sound of slicing ringing incessantly. Duan Tianqi scoffed. Do you think I fear you? In an instant, the divine light clashed, two torrents of divine energy intertwining and shattering the void. Duan Tianqi was taken aback. Old Lu, when did you break through to the third level of divine concealment? I break through whenever I choose. Lu Tianyang's retorts were sharp and unyielding. Duan Tianqi sneered, what does that matter? In a moment, you will be a lonely old man of divine concealment. Lu Tianyang replied coldly, I will die with you, old man. Though his words were resolute, his heart bled. Was the Sword Saint sect truly to meet its end? Countless bodies fell from the void. Masters, elders, and proud disciples from the peaks plummeted. In a brief moment, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect above the mysterious void realm were nearly exterminated. Countless Qi and spirit martial disciples knelt in sorrow beneath the sword pavilion. Shui Zhihua cackled, the Sword Saint sect is hereby erased from existence. No sooner had her words left her lips than a crisp voice rang out from the void. You are mistaken. Chapter 72. The Wheel of War. A white figure stood in the void, gazing down upon the sword pavilion. The remaining disciples of the Sword Saint sect knelt in reverence, weeping bitterly. Master, the peak masters have all perished. Revenge! We must avenge our grievances, master. The disciples lamented their own weakness, unable to strike back against their foes. Eluli waved his hand. There is not a coward among the Sword Saint sect. I have seen it all. Lu Tianyang was taken aback by the words. You have seen it all, yet you allow them to be slaughtered? The divine general Yin Su laughed heartily. They are no cowards, but you, master, are a true coward. Too frightened to show your face. Shui Zhihua chimed in. What is this? Are you revealing yourself now to plead for mercy? More divine beings and hidden water palace experts mocked. The so-called Sword Saint sect master is so frightened he doesn't dare to utter a word. Previously, the Sword Saint sect had been hailed as a den of dragons and tigers. Now, it seemed no more than refuse. What a disgrace it is to have a master so afraid for his life. Come now, grovel before us, and perhaps death will be kinder. Luli laughed, standing tall in the void, proclaiming, I have said before, the Sword Saint sect is the Sword Saint sect of Tianjian Mountain. And it is also my Sword Saint sect. Here, I am the only god. You are all but ants. At his declaration, the crowd erupted into laughter. Still dreaming of being the master? You dare call yourself a god? A plague god, perhaps. Yet before the laughter faded, a gust of wind swept through the sword pavilion, dissipating the blood mist. Snap! Luli snapped his fingers, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Kill! 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 The air was filled with thunderous battle cries as countless phantoms converged from all directions. The expressions of the great Zhou divine nation and hidden water palace disciples froze, their eyes wide with horror. As if confronted by an unspeakable terror. How is this possible? These people were just slain. How can they reappear? Ghosts. They must be ghosts. The phantoms in the void gradually solidified. Master Tai Shan of the Fallen Sword Peak, Master Chong Yang of the Forging Sword Peak, Master Wu Feng of the Hidden Sword Peak, Master Lu Yuan of the Sword Peak, Master Fei Shui of the Surprising Snow Sword, and Master Gue Zong of the Returning Sword Peak. All 6 masters radiated a killing intent, returning to wield their swords once more. Alongside them were the elders, the proud disciples, White Knight, and Hong Lai. Each and every one of the fallen disciples of the Sword Saint sect reappeared in the void. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this merely an illusion? Had they not perished? Could there truly be vengeful souls in this world? The disciples of the Sword Saint sect, overwhelmed with joy, shouted, Masters, Elders, Luli, hands clasped behind his back, smiled calmly. Unleash your fury and kill without restraint, with your master shielding you. Even if you are shattered, I can bring you back unscathed. In an instant, chaos erupted. All the powerful disciples of the Sword Saint sect swung their swords, attacking all in sight. Hong Lai, gritting his teeth, charged at a sage-level opponent. You are the one who just killed me. The man stood there, utterly transfixed, his expression akin to that of someone who has just encountered a ghost, to the extent that he even forgot to resist. With a swift motion, Hong Lai severed his head with a single strike. The most astonished were the celestial General Yin Su of the Divine Kingdom and the Master of the Sun Water Palace. Shui Jihua. The scene before them utterly shattered their understanding. The dead had returned, a feat beyond mortal capability or even divine might, unless it was dictated by the mandates of heaven. But how could this be possible? As they gazed upon the multitude of disciples from the Sword Saint sect, the two were left with no choice but to grit their teeth and fight. Luli wiped his forehead and urged them to proceed with their assault. The outcome was no different from before. In mere exchanges, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect were systematically annihilated. Yet, to their horror, before they could catch their breath, the air was once again filled with the resounding cries of battle. Not a single one of the slain disciples of the Sword Saint sect was absent as they re-emerged, swords drawn and ready to kill. Many from the Divine Kingdom and the Sun Water Palace were left paralyzed with fear, succumbing beneath the blades. This battle, though prolonged slightly longer than the previous ones, ultimately yielded the same grim result. The Sword Saint sect faced its third obliteration. However, in the next moment, all those who had been slain reappeared in the void, roaring and charging forward once more. Even the once indomitable celestial General Yin Su trembled in fear. If this continued, they would eventually exhaust themselves to death. Such a bizarre occurrence had already left many in a state of despair. After just a few rounds, the number of those who could still stand in the void dwindled dramatically. Bai Yi shouted with excitement, I just killed a respected elder. Hong Lai echoed with enthusiasm. I too have slain a respected elder. The master of the Sword Peak, Tai Shan, declared, I also pierced through an emperor-level expert with a single stroke. Give me a few more chances, and I shall certainly slay him. In an instant, the disciples of the Sword Saint sect were filled with fervor, their gazes ablaze with determination, clearly viewing these vastly superior foes as mere targets for practice. Moreover, they grew increasingly formidable with each encounter. Shui Jihua, having been struck several times, was drenched in blood, and the tide of fear surged within him like a tidal wave. Everyone, retreat. The celestial General Yin Su trembled all over. Today's experiences were simply too unfathomable. Were it not for his own presence in this reality, he would have never believed that such strange and bizarre events could transpire beneath the vast heavens. Continuing in this manner would lead to certain death. The celestial General Yin Su issued the command to withdraw. Yet, Luli merely smiled faintly and said, I told you, no one leaves this place without exception. the venerable ancestor of the divine kingdom. Duan Tianqi was equally astonished. What kind of heavenly defiance was this? Lu Tianyang laughed heartily. You little rascal, I have just derided you for a quarter of an hour. Once this skirmish concludes, I shall apologize to you. Li smiled slightly and inquired, do you need assistance? Can't you handle it? With a twitch at the corner of his eye, Duan Tianqi felt a chill creeping up his spine. If Lu Li had spoken these words earlier, he would have dismissed them as mere boasting. However, now, after 300 years of cultivation and countless brushes with death, this was the first time he felt his heart racing with uncertainty. In the void, after several rounds of bloody combat, only a handful of disciples from the Divine Kingdom and the Sun Water Palace remained standing. When the celestial general Yin Su called for retreat, everyone instantly fled into the distance. Li shook his head disdainfully. They thought they could come and go as they pleased without consulting him. These individuals, like frightened birds, fled desperately, wishing their parents had granted them 2 more legs. Just as they made their escape, something even more despairing occurred in the void. It seemed a transparent wall appeared, bouncing them back with an audible thud. Fear flashed in Shui Jihua's eyes as he turned and shot toward the heavens like an arrow. Yet, with another thud, he was sent crashing back once more. How is this possible? The celestial general Yin Su recognized the severity of the situation and attempted to break through from a different angle. But all efforts were in vain. Chapter 73. I want to try again. Lu Li clapped his hands and addressed the masters of the various peaks. Can you kill them? If not, don't force it. I can obliterate him in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Lu Li's audacity. Was this boast too grand? Lu Li, uninterested in further discussion, casually pointed at a 9th-level respected elder, his lips barely moving as he uttered, "Explode!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a burst of blood mist erupted. The 9th-level respected elder was reduced to nothingness. What the hell? The onlookers were left speechless, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This was not merely a matter of a fleeting moment, but rather a decisive determination of life and death. It was utterly terrifying. Several female disciples from the Sun Water Palace turned pale. Trembling uncontrollably, "Master, we do not wish to die. We do not want to perish." Instantly, all the female disciples wept bitterly, kneeling in the void, repeatedly bowing to Lu Lmy Lord, "Please show mercy. Spare us, even if we must serve as slaves. We would do so willingly." The golden-armored divine general of the divine kingdom twitched at the corners of his eyes, his face filled with panic. Shui Jihua's expression darkened. Get up. To beg for mercy is not the conduct of the Sun Water Palace disciples. Lu Li smiled slightly. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold, and so too are a woman's. Since you plead for my favor, I cannot be so heartless. Come, the gates of the Sword Saint sect are open for you. The female disciples of the Sun Water Palace rejoiced, glancing back at Shui Jihua before darting toward the Sword Saint sect's ranks. Shui Jihua's face twisted with rage. Those who betray will be executed without mercy. No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of energy cleaved a female disciple in two. Let us see who dares to be a traitor now. The remaining female disciples collapsed like a heap of mud. Sitting helplessly in the void, Liu Li snorted coldly. She is now one of my Sword Saint sect's people. If I choose to protect her, even the Jade Emperor cannot take her away. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the severed female disciple sat up from the ground, her face a mask of terror. Why am I lying here? Did I not die? Is this merely a dream? But it feels all too real. I distinctly felt the excruciating pain and the overwhelming sense of dread as I was dragged into the abyss of darkness. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, perceiving this scene as a miracle. Shui Jihua trembled all over, his face pale, his lips moving as if uttering words. The celestial general Yin Su sneered, "It is merely an illusion." The overwhelming might of the emperor was unleashed again, reducing the female disciple to a wisp of smoke. Yet, what shocked them even more was that the female disciple reappeared in midair after a flash of light. Liu Li blinked. "You can try again." The celestial general Yin Su was driven to madness. Akin to a gambler who had lost everything, once more reducing the female disciple to smoke. However, all was in vain. The female disciple was utterly broken. The torment of repeatedly facing death was too horrifying to endure. After a few more instances, She would rather embrace total oblivion. The celestial general Yin Su also reached his breaking point, utterly bewildered by the state of the world around him. The remaining strong practitioners appeared ashen, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and with a thud, they knelt in the void. I am willing to submit. So am I. In an instant, only the celestial general Yin Su and Shui Jihua remained in the void. Lu Li chuckled. You do possess some spirit. The master of the sword peak took a deep breath, calming his trembling soul, and clasped his hands, saying, Master, I wish to try again. The other masters echoed his sentiment. Forcibly suppressing their racing hearts, we shall join you. Lu Li nodded. As masters of the 9 peaks, you will undoubtedly become my formidable allies in expanding our territories. I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. With that, he waved his hand, and 6 streaks of sword intent soared into the sky, spiraling and humming in the void. Lu Li proclaimed, This is for you. With it, you will have enough power to cross boundaries and slay your enemies. The celestial general Yin Su and Shui Jihua stood back to back in the void, in stark contrast to their previous confidence. They now appeared utterly disheveled, their expressions filled with terror. Upon witnessing the 6 ancient and vibrant sword intents, they felt an ominous foreboding. Heavenly tier battle techniques? The cry echoed like thunder, causing Duan Tianqi to freeze, and with a single palm strike from Lu Tianyong, he was sent flying thousands of meters, fleeing without a backward glance. Lu Tianyong flicked his hair. You dare to challenge me? At that moment, the 6 peak masters gazed feverishly at the spiraling sword intents in the void. Feeling their blood boil, their sword souls resonating with a jubilant hum, boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with sword patterns swirling around, each bursting forth from their bodies, chasing after the sword intent in the void. Everyone was astonished to discover that the spiraling sword intent seemed to have found its rightful place, jubilantly merging with their respective sword souls. The 6 peak masters felt sword light surging in their eyes, their energies skyrocketing, and in the blink of an eye, each broke through a level. As for the master of the sword peak, Fei Shui, an overwhelming sword aura erupted from him, and countless sword patterns cascaded like a waterfall. Above the endless heavens, darkness blanketed the sky, winds and clouds roiling, and the sound of thunder echoed with a crackle. Heavenly tribulation? The master was about to break through to the emperor level. Wonderful! The Sword Saint sect is about to gain another emperor. However, the celestial general Yin Su cautioned, Let us see if you can withstand the heavenly tribulation first. Lu Li smiled faintly, his fingers curling, leaving only his middle finger raised, as he pointed toward the heavens and mockingly called out, Come at me! In an instant, calmness enveloped the world, and serenity graced the heavens. A figure swiftly traversed the void above, retreating into the distance. Curse it, once again, it's that iron-headed fool. Why must I always encounter him while I'm merely trying to enjoy my life? The last time, I was struck down by that sword, and that guy is still lying amidst the divine brilliance of Haotian. I'm just a worker, and I have no intention of inviting misfortune upon myself. The heavenly general, Yin Su, was utterly transformed, having witnessed the terrifying spectacle of a single finger that could overturn the heavenly tribulation. As he observed the master of Shijian Peak advancing with fervor towards the imperial realm, I felt a surge of power coursing through my veins, urging me to slay. The master of Shijian Peak was enveloped in a tempest of sword energy, unleashing a cataclysmic strike infused with boundless imperial might. Heavenly class battle technique, Feiyun Slash, whoosh, a sword radiance, stretching 10,000 meters, cleaved through the void like a cascade of stars. My heavens! Is this the might of heavenly class techniques? It is indeed terrifying, sending shivers through my very soul. The entire void trembled, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes wide with terror as the sword ray sliced through space, igniting flames and causing ripples that erupted in violent explosions. In that moment, the imperial might that had surrounded heavenly general Yin Su vanished without a trace, leaving the air stifling and heavy, ensnaring all within its grasp. Yin Su's eyes widened in horror, his pupils dilating as he watched the sword ray descend, cleaving his body in twain. The master of the day water hall, Shui Jihua, trembled, his body swaying dangerously as he bore witness to Yin Su being severed in half, his remains reduced to mere fragments by the sword energy. With weakened legs, he collapsed into the void, Chapter 74. I guarantee you will release your fire Pishui Palace. General Xiahou unleashed a relentless barrage, obliterating all flying chariots from Pishui Palace, redirecting his own chariot into the void. The demon general, with his green lips, obstructed Lu Lie's path, declaring, trying to leave. It won't be so easy. Yet, even Liang Banhai remained oblivious. As Lu Lie's figure slightly swayed, merging with a phantom. What's the matter, green-skinned pig? Want to experience the sensation of being struck? At this moment, a fragrant incense had already burned for a while. By all accounts, the Sword Saint sect should have been all but destroyed. Cold Lianhua laughed heartily. Let him go. From now on, there shall be no Sword Saint sect in Qinzhou. The master of Luojian Peak felt a jolt in his heart. What? This is bad. They are luring the tiger away from its mountain. The master of Yujian Peak also regained his senses. The master of Liangjian Peak, with a face full of fury, exclaimed, "You cold-hearted woman. I wondered why your battles were always loud but yielded little." Lu Li, stunned, muttered in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible." Observing his shock, Cold Lianhua felt a surge of satisfaction within. Long before the Sword Saint sect was established, I had already contacted the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom. You have repeatedly clashed with them. The Duan clan would love nothing more than to flay you alive, so they naturally wouldn't oppose. While you confront me here, my allies have already laid waste to the Sword Saint sect. Ha ha ha. You dare to kill my daughter? Lu Li lamented, yet through his fingers, he made a face at the master of Liangjian Peak. That foolish master of Liangjian Peak appeared utterly bewildered, thinking, at a time like this, you still have the mind to play. Once he had enough of the charade, Lu Li suddenly wiped his face. Grinning, how was my performance? Am I worthy of an Oscar? The crowd looked on in confusion, while Cold Lianhua snorted coldly. Now you know what it's like to face consequences. Lu Li chuckled. You should understand the meaning of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Cold Lianhua's heart quivered at his words. Lu Li continued. Heavenly General Yin Su of the Divine Kingdom, a first-level imperial realm, and the master of Day Waterhall. Shui Zhihua, also a first-level imperial realm. What a grand undertaking. It's just a pity that they have become mere fertilizer for my Sword Saint sect. What? How is that possible? How did you know? The strongest force of the Sword Saint sect had supposedly been brought out by you. Everyone was left astounded. Could it be that the ancestor of the Sword Saint sect intervened? Duan Yishuan exclaimed. That's impossible. My ancestor of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom personally mobilized to prevent the Sword Saint sect from being cornered. Lu Li laughed heartily. Your ancestor? He looked quite splendid fleeing at the first sign of trouble. You re-speaking nonsense, Duan Yishuan retorted angrily, swiftly retreating into the void. Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. I feel a bit awkward. After all, we must respect our elders. By the way, ladies shouldn't always hold back. Remember, 70 is like a wolf, and 80 like a tiger. If you're embarrassed, come to my Sword Saint sect. That foolish master of Liangjian Peak would be a perfect match for you. He has decades of savings to ensure you will release your fire. The master of Liangjian Peak complied enthusiastically, making a powerful gesture with his fist. Oh dear. Cold Lianhua spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting into the void. Lu Li laughed heartily as he boarded the flying chariot. Departing with great flair, on the way back, Lu Li transmitted the remaining 3 sword intents to the 3 peak masters before turning his cold gaze upon Lan Lingguang. Lan Lingguang immediately knelt on one knee. Master, I was wrong, Lu Li replied. You are now an elder of the Sword Saint sect and will one day hold dominion over a peak. Can't you refrain from being so impulsive? The events with Jing Xia occurred 30 years ago. It's time to let go. Lan Lingguang's eyes reddened, and a weathered uncle shed tears of regret. I truly did not believe she would do such a thing. That day in Blood Moon Forest, I saw the woman from Pishui Palace use a charm technique strikingly similar to Jing Xia's, which prompted me to investigate Pishui Palace. Who knew? Lu Li patted Lan Lingguang's shoulder. What you need to do now is to cultivate, and cultivate some more, enhancing your strength. The master cannot be everywhere at once, and I cannot shield you every time. Lan Lingguang nodded earnestly. Understood, master. Lu Li grimaced. Call me senior brother. Senior brother? 8 heavenly steeds pulled the flying chariot, soaring gallantly through the skies. Within the chariot, Several individuals gazed down at the earth, where mountains rose and forests towered, an overwhelming sense of grandeur washing over them. To stand atop the pinnacle and survey all beneath, reciting a couplet of poetry, the master of Luojian Peak, Su Chun, gazed at Lu Li in disbelief. Throughout, Lu Li had given her the impression of being frivolous. Had it not been for his handsome face, he would have long been blacklisted. Now, it seemed she had misjudged him. Lu Li sensed the gaze of the master of Luojian Peak, Su Chun, upon him. And in fright, he clasped his hands over his chest, exclaiming in terror, "What do you want?" The master of Luojian Peak, Su Chun, clenched her fist until it was dripping with sweat. Her nascent fondness for him shattered in an instant. "I want to hit you." With that, she angrily stormed into the chariot cabin. The master of Luojian Peak whispered, "What is going on?" Lu Li shot him a glare. Women at this age can be fiery. "Since you're not busy, why not assist her?" The master of Luojian Peak, startled, replied, "I still want to live a few more years." Lu Li snorted, "How dull. I'm enjoying the scenery." As he gazed downward, his enhanced celestial eye pierced through the clouds, descending upon the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light zipped by. "Stop!" Lu Li shouted urgently, causing the heavenly steeds to halt. The master of Luojian Peak asked in confusion, "What's the matter, master?" Lu Li, visibly excited, pointed toward a valley. "What is that place?" The master of Luojian Peak looked in the indicated direction. "That is the territory of the Tianchu Divine Kingdom, Tianchu Mountain, and Duoling Peak." Tianchu Divine Kingdom? Lu Li pondered for a moment. Is there any issue if the Sword Saint sect desires that mountain? The master of Liangjian Peak questioned, "What do you want with that broken place? If I told you there's a spiritual stone vein beneath it, would you believe me?" Lu Li inquired. The master of Liangjian Peak replied earnestly, "I believe you. Who would dare not to believe? I would slap them." Lu Li nodded. "Brother Kuqiao, you will handle this matter. Do not disclose to anyone that there is a spiritual vein there. Otherwise, they might raise the price." The master of Liangjian Peak blinked. "Is there really a spiritual stone vein?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind swept through. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. "You said it yourself." The master of Luojian Peak, Su Chun, smirked coldly. The master of Liangjian Peak looked aggrieved. "Senior brother, can't you manage her?" The master of Luojian Peak took a few steps back. "Don't come near me. I don't want to be splattered with blood." Thus, the master of Liangjian Peak had no choice but to cover his face. Gazing longingly at Lu Li rolled his eyes. "You deserved it. If it were me, you'd be picking your teeth off the ground." The master of Liangjian Peak stomped his foot. "A gentleman does not fight with a woman." Chapter 75. Why not say so earlier? Upon returning to the Sword Saint sect, Ancestor Lu Tianyong personally led the 6 peak masters and elders to welcome them. "Xiao Lili, today you truly showcased your might. Ancestor misjudged you, and I apologize." With that, he earnestly bowed to Lu Li, causing Lu Li to hurriedly wave his hands. "Let us not. I feel like I'm at a family farewell." At this moment, the master of Luojian Peak realized that the master of Shijian Peak had also entered the imperial realm. "Feishue, you've attained the imperial realm too." The master of Luojian Peak nodded. "It was granted by the master." Lu Li smiled slightly. "It's no big deal. Let me share this with you. Before long, the Xintian domain will no longer be fragmented." The foolish master of Liangjian Peak suddenly had a flash of insight. The master intends to unify the Xintian domain. Whoosh! Countless eyes turned toward him simultaneously, causing him to retract his neck. "Did I say something wrong?" The crowd chorused. "You are truly clever." The venerable elder, with an air of mystique, pulled Lu Li aside. Little Li, that near-death experience you had earlier was quite entertaining. Might you indulge us again?" Lu Li nodded, "Of course." With a sharp snap of his fingers, the elder's form erupted with a resounding boom, sending the onlookers into a state of terror. With another snap, Lu Li conjured a flash of light, and the elder reappeared, seemingly unscathed, albeit with a pallid complexion. "What the hell? I didn't intend for you to experience that again. I merely wished for you to impart your wisdom." The elder was on the verge of despair. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Lu Li shrugged, murmuring, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He then squeezed through the crowd, stepping into the void, vanishing towards the beast forest. The elder was left dumbfounded, having gained nothing but a fright, musing whether this was truly human. Even a single finger from a deity could crush him. Perhaps I should retreat into seclusion, he decided silently. The master of the sword peak rubbed his forehead, lamenting the aftereffects of the sect leader's antics. He promptly summoned the other masters to deliberate on the matter of the Tianqi Mountain's spirit stone mine. As Lu Li soared through the void, feeling invigorated, he thought, why not teach them a lesson for prying into others' privacy? The 9 sword techniques had been distributed among the 9 peak masters, enhancing the sword saint sect's power significantly. With the addition of the moonlit divine kingdom, they had at least escaped the embarrassing predicament of being besieged on all sides. What remained was to elevate his own skill level. As for cultivation, that was a task for the system to handle. Whistling a merry tune, he zipped through the void, exhilarated. As he neared the outline of the beast forest, he suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. Thud! Lu Li was bounced back, feeling dizzy and disoriented as he tumbled in the void. Who goes there? A voice, ethereal and haunting, echoed through the air. It's just me. Leave your spirit ring, and I won't harm you. Lu Li's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, it's a girl. You see, I am rather handsome. Why not just rob me of my heart instead? He chuckled. With that petite frame of yours, can you withstand the ordeal? Just as he finished his sentence, a fiery red phantom emerged, gradually solidifying before him. Good heavens! Lu Li gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment. The newcomer was a young woman of exquisite beauty, her figure alluring, and her skin delicate. Especially captivating were her enchanting eyes, which seemed capable of melting one's heart with a single glance. And why, lady, feel free to rob me of my heart, but please, spare my life. With that, Lu Li dramatically reclined in the void, beckoning her with a wave. Come hither. Looking utterly distraught, the girl chuckled lightly. I have no interest in you. You're merely a weakling of the spirit martial realm. You must possess some secret treasure to traverse the void. Hand it over, and I assure you, I won't harm you. Lu Li rose, crestfallen. Damn it, I thought you were going to rob me of my heart. This is utterly unamusing. Very well. He extended his hand, then prepared to receive it. With a snap of his fingers, the girl gasped, feeling the surrounding air freeze, rendering her immobile. Lu Li grinned mischievously. Have you got it? If so, I shall take my leave. The girl, panic-stricken, found herself unable to speak, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hey, why the tears? I have no intention of robbing you of your heart. Lu Li paused, contemplating. I understand now. You're upset because I don't wish to take your heart. You feel inferior. Fine then, as a benevolent hero, I shall reluctantly indulge in a heart theft. He leaned closer, squinting as he inhaled deeply. Ah, how delightful. He appeared entranced, reaching to unfasten her garments, but hesitated, pulling his hand back. I am a gentleman, after all. I should consult your opinion. As soon as he spoke, the girl felt a release and could speak once more. You lecher! Release me! Lu Li was taken aback. You accuse me of being a lecher? Have I ever lecherously pursued you? Ah, I see. It's a psychological suggestion. He feigned a lewd demeanor, lunging towards her. The girl panicked. Don't come any closer. You're not a lecher. You're a good person. Really? Lu Li halted, intrigued. You have quite the discerning eye. Do tell. What makes me a good person? Her eyes sparkling with mischief, she replied. Look at you. Dashing and heroic, clearly a paragon of virtue who never bullies the weak or preys on women. A true hero. Lu Li's heart swelled with pride as he grasped her hand. You truly understand me. Initially startled, the girl relaxed as Lu Li exhibited no aggressive behavior. Hero, could you perhaps set me free? This is quite uncomfortable. Ah, of course. Lu Li chuckled sheepishly. Women are meant to be cherished, especially one as lovely as you. With another snap, she regained her freedom, rubbing her shoulders and pouting, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Hero, since you are such a hero, could you not defend the defenseless and lend your sword in assistance? She blinked her big, round eyes, pleading softly. Lu Li's heart melted. Come now, let me comfort you. Speak, and I shall resolve any issue. Really? The girl, somewhat incredulous, sought confirmation. Lu Li patted his chest. Indeed. More genuine than gold. Who am I? The beloved hero, Lu Da. The girl smiled brightly. Then allow me to express my gratitude. Lu Da. Lu Warner. Lu Li savored the name, nodding appreciatively. A beautiful name for a beautiful girl. Now, What troubles you? Chapter 76. You are quite the pervert. And I quite like it hearing this. Warner beamed. It's nothing serious, merely a forced marriage. What? Luli was taken aback. Not this trope again. How Klitsch, fear not, I shall disrupt his plans and see how he forces a marriage. Luli declared boldly. And who is this man? The prince of the Dian divine kingdom, Warner replied in a hushed tone. Good grief. Luli nearly toppled into the void. What a predicament. And who are you? Warner blinked. I am the princess of the Tianchu divine kingdom. The Tianchu divine kingdom? A princess. Lu Li's mind went blank. A princess resorting to robbery? Warner, with familiarity, clung to his arm, playfully swaying it that, of course, I need to vent my frustration on some unfortunate soul. Lu Li rolled his eyes, realizing he was that unfortunate soul. How utterly unfortunate. You must not go back on your word. You are a hero, damn it. I have officially assumed the role of hero. Lu Li thumped his chest, feeling the weight of his new title, especially when it came from such a charming and lovely woman. Absolutely unacceptable. The two playfully bantered, inadvertently sealing a monumental fate, upon reflection. There was indeed something amiss. As a princess, Warner should have been well versed in the world, and her ability to halt Lu Li in the void suggested considerable skill. However, witnessing Lu Li's effortless control over her left her convinced he was no ordinary individual. Upon learning she was the princess of the Tianchu divine kingdom, Lu Li's thoughts drifted to the spirit vein. Each had their motives cleverly hidden beneath the surface. Life, truly, is but a stage where everyone plays their part. Promises aside, the pressing concern remained the beast forest, where several lives hung perilously in the balance amidst a den of man-eating beasts. Since I am already outside, there's no point in resisting the forced marriage. It would be wise to explore the beast forest, Warner suggested, linking her arm with Lu Li's. Lu Li glanced at her disdainfully. You are a princess. Perhaps a bit of decorum would be in order. Warner pouted. Why should I care what you think? Lu Li, at a loss for words, attributed it all to his overwhelmingly handsome appearance. Being attractive can be such a burden. As they journeyed, Warner inquired curiously. What was that technique you used to render me immobile? Did you learn it specifically for dealing with girls? Good heavens, you are quite the pervert, she exclaimed, but I quite like it. If the person forcing a marriage were you, I would certainly not flee. Have you ever considered using that technique on them? Good grief. Lu Li's head throbbed as he prayed to the system for a silencing spell. He recalled a saying from a master. A woman is worth 500 ducks. Lu Li trembled at the thought, realizing he might already have 2,000 ducks surrounding him. With a start, Lu Li descended into the beast forest. Roar! Before his feet even touched the ground, the echoes of beastly roars filled the air. Gazing ahead, he spotted a pure white beast fiercely guarding a small creature, embroiled in a fierce battle with a pack of savage beasts. Lu, intrigued by this spectacle of beastly conflict, pulled Warner behind an ancient tree. Settling in to observe the unfolding drama, the beleaguered beast bore a resemblance to an ape, yet was distinctly not one, a fossil beast. Warner blinked her eyes and spoke of the ferocious beast's origins in one breath. It was a fourth-tier ferocious beast, within which resided a world of its own, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth without the need for cultivation, continuously strengthening itself. It is said that a fossil beast, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could unleash a petrification technique upon its enemies. Lu blinked, realizing that she was indeed a walking encyclopedia. Indeed, Warner said proudly, listing the ferocious beasts that besieged the fossil beast, including the ice-fire wolf, the red squirrel beast, and the golden swallowing mouse. Warner rambled on about a plethora of perplexing matters. At that moment, the fossil beast was clearly exhausted, having just been bitten on the calf by the golden swallowing mouse, which tore away a chunk of flesh. The fossil beast let out a roar and swatted the golden swallowing mouse aside, only for the resilient creature to rise again, shaking its head and charging back. The ice-fire wolf seized the opportunity, spewing forth a plume of blue flames that singed a large patch of the fossil beast's mane. Seizing the moment of distraction, the red squirrel beast nimbly dashed around the fossil beast, circling it several times in the blink of an eye. In a short while, the fossil beast was covered in wounds. The small fossil beast clutched its tiny paws tightly, its expression tense and timid, instantly melting Warner's heart. Oh great hero, save them! Luli shook his head, pondering the laws of nature and the reasons for interference. Warner pouted, pointing at the small fossil beast. Can you bear to see it lose its mother at such a tender age? Luli furrowed his brow, sending a strand of divine sense toward the small fossil beast. A nascent intelligence. Well, consider yourself fortunate. Luli felt invigorated, having not forgotten the ultimate purpose of his journey. With a swift leap from the treetop, the dragon-slaying blade rested firmly on his shoulder. The small fossil beast was startled, letting out a few chirps. The elder fossil beast immediately soared back, baring its teeth at Luli. Ready to strike. Luli chuckled. They are your enemies. The beast taming technique activated instantly, a sliver of divine sense entering the consciousness of the ferocious beast, which immediately calmed down. Heavens, you can actually tame beasts. Quickly, bring that adorable little creature to me for a cuddle. Indeed, women are inherently drawn to furry creatures. Luli rolled his eyes at Warner. That requires the consent of its guardians. Subsequently, Luli communicated once more with the fossil beast, which emitted a few soft sounds toward the small fossil beast. The latter timidly approached Warner, who beamed with joy, eagerly reaching out to grasp the small beast's paw, showering it with affectionate strokes on its head. The elder fossil beast felt much more at ease, gazing gratefully at Luli. With a stern look, Luli warned, "Deal with them." As the ferocious beasts charged forward, furious at the interruption, to them, Luli was merely a morsel missing 2 legs. Luli rolled up his sleeves, spat, 80. With a resounding strike, he cleaved through the horde, obliterating a third of the ferocious beasts. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying 11 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Skill points earned, 11,000. Luli swept his bangs aside. I came here for these skill points. At this moment, the fossil beast had turned to stone, having just considered engaging in battle. Luli swiftly unleashed 2 more strikes. Boom, boom. The remaining ferocious beasts were annihilated. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying 108 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Skill points earned, 10,800. Luli shook his head. There were still too few ferocious beasts. He turned to the fossil beast, smiling broadly, causing it to kneel in fright. Chapter 77. The small fossil beast. Wow! Luli exclaimed, surprised by the creature's perceptiveness. All right, I had no intention of killing you. Rise. The fossil beast trembled as it stood, cradling the small fossil beast, ready to flee. However, Luli interjected, you have attained a level of intelligence. Are you willing to follow me, the sect master? The fossil beast paused, its steps slowing significantly. Luli continued. This time, you encountered me by chance. Next time, fortune may not be on your side. You should consider not only yourself, but also that little one. The fossil beast shivered, while the small fossil beast chirped anxiously in its embrace. Luli stepped forward, gently patting the small fossil beast's head. It had a strong potential to evolve into a spirit beast, but only if it followed him. The fossil beast hesitated, fully aware that its offspring's nascent intelligence had attracted the attention of other ferocious beasts. Remaining with it would inevitably lead to becoming preyed. Of course, if you wish, you can return to my sect. Your intelligence has awakened late. I cannot guarantee you will become a spirit beast, but I will provide you with everything you need. The last remnants of doubt dissipated from the fossil beast. It realized that this human genuinely wanted to help it rather than merely deceive its small offspring. As there was no need for such convolutions, killing it would be far simpler. At that moment, Luli sent a sliver of divine sense into the small fossil beast's consciousness, succinctly explaining the circumstances. The small fossil beast chirped defiantly, wriggling free from the elder's grasp and diving into Luli's embrace. The elder fossil beast appeared bewildered. If it could speak, it would surely scold the small fossil beast for being a little opportunist, seeking comfort from the strongest. The small fossil beast exhibited a significantly higher intelligence than the elder, quickly recognizing the immense opportunity before it. Observing its mother's discontent, it scurried back into the elder's arms, chirping soothingly. Meanwhile, in the ferocious beast forest, after Luli's departure, Elder Xiefeng dragged Mu Tianyu into a grueling training regimen. Slaying ferocious beasts day in and day out, they would return home laden with the tastiest cuts of meat, roasting and frying them in a variety of ways, filling the forest with mouth-watering aromas, which attracted the attention of the ferocious beasts. Had it not been for the lingering aura of the bloodline on Xiao Wu, the beasts would have charged in, Elder Xiefeng, basking in his glory. With Xiao Wu's scent upon him, had the ferocious beasts avoiding him. While the two men engaged in battle, the three women were engrossed in a singular topic. Lu Li. They discussed Lu Li's past. As recounted by Xiao Wu, who had extracted the information from Qing Wan, Su Xiaoyu listened quietly, smiling, until one day, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu, being the observant type, asked, Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Wu shook her head, her expression growing increasingly grave. Quickly, up the tree. Although Qing Wan and Su Xiaoyu were unsure of the situation, they obediently leaped to the treetops. A series of roars erupted, and ferocious beasts appeared both above and below. Fourth-tier ferocious beasts, the Xianhua Yaopong, and the Qi Shui Ming Xia. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in horror, mentally chastising Elder Xiefeng and Mu Tianyu. Why can't there be a few fools in the ferocious beast realm? Gazing at several creatures comparable to revered realm experts, a chill ran down her spine. The Xianhua Yaopong loomed large, its wings spanning several feet as it furiously flapped, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. With a whoosh, a jet of flame erupted, warping the very fabric of space. The Qi Shui Ming Xia was even more terrifying, swinging its massive pincers, cleaving trees and rocks, while its venomous spray corroded the ground into deep grooves. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the heat of battle. Qing Wan and Su Xiaoyu, hiding in the treetops, couldn't help but sweat nervously for Xiao Wu'd. It's he that moment. Xiao Wu's demeanor became intensely focused, her petite lips pressed tightly together, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly red glow. A fierce aura emanating from her. The ferocious beasts began to retreat, clearly intimidated by this presence. The Qi Shui Ming Xia wildly swung its enormous pincers, snapping and crashing down, uprooting numerous trees that came crashing down toward Xiao Wu. Yet, she agilely navigated the chaotic barrage of branches, skillfully dodging the seemingly innocuous but powerful debris. The Xianhua Yaopong claimed the skies, unleashing suffocating flames that struck trees to ash in an instant. Su Xiaoyu anxiously asked Qing Wan, What should we do? Xiao Wu can't hold out alone for much longer. Gritting her teeth, Qing Wan declared, I'm going down to help. Before her words could settle, the limitless sword patterns enveloped her, resembling a bolt of lightning as she dove into the fray. Su Xiaoyu, driven by instinct, followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, their intervention only incited the ferocious beasts further, while Xiao Wu maintained pressure with her bloodline. The beasts had previously focused on long-range attacks. Now, with Qing Wan and Su Xiaoyu in the mix, they redirected their wrath toward the Tude in essence. The ferocious beasts were not without their temper. They were wary of Xiao Wu's bloodline pressure, not intimidated by the two newcomers. With a swift motion, the ferocious beasts turned their attention, unleashing venom and flames in a relentless barrage toward Qing Wan and Su Xiaoyu. Sensing the danger, Qing Wan unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, her sword patterns rising to defend. Hissing sounds filled the air as the venom and flames struck the sword patterns, sending up clouds of smoke as the sword spirit sustained damage. Qing Wan's face flushed, her blood surging, but just as Xiao Wu leaped in, utilizing her bloodline advantage, she managed to repel the ferocious beasts enough to give them a moment's respite. The three women, back to back, focused intently on the oncoming ferocious beasts, while overhead, three Xianhua Yaopeng soared, and on the ground, for Qi Shui Ming Xia lurked, forming a deadly trap, the atmosphere thick with impending peril.